Taking Revenge in Another World by Joining the Demon Army. Volume 2. Yu Jiang Weigu. Translated by Kat. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 33, Prologue. The Blood Contract with a Sigh. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on here? Cold sweat ran down my back as I racked my brain for a way out of this situation, yet all I could do was be utterly bewildered. The garrison assigned to our army was filled with a tense, dangerous atmosphere. Right in front of me, Quatra and Zoff stood with terrifying expressions. To the side, Odd was cowering as usual, nervously glancing between Quatra, Zoff, and me. "Princess, what is the meaning of this?" Quatra, for once, was glaring at me with a frightening face. "Young lady, this is a nasty joke if that's what it is." Even Zoff, who always looked terrifying, now twisted his face like some kind of raging demon god. "Wait, you two, don't jump to conclusions. Let me explain. And also, stop glaring, it's seriously scary." Flustered, I said the words far too honestly, but neither Quatra nor Zoff loosened their expressions. Their gaze wasn't really on me, but on the one behind me. The one clinging from behind, hugging me tightly, wearing a grin of sheer delight. Because of our height difference, I felt a soft sensation pressing against the back of my head, and for some reason that made me irrationally frustrated for a moment. My mind really wasn't working straight in this situation. I let out a heavy sigh and spoke to the fool who was wrapping her hands around my body all too happily. "Cut it out already, Zone." Time rolled back a little. A month had passed since the report of Frictera's capture. I was standing in front of the prison inside the Demon King's castle. One step behind me stood Lord Accursed, one of the 4 heavenly kings. At his order, the demon guard gave a nod and slowly opened the prison door. When I stepped through the heavy metal doors and saw her, my impression was complicated. In a word, beast. A starving beast. She groaned faintly under her breath, kneeling with her head hung low. Her 4 limbs were locked in thick metal restraints, completely immobilized, her body slumping limply, almost pitiful. Maybe I overlapped her with my own past self. She has been forbidden from drinking any blood since her confinement. That is her punishment. It wasn't what I expected. From the way Zone had been dragged away, I had imagined a much crueler sentence. Apparently, Lord Accursed had spoken on her behalf to the Demon King, and it seemed some kind of leniency had been granted. Looking closer, the stone floor beneath her drooping head was wet. Though her face was hidden by her bangs, I could tell the drool was dripping uncontrollably. That reminded me about vampires, and it sank in again that this was the punishment she had been given even with Accursed's intercession. She must be suffering greatly. For a vampire, drinking blood is essential. It was like dehydration in humans. Severe dehydration led to convulsions, impaired thinking, even hallucinations. And she had been like this for a whole month. Zone had been stripped of her rank as general, demoted to a common soldier, and now sat in the state, chained in prison. Her release depended on the Demon King's whim, meaning she might even die here. They said she could be freed if another general requested her as a subordinate, but no one had stepped forward, perhaps due to her troublesome personality. Flawed as her character was, Zone's combat ability was remarkable. To let her rot here would be a waste. If no one else wanted her, then I would take her. When I brought this up with Lord Accursed, he agreed to put it to the Demon King, who, with apparent disinterest, simply told me to do as I pleased. And so I had come here to claim Zone. I stepped deeper into the cell, approaching her. Accursed's voice stopped me. "A thirsty vampire is not sane, it is dangerous. With you here, Lord Accursed, it should be fine, shouldn't it?" When I looked back and said that, Accursed seemed a little surprised. Of course, I had only even suggested this because I expected his support. Coming here alone out of pity or personal interest would never have been an option. I was shocked when he agreed to accompany me, though. It wasn't as though I hadn't gambled on it. After all, losing me after the Frictera victory would be a loss for them, but I hadn't expected him to actually accept. There were very few who could restrain Zone if she went wild. Quatra and Zoff were out of the question, both hated her, and it would only complicate matters. So with Accursed at my side, my safety was practically guaranteed. I walked forward confidently toward Zone. She raised her head slowly when she noticed me. Her right eye, crushed that day by the Demon King, was bandaged. Her left eye drifted unfocused, but when it met mine, it opened wide. "Coco TTA. You don't look well, Sohn. Thank goodness, please, blood, blood. Her voice was thin, pleading. She didn't even have the strength to lash out anymore. Tongue hanging, breathing ragged, looking up at me like some pathetic dog denied food. Could she even be of any use like this? Still, coming here and leaving empty-handed would wound my pride. Whatever it took, I would take her back. Not out of pity, but because she was worth salvaging. Yes, I did feel a twinge of pain at the sight of her pitiful state, but that was all. It wasn't as if she were human. She was Alcuro's comrade, a demon who had saved me. This was not a mistake. Sohn, I'll be direct, become my subordinate. Ha, become. Yes, if you do, I'll get you out of here. I already have permission. Her eyes widened. She stared straight at me, breathing harder. Being my subordinate means swearing loyalty to me, obeying my commands, working under me. Of course, it is my duty as your superior to manage your health. I will share a little blood. Yes. She nodded rapidly, looking genuinely overjoyed. I'll serve you, Cocotte. No, Lady Cocotte, I will serve you faithfully. You're quick to submit, do you not resent me? It wasn't wrong to say I was the reason she ended up like this, having snatched away her merits. I had expected grudging compliance, not this easy surrender. I just need blood. So she was simply too desperate to think of anything else. Fine, I had already intended to ease her suffering somewhat. Still, how was I supposed to do this? Biting me directly like some vampire was out of the question. I couldn't risk her losing control. Perhaps if I pricked my finger and let her lick the blood, but would that be enough? How much blood do you need? She answered in a trembling voice. Just a little, even just licking would be enough. She kept glancing nervously at Lord Alcuro. Since he stayed silent, it must not have been a lie. And if danger arose, Alcuro would intervene. That was why I brought him here in the first place. I slipped off my glove after a brief hesitation. My finger will do. She nodded vigorously, rattling her restraints. Startled by the metallic noise, I stepped back, and Alcuro moved forward instead. Sohn, calm yourself. I know, I understand. Good, even with General Cocotte's permission, you may only drink enough to regain strength. After this, slaves will be provided. Alcuro gave me a small nod. I steeled myself and extended my finger toward Sohn's drooling mouth. She opened wide and took it in at once. The sensation of her tongue sliding over my finger made me gasp out a pathetic little ahia. Then came the sting. She had bitten down. My blood began to flow, drawn into her mouth. They said those bitten by vampires turned into one, or that all your blood would be drained dry. Those had just been superstitions in my previous life. I had already confirmed with Alcuro that none of those things would happen. And indeed, Sohn seemed to be holding back, sipping at my finger while glancing up at me nervously. Her once proud demeanor was nowhere to be seen. She looked utterly miserable, as if losing this chance was her greatest fear. She licked up the blood as it welled, careful and slow. The sensation was odd, ticklish, not painful, but not pleasant either. And Sohn, whatever else could be said, was undeniably a very beautiful girl. The longer it went on, the stranger I felt. What the hell am I thinking? I forced myself to dismiss the strange flutter in my chest as nothing but discomfort, and endured in silence. At last, after more than 10 minutes, Sohn released me. I hurriedly pulled on my glove again. Alcuro checked on me, but I said I was fine. Sohn, meanwhile, took deep breaths. Her face looked much better already. After a while, she spoke. Thank you, Lady Cocotte. Remember the deal. You serve under me now. Don't think you can go back on it. I know, and it is what I wanted all along. She lifted her face, gazing at me with dreamy eyes. It was the same look she'd given me in Frictura. I wanted to make you my beloved slave. And, by serving under me, you're the one becoming mine. That's fine with me. She smiled brightly. I fell in love with you at first sight. That cruel expression, those eyes. They say pretty flowers have thorns, but you are the deadliest of poisons. The absolute best. To be by your side, no, to be made your beloved slave. Nothing could make me happier, Lady Cocotte. When I glanced at Alcuro, he was holding his head as if to say, that's just how she is. I had known she was into women, but I hadn't realized she was a masochist. I had thought she was more of a sadist, though they say those things are two sides of the same coin. It was disgusting, and I wanted to scream and run. But I had already made an offer, and I would not betray my own word. Sohn had accepted out of desperation, and I had to take responsibility. I regretted it deeply, but there was no undoing it now. Fine then, I would use her up thoroughly as my possession. So I brought the freed Sohn back to the garrison. The moment Quatra and Zoff saw her behind me, with her eye patch decorated in floral patterns instead of bandages, their faces twisted into those fearsome glares. I had chosen not to explain in advance, and that was my mistake, but it was too late. And then, just before I could speak, Sohn spoiled everything by grinning wickedly, hugging me from behind and saying, "Well, greetings, you blockheads. From now on, Sohn shall serve as Lady Cocotte's first subordinate." I let out another long, weary sigh. Chapter 34, Troubled Road Ahead. This is the worst. What's the worst? The atmosphere. Technically, this is supposed to count as a unit reorganization, so I thought I'd gather all my subordinates in the outpost and properly sort things out. But the squad leaders were in terrifyingly bad moods. They didn't voice it outright, but the dissatisfaction at me picking up Sohn without consulting them was written all over their faces. Strengthening our army was something I desired for my own future, so I went ahead with it. Still, the outcome was obvious, though I didn't expect them to act it out right in front of me. Right now, Quatra, Zoff, and Sohn were glaring at each other while encircling Little Me. After the gathering, I brought up the topic of unit reorganization as if nothing was wrong. The magic swordsman unit Sohn had led was left hanging, so when I brought her in as my subordinate, I took them under my wing and assigned them to her again as before. That part went fine. The problem came after. Quatra would continue assisting me while commanding the Dragonute Aerial Corps, precious as an air force in this world, so that was fine. But Zoff now had to fight alongside someone he hated. I ordered him and Sohn to cooperate and strengthen the ground forces together, which was still fine. But then they started arguing over which one of them had priority in command. I told them to cooperate, not to place one under the other's command. But their pride wouldn't allow them to let it remain vague. They had to decide black and white. Because if I let you loose, you'd charge in on your own and trouble the young lady. You'd better get under me and keep quiet. Impossible. Why would I, a vampire, be under a lowly high ogre? The roles are completely reversed. The proper order is for you to cry with joy when used by me. The one who bawled and retreated at Frictera dares to yap. Who do you think wiped your snotty ass back then? Shut your mouth, oversized puppet. Close that filthy mouth of yours, or should I close it for you? Funny, you think a prison-crawling vampire could ever beat me. Ah, noisy, shut up. Don't fight. Unable to stand their bickering, I said that aloud, and the three demons suddenly knelt exaggeratedly before me. The sudden change surprised me, but it must be part of their contest. Even while kneeling, they continued glaring at each other. Only Odd was flustered and unable to follow what was happening. Usually his sluggishness is irritating, but times like this, he's almost a bit of comfort. Anyway, I steered the topic back to the main point. The reorganization is final. No clear date has been given for the next operation, but it's certain our army will be tasked with the coming large-scale march. To that end, strengthening our forces is urgent, and that's why I took in Sohn, who is under detention. As a former general, she's a ready asset. I already have permission from Elkuro-sama and the Demon King. If there are objections, speak to me. No one voiced objections. Dissatisfaction still showed, but logically they accepted it. Quatra and Zoff probably knew Sohn's abilities better than I did anyway. Still, I wasn't about to indulge complaints like, I don't want to work with someone I hate. Our goal is to threaten humanity. As my subordinates, they'll put up with internal squabbles. I noticed Sohn smirking, and veins bulged on Quatra and Zoff's foreheads, but I didn't care. Sohn might be misunderstanding, but I hadn't brought her in out of pity. The important thing is increasing my army's strength. I simply acted because the situation allowed it. If that lowers morale, I'll address it, and if it causes friction, it's my duty as commander to keep it in check. I don't think picking up Sohn was a mistake. A usable asset was rotting away. With the Demon King's permission, there's no reason not to use her. Personality issues aside, I outrank her. She understands what that means. I let out a breath and sat in the outpost chair. In any case, the ground forces will be reorganized into 2 units under Zoff and Sohn. No objections. I'll obey. Yes, of course. Zoph's click of the tongue at Sone's unnecessarily lively response reached my ears, but I ignored it and fixed my gaze on her. Tapping the armrest with my finger, I addressed the troublemaker coldly. Sone, let me say this first. I don't like you. If anything, I hate that reckless nature of yours. Quattro and Zoph are precious subordinates to me. Insults are forbidden. Now that you're under me, don't do anything beyond my orders. Understood. So quick, it seemed shallow, but that must just be how she is. She has high pride and knows the power of authority. That's why she's trying to cling to me, the higher authority now. It makes me sick, but it isn't wrong. As long as she follows orders, the rest doesn't matter. This is an organization. I'm not here to play with friends. I'll just have to watch her closely so she doesn't cause problems. Since Sone had quieted down for now, I folded my arms again and addressed all the demons. You may have your opinions, but this is the army. This is an organization. Duties are carried out by order alone. All eyes turned attentively to me. If you must have a clear contest, then do it within your duties. I declare I will evaluate you fairly by results. At that, everyone's eyes gleamed in agreement. I wasn't imitating the Demon King, but this way of speaking works better with them. And in truth, only results give one the right to speak. If used properly, even their competitiveness can fuel better performance. Not just suppressing them, but turning even their drive to fight into my results. That's what it means to use them well. Good grief, management is exhausting. Once I saw the atmosphere had settled, I stood from the chair. Quattro came closer. Princess, good work. Quattro, sorry, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going for a walk. Then I shall join you. No, it's fine. I'll just walk a bit and return to my room. You all dismiss as well, take the rest of the day off. With Quattro's bow seeing me off, I left the outpost. Section. So, with the noisy reorganization wrapped up, I handed the rest to Quattro and went for a walk to blow off fatigue. Sone had calmed down after repeated warnings, so while quarrels might happen, nothing major should. I trusted Quattro with that as well. I walked the corridors of the Demon King's army facility, making no attempt to hide my weary face. I'd been taking these walks for a few days now, as a change of pace. The news of Frictora's fall had spread somewhat in the Demon King's castle, and I'd gained recognition as the little demon. That honestly made me happy. Higher recognition in the castle directly ties to my safety. Usually I'd have Quattro or Zoph guard me on outings, but today I only meant to walk a little and then return. No problem. I strolled leisurely while glancing around the castle. It's only been about 2.5 months since I joined the demons. It felt longer, but in truth not much time had passed. And in that time, I had taken Autana and Frictora. I believe I've earned considerable recognition. Not exactly smooth sailing, but overall my performance is steadily rising. Foo-foo. Still many challenges ahead, but the results are starting to bear fruit. I walked lightly down the corridor, almost skipping. Passing demons glanced at my cheerful appearance, but I paid no mind. Results, more achievements, more recognition. When will the next operation order come? As I thought that, walking briskly. General Kokot. I turned at the call of my name, and there stood Elkuro-sama with some documents in hand. I bowed and hurried to him. Yes, did you call for me? I need your time. Do you mind? No, not at all. Good, then come to my parlor later. There's a task I'd like to entrust to you. I was delighted at the sudden assignment, yet at the same time, disheartened by the thought that it might involve a tea party. Chapter 35, A Pleasant Tea Party. I was stiff with tension. The reason was obvious. Right in front of me, Lord Elkuro was in good spirits as he poured hot water into a teacup. After being summoned, just like the several times before, I found myself in one of Lord Elkuro's tea party-like gatherings. Whenever Lord Elkuro summoned me, he always prepared tea. I fully understood that brewing tea was his hobby, but from my side I was constantly on edge, worrying I might make some blunder. Honestly, if there were reports or orders to give, I would prefer to keep it all businesslike and quick. That said, I could not possibly refuse an invitation from a superior, so each time I ended up having to sit wrapped in the fragrant aroma of tea. In my previous life, it was similar in mood to a meeting in a cafe, but truthfully, I could do without it. Still, if it were only like before, I had gradually gotten used to it, and I no longer became so hopelessly stiff with tension. But this time was different. No, far too different. Cold sweat kept pouring, my head lowered slightly. My heart was already pounding hard against my chest. What's wrong, Cocotte? You look nervous. Hiya. He suddenly spoke to me, and I gave a ridiculous answer. Yes, the one who had just spoken to me was the very reason for my nerves. Right now, in Lord Alcuro's private chambers, sitting at the same table for this tea party, were myself, Lord Alcuro, and the Demon King. Forgive me, not many in this castle will share tea with me. Perhaps my thoughts showed on my face, because Alcuro spoke with consideration, bringing me back to my senses. Words rose to my throat, of course that's how it would be, but I swallowed them back and forced an awkward smile. And no, I don't dislike it either. That's good then. I prepare it to ease tension, though more often than not it only makes people more nervous. If you can enjoy it honestly, then it's worth it. My nervousness was not from being served tea by Lord Alcuro, but from the Demon King, who was watching me with a grin. Yet I could not say anything, only nod along with a forced smile. Really, Lord Alcuro should realize why I was nervous. Why was he calmly brewing tea as if nothing were unusual? This was nothing like being summoned for tea by a superior. Sharing a table with the Demon King? In a merit-based army like this, and remembering what happened during the report after the Frictura campaign, I felt that dropping my cup might very well mean my head dropping along with it. Today's tea leaves are different than usual. I hope the taste suits you. Taste, as if I could focus on that, I was far too nervous to notice such things. More than the leaves, the situation was different. I complained inwardly, but I still had to answer, so I hurried to sip the tea and promptly burned my tongue. Hot, I let out a small cry, and Alcuro's face turned serious. Unlike the hot tea, I felt a chill run down my spine. I'm fine, it's very delicious. I gave a strained laugh, sweat pouring, but Alcuro's expression remained stiff. This was bad. Did I offend him by making light of the tea he had offered me? No doubt that was it. He had been pleased at acquiring new leaves, and I had spoiled it. That's why I hated these tea parties. Silence. Lord Alcuro fixed me with a steady gaze as I froze. I could not take it anymore. Still seated, I bowed my head deeply. My apologies. I tried to properly appreciate the tea you graciously offered, but ended up showing such disgrace. I should have apologized immediately. 10 years since I last worked as a salaryman, I had gotten dull. No need to apologize. More importantly, are you all right? I lifted my head timidly at Lord Alcuro's words. You burned your tongue. I will bring water. Perhaps it was too hot for you. My apologies. Why was he apologizing? I understood he was being considerate, but there was no need to go so far for someone like me. That in itself was frightening. As Alcuro stood, the Demon King chuckled. Alcuro has become quite kind, hasn't he? Don't you agree, Cocotte? Why yes, it is far more kindness than I deserve. I saluted instinctively at the Demon King's words, and he laughed again at how absurd that looked. I could not read him at all. My body felt like every drop of water was pouring out as cold sweat. By the way, why did you take Sewn in? My shoulders jumped. I hadn't expected to be asked directly. But from the Demon King's perspective, it must look as if I had saved someone he had punished. Yes, with respect, Sewn's combat ability is exceptional. I thought it a waste to let her rot. So you mean my punishment was a waste? No good. Did I word that poorly? I had considered such a response possible, but my words had been too plain, and perhaps I had offended him. And no, not at all. I simply thought leaving capable personnel idle in a cell would be a loss for the Demon King's army. That's enough, Cocotte. Lord Demon King, ease up on your teasing. Lord Alcuro returned with a jug of water and cut my desperate excuses short. Chided, the Demon King broke into laughter. Phew ha ha, seems I have been scolded. I was too mean, wasn't I? Phew ha ha, I told you before you may do as you like with Sewn. I don't intend to argue now. Use her well. Was I teased? Sweat burst out of me and I slumped back in my chair, strength draining from my body. The Demon King laughed again at that. This was no joke. His jokes never sounded like jokes. With him, you could never tell how serious he was, and it was terrifying. Besides, why was the Demon King even here? I certainly did not remember ever being close enough to share tea like this. She really is an amusing girl. No wonder Alcuro favors her. Forgive me, Cocotte. The Demon King wished to attend, and so it became like this. Not at all. Please, no need to consider me. So the Demon King himself wanted to attend. Why? No, thinking about it was useless. He was unreadable. And even if I knew, what good would it do me? For now, it seemed he had no particular business with me. Then what I should do now was not sip tea nervously, nor tremble in fear. I took a deep breath, looked to Lord Alcuro, and asked, "So then, what is the work?" "Section, the Confederation, you say?" "Yes, a message just arrived from the Harpy unit stationed on the border. They reported a force from the Confederation crossing into our territory. The Confederation is, as its name suggests, a coalition of small northern states. But why? Unlike Faltmere, they aren't in open war with us. I can't imagine a reason for them to step onto our land." Lord Alcuro sipped his tea and nodded. Then the Demon King spoke. "The reason doesn't matter, Cocotte. We have dealings with them, but only under the condition that neither side steps on the other's lawn. If they step on ours, then we must act before the lawn is trampled." "Yes, you are absolutely right," I answered, though a question did rise. Why had not the border guards dealt with them before they crossed? The Demon King's words explained it soon enough. Politics is troublesome. Even if you rebuke them for stepping over the threshold, if they quickly draw back their foot, they will argue they never touched the lawn. So we must allow them at least one step. I see. Without a justification of self-defense, we would end up at a political disadvantage. In my previous life, too, there were endless disputes about patrol planes and fishing boats crossing borders. So the idea was to let them step once, then respond with rightful defense. I understand. What is the size of the crossing force? Still under investigation, but Alcuro. Yes. The Harpies reported roughly 500 men. 500. I could not help repeating it. That number wasn't just scouts stirring trouble. It was clearly an advance force. They probably intended to wander about demon territory and then withdraw. But they had the numbers to handle an accidental skirmish. Quite spirited tourists, aren't they? The Demon King nodded at my remark and leaned back, while Lord Alcuro stirred milk into his tea and looked at me. "Therefore, General Cocotte, I am issuing an order. Take your army, greet the Confederation's intruding force, and see them politely home." I see. When they said work, I had hoped for the decoy march, but this could not be helped. If Faltmere's war was disrupted, all would be ruined. It was absolutely necessary to stop the Confederation's interference, even if it was only reconnaissance. And politely home meant exactly this. We were not yet seeking open war with the Confederation. So host them and then send them back. In other words, respond to their trespass with rightful defense, break them moderately, and drive them off. For the Confederation to make such reconnaissance without declaring war, there must be political reasons. That was the Demon King's domain, not mine, but I could guess. If we framed this as self-defense, we could gain an advantage in future dealings. The Confederation still hesitated to go to war against us. But with our war against Faltmere intensifying, they were probably weighing their options. I see. Then I would execute my task perfectly. It was a mission directly from the Demon King. Success would surely earn me further recognition. I want the Confederation's move dealt with at once. The decoy march is still being prepared. We cannot afford distractions. Understood. In truth, the front is not faring well. Mir is fighting valiantly, but Uragakna is being pushed back. So there had been developments at the front. If I remember correctly, Lord Uragakna had been facing the heroes. The battle had been a stalemate for quite some time, and now it shifted. Faltmere is committing more heavily. Likely so, but the movement is strange. After Frictera, you would expect caution, yet they are concentrating on the front. And now this border crossing. The timing is too convenient. So the Confederation is aiding Faltmere. We can't confirm yet, but reports say unknown soldiers have appeared among the enemy ranks. The Confederation's siding with Faltmere was not good, but not unexpected. The Confederation was a mix of many non-demon states. If Faltmere fell to demons, they could be next. It was logical for them to join Faltmere and try to crush us first. If they had instead drawn closer to us, thinking of when demons would win, it might have been amusing. In the end, humans are the same. Even as nations, they cling to the strong and think only of their own gain. General Cocotte, can you handle it? Lord Alcuro asked. I saluted sharply in my seat. Understood, I will punish their shallow actions. Those who trespass on our land will be properly escorted out. Both Lord Alcuro and the Demon King nodded at my words. Then excuse me. I will prepare at once and depart. Good. I clumsily climbed down from the tall chair, bowed, and left the room. Now then, how should I handle this? A perfect appetizer before the true campaign. It would serve as a test run for my reorganized army. And above all, if the Confederation sided with the hated Faltmare, then I would show them no mercy. With the main front being pushed, the decoy march needed to launch soon. If the timing was missed, it would be meaningless. Therefore, I adjusted my hat, my crimson eyes glimmering in the shadow of its brim. Chapter 36, A Pleasant Meal. While Cocotte was being summoned by Alcuro, inside the entertainment district of the Demon King's castle. They told us we were off duty and free to do as we liked, so we headed into town for now. Zoff spoke in a sullen tone. Why the hell are you here too? Oh my. Sohn walked beside Quatre and Zoff with a composed look. After the unit reorganization at the barracks, Quatre and Zoff had gone into the city, and Sohn had simply tagged along as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her jet-black twin tails swaying as she followed without a care, Zoff called her out, but Sohn replied as though it were nothing unusual. I was simply curious, what Lady Cocotte's subordinates usually do. You're not invited, go home. Wait, Zoff. Perhaps this is the time to deepen the camaraderie among us subordinates, for the sake of the princess' honor. Quatre stepped in, trying to ease the situation. He was quick to think that keeping up his dislike of Sohn would only sully Cocotte's name, since she had taken Sohn under her wing, and so he tried to shift his feelings. Unlike Zoff, Quatre had no ingrained grudge against her race, only her bad reputation. Even so, he remained wary of her since she had been blatantly disrespectful to Cocotte in Autana. But if Cocotte had taken her in to bolster their strength, then it was a subordinate's duty to honor that intent. Quatre tried to accept her without complaint, but Zoff, though he understood, still couldn't swallow his resentment. Scratching his head, he glared at Sohn's smug face. Quatre, I get what you're saying, but still. Put it aside, Zoff. The princess said it herself. Rank should be determined by duty, not by personal feelings. Yeah, I know. But it still depends on this one. Zoff jerked his chin toward Sohn, glaring. Sohn laughed smugly, hands on her hips, chest thrust out. Oh my, I agree with you. I don't want Lady Cocotte to dislike me. Besides, once we're in battle, the difference in class will be obvious. Her overflowing confidence made Quatre sigh. He tapped his thick tail on the ground a few times, venting his exasperation and irritation. Compared to them, this vampire woman was small, but when it came to arrogance, she was bolder than expected. With every breath came another provocative remark, and Quatre couldn't help but wonder if she even understood what it meant to build camaraderie. Zoff muttered under his breath, "She's already hated," his temple twitching, though he somehow held himself back. Well, anyway, Quatre, what you said makes sense. Oh. Sohn looked at Quatre, gave a little cough, then flashed her sharp, jagged teeth in a grin. So why don't we all share a meal together? Section. Quatre, Zoff, and Sohn, the three captains, sat around a table in a tavern-like eatery. Unlike Quatre and Zoff, who looked annoyed, Sohn fidgeted restlessly, her eyes darting around the noisy place. What's with you? There ain't anything special here. This is my first time in such a place. It's awfully loud. Of course it is. If you wanted class, you should have gone to a fancy place. This is the back streets. I see. Because Sohn kept looking all over. Even Quatre and Zoff across from her couldn't settle down while waiting for food. You're not a child. Sit still and wait. Ah, why yes, you're right. Flustered, Sohn slumped heavily into her chair and crossed her legs. Quatre almost scolded her for being vulgar, but gave up, resting his chin on his hand instead. Soon their food arrived. Quatre and Zoff both ordered their usual, sautéed herbivore monster meat set meals. Zoff also got human meat gratin. Sohn, not particularly choosy, had ordered the same as Quatre. They ate in silence at first. Eventually, Zoff drained the beer he'd casually ordered, exhaled, and broke the quiet. Hey, damn vampire. Sohn, if you please. You may even call me Lady Sohn. As if. Sohn, why the hell'd you get so attached to the young lady? Ordering more booze, Sohn glanced between Zoff and Quatre, the latter still eating but clearly listening. She exhaled as if to say, that's all. I fell in love with Lady Cocotte at first sight. Huh? At first it was just her looks. I adore cute girls, you see. Normally I'd want to pin them down and take everything. But Lady Cocotte was different. I couldn't take her. That only made my feelings grow stronger, and of course that's not all. There was a turning point in Sone's devotion. She had always preferred women, and Cocotte's rare white hair and red eyes, her beautiful yet eerie appearance, drew her first. But that was lust for conquest, not worship. The true trigger was seeing Cocotte in Autana, laughing amid the corpses of Frictera's knights. A human commanding demons, treating even herself like a mere tool. Acting like outwitting others was only natural, and not stopping the Demon King's punishment upon her. That cold cruelty, that icy gaze, the chill of it made Sone shiver with delight, a little girl who never flinched before her. At first Sone wanted to break her. But pierced by that gaze, punished and left to rot in a cold, dark prison, the day Cocotte reappeared before her, she had never looked so beautiful. The cruelty hidden in that tiny chest is the opposite of her doll-like cuteness. That distorted existence captured my heart completely. She waved her knife and fork like a conductor's baton as she swooned. Lady Cocotte surely revels in battle. She isn't some human child. She is something far more dreadful and wonderful. At that, Quatre muttered, "The princess' cruelty and coldness come only from hatred. She cannot possibly be enjoying it." "Do you think so?" That time, when she danced among the corpses after the battle, she was utterly grotesque. Quatre had seen it too, so he could not entirely deny it. He could not say she enjoyed her revenge, but she was undeniably fulfilled after killing humans. Yet to Quatre, it always seemed forced, as though she was trying to fill a void. That was why he could not agree with Sone's version of Cocotte. It had been less than 3 months since they had joined her, and though she was no ordinary child, she was still young. If her revenge consumed her, he had to support her before she collapsed. Thinking this, he recalled what Zoff had told him the other day, that he was getting too attached to a human. I too thought I had lived on nothing but revenge. But in protecting the princess, maybe I have grown attached. Maybe I too am only trying to force myself to feel fulfilled. He smiled wryly to himself and kept eating. In any case, you're her subordinate now. Curb your behavior and act like one, and eat a little more properly. Sone glared at Quatre with sauce at the corner of her mouth. Annoying Dragonoot, I haven't forgotten you smacking me away with your tail in Frictera. Her sulky face made Zoff burst out laughing, then cough and pound his chest as he choked. Sone clicked her tongue at him. Cough, cough, ha, nice one, Quatre. Hi, ogre, don't you laugh too much. That hurt like hell. Ah, my bad, my bad. Thanks for the great drinking story. You bastard. Sone stood and slammed a foot on the table. As the tavern's patrons turned their eyes, Quatre sighed, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and glared at her. Don't put your feet on the table. I only protected the general. If you act out again, next time it won't be just my tail. I get it, I won't be rude. Things are different now. Lady Cocotte is my beloved, my fated woman. Then sit down. Our behavior reflects on the princess' reputation. Rudeness isn't only direct actions. You don't want her to hate you. Quatre's words made Sone flinch. And remember this, unlike us, your place is thanks only to her mercy. If anything happens, we cannot guarantee your safety. Why yes, I understand. Sone deflated, sat back down, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and fiddled with her fork. Hess, if you just acted like that from the start, we'd be fine. DHH. Stung by Zoff's follow-up jab, Sone sulked but didn't snap back, only biting into her fork-stabbed meat. After a few scuffles, they finished their meal and stretched outside together. Watching the demons pass by, they exhaled with full bellies. Then came a small voice. So you were here. Looking over, Cocotte was perched on the shoulder of the orc god, who was lumbering toward them. An urgent matter has come up. I was looking for you. Times like this, Odd's nose is useful. Hehe, I got praised. As Odd offered his arm for her to step down, Cocotte landed on the ground. The praise seemed to please Odd so much that he covered his face with his free hand. But unlike Odd's expression, Cocotte's face was cold and hard. Quatre, guessing the reason, bowed at once. Princess, this urgent matter. Facing her, Quatre asked. Zoff and Sone stood at her sides, awaiting her words. Odd hurried to stand by Zoff. Looking at the four of them, Cocotte spoke. You've eaten, then. Rejoice, everyone. Boring off-duty time is over. We have a fun job. Get ready. We're going to give someone a welcome. Chapter 37, Snowbound Tragedy. Northern Demon Territory. near the Confederation border, a land where rugged mountains and deep, vast forests intermix. Snow falls endlessly here, piling thick upon the land. The mountains are dyed white, the trees constantly weighed down by snow upon their branches, a barren land. Through this land echoed heavy metallic sounds, the countless footsteps crunching through snow. 500 soldiers of the Confederation. A grand march of heavily armored infantry and supply wagons. They wore heavy armor, yet bore no flags. Their mission was reconnaissance of demon territory. The Confederation was secretly aiding Faltmare, but still hesitated to decide which side to ultimately take. Still, sneaking into the Demon King's backyard at a time like this makes me wonder if our leaders are sane. One soldier muttered, addressing the man marching beside him, the commander of the column. The commander exhaled white breath, glancing about. A barren land indeed. I understand the sentiment. This is no place for men to tread. But if we don't observe the Demon King's movements here, once war between the demons and Faltmare breaks out in earnest, we won't be able to foresee the Confederation's fate. So, to put it plainly, we're confirming whether the Demon King is really ignoring us. But by trespassing like this, aren't we only provoking him? I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. But there's no mistaking it that we're being sent into a death trap just to ease the fears of trembling bureaucrats. It would be fortunate to return without contact, but unlikely. Whatever way one looks at it, this is an act of aggression. That's why they gathered this many soldiers from the start, expecting resistance. It's chilling. Outwardly, the Confederation still trades with the demons, yet here we are striking first, handing them justification to crush us. Better to rely on Faltmare's valiant struggle. Between intelligent monsters like demons and fellow humans, the upper brass spout lofty words about joining hands with our own kind. I've no wish to die for such platitudes. That much is true, said another soldier, nodding. The commander led at the front, occasionally glancing back at the column. 500 soldiers and wagon trains stretched in a long column, advancing 4 abreast. Though the snow swallowed their legs up to the knees with every step, the march proceeded smoothly enough. They were moving through a valley hemmed in by mountains on both sides, but the forest below should serve as good cover to conceal them. Even if spotted, long-range attacks shouldn't be effective. Still, the commander kept vigilance tight. They had already crossed the border under tension, and much time had passed. Maintaining full alertness under such pressure was beyond ordinary mental strength, worn thin by fatigue and anxiety. And perhaps unable to bear that tension, the muttering and chatter that had been rising in recent days reached his ears again. Man, how long are we gonna keep walking here? I want to go back and drink some hot bean soup. I'd rather hold a woman than soup. That'll keep me warm all night. You guys who play around sure talk differently. Seeing this scenery makes me think of winters back home, splitting firewood and all. They laughed. Strictly, as they were in enemy land, the commander ought to rebuke them. But he couldn't. Their light chatter was simply the flip side of their fear. All of them were afraid. The Demon King. His true form still unknown, despite trade existing, all that was ever told was how terrifying he was, and they were now trespassing into his land without leave. How could they not be uneasy? Treading pathless snow, nearly tripping, sometimes slashing away blocking branches and vines with swords. One had to wonder whether this march meant anything at all. All of them thought it, but none dared say so aloud. Instead, they kept up their foolish banter. With a sigh, the commander pressed them onward. But then, halt, you there, soldiers of the Confederation. Suddenly, upon the white wasteland, rang a voice far too ill-fitting. A sharp, high-pitched voice. A child's voice, a girl's voice. The commander and his men tensed at once, scanning the area. Some of them spotted the source, along with the beating of wings. Above. When did it appear? A massive dragonute loomed overhead. The soldiers doubted the voice came from that beast, then noticed someone upon its back. A child. The commander cried out before he could stop himself. Clad in a black, heavy coat, wearing a deep hat, but hair the same pure white as the surrounding snow could not be concealed. From beneath the hat peered crimson eyes, a small, perfectly formed face, almost fairy-like. That little girl cast down a gaze as cold as the frigid air upon the soldiers. What was she? A demon? A child astride a dragonute. A bizarre sight. The soldiers half wavered between confusion and alarm, hands on weapons. The commander held them back with a gesture. Stepping forward, the commander met the child's gaze. Around her, in addition to the massive dragonoot, no less than 30 more dragonoots circled in flight. A scout unit? No, that attire was no common soldiers. And looking closer, while her eyes were demon-like and crimson, she bore no other demon traits. This matched the rumors. A human with the demon aspect, all the more baffling. What did it mean? Section: I will ask again. You appear to be soldiers of the Confederation. Will you answer? I repeated myself, as they gave no reply at first. Breathing in this cold air just to speak hurt. Best to finish quickly. Hugging my shivering body, I waited for the words of the soldiers flustered below. No answer. Then I shall state matters unilaterally. I ask your reason for invading demon lands without leave. I will hear your excuse briefly if you care to speak, but silence will be judged an act of war. At my words, the soldiers stirred. Murmurs rose among them. Surely they had not thought discovery impossible. Not with such a sloppy march, not with 500 men. This world may lack radios or radar, but surely they weren't really so complacent as to think themselves tourists. Our eyes were those of the harpies. Even snow-cloaked forests could not hide them. If they weren't ignorant of demons, they'd have known to beware. Reading that much, I saw the Confederation's naive outlook on war. Likely a rogue faction pushing to side with Faltmare. Otherwise, at the level of a state, the gains were too few. Well then, what would these fools, pawns of such schemes, do? Commander, what shall we do? A soldier by the commander's side touched his sword, but the commander stayed with him. Wait! The plan changes the moment we are discovered. That one is surely a general. Look at her attire. She's human. What's going on? Did the Demon King side with humans? Did Faltmare betray us? Ignoring his rattled men, the commander stepped forward, raising his voice to me. You appear to be a general of the demon army. Indeed, my name is Kokot, a general in service to the Demon King. At my reply, the commander's face darkened. He had guessed it, but hearing it aloud still shocked him. He spoke again. We are 500 soldiers of the Confederation. During a training march, we lost our way and wandered here. This was no deliberate invasion. So they would insist it was no invasion, stressing their number as intimidation. A way of saying, fight us and it won't be without cost. And calling it training, with wagons in tow, did they think to hide that? No, the point was that they would deny it to the end. They meant to insist it was all a mistake. They'd slip if I examined their wagons, but that would risk too much. Besides, I never intended to let them leave alive. I had been ordered to give them hospitality. General Kokot, forgive the impertinence, but might you guide us to the road back to the border? Commander, it cannot be helped. I know you will not believe us. The commander spoke on, but it mattered not. These exchanges were meaningless now. I see. Very well, I shall guide you. My thanks. Or so I would say. The commander's face froze. 500 men marching with wagons, so near the border, is hardly peaceful. With a cold gaze, I slowly curved my lips upward. Why, it looks to me like a rehearsal for war. The soldiers tensed as one at my words. Then, the commander clicked his tongue. At last he understood. We were no envoys, but had come to expel intruders. He drew his sword, shouting the order to intercept. His men moved swiftly, scattering into the trees for cover. Using the forest as a shield, the dragonoots would have no clear attack angle. That was his call. He wasn't wrong. They outnumbered us. A fair fight on this terrain might favor them, but we had no wish to suffer losses either. Then arrows flew at me. Quattro swatted them down, but their quick transition impressed me. My, we haven't even struck yet, and it's already so violent. An unannounced attack is nothing but barbarism. But it gave us the perfect excuse. Enough to prove our righteousness. Justice was ours. Quattro the signal. At my short command, Quattro gave a great roar. Loud enough the soldiers below clutched their ears. At this range, I held mine tight, yet still felt them ring. Quattro glanced at me in concern, and I patted his back to say I was fine. Now it begins. This would be fun. A few seconds after Quattro's roar, silence fell upon the snow-clad forest. Then, from afar, a thunderous boom. The soldiers' alarm was palpable, but it was far too soon to be surprised. What? The commander stiffened, but no stance would help. What was about to strike could never be withstood by men, not in this world. Not even in that world, with all its science and civilization. Avalanches are terrifying, no matter the world. At that instant, it came. From atop the mountains flanking the forest where the soldiers had taken cover, the earth itself seemed to slide. A colossal avalanche. The white torrent roared down, swallowing screaming men, striking the column dead center. Trees were nothing before that crushing weight, toppled and swept away. I watched, pleased, as snow clouds billowed upward. We had carried rock bombs up the mountain and detonated them, triggering this man-made avalanche. I wasn't sure it would work, not being an expert, but it did. That was why we scouted their route with harpies, then waited in this valley to meet them. Cries of chaos rose from below. Report the damage, damn, what was that? Snow just swept us away. Commander, the 3rd to 6th companies were swallowed. Visual confirmation, likely many more casualties. Commander, from between the trees, enemies, demons attacking. Yes, not over yet. While they faltered under the avalanche, we sent in ground troops. Confused soldiers would fall easily. Enemies, enemy attack, demons, swordsmen, orcs in numbers. Goblins too, from both sides. The soldier shouted, pointing his blade. From the woods surged demons, their bodies unfazed by snow, and among them those two. Finally, our turn. The young lady said we could kill half. Time to have some fun. Ah, this one-sided slaughter is irresistible, as expected of Lady Cocotte. Zoff hefted his great axe, scattering snow as he charged. Tson brandished her lance, leaping through the trees to plunge into the soldiers. What followed was nothing but massacre. The white snow carpet quickly mottled with red, like strawberry syrup spilled over shaved ice, I thought. Already the soldiers of the Confederation had lost their will. Officers shouted to rally them, to reform the lines, but they were helpless before the demons' rampage. What is this? We weren't told of this. This isn't what we agreed. Let me go home. Won't you fight back, humans? Amid soldiers' cries, Zoff swung his axe with glee. His momentum seemed set on annihilation. Tson too was in high spirits, perhaps thrilled at battle again. Laughing, she thrust her lance, skewering 3 at once, then waved it at me as if seeking praise. I ignored her. Now for the finale. The officers yet lived. The soldiers were entirely en route. The commander and his staff barely kept order to withdraw. Right seized the haughty officers. The rest we let flee. The time is right. Zoff ordered the demons. Good timing. I'd commend him later. Not enough. Hey, crude high ogre, can't we kill a few more? No, stupid vampire. Do it, and you'll get scolded by the young lady. That I don't want. Unlike Zoff, Tson would need a scolding. Chastising her, Zoff surveyed the scene. Demons were already capturing the officers. Some were hauled up by the scruff by orcs, others pinned under goblins. The commander himself stood at lance point, Tson pressing her bloodied weapon to his throat, making him yield. I descended to join them, watching the routed soldiers flee. As I leapt from Quatre's back, I landed on my rear, half buried in snow. Hiya! I yelped at the freezing wet seeping into me. Quatre quickly pulled me up, biting at my coat. The snow here was too deep for me. Even standing, I sank past my waist. I regretted coming down at all as I faced the captured soldiers. Well then, gentlemen. For rude tourists, there is fitting hospitality. You shall see demon lands as you wished, as prisoners. Of course, the course and plan are ours to decide. Grinning mischievously, I said this. The commander looked at me as if at some horror. You are human, are you not? Was it doubtful that I was human? What a delightful question, then I shall answer. I was called a demon. Chapter 38, Desired Words, Undesired Words. Well, good work out there. Border garrison, within demon territory. The strangely lax voice echoed in this outpost, carved out of a region where rugged mountains and deep forests mingled. I was drying my wet coat at the log fireplace when I glanced toward the speaker. She wore what looked like a simplified sleeveless uniform with a short skirt. Her legs were fully those of a bird, feathers peeking out at her limbs and neckline, warm and fluffy. It looked cozy. Her droopy eyes and short hair cut to her shoulders, the same bright green as her feathers, left a strong impression. This harpy girl was General Chickbull of the Border Guard. She had once served under the 4 Heavenly Kings strategist Polinia, but after Lady Polinia's death, she left frontline combat and now commanded the Guard Corps. She was apparently older than she looked. Demons lived long, so I knew appearances didn't reveal age, but she looked even younger than Tson. At first, she seemed shocked by my appearance and the fact that I was human, but her easygoing personality meant she held no prejudice and welcomed me in. That helped, though it felt less like she was understanding, more like she just didn't care about my race or looks. At first, I thought her too carefree, but she proved unexpectedly reasonable. And when it came to work, she was efficient. That turned her lightness from careless into approachable, and I quickly took a liking to her. And so, with a broad grin, Chickbull welcomed us back to the outpost after we returned with our prisoners. I handed the captives to Chickbull, and, while warming myself so I wouldn't catch a cold, one of her harpies deftly brought me a mug. A drink like hot coffee. The warmth seeped into my hands and filled me with quiet happiness. But after one sip, I grimaced. Ahaha, General Cocotte can't handle bitterness, huh? I've got a sweet tooth. Sorry, but do you have any sugar? Rubbing my tongue against my teeth to chase away the bitter taste, I took the sugar offered, grabbed blocks in my fist, and dumped them straight in. The harpy holding the sugar bowl was stunned at the amount, but this was just right for me. I sipped the now syrupy coffee, satisfied, and let out a long breath. You're really childlike about stuff like that. That has nothing to do with age. It's just a matter of taste. Ahaha, are you mad? Not really. When Chickbull laughed teasingly, I scowled at her, prompting her to say sorry. I may look like this, but my mind holds 40 years of memories. I dislike being treated like a child. Even if you can't handle bitter things, little cocotte, you sure act boldly, like bringing down a mountain. Where I'm from, in regions like that, avalanches are the main danger. A terrifying force of nature. I see, we harpies don't think about that much, living up in the sky. Her words sounded impressive, so I added that it had just been a thought that came to me. In any case, it was thanks to your harpy's eyes that things went so smoothly. I'm grateful. Yeah, we're comrades after all, so the prisoners. I'll interrogate them. Warming my hands on the mug, I answered. The captives were locked in the outpost jail. I would go once I was warmed. For now, Zoff and Sohn were watching over them with the harpies. Well, yeah, they didn't come all this way just for a walk. And there's no sense in the Confederation suddenly attacking, not if you think about profit and loss. Most likely some faction pushed for a hasty decision, or its collusion with Faltmare. Either way, we just need to make them talk. Once I had drunk enough of the sweet coffee to feel warm, I put on a fresh coat and set my mug on the table. Then, I'll go ask our guests their purpose. Thanks for the coffee. Chickbull waved her wings in response as I left the outpost. Quatra, waiting at the entrance, handed me my hat. I pulled it tight and stepped into the freezing cold, heading for the jail section. And that is the situation. Having finished the interrogation, I left matters to Chickbull and returned to the Demon King's castle. I immediately reported to Lord Elcuro, once again dragged into a tea session as I explained the outcome. The chill of the north still seemed to linger in me, so the warmth of the tea seeped into my body and melted me inside. Lord Elcuro, sipping his own cup, listened to my report while I spoke, sometimes pausing to sip my large cup of tea with both hands. The prisoner's account was mostly as expected. The majority of the Confederation's counselors had decided to side with Faltmare, overruling the opposition, dispatching troops to aid them. At the same time, they carried out a forced reconnaissance by crossing into demon territory. Ironically, their motives resembled our own decoy march scheme, but their crossing was thwarted without effect. Still, while the incursion itself failed, their actual reinforcement of Faltmare's forces was no small matter. Indeed, that was why Lord Uragachna had been forced to yield ground at the front. When my report, laced with analysis, came to a pause, Lord Elcuro took a sip of tea. I see. Once again, you did well to swiftly eliminate the incursion force. I'm honored. And the captured officers. They remain under General Chickbull's custody at the border garrison. Considering their political value, I've arranged for them to be transferred here at once if needed. At first, I wondered how to handle Confederation soldiers if they refused to speak, but they turned out dissatisfied with the operation, morale was low, and after the battle they were worn down. With a little pressure, they babbled freely. We demons offered them safety in return. Choosing their own lives over their state was no crime. Hard, being a mere limb of a many-brained state. I acted like I sympathized, but in truth I was just thinking ahead. If the Confederation demanded their release, we could return them with advantageous terms. Maybe that would even boost my evaluation. I wasn't as bad as Zone, but I thought about how to earn recognition. And when I succeeded, of course I wanted it acknowledged. So I wanted Lord Elcuro to praise me. And he did, nodding once before speaking. Not killing the prisoners earns you high marks. I'll inform General Chickbull to send them here later. The Confederation may disown them, but even then, there's use to be had. Thank you. Even if the Confederation turns a blind eye, they can't explain away our holding their officers. The political advantage is secure. They've been careless. I'm impressed that someone your age already grasps politics and acts accordingly in war. Was that praise? I thought so, and answered with thanks. Lord Elcuro sighed as if to say, "What can you do?" but I didn't dwell on it. Because the next words he spoke were the ones I had longed to hear. Now then, if the Confederation is entering the war in earnest, we must act. Then, the decoy march will be moved up. General Cocotte, prepare, you leave in 10 days. Yes, finally, a definite date, a declared departure. Proof of a real campaign. Once spoken, it couldn't be taken back. All that remained was to execute. I almost burst into a grin, but Lord Elcuro's cough made me straighten my face. Not good. Lately my emotions slip out too easily. I must remain composed in these talks, but I couldn't contain my excitement. At last, the sprout bore fruit. Finally, an operation to infiltrate Faltmere itself would begin. General Cocotte, you will command the decoy march. This is the Demon King's decree. Lord Elcuro said it with a slightly odd expression, but I bowed deeply in acceptance. Damn. Behind my lowered head, I couldn't suppress my grin. I should thank the Confederation. Their rash interference brought the march forward. The situation was dire, being pressed by Faltmere, but that was why we finally got the green light for a plan to strike back. And for me, a direct commission from the Demon King himself. To be trusted that far was a blessing. When I raised my head, Lord Elcuro's eyes met mine, and he said he wished to continue the planning immediately. I agreed. The troops for the march were already arranged. With the forces I had gathered, it would suffice. Supplies and support he had arranged. The discussion went smoothly. Troop strength, needed supplies, march routes. We spent a long time aligning details. I took notes to relay to the 3 captains, listening to Lord Elcuro outline the plan and offering my input. Ah, these familiar meetings, how meaningful it is, devising and imagining a project about to launch. I even felt a trace of joy, though I kept my face strictly neutral. By the time several cups of tea had gone cold, the meeting finally ended. Military planning was tough, but worthwhile. I hopped down from my chair and bowed. That was the day's business done. The 3 captains had returned to their quarters, as had the lower demons. I thought about returning to my room to rest. General Cocotte, do you have plans now? Lord Elcuro stopped me. I turned to him again, posture straight. No, none in particular. I was going to return to my room since I dismissed my subordinates. Did you need me? Well, actually. Lord Elcuro hesitated, and I tilted my head. Lord Elcuro. Forgive me. The truth is, I was thinking of inviting you to dinner. What? I blurted before stiffening. How about dinner tonight? Want to grab a drink? The kind of invitation I'd heard from bosses in my past life. Framed as thanks or relaxation, but really a place to have talks you couldn't in the workplace. Meals where I barely tasted the food, just listening to my boss's stories. Drinks where I heard things I shouldn't and got roped into projects. Not one good memory. And now here, of all places, Lord Elcuro himself said it. I'd set aside tonight for leisure anyway. Since taking you in, we haven't had much chance to talk. So he said, if he meant formal conversation, we'd had it at tea, so this must be personal. True, there'd been no such chance, but because it wasn't needed. And what would I talk privately about with one of the 4 heavenly kings? If duty demanded it, fine, but I'd rather not. One reason was my fear of getting in too deep. Being evaluated, then pressured into more work over dinner. My old memories gave me chills, but you can't refuse an invitation from your superior. The instinct of hierarchy burned into me and stole my choice. So, looking at Lord Elcuro's earnest gaze, my twisted half-smile gave way to these words. No, I had no plans for dinner. I would be honored to accompany you. Chapter 39, Misunderstanding. When walking through the streets, I was wrapped in a kind of tension, unlike any I had ever felt before. To be honest, it was uncomfortable. Walking beside me was El Curo of the 4 Heavenly Kings. It wasn't as if he was escorting me, and there wasn't even a conversation between us. We were simply walking side by side. I had tried to keep half a step behind him, but with the difference in our stride, I ended up having to trot. El Curo, seeing this, adjusted his pace to match mine. I felt bad. So, the sight of a heavenly king in military uniform walking side by side with a general through the streets at night must have made passers-by wonder what was going on. And I, being a human general, meant that El Curo was openly parading around with a human. Because of that, the stares had been pricking at me, and since I never liked being the center of attention to begin with, it was all the more unpleasant. A glance at El Curo showed him walking with good posture and a calm, composed face. I tugged my hat low and walked with my face turned down, as if to hide. Thinking about the meal to come, where it would be just the two of us, made my stomach ache even more than the tea party. I had no idea what he would say, but experience told me it would probably be nothing good. But wait. If El Curo and I, his subordinate general, were walking like this together, then it would serve as a very visible way of advertising my presence to the demons in the Demon King's castle, discouraging them from interfering with me. That was surely a big plus, wasn't it? Even though I'd started to get known as the little demon, that nuance carried only fear. Fear born from negative feelings burst suddenly, so I needed a little more of a decisive weight. Since I'd never been seen in the company of anyone outranking me, this walk now carried significant meaning for my safety. No demon would dare harm someone who went out to dine with El Curo. The influence of the 4 Heavenly Kings was that big, even I understood that well. It felt like I was forcefully twisting the current situation into a convenient perspective, but I embraced it anyway, straightened my back, and decided to walk with pride. This could be a huge step toward my goal of living happily among the demons. Even with the gloomy conversation to come, the benefits would more than outweigh it. If I made use of El Curo's authority, my position would be secure. Perhaps I'd even be able to walk the streets without needing Quattro or Zoff to accompany me. In the end, connections were what mattered. Especially for someone as powerless as me, they were even more important, though in any world it was the same. That's why now I'd treat this awkwardness as a necessary expense and make sure to firmly plant in the minds of the people the image of me at El Curo's side. But the place El Curo brought me was not the sort of casual eatery where I might come with Quattro and the others, a place familiar even for soldiers. It was refined, with luxurious interiors. A place like a top-class restaurant where only nobles might go. Unaccustomed, my eyes darted nervously, but El Curo looked completely at ease, calmly making arrangements with a demon waiter before calling me along. We were being shown to our seats. I followed El Curo and the waiter deeper into the restaurant, looking around as I went, truly civilized. Demons dressed formally were enjoying their meals each in their own way. Seeing such a sight made me think again that, despite the differences in race, the lives of demons were essentially the same as humans, though with a somewhat rougher edge. Even so, I was honestly bad with this kind of high-class environment. And then, the seat we were shown to was a secluded corner at the very back. An unpleasant feeling grew in me. Such places were perfect for private conversations. The seat clearly fit that requirement. As prompted, I sat down across from El Curo, my hands clenched tightly on my lap, body tense. Stepping back to consider the situation, it made no sense. I was here because El Curo had invited me. He now busied himself with placing various orders to the waiter, doing it so smoothly it was clear he was used to this. Though we were both still in military uniform, the difference in how naturally he belonged here compared to me was like night and day. He then asked what I wanted to eat. I hadn't thought about it at all, and it felt rude to just say anything. But when I tried, he narrowed it down kindly, asking if I preferred vegetables, fish, or meat, and if meat, what kind. Given choices like that, I had no choice but to answer. I picked chicken and vegetables. El Curo nodded and gave the order to the waiter. When the waiter left, I let out a breath of relief. In dealing with military duty, I was starting to get a sense of what kind of person El Curo was. But outside of that, I knew nothing of him. Which meant I couldn't gauge the right way to talk to him or even the proper sense of distance. It was hard. If this were back in my office worker days, maybe I could have handled it. But with a heavenly king, I had no confidence I could play it well. So I decided not to force a conversation, instead going passive and letting things flow. The result? For a while, only the faint clinking of dishes against plates filled the silence. Alcuro said nothing, just ate gracefully. That made me nervous. Watching him, glancing at his face now and then, I struggled with a dining table too large for my small body. Not wanting to be rude, I couldn't kneel on the chair either, so I desperately tried to cut the chicken on my plate with a knife, fighting the mismatch in size. Eating as carefully as I could not to look clumsy, the happiness on my tongue was at odds with the lack of peace in my mind. When I finished the main dish and wiped my mouth with a napkin, I looked at Alcuro and met his eyes. He was gazing at me while swirling his wineglass. I nearly looked away but forced myself to hold it and resignedly opened my mouth. Lord Alcuro, I am grateful for the honor of accompanying you in such a place. These refined dishes are not things I would ever normally taste. If you're satisfied, then I am glad. At least during meals, one should forget war and partake of the peaceful culture our people have created. For words from a heavenly king, it seemed strangely laid back. Even in wartime, I believe it is wrong to live for battle alone. War is politics. Therefore, I believe moments like this, to simply savor food, are necessary. You mean drawing a line? Balance. I had thought, since he framed war as politics, it would be about business and switching between work and private life, but apparently not. We are beings of reason living in a civilized society. Even war, we turn into sustenance. But if we spend ourselves on nothing else, we only wear down. For every battle fought, one should also gain healing. Ah, I see. In other words, don't let battle alone destroy your heart, treat yourself kindly now and then. How very white-collar. Japan would love him. I almost wanted to scoff at his softness, but actually, it lined up pretty well with my own goals. I sought revenge. I wanted to see Faltmare in flames. But at the same time, Riame's dying wish for me to live happily came first. For every battle, then healing. For me, revenge itself could be healing, part of happiness. It was a little skewed, but close enough. So I found myself agreeing more than not. So in other words, this was his way of rewarding me. Was Alcuro trying to soothe me in return for fighting? That much for me. Even the Demon King, the same. I really was humbled. Of course, it was all thanks to my achievements. But still, fate seemed favorable. Everything around me now was more than I could have hoped for. Truly, I am grateful. I was nothing but rags, yet here I sit enjoying a warm meal. It makes me sincerely happy. My words came out awkwardly phrased, but Alcuro seemed to smile faintly. If this was a place for reward and comfort, then I should enjoy it fully, for Alcuro's sake as well. He was granting me this so-called healing as a gift. That was what I thought. But then, out of nowhere, or at least, so it felt to me, came words that froze all the warmth and expectation in me, leaving me only staring at Alcuro with wide, trembling eyes and a stupidly hanging mouth. Cocotte. You may decline the command of the decoy march if you wish. What did that mean? You can hold more down-to-earth wishes. A sharp, hot pang constricted my chest. Hold down-to-earth wishes, know your place, that was all I could hear. Was it the same as before? Like when he told me Tson would lead the Frictera assault instead. Saying I wasn't enough. That because I looked like a child, he couldn't trust me, that I should stick to roles fitting for me. That was how it sounded. My chest suddenly turned cold. The happiness in my mind froze in an instant. This was bad. I forced my cold brain to search for words to win Alcuro's trust, to make sure the command of the decoy march stayed with me. But isn't it a royal order from the Demon King? I will speak with the Demon King. I can arrange another to lead instead. That far, he trusted me that little. It was true, the decoy march had grown in importance, with the main front pressured by Faltmare hinting at intervention from the Confederation. But still, there was no reason I could not do it. With all due respect, Lord Alcuro, I will carry out the task given to me. I swear I will not fail you. Do you desire the march that strongly? Alcuro sighed, his eyes on me as if weighing my true intent. Surely he only accepted me because it was the Demon King's order. So this meal was just to soften me up, distract me with luxuries, and quietly push me aside. His opinion of me had never been that high. Careless. I had let myself be swayed by his soft words. his clever way of blending them with my own inner desires. And now, just as he intended, I was about to step right into giving up the command. But if this was from distrust, then fine. I had achievements. Even the Demon King recognized them. To win Alcuro's acknowledgement, I had to show my will was unshakable, that the march was my loyalty. Of course. The march was ordered by the Demon King, and by you yourself, Lord Alcuro. I would never cast aside such duty for my own comfort. Duty? Alcuro frowned, as if he didn't understand the word. I drew a deep breath and declared, I want to repay you, who saved me that day. His eyes widened at my tear-bright, determined gaze. Repayment. Yes, that was the clearest motive. Easy for him to understand, just as I intended. Alcuro hadn't directly ordered me to step down. He had left it to me, so I hadn't truly feared losing the march. But I had thought, while walking through town, how vital it was to build a connection with him. And if he insisted on treating me like a child, then I'd use that strength. Seeing him falter, I pressed on. Yes, I hate humans, but more than that, I must repay you and the demons who gave me a place to live. Otherwise, how could I wear this uniform? I put a hand to my chest, clenching my fist, then pressed my palms together, as if praying, and looked at him with moist red eyes. To him, I must have seemed like a little girl overflowing with loyalty and gratitude, begging to fight for his sake. Not quite a sob story, but I knew it would work on him. This plea in a child's form. As I had said, my abilities were recognized. The decoy march was no easy task, but to remove me for that reason would be poor management. Alcuro wasn't that incompetent, so this was personal. If it was just his feelings, then I would strike at them. If his heart could waver, then so be it. I wanted his trust. He was above me not just as a superior officer, but as someone whose protection I wanted closer. So I pressed again. Please, Lord Alcuro, don't stop me from leading the march, otherwise I don't know how to live anymore. With even a tear falling, I leaned over the table, fists clenched, standing on my little body to face him. And just as expected, Alcuro gave in. If you truly wish for it, I will say no more. I caught my breath and slowly bowed deeply. I beg your pardon. No, it's fine, I spoke out of turn. Forget it. Yes. The decoy march will go ahead, General Cocotte, under your command. Again I bowed, saying I understood. Watching tears drip onto the table, I smiled. So easy. I hadn't expected the tears to work this well. Alcuro must truly be a man of right morals, a normal, decent person. And at the same time, still very much a demon. Demons valued repayment of debts more than humans. Zone, Quatre, Zoff, they all acted from their debts to me, so I had pushed Alcuro to focus on that. My fight is my repayment to you, and a proper demon could not reject that. So even if I seemed unreliable, once bound by demon custom, he could not interfere. I smothered a grin and sat back down, smiling at his troubled face. It's all right. I'll do fine. When I gave him that final smile, Alcuro let out a long sigh, his face marked by loneliness, sadness. That expression, why? Wasn't he looking at me because he distrusted me as a child, thought me unfit? Then why look like that? I couldn't understand the true meaning of his sorrowful gaze. Section. After the meal, as we walked back toward the military facility, there was still no conversation between us. Alcuro said no more, only telling me briefly that we would discuss strategy again tomorrow, and devoted himself to escorting me. I meanwhile felt lighter, as if a problem had been solved. Yes, I had manipulated him by leaning on demon pride, but what I had said wasn't a total lie. It was simply mixing truth with performance, and I did have gratitude. Without him picking me up that day, I would have died in the rain. He gave me the means to avenge myself on Faltmare and a warm bed, but I would still need more from him yet, all for my goal. Even if I had to use my benefactors, even a heavenly king, I would. Looking at the back before me, I smirked. That's why. Was it carelessness? I think I had let down my guard. I was relieved that Alcuro had let me keep the march. I had grown arrogant, thinking no demon would dare harm me while I was with him. And it was true, but I had not accounted for something not a demon. Suddenly, I felt myself struck from the side. My body lifted, then slammed onto the ground, back first. Pain, pressure, my full stomach screamed. The air was forced from my lungs, I couldn't breathe. A croak like a frog escaped my throat. Then shock pressed against my neck. A hand. Someone's hand was squeezing my throat. My swimming vision sharpened red with blood as I saw clearly. Straddling me, hands at my neck, glaring down with a face twisted in fury, was a woman. A face I thought I had seen somewhere before. Chapter 40, Hatred Breeds Hatred. Finally, I got you. I've waited a whole month for this. The fingers pressing against my throat tightened. My airway narrowed, and as I struggled for breath, all I managed was a pitiful wheezing sound. The girl straddling me wore ragged clothes fit for a slave. The strength in her arms was intent on killing me. My frail arms couldn't push her off. I couldn't breathe. Her fingers were crushing my windpipe. Og. It hurt. It was painful. I couldn't even shed tears. My throat still refused to let me breathe, producing only the croak of a crushed frog. You killed everyone, didn't you, young lady? Young lady. The moment I widened my eyes in surprise and looked at the girl, she was yanked off me as if pulled by something. Air rushed into my freed airway. Ha. I coughed violently, dragging in oxygen. Only then did tears finally well up at the corner of my eyes. I quickly raised my body and checked the situation. The girl had suddenly shoved me from the side, then grabbed hold of me and nearly strangled me to death. Now her arms were twisted behind her back, her face contorted in pain. The one restraining her was a demon slave merchant. Next to him stood Lord Elcuro, his brow furrowed. Once Lord Elcuro saw that the girl had been restrained, he walked toward me, placing a hand on my back as if to help me up. As I coughed and failed to calm down, he rubbed my back and asked, "Are you all right?" His face was dark, as if to say, even while being with me this happened. I thought the same, but on the way back I had chosen to walk behind Lord Elcuro instead of beside him, so it couldn't be helped. I nodded several times to reassure him that I was fine. Supported, I stood. As I staggered to my feet, I glared at the girl again, but immediately the slave merchant, flustered, apologized to us. My deepest apologies, Lord Elcuro, Lady Cocotte. One of my products acted on her own. I never imagined she had cut through her shackles with something like this. The slave merchant kept the girl's arms twisted up as he bowed to us. In his free hand, he held something small and sharp. It looked like an arrowhead. From what he said, the girl must have gotten hold of that arrowhead somewhere and spent a long time cutting through her wooden shackles. Even if they were wooden, it took patience. And this was the Demon King's castle. Even if she escaped, she would be surrounded by demons. She must have had a powerful reason, and I could guess what it was. The girl still glared at me. "So you're Cocotte." Her mutter made me instinctively lock eyes with her. "You killed them." She screamed at me. Even when the slave merchant barked at her to shut up, she didn't stop. "Silence, human." "Lady Cocotte, forgive me. I'll dispose of her at once." "Let go, you bastard. Cocotte, you killed my father." What?" Her words caught me off guard. I had assumed she was just one of the Autana residents we captured, someone who hated me. But her face seemed familiar, and that word, father, it tugged at something fresh in my memory. Seeing my frown, the girl shouted furiously. "I'm Kiel, daughter of Segun, commander of Frictera's Blue Wing Knight Order. 1 month ago, everything was stolen away by demons, led by a human they called Young Lady. So that's it. Not Autana, but Frictera. Looks like Zoff or someone had slipped up. I hadn't appeared in Frictera, so if word spread, it had to be from that. And Segun, I remembered his name. During the Frictera campaign a month ago, the Knight Commander I lured into Autana and crushed. A man who tried to save me, only to see a demon in me at the very end before dying. That man had a daughter. I remembered the girl in the photograph. Yes, she was this girl, Kiel. I had been in a great mood thinking I had made someone else feel the pain of losing a parent like I had. It wasn't impossible that this would happen, but to meet her here. No wonder she directed such hatred at me. Just as I had toward the people of Autana. Kiel, is it? I know you. I remember Segun too. I brushed the dirt from my clothes and stepped slowly in front of Kiel. You monster. In the end, the demon's child is no different from the demons. Are you stupid? I couldn't help but sneer at her words. Soaked in hatred, and that was all she came up with. You people screamed that I was a demon, so I became exactly what you wanted. Don't make excuses, a human killing humans. That's rich. I burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. And at once I glared back at Kiel, with more fury and hatred than she glared at me. Don't make excuses? That's my line, brat. Convenient words, that's all you spit out. A human killing humans, me a human. You never once treated me like one. I screamed, pouring every drop of my hatred into it, screaming at Keel, who thought only of herself. You called me a demon, a monster, cast me out of the human world, and when I tried to live among demons, you barked that I was still human. Keel flinched at my cry of vengeance. You deny everything I am, and now you'll steal everything from me again. How can you, robbed of your father, dare throw those words at me? What are you? Knights are a profession. Their job is to march to battle, kill, and be killed. To die on the battlefield, don't whine about it. That's natural, fool. I shouted, breath ragged. You know what's truly worth hating? When someone who did nothing wrong, who had no reason at all to die, is taken away unjustly. I pulled out Riem's holy stone from my pocket and held it toward Keel. No one treated me as human. I was treated worse than livestock. Because of this hair and these eyes, and you people stole the one person who loved me, my mother. Keel's eyes went wide at my words. That's right, that's right. Did you think you were the victim? The tragic figure? Wrong, you're the looter, a selfish wretch. You took away someone who could be kind to others. Trash. The one who loved me even though you called me a demon, a monster. You stole Riem from me. I put Riem's holy stone away, then strode right up to the trembling Keel and seized her by the collar. You stole from me, so you were stolen from. Did you think you could take, and never be taken back, brat? You. As Keel cowered under the slave merchant's hold, I shoved my fist, pressing her collar right into her throat. Watching her writhe in pain, I thought of something. I've decided. Then I turned to the slave merchant, who had shrunk back from my rage. I'll decide. I'm buying this slave. H. for torture or feed. No, I'll keep her close. Cocotte. Lord Elcuro, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. That's dangerous. She hates you. You'd keep such a slave near. It's fine, I'll keep her shackled. She'll be my mirror. Each time I see her, I won't forget my hatred. More than that. I glared sharply at Keel. I can't stand this deluded fool acting like she's the tragic heroine instead of me. She'll see everything I do. And then, I'll drag her into the pit of despair. Only then will she finally understand me. Keel was once again fitted with shackles and a collar by the slave merchant. Shoved forward, she stumbled to stand before me, black hair and blue eyes fixed in a glare, teeth clenched. For a month among demons, she had let her hatred for me grow. But in time she would learn just how shallow that hatred was. The slave merchant handed me something. A key. Normally demons buying slaves had no need for shackles, even if attacked in their sleep, unless the slave had a weapon and the demon was particularly weak, they would never win. The difference in strength between demons and humans was absolute, and if a slave escaped, the buyer lost ownership. Then what? The slave merchant would pay compensation for sticking them with such a faulty product. The buyer would get another slave. Unless very attached, no one bothered searching for runaways. Losing ownership meant that escaped slaves became free for any demon in the castle to use. Every slave knew that, which was why they never ran. They knew if they did, every demon around them would immediately target, catch, and end them brutally. That was the normal way of things. But this time the buyer was me. Weak, powerless, easily strangled by this girl called Keel. The slave merchant, aware of this, had bound her especially tight. I pocketed the key and faced Lord Elcuro. This slave, Keel, will accompany me in the next march. Lord Elcuro seemed a little surprised, but soon sighed and nodded slightly. After that, I walked to Lord Elcuro's side this time. With Keel walking beside us with her head lowered, we returned to the military facility. Chapter 40, One Mirror and Bathing. I bid farewell to Lord Elcuro's worried face and headed toward the dormitory. On the way, Keel kept grumbling complaints over and over, which I mostly ignored, and since I wasn't tying a leash around her neck to drag her, I didn't stop her when she slowed her steps. But when I reminded her again that the moment she got separated from me she would die, she resigned herself and started following behind me. I was irritated. That was exactly why I could remain calm in dealing with Keel. Because I had to show Keel the world my despair created, I couldn't handle her carelessly. I violently pushed open the door to the dormitory barracks. Inside, the demons all turned to look at me at once and saluted. At that sight, Keel showed fear. It was a communal dormitory for goblins, orcs, and demon swordsmen. Surrounded on all sides by predators, I walked straight ahead. Keel, frightened as expected, slowly followed behind me. The goblins and orcs immediately swarmed closer, showing interest in Keel, the human I had brought along. Drooling, laughing with excitement over the fine prey right before their eyes. They all knew she was with me, so they didn't lay a hand on her, but to look at it, it was like being dropped into a tank full of piranhas. Keel was so scared her legs began to give out. Her footsteps behind me grew fainter and fainter, too slow. At last, unable to stand it, I stopped and turned around. "Hey, hurry up and come." As I glared with contempt at Keel, who was surrounded by goblins and orcs, she looked at me with trembling eyes. Aren't you scared?" "Huh?" I couldn't help but shake my head in exasperation. What a stupid thing to say. She herself had said it, hadn't she? That everyone was killed by the demons I led. Then she should know exactly what I am. Don't spout nonsense. You called me a demon, a monster. How could I be afraid of my own kin? I said with a sigh. Do you walk the streets of Frictera afraid of humans? No, right? They are my kin and my subordinates. They won't harm me. That's not what I mean. You're noisy. You've become mine, so no one will touch you, but the moment you stray from me, I won't guarantee your life. The same goes if you try to do anything to me. If you want to die, try it. If you don't, then shut up and follow. Keel looked like she still had more to say, but fell silent. That's better. You want revenge on me, don't you? But if you lay a hand on me, you'll die. If you claim you want revenge so badly you'll die for it, then I will utterly despise you. That's the stupidest folly there is. Folly? Did my words strike a nerve? Just as she had fallen quiet, Keel opened her mouth again and pressed closer. You're saying avenging my father is folly. I'm saying dying for revenge is idiotic. I looked up coldly at Keel, who stood a head taller than me. My mother, Rieme, whom you humans took from me, told me with her dying breath to live. So I will never die. I won't let myself be killed by the likes of you. I decided I would live, no matter what. Compared to that final will of my mother Rieme, revenge against humans like you is nothing but a side matter. No fool dies for a side matter. A side matter. I hate myself. I cut off Keel's words. My expression remained unbroken, cold, filled with hatred. Keel faltered at my words and my look. If only you had not called me a demon and despised me, then Rieme wouldn't have had to die. So my wish isn't my highest priority. I stroked Rieme's holy stone in my pocket as I spoke. Revenge is what I wanted. But my survival was what Rieme wanted. Keel fell silent for a moment. I thought her gaze on me had shifted slightly, but it didn't matter. And sure enough, soon enough, she snapped back and started running her mouth again. But you killed so many innocent people. Those who persecuted us innocent sure have a lot to say. You too tried to kill me for your father's sake, didn't you? You have no right to say anything about me. The stupidity of Keel, repeating words I had just said, driven only by emotion, was exhausting. Truly, humans always look to blame others. Besides, I am a soldier now. Your father too cut down many enemies on the battlefield. It's the same. If you deny me, then you deny your father too. That can't be. Then be quiet. Talking nonsense with you makes my head ache. I spat out irritably, ignoring Keel's bitter glare, and started walking again. As for her purpose, I had thought of using her as fuel, forcing me to keep witnessing the filthy side of humans up close, to stoke the flames of my hatred. But now weariness outweighed that. I just wanted to finish my errands and sleep. I quickened my pace. Behind me, I heard footsteps closer than before. Tson, you're here. Was a nuo. Why yes, here I am. Tson, who had been relaxing surrounded by demon swordsmen in the dormitory, jumped up at my call with a weird noise, hurried over, and knelt before me. The force of it startled me for a second. Looking down at Tson, whose eyes were now lower than mine because of kneeling, I saw her beaming smile. For you to come looking for me at this hour, I'm so happy I could die. What business brings you here? Ah, I answered, then shifted only my gaze to Keel, who still glared at me in fear behind me. The moment Tson saw Keel's face, her smile vanished, replaced with a cold, merciless expression. Probably because she sensed Keel's hostility toward me, but I held up a hand in advance to restrain her. Killing her would ruin things. Keel also showed a reaction upon seeing Tson. Since Tson had been in charge of Atana, she shouldn't have met Keel like Zoff had. Well, whatever. Tson, this is a slave I just bought, a human from Frictera. At my words, Tson was shocked, looking back and forth between me and Keel. I knew what she wanted to say. It was dangerous. Normally, it wouldn't be strange for demons to keep captives from villages and towns they ravaged, but that was because humans couldn't beat demons. With that common sense in mind, she reacted like this since I was doing it, predictable enough. Son, I have a favor. Yes, a favor, I'll do anything. Put her in the baths. Her face twisted from a smile to extreme displeasure. Even though she said she'd do anything, her uncovered eye clearly said she hated the idea of bathing a human. Keel, too, raised her voice in protest, shouting that this was ridiculous. Why a bath? I never agreed to belong to you. You'd better stop there. I cut her words off. Keel's face stiffened, and she quickly realized why. The orcs and goblins around us are staring. Their gaze was fixed on Keel. I had warned her many times. If she declared she wasn't mine, she'd be prey instantly. In any case, you will bathe. Son will watch over you. But well, yes, I do like girls, but if it's a woman glaring at Lady Cocotte like this, I might just kill her. Don't kill her. She's my property. I'm supposed to be Lady Cocotte's only beloved slave. What a pain this one is. Did I misjudge in choosing her? No, there's no one else. Among the demons I know, no female listens to my orders as well as she does. And I'm only asking because there are too many risks for me to bathe Keel myself. If she attacked me in the bath, I could die. And let me make it clear, it's not like I'm avoiding being naked with women. My body is female right now, and looking at the likes of her naked means nothing to me anymore. Nothing, it should mean nothing, so I wanted her to just get on with it quickly. Today has been exhausting. Just do it. She'll be near me from now on, and I can't stand the smell. I don't even know how women are supposed to bathe. I'll do it, but Lady Cocotte, you're a girl yourself. How do you usually bathe? Why ask about me? Annoyed, I answered briefly. I just pour water over myself and scrub. At that, Son made the most despairing face she had all day. What, is that bad? I don't know how to wash a woman's body. Before this life, I only bathed in my past life and after I came to the Demon King's castle. Until then, I only ever wiped down with a damp cloth. Son looked at me like she couldn't believe it. I tilted my head. That won't do, Lady Cocotte. A girl must wash her body properly. I meant her, not me. I was about to protest. This is the perfect chance. I'll wash the human too while I'm at it. First, I'll teach Lady Cocotte how to bathe. Every inch of you. Son burst out in strange excitement. Right, she was a lesbian, who knew what she might try, but if I gave strict orders, she wouldn't dare cross the line. Behind me, Keel had gone pale at the talk of a bath with demons, one of them being a vampire who had killed Segun. Son was unusually forceful, and I thought, well, learning how to wash properly from another woman might be useful. Holding back my embarrassment, I let her drag me along. In the end, we bathed, with Son holding down a resisting Keel and scrubbing her, while I, trying my best to keep a blank mind toward the naked bodies around me, washed as well. Keel's stench was terrible. No one would buy her like that. If a human becomes like this in a month, then when I first came to the Demon King's castle, I must have been unbearably foul-smelling. Suddenly, I felt embarrassed. The Demon King had told me I stank, but Lord Elcuro never said anything. If behind that sullen face he had thought I reeked, that would be depressing. And I missed Riame, who had embraced me and wiped my body without a single look of disgust. Well, Son's noisy behavior quickly blew away any such shame or sentimentality. She was the only one who looked delighted, ogling Keel's body with a grin and shamelessly running her hands over me, even when I told her I'd do it myself. Lady Cocotte's body is so soft and smooth, it's the best. Shut up. I cut off her incessant chatter. Still, though her eyes and expression told another story, her teaching was surprisingly careful. I had thought she was just a fool, but maybe, as a demon, she was just an ordinary girl. Because of that thought, my awareness kept drifting toward Son's unexpectedly full chest despite her slim frame, and I almost got dizzy from the heat. Not good, I turned my head away, shutting everyone out of my sight. Oh my, a magic stone. Son murmured, looking at my hand. Even during bathing, I never let go of Riame's holy stone. Only when sleeping did I sometimes set it gently by my bed, and even then I often slept with it clutched in hand. You might drop it if you're holding it. That's dangerous. I don't want to let it go. If I drop it, I'll kill you. I'll be careful, it must be precious. Whose stone is it? My mother's. At my words, Keel, who had been forced clean by Tson and was curled up glaring at us, twitched, but I didn't notice. Tson, too, for once, didn't make a fuss or pry further. While I held tightly onto Riamez's holy stone, Tson scrubbed my hair, washing it with both hands. Since she faced me directly, I didn't know where to look and ended up keeping my eyes shut. Which Tson teased with. Lady Cocotte with her eyes closed looks as cute as she appears, leaving me weary. Still, being properly washed, my hair scrubbed, felt unexpectedly pleasant. Annoyingly, Tson was skilled, and I couldn't say I was uncomfortable. And so the bathing ended fairly smoothly. The initial goal of bathing Keel was accomplished, but I would forget everything else about it except how to wash. Since Quatra or Zoff would probably say something if they found out, I'd better keep the fact I bathed with Tson a secret. Chapter 42, Coward. Until I return, don't leave this room under any circumstance. White hair, red eyes. The features known as the demon aspect, feared and reviled. The little girl in military uniform, Cocotte, told me that again today before closing the door. I heard the sound of a key turning from the outside. I know the door can also be opened from inside, but she does it anyway, more a matter of habit than precaution. I, Keel, am made to serve as Cocotte's personal slave and attendant to the general. My workplace is limited to Cocotte's room. I wear the servant's uniform of the demon army, forced on me. The day I was dragged into a bath against my will, they threw it at me afterwards. My old clothes were the torn and worn-out servant uniform from Lord Zenbiano's mansion, so this one was, in a sense, new. It has been 1 week since I was purchased by Cocotte, the one I loathe, who led the army that killed my father. Usually, I am locked in the servants' quarters, but every morning Cocotte comes for me and shuts me in this room. It feels like house arrest, but I suppose it's safer than outside. Grinding my teeth at the fact that obeying Cocotte is the safest option, I still have no choice but to serve as a maid. Being a servant itself is something I was used to, but being surrounded only by demons was terrifying. But now I feel a little relieved. The demon servants don't suddenly assault people, and since I belong to a general, they won't touch me. At most, they mutter behind my back or play small tricks. That much I can handle. Gossip and bullying were things I was used to. Cocotte is rarely in the room. I only see her in the morning when I'm dragged from the servants' quarters and shoved inside, and at night when she returns and takes me back. We hardly ever speak. The footsteps of that devil receded into the distance. I held a broom in my hand. You might think it foolish to obediently clean the room of my enemy, but since I'm shut in here, there's nothing else to do. Better to pass the time cleaning as ordered, distracting myself from boredom and hatred alike. Cocotte leaves early in the morning and comes back late at night, always busy. These days, every time I see her, she looks drowsy. But since she is a soldier, that probably means another big campaign is being prepared, which means more humans will die, killed by them, but Cocotte said that is what war is. Such words from such a little child, as if she had lived for decades. It's cruel, God. If only that child had never been given the power of human speech, I could have hated her more purely as a demon. No, I must hate her. She has taken too much, the people of Frictera and those captured with me. Once, I demanded that Cocotte release the others enslaved like me. She refused without hesitation. She claimed she had no authority, no resources, no responsibility, and that she would not bother releasing the filthy humans she had thrown in cages. Her hatred was too deep for that. I wanted to say I hated them too, but I swallowed it. When I first met Cocotte, I was not calm, I was distraught. It is frustrating, but I cannot deny the truth in her words. Father would not want me dead. I must live and take vengeance. There is no need to rush. No need to heed the words of that devilish child. Those born with the demon aspect are cursed children, servants of evil. That is the teaching of the state religion of Faltmere, the Unail Church, and it was right. I had a simple breakfast in the servants' quarters that morning. Then I killed time cleaning Cocotte's room. Her room was sparse, with little furniture. I searched for some weakness to exploit, but found nothing. She seemed to carry anything important with her, ever cautious. At noon, Cocotte brought me a meal. It was decent food. That evening, Cocotte returned earlier than usual. Rubbing her sleepy eyes as always, she came back. I glared at her, expecting to be taken to the servants' quarters again, and went with her. But she did not head there. First, she went to the garrison, saying she had unfinished business. The demons there stared at me as usual. Cocotte quickly gathered her subordinates, 3 demons. One was Yest's own. I had not forgot the humiliation of being scrubbed all over by her. Then the high ogre who killed Lord Zenbiano and captured us. His name is Zoff. He paid me no mind at all. It's infuriating. The last was a rugged giant of a demon, Quatra, who is called Cocotte Princess. He seemed the most loyal. Not just Quatra. Looking again, all these fearsome, powerful demons bowed before this tiny human girl. Seeing that again, I was struck with fear. There are still those among humans born with the demon aspect. What if some of them, like Cocotte, side with demons? That would be like having spies all through the kingdom. That alone would be bad enough if they were merely used. But what if there were multiple humans like Cocotte who command demons instead? Humanity, which has survived on intellect and strategy, would be swallowed in an instant. The sight before me showed me such a possible future. As I trembled, frozen in fear, my hand was suddenly grabbed and I snapped back. I shook it off on reflex and heard Cocotte click her tongue. She had been pulling me. I rubbed the spot and glared at her. She only said, "Let's go." It irritated me, but I couldn't stay behind in the garrison. I hurried after her. Surely, she was just taking me back to the servants' quarters. But the place Cocotte led me to was the shopping district inside the Demon King's castle. Walking through the streets, I was shaken and amazed. It looked so different compared to when I had been a desperate slave. Demons laughed as they walked down the streets, entered shops, ate meals, shopped. Their appearances were different, but their lives seemed the same as humans. I found myself thinking that, just a little. After that, Cocotte wordlessly took me out to eat. I didn't order anything, just ate what she ordered with suspicion. When she sneered that it wasn't cooked human flesh so I could relax, I wanted to retort, but I couldn't. Her intent was unreadable. She wasn't being kind. I could feel the hatred in her eyes. I returned it with my own hatred, but her actions made no sense. I ended up asking her, instead of cursing. Why was she doing this? Cocotte replied, annoyed, "Think for yourself." I couldn't understand. Dragged suddenly to the demon city, I found it unlike what we humans had imagined, but I still couldn't make sense of Cocotte. What I did understand was that demons live surprisingly ordinary lives, and Cocotte had carved out an undeniable place among them. We went back in silence as well. The next night, late at night, I decided to carry out the plan I had been preparing. The reason was that I had heard Cocotte's army would soon march out. If they departed, more would die. I had to stop her here. I had to do it. I had to assassinate Cocotte. That night, I slipped out of the servants' quarters and came quietly to her room. Of course, Cocotte would have locked it. But in recent days, I had investigated the spare keys in the quarters and found the one for her room. I borrowed it and came here. I unlocked the door and entered. The room was silent. Cocotte had been drowsy again today. She must be asleep. Beside the bed, I saw the devil with white hair sleeping, and I faltered. The Cocotte who, awake, commanded demons with terrifying eyes, now slept with an angelic face, breathing softly. With only a sheet half haphazardly over her chest, she lay on her back. Even with the demon aspect, she looked fragile, lonely, and undeniably like a child. Inside me, hatred and confusion tangled together. She should be a devil in human skin. After killing so many, how could she sleep so peacefully? Why show such childlike innocence? My fingers holding the fork trembled. I had to kill her or many more would die. But could I do it? My father's killer. A general of the demon army, a devil, a human traitor. I recited my hatred, listing every reason to kill her. She is a demon. She must remain a demon. Otherwise, my trembling won't stop. Then Cocotte groaned and rolled over. I broke into a sweat, then relaxed when she didn't wake, then panicked again. She suddenly began to suffer. Her small hands clenched the sheet, her face twisted in agony. She muttered, calling for her mother. And I saw tears in the corner of her closed eyes. She was crying in her sleep. Why would a devil cry? Stop it. Don't show me that. You should have only shown me your hateful face. I don't know why. But before I realized, I had gently taken her small hand. And then I felt her faintly squeeze mine back. Her anguished expression softened, her breathing calmed. Sue. She slept, holding my hand. Her pale neck, her fragile chest. A single thrust of this fork would save many. This was my chance to avenge father, but she only looked like a little girl yearning for her mother. And I remembered, when she screamed that it was we who took her mother, that too was her truth. In the end, I could do nothing. I bowed my head, seeking father's guidance. Father, what should I do? I want revenge, but my hands tremble. I hate Cocotte. I hate her so much. But killing a human, killing a little girl like this, I cannot. Not tonight, not yet. If I killed a general, I'd be executed. I told myself I was unprepared, that the timing was wrong. Even though I knew the campaign would begin soon, I let myself be swayed by my own excuses. In the dark room, I held my head, feeling the warmth of Cocotte's small hand still grasping mine. When I lifted my eyes, I saw a faintly glowing stone, red and purple, on the table beside the bed. The stone Cocotte had once called her mother in the bath. I never did learn its meaning. After gazing at the glow a moment, I pulled my hand free of Cocotte's and stood. In the end, before the unguarded form of the one I should hate enough to kill, I did nothing and returned to the servants' quarters. I'm such a coward. Chapter 43, Parade. I woke up and immediately sat up, staring blankly. I felt like I had just had a really unpleasant dream. Given how tired I'd been lately from all the preparations and meetings for the march, it wasn't strange to have a bad dream. But after that bad dream, though I couldn't remember it clearly, I felt as if I'd dreamed something happy as well. Like someone warm had taken my hand and led me along. It was a warm dream. I looked at Riemes's holy stone placed on the table beside my bed. After gazing at its ever-warm red-violet glow, I lowered my eyes back to my palm. I stared at my hand, clenched it, opened it again. Rieme. Section. It was the final stage. The unit formation was mostly complete. After stopping by Autana, we were to receive supplies from the demon army stationed in Frictera. The day before the march, set to begin tomorrow. After changing clothes as usual, I headed toward the servants' quarters. To bring Kiel along. I called her, already changed into servant's clothes like a maid uniform. I thought about putting shackles on her, but since I wasn't making her clean and considering where I'd be taking her today, it wasn't necessary. Kiel. I called out to her, as she was already waiting outside the servants' room. She didn't reply, but when she turned her face toward me, it was clouded. Strange. Until yesterday, she would have glared at me first thing. For her to lose her spirit before we even begin the march defeats the whole purpose of me buying her, and I'd rather she didn't. She has to hate me just enough for me to feel challenged. Save that face for when you see me threatening Faltmare with your own eyes. Come. She didn't answer, but she seemed intent on following, so I turned on my heel and started walking. As expected, Kiel followed behind me. Her footsteps sounded quieter than usual. Section. Inside the Demon King's castle, the logistics yard. On the eve of our departure, it was swarming with demons busily preparing supplies for the march. I walked through the crowd, making sure Kiel's desperate footsteps didn't fall behind, until I reached Zoff, who was preparing the supplies I had ordered in advance. Young lady, you're up early. Not as early as you. Good work. Noticing me, Zoff immediately knelt in greeting. Looking around, I saw his ground troops packing the received supplies into wooden crates. Orcs and goblins were working hard. Even Odd was, well, trying his best. How is the preparation going? Looking up at Zoff as he stood, I asked, and he reported it was going smoothly. Well, of course. Most of the supplies had already been transported to Frictera, where the actual march preparations would be completed. What we were taking from the Demon King's castle was minimal. Then Zoff looked at Kiel. I looked too, and saw her shrinking away under his gaze. Her frightened look only disgusted me. Humans commit such atrocities, but when danger comes for them, they pretend to be weak and beg for mercy. How filthy. And yet, I can't deny there's a certain satisfaction in watching a trembling enemy. But it seems her fear was directed specifically at Zoff. Ah, right. Zoff was the one who raided Zenbiano's mansion. She must have seen him then. Young lady, how long are you planning to drag this human around? Zoff apparently didn't even remember Kiel. I wouldn't know, but even though he'd once admired her as the only maid who acted bravely among the terrified servants, he seemed to have forgotten entirely. From Kiel's point of view, though, he was the one who had harmed her directly. No wonder she was afraid. I snorted and answered him. Always, she comes on the march too, and you'd better know this. If you take it upon yourself to eat her, I won't forgive you. I wouldn't dream of it. You hurt me, young lady. Keel shook in terror at our exchange, though for her it was no joke. You understand, don't you, Keel? When I was imprisoned under Atana's manor, the Countess and Zenbiano would laugh and chat in front of my cage, and I endured far more humiliation and fear than you do now. Try to grasp a bit of the grudge I carry. Keel, if you wander too far from us, you'll get bitten. I told her with a chuckle, and she paled, timidly closing the distance. Satisfied, I set off again with Zoff. Walking alongside him as he reported progress, I muttered, "Morale is high. Orcs and goblins are moving well. That's only natural." Zoff's reply carried clear delight. "We don't like being bait, but finally we've got a plan that'll make the humans eat crow. Thanks to you, young lady. What's with you all of a sudden? If you hadn't come, we'd be rotting away in this castle. I mean it, we're grateful." His words felt like a mix of flattery and sincerity, but that was fine. Still, getting too relaxed isn't good. Don't celebrate before it even starts, Zoff. Wait until we have results, then drink in triumph. Out of their skulls as cups, no less. You say some frightening things, young lady. Did I? It was meant as a joke. A reference to Oda Nobunaga, who made skull cups from the heads of his enemies and drank from them. Strange that he'd flinch. Honestly, I could see Zoff doing it for real. With that thought lingering, I finished the inspection of the yard and left him in charge, taking Keel with me. Now then, only one thing left today. It was just about noon. Do you still have work? Keel suddenly spoke. Well, this was the first time she'd been dragged around since morning, so seeing me rushing from task to task must have surprised her. One more. I hate it, but I can't refuse. I sighed as I answered, and Keel tilted her head. Yes, I hated it. The next task. Desperately so, but if it was the Demon King's direct order, I had no choice. I took Keel with me and went to the room in the castle where Lord Elcuro had summoned me. To be honest, I had no desire at all to do it. I wanted to turn and run. At first I'd told Lord Elcuro flat out that I hated it, thinking I had the right to refuse, but he, unusually, had persuaded me to accept because it was the Demon King's command. He'd said he'd mediate about the march, but this was what I'd wanted him to cancel instead. But there was no point sulking. Better to get it over with quickly. That task was a parade. Seems so, a military review. Likely meant to boost the army's morale. A ceremony to present our unit that would act as the decoy force. I hated the idea of standing out, but morale was important, and it was also a chance to showcase my presence. I couldn't dismiss it. Still, it was risky, and I'd asked Lord Elcuro about it. If they elevate me too much, won't the people's resentment fall on the army? True, some who hold deep grudges against humans may not accept you. But exposing you, who already conquered Atana and Frictera, has meaning. It was the Demon King's idea, after all. But won't some dislike the idea of sending a child like me to war? Perhaps those who don't know you. But think about it, demons' age and appearance don't always match. Some small ones are older than me. And don't you realize, you may look young, but your aura feels mature. It will suit you. That was the exchange. I'd resigned myself after that, but nobody told me this. I screamed. Servants with armfuls of cloth closed in, smiling. Clothes, dresses, not a party, for heaven's sake. A military parade should call for dress uniforms. And those frilly dresses, one step and I'd trip. I'd barely grown used to wearing a negligee, after hating it at first. There was no way I could wear a frilled dress like this. The man left inside me refused. I turned pale and resisted. No, I won't wear that. It will suit you, surely. Come now, please put it on. Why were they smiling like this? Was this the Demon King's idea? Very possible. Perhaps he just wanted to watch me squirm. Now I understood Lord Elcuro's words. When he said to accept it, he meant this too. And when he'd said, "It will suit you," he already knew. That faraway look in his eyes, he knew it was hopeless. I fought, but of course I couldn't win against demons. In moments I was stripped and dressed in a gown. Wow. The first thing Keel said when she saw me, unwillingly remade, was that. She looked at me like I was something bizarre. I already thought so myself. I clicked my tongue, glaring as my brow twitched. I didn't look like a soldier at all. It was an elegant lady's dress, not one made for a child my height, but for a grown woman. Clearly custom-made. What was the Demon King thinking? They even put makeup on me and fixed a veil-like ornament in my hair. Who would believe I was a general now? They'd just laugh. The servants praised me as very fitting, but I only felt disgust and shame. I'd rather be naked. I forced myself to calm down by reminding myself it was just work. Work. Just endure, finish, and take it off. I didn't know the manners of a lady, but I could just hold the hem when I walked and keep my composure. Yes, as I was taking deep breaths, the door opened and some demons entered. Seeing me, they reacted in turn. "Young lady, this is something. I'm surprised. It suits the princess well. My beautiful demon, you are too adorable, and yet too beautiful. You." I could only grimace, exhausted. My dear captains nodded and praised without a care, surrounding me. Why were they in uniform while I had to wear this? Unfair. What was the point of this parade anymore? Damn it. My head hurts. "Do you enjoy laughing at me as your dress-up doll?" I glared, but though they all shook their heads, their smirks never faded, just like the servants. I rubbed my temples. Quatra and Zoff smiled serenely, though Zoff was suppressing laughter. He'd pay for that later. Tson was pressing her hands to her cheeks and wriggling creepily. Only Keel looked frightened among the demons, her face confused. As if I weren't the most confused of all. Finally, Lord Elcuro came to collect us. I thought maybe I'd be allowed one complaint, but his first words were, "It suits you," and I gave up completely. Section. The parade, despite the chaos of the fitting, turned out as I'd expected. Lord Elcuro's generals gathered, and together we marched through the Demon King's castle. I was positioned with Zoff and Quatra ahead, Tson and Keel behind, and Lord Elcuro at my side. It looked the part, but the gown made it hard to walk, and my shorter stride made keeping pace exhausting. The purpose was to present me, the general who had taken Autona and Frictera, as I set out on a decoy march, and to inspire the people as Lord Elcuro himself finally moved. The demons lining the streets were clearly full of expectation, but many gazes were also on me, the little demon. So that's the rumored little demon, Lord Elcuro's general, first time I've seen her. She's the demon general who toppled Autona and Frictera in a row. She looks awfully cute. I've seen her around town, but she feels different now. She's a human, and a child. Well, I'm sure the Demon King and Lord Elcuro have their reasons. They didn't even lower their voices, and their words reached my ears clearly. Wearing a gown only made me feel more out of place, and being paraded so openly as a human demon general clearly stirred more than admiration. I scowled at the discomfort until Lord Elcuro admonished me. "Don't make such a face, just today wear a smile." I narrowed my eyes at him, sulking. "Easy for you to say, when you put me in this outfit. Don't complain, image is important. Painful as it may be to hear, a human like you walking in uniform wouldn't do. Think of it as propaganda." I was surprised to hear the word propaganda from a demon's mouth, but perhaps he was right. Even in human wars, women soldiers were put on cheerful posters to raise morale. If it was about image, Tson would have been a better choice, but with her reputation, she'd probably ruin it. So of course it fell to me. "Cocotte, everyone's watching you. Wave." Lord Elcuro waved gracefully as he spoke. Was this what military parades were meant to be? Probably not. For demons, it must be different. I gave up, forcing a strained smile as I waved lightly to the cheering crowds. Little demon girls and ladies sparkled at me with eyes of admiration, like I was some doll or idol. Disbelief still lingered among some, but the supportive voices were louder. Many were directed only at me. Hearing "cute" did nothing but irritate me. I felt like some idol. Me, of all people, it was absurd. And I hated this body most of all. Propaganda, huh? How civilized. But if they could think this way, why had demons always neglected tactics in war? I understood their pride in their own strength, but for such a cultured people, why didn't they use their heads more in war? Not that Lord Elcuro was the reckless type, he never ordered reckless charges. And tomorrow's decoy march was as tactical as it gets. It wasn't my concern. The future mattered more. Under my command, battles could be fought tactically. I'd already proven that strategy could take cities. Thinking that way, maybe this parade was a fitting send-off. I still resented the dress, but when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I swallowed my shame, forcing myself to smile as I walked. They expected it of me. Meeting those expectations was part of my duty. Doubts about me would fade with more results. Demons respected strength. Knowing that, I had to walk with pride. My smile was still stiff, but I pushed aside thoughts I didn't want to dwell on. I just wanted to march into battle already, not a city. I wanted to hear not cheers, but the screams of humans. That wish would surely soon be granted. Lord Alcuro looked at me with a complicated expression. Chapter 44, Epilogue, Those Who Go, Those Who Send, and Then. The day after the parade, at dawn, Cocotte departed. Watching the long line of those heading toward Frictura, I kept pressing my fingers to my brow. I regretted not being able to stop her. A decoy march. As the name suggests, its role is to draw the enemy's attention. Rather than moving and hiding, they would proceed openly, making their presence felt. It was something where one must always consider the possibility of being ambushed. It was almost certain to become a journey to death, a march of the highest difficulty. That is why the Demon King entrusted it to Cocotte, and it was not necessarily because he trusted in her ability. Cocotte and the demons she led, demons led by a human, all with some kind of flaw. What they all had in common was that they were broken in some way, avengers driven by revenge. Quatre and Zoff under Cocotte had already once drawn the Demon King's displeasure for this. Sown, needless to say. It was such people who would carry out this operation. If it succeeded, all was well. If it failed, there was no real loss. Because it was a long-term march, it also served as a convenient way to be rid of them. Above all, it was something to enjoy, a human girl threatening humans. The Demon King told me this without hiding anything. So he arranged something flashy at least for the night before the march, and decorated Cocotte to the utmost in the form of a parade. That way, if she died in battle, she could at least be enshrined as a hero, which would also raise the morale of the people. Everything proceeded according to the Demon King's will, and thus the war shifted. No one had ever known why the Demon King suddenly declared war on Faltmare. Countless speculations flew. A hero rising for the demons who had long been oppressed by humanity. A march for the great ambition of ruling the world. Or perhaps nothing more than a pastime. It could be any of those or none at all. That is the kind of person the Demon King is. So when I saw Cocotte win the favor of such a man, I resolved to shelter her if only she did not seek battle. But she went anyway. The hatred she carried was horrifyingly deep and dark. At first I thought it was just because she was young, her thoughts fixed and unable to see anything but revenge. But that was not it. The rational mind she possessed was not that of a child. That was why our tea times together had been a reprieve for me, and our conversations, colored by her curious points of view, were meaningful in deepening my own understanding of tactics. And precisely because she was rational, it was also true she was bound by revenge. She belittled herself. I had sensed it. I had guessed she must hate herself. Yet the pure expression she sometimes showed while eating was without a doubt her true self. I wanted to tell her she was allowed to be happy. I had told her on the night I invited her to dinner that she could abandon the decoy march if she wished. She must have misunderstood the meaning of my words. The way she panicked then was the look of someone fearing something precious would be taken away. To her, I must have looked as if I was trying to strip her of her revenge. Words alone would never stop her. For her, revenge itself was happiness. And so she departed. Then, as her superior who sent her off, all I could do was support her operation and protect her and her troops as best I could. The front line was still holding thanks to those two. As Cocotte said, even a direct assault on the capital was within consideration. Then the decoy march could be renamed a flanking strike force. Full support was only natural. For me to move would not be strange at all. Am I playing favorites too much? After seeing the march depart, I returned swiftly to my chambers. Time passed, and I found myself smiling wryly at my own thoughts as I spun excuses in my mind for helping her. I should simply admit it. I want to save Cocotte. And I know it is nothing more than self-satisfaction born of no solid reason. I let out a long, slow breath. Polinia, since I lost you, I have become sentimental. My tea times with Cocotte reminded me of you. You who were quick to grasp the meaning of tactics, who sought to understand people to win battles and beyond, I thought, though she and you would both deny it, that the two of you resembled each other. I sunk deeper into thought. At first it was mere pity, then a little guilt. A sprinkle of curiosity. That girl I picked up became, without a doubt, a little demon. It was humans, war, and we ourselves who made her so. War robbed that girl of her humanity. I think it was a foolish act of humans, one I cannot understand, but it is certain Kokot was denied the right to remain human. I do not think the Demon King's declaration of war was a mistake, but to my eyes now, it seems we lose far more in war than we ever gain. And I am no exception. I too have lost someone who must have been irreplaceable. That is why, robbed of everything and unable to live among humans anymore, Kokot, I must want to save her. I once mocked Polinia as a heavenly king who took the human side, but now I understand a little of what she felt. For I, Alcuro, am now siding with a single small human girl. I sat alone in my chamber, staring at cooled tea in its cup. At first I picked her up out of pity, then soon feared her as a terrifying being, and now again worried for her. In this short time, I have fretted over her so much. That girl harbors a demon in her heart. She is cruel, merciless. And yet, I cannot help but find her pitiable. To let her die in this operation, without ever knowing peace, would sit ill with me. Besides, I cannot bear to lose another companion for tea. This war, we must win at all costs. No precaution is enough. The humans are serious this time. I thought I had carefully planned the march route from Frictura, but human tactics outstrip ours. Kokot had said she could understand how humans think, but Kokot is troublingly capable. But she could also run out of control. In her mind, she may believe she is rational, yet in an unforeseen crisis, she might be ruled by emotion. Hatred cannot be restrained by reason, and though she is frighteningly sharp, she is a novice in war. She is skilled in the tactics of killing, but she knows nothing of the art of wars between nations. One day, her footing will give way. Therefore, I too must watch for the moment to act. I must support her. I will gladly make up for what she lacks as a leader, and if she truly cannot escape war, cannot escape revenge, then I will end it swiftly for her, so that she can live as herself. It is my duty as the one who picked her up, and this time I will not lose her. Section. In the territory of Faltmare, in a city called Liuakana, stood a vast mansion. A beautiful garden where flowers bloomed in profusion and greenery thrived. There she was. A girl with thin arms and legs, wrapped in bandages like a mummy over her face and entire body. She sat upon the grassy ground. Her shoulders swayed as she listened to the sound of the fountain, and she hummed a song in a beautiful voice. Birds and small animals gathered from nowhere, listening intently around her. Her figure, singing in the well-kept garden, was almost dreamlike. But in contrast, her attire was like that of a mummy wrapped head to toe in bandages, with only a simple white dress over them. Her skin was hardly exposed, only a glimpse of her eyes and mouth, and her snow-white hair swaying. Then came the sound of footsteps over the grass. The girl stopped singing and reflexively looked toward them. The birds and small animals fled, and she slowly rose to her feet. The source of the sound was a man of noble bearing. "Don't stop that beautiful song," the man said to her. The girl nodded slowly, then began to sing again. The man nodded in satisfaction at the sight, then jingled the key tied to a cord around his neck. Ah, such a beautiful voice. Truly the angel's song played by a demon, my sweet little demon, my ugly angel. True beauty is born out of ugliness. The man narrowed his eyes and listened to the song of the girl with the demon aspect. Around her neck was a thick, sturdy collar with a keyhole. Chapter 45, Prologue. Visitors. That day, the sky was cloudy. The light filtering into the dense forest was weaker than usual, and though it wasn't even close to evening yet, it was already dim. A girl crouching in the shadow of a tree with a basket strapped to her right shoulder moved her hands skillfully, even under that dim light, rustling as she dug up the earth. The girl was about 15 or 16. Her chestnut hair was cut short like a bob, and she wore hunter-like clothing. Her features were good, and her round amber eyes gave off a cheerful impression. When she saw the rounded cap of a mushroom peeking up from the soil she had uncovered, the girl smiled. She carefully dug around its base, and once about 70% of its shape was revealed, she pulled it out in one motion. She gazed in satisfaction at the mushroom she had harvested, then placed it in the basket on her back. The basket was already filled halfway with mushrooms. Quite a haul. Then the girl raised her head and drew in a slow breath. This should be enough for today. The scent in the air had changed. Surely today it would rain. The girl brushed the dirt off her hands with a few sharp pats, then quickly started walking. After a short while, she crouched, set her basket down, and took in hand the bow that had been strapped across her left shoulder. Moving low through the grass, she crept forward and lifted her head. Ahead of her, a deer-like demon was nervously looking around, small in size. A child, perhaps, the girl pondered. That species should be sensitive to shifts in the weather. This one must have been separated from its herd and left wandering alone. The girl narrowed her eyes and drew 2 arrows from her quiver. She nocked one, holding the other deftly between her fingers. She drew her bow tight and aimed at the demon that had yet to notice her. Then, with a single breath, she loosed. A hit. Without delay, she nocked the second arrow she held for quick shooting and dashed forward. The demon didn't flee, thrashing in place. The girl rushed closer, crouched, and loosed her second shot. Another hit. Still holding her bow in her left hand, she drew the short blade at her waist with her right and ran to the demon now stilled by the second shot. When she confirmed it had fully breathed its last, she offered a small prayer. The arrows had struck its neck and chest. She pulled a rope from the basket and tied it around the demon's horns. Hoisting the basket back on, she slung the rope over her shoulder and began dragging the demon along. Section. After walking a while, the girl reached a small village where houses stood in a clearing carved out of the forest, the village of Shin. Surrounded by a wooden fence, Shin was small and poor, but a peaceful village that lived by hunting and foraging. The old man guarding the only gate recognized the girl and called out. Seeing the demon she dragged, he looked impressed. "Luck. You're safe, good work." "Yes, I'm back, Grandpa Mun." The girl answered with a bright smile. Her name was Luck, the only daughter of the village chief of Shin. She waved to the old gatekeeper, Grandpa Mun, showing him her spoils. "Well now, that's quite a haul. I'll take it from here. Hurry along inside, the little ones are waiting for you." "Okay, I'll be back again later." Grandpa Mun stroked his beard with a nod and let her through. He took charge of the deer-like demon right there. No sooner had Luck entered the village with her basket than the children gathered in the central square. "Big sis Luck, welcome back." "Welcome back, Luck." "Welcome back. Everyone, I'm home. You've been good, haven't you?" She answered each child's greeting and patted their heads. Luck was adored. Cheerful, dependable, always looking after others. She played with the children, went foraging every day, and when she went hunting, her skill with a bow brought results that rivaled the men. Not only the children, but the whole village, not just the chief, cherished Luck as if she were their own daughter. It was proof of how close-knit the entire village was. Luck carried her foraged goods to a small hut. Inside, she handed the basket to a middle-aged woman and gratefully accepted a cup of tea. "I'll gather more again tomorrow. Working hard is fine, but be careful, child. There have been troubling rumors lately." Not long ago, news had reached Shin that the nearby city of Frictura had fallen. After its fall, knights clad in purple and black armor had come to Shin, saying it was to strengthen defenses on the frontier. They conscripted the young men of the village. That was why now only women, children, and the elderly remained. With Luck shouldering all the hunting and gathering, the elders had become overprotective of her. "It's okay. No one will bother with such a small village." Luck laughed off the woman's worried words. Leaving the hut, she stretched. Again, the scent of the air had changed. Soon the rain would fall. The sun was already sinking, and beyond the thick clouds on the horizon, the red sky shone faintly through. Humming, Luck returned to the square and urged the still-playing children to head home. "Come on, if you don't go home soon you'll be drenched." "Okay. Okay." She waved back at the children as they waved and went home, then looked around the square. A small but lively village. The village she loved, where she was born and raised. With the men taken away, she had to protect it. There had been talk of evacuating to Luakana. After all, no one could say when the demons who had taken Frictura might advance. Shin was already outside the human defensive line. Still, there was no reason for anyone to attack such a small, peaceful village deep in the forest, not in a strategic war. The village held no resources, and there was no point in coming into the forest. It was far from Luakana, and if demons were to march from Frictura, the village was well off the plains route. Even so, if danger ever came to this village, she would protect it, even at the cost of her life. Resolving that firmly in her heart, Luck told herself she would work hard again tomorrow. Then, a raindrop landed on her cheek. It had started. Thunder rumbled faintly. From the black clouds above, the rain poured heavily in an instant, soaking the ground. Oh no, I forgot. Grandpa Mun will get wet. She hurried back to her hut to fetch rain gear. Taking out 2 straw hats for the rain, she put one on and dashed out with the other to bring it to Grandpa Mun. But just as she started to run, what are you? Grandpa Mun's shout reached her ears. Section. Grandpa Mun had taken the dear demon from Luck and immediately called another old man to help carry it. Hey there, Mun. Brought you something. Oh, Luck took this down. Even if it's just a young one, that demon's not easy to hunt. That she did. She's grown skilled. That once unruly girl is now the pillar of Shin Village. Truly, this'll help plenty. The hide, the meat, even the horns will be useful. Let's get to butchering right away. Mun waved the old man off as he carried the deer away. Now the village was full of only children and elders. Luck was supporting them, all because of the war. Demons, knights, all of them doing as they pleased. With the men taken away, it was only a matter of time before the village failed. No different from being attacked by demons, Mun thought bitterly, cursing the knights of Faltmere in his heart. A country that doesn't protect us only takes. The nobles and city folk just care about saving themselves. People like us don't matter a whit to them. That sense of helplessness, shared by the elders who relied too much on luck, had become a common sentiment. Perhaps because the village was still untouched by the war, their resentment turned not to the demons, but toward the nobles, the city dwellers, and the kingdom itself. If demons attack, they just tell us to fend for ourselves. They took the men and left us nothing in return. Truly, it's a cruel world for poor folk. His grumbling, spoken to no one in particular, revealed just how much hardship and frustration had piled up under the wartime conditions. But Mun quickly shook his head. Enough of that. He opened the bundle that the old man had left earlier. Inside were what looked like rice cakes wrapped in leaves. Steam was still rising. Seeing that, Mun's face softened warmly. Well, well, aren't these Grandma's homemade Mukoro cakes? I'd heard supplies were scarce, but she went all out. Let's eat before they cool. Just as he happily reached into the bundle, a raindrop fell on his head. Mun looked up and immediately furrowed his brow. The sky was heavy with ominous clouds. They seemed to carry more than just rain. Thunder cracked, flashing bright across the village. And then, in that instant of lightning, shadows appeared in front of the village. Mun's eyes went wide, his mouth falling open in shock. What he saw was unbelievable. Demons, a horde of goblins and orcs. As the lightning faded, their red eyes glowed menacingly in the dark. And then came a voice so out of place among them. Good evening. Clear and high-pitched, the voice of a little girl. Mun dropped the bundle of Mukoro cakes from his hands without thinking. Chapter 46. A Step of Invasion. Don't be so on guard. You didn't need to suddenly point your spear at us. Sitting on Odd's shoulder, I looked down at the old man. The old man was pinned to the ground, groaning, his hands held behind his back by goblins. To bear hostility the moment he opened his mouth, what on earth was he thinking? I had ordered them not to kill yet, so we hadn't made any sudden moves ourselves. But, well, a group of demons appeared right in front of the village. The old man's attitude was understandable. The rain had gotten heavy, and though it was still only evening, it was already dark. Standing at the front in that darkness, Quatra spoke to the restrained old man. Don't make useless resistance, human. Our princess has said that so long as you do not resist, there will be no killing. The old man groaned, staring fearfully up at Quatra. To his eyes, the burly man might have looked like a human at first glance. But the fangs glinting from his mouth, the tail swaying behind him, made it clear he was not. And Zoff, beside him, was a horned giant. Resist, and they'd snuff out his life instantly. Zone 2, standing with her hands on her hips and a sneer on her face, looked like a girl, but her eyes, teeth, and presence left no doubt she wasn't human. And behind them, what was that? Sitting on the broad shoulder of a hulking orc, clad in black garb and hat. The face was hidden by shadow and the hat, but the small build and girlish voice made it a child, a girl. Quatra had used the word princess. Could it be that this girl was their leader? The old man was thinking such things. What is your purpose? The old man asked in a muffled voice. I sighed and answered. Let's see for now, shelter from the rain. We're freezing, so won't you let us come into your village? Nonsense, At his reply, the goblin restraining him twisted his arm harder. He clearly wasn't willing to listen. Fine then, we'll keep him captive and push through. I looked back. Behind me were over 30 demons. That was more than enough to seize a single village. I raised my arm and started forward with the demons toward the village. But then, something grazed my cheek. What? Along with the sound of air being cut, something passed me and sliced off several strands of my hair. An arrow? Attacking without a word? No, it was deliberately aimed to miss. If it had hit, I would be dead. Young lady, Zoff shouted, seizing the massive axe from his back. I held him back and quickly spotted who had loosed the arrow. A girl. She had a bow drawn, already knocking her next shot. In her fingers, she deftly held 2 arrows at once. What business do you have in Shin Village? There's nothing here a demon would want. She pulled the bowstring taut, eyes sharp, glaring at me as if to say she could let fly at any moment. My, how adorable, Tson murmured when she saw the girl. Zoff glared at her, but she didn't care. So the one bearing arms was a girl. I see. With only a single guard and him an old man, I suspected as much, but indeed there were no men in this village. I had heard that because of the fall of Atana, the surrounding towns had shored up their defenses, drafting manpower from nearby villages. But to strip them this bare, humans certainly had gone far. And as always, the powerless were the ones to pay the price. Humans never change. I gave a mocking snort at the kingdom of Faltmer's obsession with its own safety. Well, the one making them pay that price was me. Don't move. You're the leader, aren't you? The girl shook her bow threateningly, glaring at me. Leave now. Next time I won't miss it. So bold, she must be very confident in her archery. Even at this distance, in the gloom, she had brushed my cheek with her first shot. This wasn't a bluff. But still, if she truly meant to protect her village, she should have struck me down with her first arrow and not revealed herself afterward. And more than anything, her arrows could no longer reach me. No matter her skill, she could not hit me now with Quattro and the others on guard. Such was the limit of her chosen weapon. Damn brat, if the young lady hadn't stopped me, I'd tear you to pieces right now, Zoff snarled, glaring. If she had killed me at the start, the demons would have immediately begun a massacre. In that sense, her intimidation had worked. But it was better not to provoke demons too much. Even my orders only went so far. Still, since I hadn't died, nothing could be better. I had been careless, and this was a lesson not to expose myself so easily again. Now then. I ordered Odd to lower me from his shoulder. He really needed to stop sniffing me every time. Odd, who had devoured my half-brother in his hunger for me, seemed very fond of my scent. With his dull wit, he might really try to eat me, but discipline was important. Luckily, lately he was content just sniffing and remained obedient. With Zoff's watchful eyes on him, if anything happened, Zoff would act immediately. That was why I had begun using Odd as my mount. Back at the Demon King's castle, when I walked on my own, I was swallowed up by crowds, so this was convenient. His broad shoulders were surprisingly comfortable. I stepped down and walked unhurriedly toward the girl. She tensed, but I didn't care. We came here to be friends with you. I smiled and took off my hat. The girl Luck opened her eyes wide. A human girl. Just as expected. But she was wrong. The old man at my feet looked up at me in shock. The demon aspect. The cursed child has brought demons here. That's right. I twirled a strand of my rain-soaked white hair with my finger and sighed. Everywhere I went, it was demon this, demon that. Even in a little village like this, the idea was ingrained. Humanity truly was bound by a single mindset. Wonderful. If it weren't, my hatred would have no fuel. I stepped on the old man's head with my boot. His chin struck the ground with a groan. Luck's bow twitched toward me, but I raised my hand to stop her. Already Quattro, Zoff, and the rest of the demons were tensed for battle, growling. At this point, no arrow could ever reach me. Luck knew it too, her bowstring drawn tight, sweat beading on her brow. Villagers, drawn by the noise, came rushing. Seeing the demons, they screamed. None had weapons. Was this girl their only fighter? Then it would be far easier than I'd imagined. Grinding my heel into the old man's head, I grinned. You'd best not make any sudden moves. Demons are vicious. The goblins cackled shrilly at my words. Seeing that, Luck clenched her teeth and lowered her bow. Hostages, simply put, quick to understand, how helpful. I turned my red eyes on her again and said once more, I'll say it again. Won't you let us shelter from the rain? Section. The villagers of Shin were all gathered in the square, down to the last woman and child. The demons stood in a ring around them, glaring, drooling, eyeing them as if appraising goods. The villagers were terrified, huddling together and shivering in the rain. The sight of women and old men shielding children stirred me strangely. With Quatra and Zoff at my sides, I stepped forward to address them. Forgive my late introduction. My name is Kokot. The Demon King has granted me the rank of general, and I serve under Lord Alcuro. At those words, the villagers erupted in whispers. A human, even with the demon aspect, a general of the demon army. Obsidian Alcuro himself was moving, and this little girl? Those were the questions in their voices. Even in a small village like this, they knew of the war, so they must have patrols here. With their men drafted away, that made sense. The kingdom of Faltmere was truly putting its back into this. Then I too had to put in the effort. As I felt fired up, an old man stepped forward from among the gathered. I am the elder of Shin Village. Am I correct in thinking there is room to speak with you? So said the elder. He had guts. Surrounded on all sides by demons, to speak of dialogue with such composure. Either a fool or rather wise. Or perhaps he thought little of me since I looked human. Well, I had said we hadn't come simply to massacre. Even though I had thought those words meaningless, it surprised me a little. Though whatever he said, my plans for this village would not change. Ah, conversation. Yes, let's have a conversation. I never thought a human would offer that to a demon like me. I chuckled watching him. There was fear in his eyes, but also resolve. The model of a village headman. Surely his true thoughts were for his people's safety, or that he'd sacrifice himself for them. If we talked further, he would certainly say so. Beautiful. No, it was revolting. They push others down without care, yet when the threat turns on them, they spout such noble words. But only ever for their own kin, never for the likes of me. Ugly, so very ugly. Smiling, anger smoldering inside, I spread my arms toward him. First, since you're no doubt worried, let me say this. We will not kill you without cause. Do as I say, and you'll be safe. And your demand is, simply put, abandon the village. At that, the villagers gasped. And then, I cannot decide such a thing on my own. What? No, that's impossible. Luck's shout rang out, cutting through the rain and my words. The elder and the others all looked at her. Hope in their eyes or confusion at what she was saying. Despite their stares, Luck, forced to her knees, glared straight at me. I sighed, looking at her with annoyance. Her bow had been taken, and I'd set goblins to watch her, yet she shouted anyway. Her teeth clenched, eyes burning with defiance, she glared at me. Quatra growled at her interruption, but I stilled him with my hand. The demons were too quick to anger. His fierce display made the women and children tremble. Honestly, it felt good. What a rotten soul I had. I slowly walked toward Luck. Immediately the elder's pleading voice called out. Forgive her, I beg you, forgive her. It was only the rashness of youth, please. Ignoring him, I came before Luck, leaned in close, and with empty eyes said, Your name. At first she stayed silent, but as the goblins began to jeer, she reluctantly gave it. Luck. I repeated the short name once. A fine name, isn't it? Ignoring me, Luck's hair was seized by a goblin. She grimaced in pain, but bit her lip and glared at me. Such will. Earlier, she had been quiet when gathered with the others, so it must be that she held deep feelings for this village. And in truth, she could not bear to give it up. Not only was it where she was born and raised, but with the men conscripted, the remaining could not even hunt properly. She alone had been able to defend it. And having just resolved to protect it, to have it stolen now was unbearable. Why would a girl like you do something like this? She asked, hair pulled by the goblin. A girl like me, because of my appearance, no doubt. Compared to her, I was indeed more childlike. But unfortunately, I was far older inside. And so I had no pointless hobby of tormenting women, but I had every reason. Why does a demon like me do such things? You should think about it carefully. I stroked her cheek, then ordered the goblins to hold her down, and turned to the elder. His face was pale. I had heard she was his daughter. His daughter had just been disrespectful to the one holding their lives in her hands, and that one was a demon. Lips trembling, he spoke. My daughter has been terribly rude. She has indeed. But I beg you, in her stead I plead. This village is poor and cut off from the world. Please have mercy. As he bowed deeply, I looked down at him and thought, Did he think there was room for negotiation, or had he simply not heard me? Do you remember what I said earlier? Acha, I said if you obey, you'll be safe, and that you'll abandon the village. That wasn't a request. Chapter 47, Demon Army Garrison. A few days earlier. At that time, I was in Frictera. The room being used like a conference chamber was one inside Zenbiano's mansion. In the room were Quatra, Zoff, Zone, and Keel. I had a map spread out on the table, standing on a chair while using a baton to point out locations on the map. Let me confirm. Our final destination is the capital of Faltmere, Ifarl. That makes our invasion route like this. Along the way, there are 2 cities, Leucana and Balta. I tapped the map with the stick, pointing to Leucana, Faltmere's greatest pleasure city, and Balta, the detestable holy seat of the national religion Unil. Colored stones, representing soldiers, were lined up across the map to confirm the route. We had already held a briefing before departing from the Demon King's castle, but now that Frictera had become the starting point of our march, we were holding the confirmation again. Quatra and Zoff stood with arms folded, staring keenly at the map. Zone, for some reason, was next to me. I wasn't forbidding her, so I let her be. Keel was quiet behind me. Those 2 cities, same as with Frictera, were occupying them right. Zoff tapped his arm with his finger as he asked me. I snapped the baton against my palm, glared at everyone, and declared, "Of course. We'll crush them." Now that's what I wanted to hear, Zoff laughed. His eyes were full of expectation. In Frictera, I had restrained them. For Lord Elcuro's mood, I had enforced bloodless occupation as much as possible. But now that the decoy march was underway, I had to make the operation yield the greatest results. And our army didn't have the luxury of carrying captives along the march. That was why we would burn, destroy, and kill. Nothing else. Our goal was to draw attention. All we had to do was make them realize we were a threat that couldn't be ignored. Make them believe that if left unchecked, their nation would be destroyed. Rejoice, all of you. This time we may be the decoy force, but we are the ones who can penetrate deepest into the human lands. We are the ones closest to their throats. Let's tear and claw at them as much as we like. Quatra and the others nodded, eyes gleaming. I let out a proud little snort, twirled the baton in my hand, glanced around at everyone, and spoke again. So then. First, our aim is to take Leucana. But this would be no simple matter. From what little I had investigated, Leucana was a pleasure city where the rich gathered, and it functioned almost like an independent city-state. Even within Faltmere, it was unique. Its scale rivaled the capital, and the military force it possessed was surely vast. Aside from the station Knight Order, they could also hire countless mercenaries with money. And most likely, slave soldiers as well. The trade ledgers seized from Zenbiano's mansion listed the names of nobles and wealthy men of Leucana. Just the amounts of those transactions were enough to make one dizzy. There were probably even some who kept monsters like Countess Autana had, and not just military power. By sheer size alone, the city's defenses would be as solid as Autana's fortress. To fight head-on, we didn't have enough strength. Perhaps realizing this, Quatra spoke up. At present, taking Leucana will be very difficult. Could we not bypass it? No. I cut him off flatly. Our supplies depend on local procurement, you know that. If we don't take cities, our provisions run dry. More importantly, if we march past Leucana and then get into conflict at the next city, Balta, we'll be caught in a pincer. With no retreat, we'll die there. That must be avoided. I see I was careless. So long as we were near Frictera, we could depend on the supply line. But once the march truly advanced, that wouldn't be possible. We had little to begin with, and the Demon King's army couldn't afford to divert resources to a decoy force. This march had been planned from the start under the assumption that we would resupply from conquered towns. Avoiding towns meant the soldiers would starve. If you have doubts, raise them now. Aligning our understanding is important. Quatra and the others nodded. All we could do now was think of how to take Leucana. Lady Cocotte. Just like in Frictera, how about I lure out the enemy's main force, while Lady Cocotte and the others infiltrate the city? Impossible. I'm only speculating, but even if you lure out the Knight Order, the nobles of that city will keep forces back for their own protection. If we split our strength, then unless the enemies were almost completely drawn away, city capture would be impossible. And since Liuakana wasn't governed as one united body, any plan targeting individuals would only end in failure. Liuakana is fortified in a different way than Atana. To be frank, it's even more troublesome. We already lack raw strength. That means we'll need trickery, but here we're lacking information too. This will be a hard one. So even if we get inside the city, it's not as simple as just rampaging. Exactly. Both the quality and the numbers of their troops will be high. Their equipment and numbers rival ours, which means, Princess. Yes, the standard approach is to cut off the head, though finding a method for that isn't coming easy either. As I watched Quatra and the others rack their brains, seriously thinking through plans, I felt a sense of their growth. As their commander, I was pleased, yet at the same time troubled by this sudden massive wall in our path. Liuakana, how should we conquer it? Unlike Atana and Frictera, this time we were completely lacking information. I tapped the baton idly in my hand, then took Sone's hand, stepped down from the chair, and walked to the window. Throwing open the curtain, I looked down from the high vantage point to see demons working the captured residents of Frictera. Slaves, huh? If slaves are their product and proof of wealth, then Zenbiano's ledgers will be useful. They're not perfect, but the names of nobles who bought many slaves are there. Should I infiltrate Liuakana myself? Princess, that's far too dangerous. I know. I was only saying it. I had no real intention, but Quatra stopped me with a terrifying expression anyway. He had worried plenty when I played bait for the knights in Frictera too. Well, a commander making her subordinates worry isn't dignified, and I truly had no plan to attempt it yet. What we needed first was... In any case, the first step is gathering information. Without knowing the enemy's hand, we can't make a plan. Yes. Quatra and the others answered as one. By now, no one here was still clinging to the old demon mindset of charging head-on with brute force, so I thought and commanded. Right. First, we fill the gaps around us. There's a distance between Frictera and Liuakana. We'll need a relay point, so for now. I smiled at them all. As a start, let's go wipe out a village. Section. And thus, we came to the suppression of Shin Village. Shin Village was located deep within the forest, off the plains that connected Frictera to Liuakana. Originally, I had planned to clear part of the forest to make a base, but one of the goblins acting as scouts discovered the village, so we decided to make use of it. As the advance force, I led the 3 captains to seize the village. The villagers were thrown as captives into the longhouse where the village chief lived, and now the main forces were steadily gathering in Shin Village. Saves us the trouble of building a base. Quatra, standing beside me under the eaves of a house with a good view of the square, spoke. The night had fully fallen, rain poured, and we watched demons busily moving about the village. Yeah, I answered. Next, the road from the village in that direction. No, the opposite side, behind the village. We should clear part of that forest. Pitch tents there. Tell Zoff to take orcs and handle it. Understood. Quatra bowed and left, and Sone, looking obviously dissatisfied, came over with an exasperated air. I had sent her to check the village's facilities and supplies. Lady Cocotte, this village has no food at all. Want me to butcher a few for rations? Not yet. Awe. Naturally. If even one villager were given over, the lower demons would lose all restraint. Besides, the villagers were fewer than expected, likely due to conscription. Far too few to feed our army, and above all, they had value as captives. I had already proven in Frictera how useful captives could be. Once they were used up, then they could be killed. Seeing Sone's dissatisfaction and low morale, I reluctantly decided to bribe her with a little candy. Focus on your work. Then later, I'll let you have today's share of blood. Really? Yay. Sone pumped her fist in excitement, then darted off into one of the houses. Honestly, I'm too soft. I just think of it as part of management. As Sone left, Quatra also went toward Zoff, who was directing the demons. I let out a breath. Then, timidly, Keel spoke to me. Right, I had given her a task too. Keel, how are the villagers we locked up? They're all terrified. You really plan to kill them too? Keel reported with a dark expression, glaring at me. I snorted in satisfaction at her attitude. Not yet, they still have value. They're useful as sources of information too. Keel bit her lip at my words, shutting herself up. She didn't argue further, but her expression made it clear she was unhappy. How amusing. She had enough freedom of mind left to worry about others. Worry about yourself instead, act like a human. I'm resting, don't disturb me tonight. Saying only that, I turned my back to Kiel and headed for the house I'd chosen as my quarters. Starting tomorrow, things will get busy. Chapter 48, Those with No Place to Belong. I am now in the longhouse, next to the dwelling where Kokot is resting. The longhouse and Kokot's room are connected by a single door, and in front of the door to Kokot's room stand Quatra and Zoff. Zone, looking restless, kept pacing back and forth without pause. I, just like the people of Shin Village who were herded into this longhouse, am locked in and watched. The villagers huddled together. Truly, it was only the elderly and children. Though under watch, the children were sleeping surrounded by the elders. Sleeping was surely the safer option. If they cried so much, what would happen then? I sat quietly on a chair, but the villagers cast at me glances of fear and disgust even though I am Kokot's maid. They seemed to think I am one of Kokot's lot. That girl, Luck, I believe her name was, stayed awake like the elders, keeping wary eyes fixed on us. I wanted to say I wasn't the same, but being watched I could not. Traitor. One of the elders whispered, but it reached my ears. Startled, I looked and found the elders glaring at me with faces twisted in rage. A pawn of demons. Have you sunk so low as to become a dog of demons? They said with their eyes. The way they looked at me, it was the same as how they looked at demons. I flinched without thinking. I am not. Driven by the impulse to flee but unable to, words slipped from my lips as I turned my face away from the villagers' stares. My eyes landed on Quatra and the others. I met Zoff's gaze, and he clicked his tongue. Sit still, human. The young lady is resting now. That's when I realized I am surrounded by enemies. I lowered my face and shrank into myself. It was bad luck to be caught in the rain. The footsteps faded, but if the princess were to catch a cold, that would be dire. Such a small body marching must take its toll. She must rest well. That's true enough. If only she had called upon me, I would have gladly laid right by her side to warm her body. Shut it. You're on watch too. Rebuked by Zoff, Zone sulked and wandered about uneasily. None of them spared a thought for me or the villagers, chatting quietly compared to usual. Those terrifying demons seemed to worry for Kokot's health, even though she is human. It felt so unfair, so unreasonable, and simply strange. To escape from the villagers' glares, I ended up. I carelessly asked, "Why do you serve Kokot?" The moment my small question left my lips, the three captains' eyes changed. Their murderous glares pierced me, their killing intent prickling my skin. I even let out a small scream. Quatra stepped up before me. I thought I was going to be killed. Hold your tongue, know your place. A mere slave human has no right to lightly speak the princess's name. Quatra glared down at me, with a face like a demon's mask. The pressure made me tumble from my chair and collapse onto the floor. The princess has ordered us not to lay so much as a scratch on you, but never forget. Your life is a mere candle's flame, snuffed out by the flick of her finger. Quatra leaned in close, baring his fangs. You are human, the enemy of the princess and of us. If the princess were to command at once, I would crush your skull with my jaws. I felt a chill like ice pressing against my whole body. Killing intent this close from a powerful demon aimed at me alone. I never knew being targeted with murderous intent could be so terrifying. While my mouth opened and closed foolishly, I heard Zoff chuckle. Haha. Quatra, you're worked up tonight. Quatra didn't even turn, keeping his glare fixed on me. I heard this human tried to kill the princess. It is right to be wary. Zone also approached slowly after hearing that. Apparently everyone knew I had attacked Kokot that day. Understandable, of course. Quatra told me not to speak further and return to his post at the door, but I did not keep silent. I forced down my terror because I had to know. If they would not harm me without Kokot's order, then I was still safe. Why did Lady Kokot become the enemy of humans? Quatra immediately glared at me again, with a wrathful face. But since he did not act, I held my ground. No matter if a child born with the demon aspect is branded an accursed one, for such a small child to wage war. Did you not hear me tell you to be silent? Lady Kokot told me to think for myself. That is why I must know. Why did she kill my father and the Blue Wing Knights? Veins bulged on Quatra's forehead. His clawed fists clenched tight as if he might strangle me then and there, though barely holding back. Even so, I summoned courage and pressed them. Zoff looked at me then with some expression of realization. You've got guts, I'll give you that, I remember now. Back in Frictera's manor, there was one woman who, even scared stiff, tried to rally the others. She was there when I killed the Lord. Zoff licked his lips. At the same time, Tson chuckled and slid her arms around me. When I flinched, thinking they weren't supposed to touch me, Tson pressed against my back, cheek to cheek with mine. The same disgusting sensation as when she washed my body. The touch of a demon. Come to think of it, I heard from Lady Cocotte. You, Segun's daughter, was it? I turned only my eyes toward her. That bastard knight dirtied me once. How hateful it was. But thanks to Lady Cocotte, I repaid the debt. No, it can't be. As my eyes trembled, Tson ran her long tongue across my cheek. I glared at her through the shudder it gave me, and she beamed with a terrifyingly full smile. I am the one who killed your father. The moment I heard those words I had half expected, my eyes burned. You. Ahaha, scary, scary. Slipping away from me, Tson rejoined the others. That she was the one who killed my father, and that meant I had been washed by my father's murderer. That operation was commanded by Lady Cocotte, yes, but the ones who fought and killed were us. Obviously. Lady Cocotte is fragile, you know. Q-fo-fo. Tson laughed mockingly. All I could do was glare through tear-filled eyes. Are you angry for losing your kin, human? Then know a little of the pain of the wounds we've borne. And know that the anger and grief you feel is nothing compared to ours. The three captains' faces turned serious again. I had a daughter, but she was taken from me by humans. With vile, cowardly, merciless methods. All of us had something stolen by you humans. Quatre's eyes, heavy with hatred and regret. And I am told the princess too was treated like livestock by you humans. And in that hell, the one warmth she had, her mother, was lost because of you. Can you imagine the hatred that small body bears? I fell silent. I understood that something sad had happened. That day I tried to kill Cocotte in her bedroom, I saw her other face. The child, tossing and turning, calling for her mother in her sleep. That is why I will protect the princess. Don't delude yourself into thinking you alone are a victim. Your grief cannot measure against ours, nor the princess. I, now hated by both these demons and the villagers behind me. Quatre's words barely reached me. Only the thought of that demon girl, Cocotte, filled my mind. Chapter 49, The Strategy Sets in Motion. The day after occupying Shin Village. I got up, quickly changed, and immediately gathered the demons and villagers in the square. Perhaps because of the fatigue from the march, I had fallen into a deeper sleep than I intended, so my eyes still felt heavy. My coat hadn't dried yet, so I went out in just a shirt without even putting on my hat. I called Odd and had him lift me onto his shoulder right away. Yeah, the view from this height really is the best. Princess. What is it? As I rubbed my sleepy eyes on Odd's shoulder, Quatre came rushing over, face pale. What's the matter? To expose yourself in such attire before the humans. I wasn't wearing my coat or hat, I guess I must look sloppy. Your underwear is completely visible. What? Quatre spoke as if unsure where to look. Alarmed, I glanced down at my lower body. I see, I was wearing underwear but nothing over it. The oversized shirt mostly covered me, but from beneath the black shirt my bare white legs stretched out in plain sight. It did look sloppy. But right now, I wanted to solidify the idea that came to me the moment I woke up. Yes, I messed up, but I've lived in far worse states of dress. Having demons or humans see me like this isn't exactly embarrassing anymore. It's fine, nothing's going to fall off. Princess. What? If you fuss about it, then I'll get embarrassed too. I said it's fine because I don't care. I got strangely stubborn and Quatre fell silent, troubled. Really now. I wouldn't have minded if they just ignored it, but once he pointed it out, I became conscious of it, and now it felt embarrassing. Forgetting to put something on was my mistake, sure, but I didn't expect to be scolded for it. Then again, I know demons live with a level of civility, so maybe this was inevitable. Maybe women really aren't supposed to expose their skin. Even in this world, that must be the case. Guess I'll be more careful next time. I sniffed and looked around. Like yesterday, the villagers were gathered in the square, surrounded by demons. The sky was clear, but judging from the muddy ground, it must have rained until dawn. I noticed Zoff and Tson were staring at me oddly, but I ignored them. The young lady's legs looked good. Oh my, you certainly know your tastes, High Ogre. Splendid. Yeah, they look really tasty. Seems we'll never see eye to eye. Ignore. Feels like my start was spoiled. Hey, village chief. Feeling a bit self-conscious about my open lower half, I tugged at my shirt hem and crossed my legs while ordering Odd to stop before the chief. The chief jumped when I called, then replied, "Why yes, what do you need?" "This village gets patrols from Luakana, right?" The chief widened his eyes slightly. Bullseye, a question based on speculation. If the men were gone because of conscription, then patrols would naturally exist. As expected, the chief stammered a reply. "Yes, there are patrols a few nights regularly." "Good, then that's something we can use." "When is the next patrol?" Yes, around noon the day after tomorrow." I grinned. The chief's face said, "Why?" Surely he was thinking that a patrol would reveal our presence to Luakana. But I had already decided this could be used. Quatra seemed to realize as well and looked at me. "Princess." "Yeah, this might work." From Odd's shoulder, I grinned at Quatra. The chief and the villagers, seeing that grin, looked uneasy. They must have sensed mischief in my expression. And they were right. Before the patrol arrives, I'll wring out every scrap of information from them. Time for everyone's favorite interrogation. How much I'll get, I don't know, but they'll spill every last bit they know. I looked down at the chief and gave him a wicked smile. He shrank back in fear. Section. The days until the patrol came were spent mostly interrogating the villagers and setting up a camp slightly outside the village. We got some information. First, Luakana may be under Faltmer's jurisdiction, but powerful nobles there act independently, leaving the political structure weak. The king of Faltmer is apparently troubled by handling Luakana. There is a lord, but he's merely a puppet of stronger nobles. And the strongest noble in Luakana is a man named Alejandro. This Alejandro wields near-absolute authority in Luakana, and even other powerful nobles don't oppose him. His private knight order, the Black Violet Knights, composed of mercenaries, is likely Luakana's greatest military strength. That's useful. Knowing the name of the top and their forces helps a lot in a strike-the-head strategy. At least we've made progress from groping in the dark. Sitting in a chair in the row house, I dismissed the chief after finishing the questioning. Luck, who had accompanied him as if acting as a guard, glared at me before following him out. Quatra frowned suspiciously at Luck's look, but I motioned with my hand to let it go. I understood the look. That wasn't just hostility. Well, whatever. It's a look I've seen before. Now then. I sipped the tea on the table and climbed down from the chair. It was past noon now. The patrol should arrive soon. Our forces here numbered around 30 demon swordsmen plus the 3 captains. More hid outside the village. If the chief's story was true, this should be enough. If he tried to feed us false information, I'd just start killing hostages. When extracting information, I had gathered the village children into a single house. I told the adults that if they resisted or lied, I'd kill the children first. Luck and the gatekeeper Grandpa Mun tried to protest, but the chief hushed them. That glare Luck gave me earlier was probably partly because I'd taken hostages. A demon swordsman entered the row house, looking like a human in armor for now. Reporting. Goblin scouts spotted knights approaching the village. They're here, armor, color, and numbers. Yes, 3 silver-armored knights. I see. Not the Black Violet Knights then, just the regular patrol. The chief hadn't lied. I signaled Quatra and he nodded and went out. All right, I'll go to the chief. You lot be ready to move and wait for my signal. Yes, ma'am. The demon swordsman saluted, then turned into a skeleton with a puff of black smoke and left. I let out a breath and stepped outside too. The villagers had already gathered in the square for the patrol. Several demons remained as guards. I walked up to the gloomy-looking chief. Chief, the patrol is coming. You know what to do. Say nothing strange, only act natural. Do that, and I promise the children will be safe. Really? Don't insult me. Unlike you humans, we demons don't go back on our word. I glared up at him, and he looked down miserably. Time for me to move too. I signaled the demons guarding the villagers and went into a house. Now we just had to wait. Section. The knights arrived, looking uneasy. Without helmets, they waved at villagers going about their usual tasks as they entered Shin Village. When the villagers noticed them, the chief came out and stepped into the square to meet them. The knights stopped in the square, and the chief nodded to them, greeting them warmly. I crouched in a house, watching through a crack. Chief, bring everyone and come with us to Luakana. It's safer there, and there's food. I told you before, we can't abandon this village. You felt the same once, didn't you? That's true, but after going to Luakana, I realized. It's way safer there than living here. You never know when demons will come. You heard Frictera fell, right? Oh, so these knights were once young men of this village, and they were sent here to recruit the villagers to Luakana. Hometown boys would have an easier time convincing them, but the chief was refusing. This split between the old and young reminded me of Japan's countryside, where young people leave the villages. Though in this case, I'd agree with the young. In wartime, they should have fled to the city. Luakana must have wanted manpower, or maybe it was charity since they sent recruiters. But it's too late now. The demons already have this village. One knight frowned, glancing around. Then he asked the chief, "Hey, where are the kids? They're always playing, right?" At that, sweat ran down the chief's forehead as he looked down. "It's time," I gave the signal. In an instant, demons burst from every house. The knights froze, wide-eyed. Of course they did. For them, this had been a peaceful village until demons suddenly appeared from the houses. They scrambled to draw swords, but the chief shouted in terror. "Stop. If you resist, the children will." What? The knights understood. The missing children were hostages, meaning their home, Shin Village, was already occupied. The demon swordsmen surrounded the knights and villagers in the square. The knights stood protectively in front of the villagers, but their posture was untrained. Clearly, they were just farmers dressed up in armor. Nothing like the blue-cloaked knights of Frictera. Quatra and the others appeared too, completing the encirclement. Once the trap was set, I stepped into the square. The chief looked pale and averted his gaze. The three knights gawked at me in shock. Demon aspect. What the hell is this brat? Hey chief, what's going on here? Why's a cursed child walking around the village? Strange, they were more shocked by me than the demons. As expected, devout Unil religion scum. Disgusting. I stood tall among the demons, smiling at the knights. "Greetings, gentlemen, don't resist. As the chief said, we hold the children's lives." The knights glared at me with naked disgust. The demon swordsmen clashed their blades to intimidate them. Surrounded, the knights were afraid but still full of hostility toward me. Just like Atana. I wanted to stain those faces with despair right away, but these ones had a role to play. The knights realized resistance was pointless and dropped their swords. Herded by demon swordsmen, they were lined up before the villagers and forced to kneel. Now at eye level with me, I spoke. "As you see, this village is ours now. So you'll obey us. Who the hell are you? A demon teaming up with demons." Getting tired of this exchange. Think what you like, I'll skip the explanations. I'm here for the main point. Objections aren't allowed. Though they still glared, they understood they had no choice, not with the children hidden away. First, a question. From what I heard earlier, you came to bring these villagers to Luakana, right? The knights didn't answer at first, until a demon swordsman jabbed an old man, making them flinch. "Grandpa Mun." The old man groaned and fell. Luck rushed to his side. I sighed, giving the knights a sidelong look. They understood my gaze, and one began to speak bitterly. "Yeah, that's right." Next, who ordered it? "Lord Alejandro." My brow furrowed, to hear the name of the head so quickly. Why would Alejandro want people from this village? If it was just conscription, you'd be enough. "We don't know, we're just grunts." As expected, their armor wasn't that of the Black Violet Knights. Military expansion? No, then why bother with the elders too, charity? No. I had a firm conviction. In times like these, nobles don't waste effort on charity. Humans aren't that pure. But then, why? Suspicious. I'd need to go myself. "All right, I get it. Now, you'll do something for me." "What?" "You'll complete your mission." The knights looked at each other. Then they were shocked by my next words. "Take half the villagers to Luakana. And bring us with you." "You want us to lead demons into Luakana? That's insane." One knight shouted. My demand was simple. Return to Luakana with half the villagers, bringing me and some demons along. To them, that meant betraying their stronghold by sneaking in enemies. Naturally, they resisted. But from my side, going into enemy territory with only a few meant risk, so I ordered that half the villagers remain here as insurance. If they refused, I'd kill everyone on the spot. What'll it be? My terms is to smuggle us into Luakana, keep our secret. ensure our safety in the city, and bring us back alive. That's impossible. Then you'll all die here. Damn. We're just grunts, we can't hide something like this. And that cursed brat can't just stroll around the city. You'll do it anyway. If not, your family dies too. I'm being generous giving you a choice. Work well, and the villagers stay safe. The knights whispered among themselves, grimacing. The villagers huddled together, trembling at my open threat. The outcome was obvious. They couldn't refuse. Fine, we'll do it. Just spare them. As long as you don't break your promise, neither will we. The knight nodded. Good, now for selection. Tell me about your families. They hesitated, but then called over their kin. I ordered their families excluded from the group going to Luakana. They protested, but had no choice. The knights ground their teeth. 2 days. If I don't return intact in 2 days, the demons will kill the villagers here. Exactly 2 days, remember it, and Luck, you're coming too. He. Luck, supporting Grandpa Mun, glared at me. I'm staying. Without me, no one can hunt. Then just make sure I come back in 2 days. If not, you'll all die anyway. Hunting won't matter. No way. Luck's face turned pale. She worried too much. All she had to do was go and come back. Relax, humans don't die from missing a couple days of meals. No matter how much they want to. I narrowed my eyes on her. Memories surfaced of the days in prison, starving, wishing for death, and of Riame, who dragged me along without food or water for days. Compared to that, 2 days is nothing. Quattro is off, as planned. You're too conspicuous to bring, so stay here and build a supply line from Frictera. Zone, and a few demon swordsmen, you're with me. The demon swordsmen lined up. Quattro still looked dissatisfied. Quattro, don't worry. Humans excel at self-preservation. As long as you watch the villagers, the risk is low. Understood. I wanted to go with you, but all right. I'll watch the place. Zoff patted Quattra's shoulder. Beside them, Zone jumped. Yes, leave Lady Cocotte's safety to me. I had chosen Zone and the demon swordsmen since they could blend in with disguises, and were strong enough if things went wrong. Weapons couldn't be brought, but barehanded they could handle a few nights. Though I worried about Zone blowing her cover, I'd just have to keep her in check. This was an infiltration mission, after all. I nodded to my loyal subordinates and glanced at the villagers beginning preparations. And one more. Keel, you two. The silent girl trailing behind me, head down, would come as well. She had no demon aspect, a pure human. She'd be useful. At my words, Keel lifted her face slightly, met my eyes with her blue ones, and nodded quietly. Chapter 50, Pleasure City. Pleasure City, they call it well. I lifted the hood pulled low over my head with a finger, and muttered, as I looked out at the bustling streets. The Pleasure City of Luakana. Its nickname was no exaggeration. Houses stood lined with colorful clothes tied and fluttering. The people walking the streets were all dressed up, eating and drinking as they pleased. The traffic of people was heavy yet elegant. Performers danced everywhere, poets sang. It was truly a dreamland. A heaven on the frontier, where only those who gorged on indulgence could be seen even under wartime. And this even after our hands had crushed Frictera, truly ridiculous, not a shred of a sense of danger. New in town, are you? Eat and drink plenty now. How about some fruit, wine? We've even got fruit water for the young lady. Annoying, just walking the street brought calls from every direction. Every last one of them was smiling so unnaturally wide it was disgusting. I ignored every pasted-on grin as I walked the human city. Zone and the 2 demon swordsmen walked through the streets wearing travelers' cloaks with hoods like the villagers. Blending in with blank faces, we passed through the checkpoint at the city gate with surprising ease. I suppose it never occurred to them that demons might infiltrate the heart of the city this way. It's so loud I'm getting dizzy. Are humans really creatures that hold such noisy, gaudy living as the height of life? Too noisy, it's downright vulgar. Zone grumbled. Honestly, I agreed. I had never liked noise to begin with. I shunned crowds and clamor, but this crowd would serve us well this time. With so many humans, suspicion faded if we blended among them. People kept calling out, but no one questioned our identity. Even the demon swordsmen, with their sullen faces, drew no suspicion of being demons. Hide a person among people, as they say. Still, walking in a crowd was troublesome for a body as small as mine. So for now, I held Keel's hand and let her lead. In case of emergency, if anyone spoke to us, I had ordered that I be passed off as the sick younger sister. Since entering the city, Keel had obediently pulled me along. She agreed in an instant, uncharacteristically quiet, with none of her usual bite. Rather dull, really. Speaking of quiet, the young men of Shin Village, the knights, were too. They looked uneasy, and I thought perhaps they would expose us the moment we entered the city, bringing soldiers on us. But seeing their faces, it seemed otherwise. Above all, even if they did, the village would fall before reinforcements arrived. That time limit chained their thoughts and actions. Until I returned to the village, they had no choice but to obey. We walked around the city for a while. It was quite large. The knights leading us said we were headed to the building where people gathered from all over. It was a large building visible even from a distance. But what caught my eye more was the castle-like structure in the city center. That, I recalled, was the Lord's mansion, now turned into Alejandro's castle. Only those with wealth above even the city residents could enter that place, and inside, parties were held daily. Extravagant. Even this noisy town was just the lower district, it seemed. With all this eating and drinking as they pleased during war, King Faltmare must be sprouting more wrinkles. Yes, that's what bothered me. Despite the war, despite Frictura having fallen by our hands right next door, this slackness. There were patrols in the city, but no real alertness. The checkpoint was loose, the guards outside the city nothing serious. It was unsettling how unnatural this city's way of being felt. Not just slack, though at least, the carousing citizens seemed slack enough. Alejandro, what are you thinking? Well, that's why we came. If you don't understand, act to understand. My goal was to bring down the city. To worry about the affairs of a city I would crush anyway was meaningless. Above all, these people piss me off. Me, Riame, we lived like that for years, and these people partied every day. Even 1% of what you spent drinking and playing could have given us a better life. The demon aspect, the Unil religion. You drove us into the gutter. We'll take everything you have. Grinding my teeth as I walked, Keel glanced back at me. Our eyes met, and she looked uneasy. I realized I had unconsciously tightened my grip on her hand. That must have worried her. For her, being cast as my sister must have been unwanted, but I didn't like being her little sister either. I'm not holding on because I want to. I glared up at Keel from under my hood, red eyes flashing. She flinched, then turned back and walked on. We paraded down the boulevard, ears shut to the clamor, nose wrinkling at the mix of wine, fruit, and perfume. Squeezing through a city where it seemed every resident was drunk. For caution's sake, we walked in the center of the townsfolk, surrounded. Tson occasionally grumbled, but she couldn't show her eyes, so this was best. And that luck girl had been cheering the villagers since leaving the village. Once we entered the city, I told her to keep silent, so she now walked wordlessly ahead of us. I recalled our talk before the checkpoint. Luck had looked like she was trying to think of a way out, so I nailed her down. Don't even think of killing me. Dying together would be folly. The ones sacrificed by your actions won't be you, but the villagers left behind. The words I once told Keel, hurled at Luck. She went silent. The knights, overhearing, realized they were in the same position, and for now led the way quietly. Now the destination loomed near. Time for us to move separately. Hey. I called one of the knights. He jumped, looking at me. We're not going into that building. One of you knights, you'll do. You're coming with us. Why, I understand. So obedient now. Humans were soft to their own. The knight I picked whispered something to his fellows, excusing his absence. Not following us would mean less watch on us, but with the hostages still in our hands, they wouldn't inform. Even if they did, in this noisy city we wouldn't be easy to find. I remembered the route to the checkpoint, so worst case, Tson could carry me and we'd escape before soldiers came. That's how it is. Let's go, big sis. I spoke with biting irony to the sister, holding my hand, and stepped away from the group. Tson and the demon swordsman followed. Tson sidled up to me with a wiggle. Why don't you call me big sis too? Shut it, ah yes, Luck you too. WHY. Can't you say? You're a hostage. With a sour face, Luck reluctantly left the villagers and followed us with the knight. Doing something like this, helping demons. A fine accomplice. Doesn't feel too bad, does it? Weren't you resentful too? Living poor, while Luakana's people wasted their days partying. Who would? Why are you even doing this? I see now just how thin you humans' sense of guilt is. if you can't even understand that. Luck stepped forward at my taunting, but Sohn grabbed her arm. Judging from the pained expression, she was held quite hard. Luck shrank quietly, but I told Sohn to ease her grip. Now, the infiltration begins. I pulled Zenbiano's ledger from my chest. I had ordered Sohn and the demon swordsmen to memorize the city's layout. While watching that, I wanted to check the slave flow first. Where's the slave market? Slave market? What business do you have there? I do. To match the powerful nobles you told me of, slave trends and wealth. If we're lucky, soldiers too. And one more thing. A source of information, and if possible, though difficult, soldiers. In any case, something useful to acquire locally. That is to say, demon slaves. Chapter 51, don't look at me like that. I came to the slave market and found myself using extreme caution. The cause was Sohn and the others. My fellow demons, confined inside cages, stirred a swelling anger in them. The magic swordsmen look like humans, but if they let rage take over and shift into skeletal forms, they could end it in an instant. I put Sohn in charge of watching that, but even Sohn had her fists clenched and was trembling. Humans, demons, monsters, all sorts of species were caged and being traded. The scale of trade in the huge square far surpassed that of the Demon King's castle. Beautiful slaves were for pet use. Strong slaves were for labor or bodyguard duty. People crowded the cages like at a sideshow. An outdoor stage had even been set up. A short, plump man dressed like a jester played the part of an announcer. He linked a number-tagged beautiful female slave by chain and paraded her, spouting sales pitches to the crowd. The rich folk began shouting numbers and prices all at once. An auction. I had only heard of slave auctions in fiction, but seeing it with my own eyes made my stomach turn. Demons were, of course, mixed among those being auctioned. Even proud demons were apparently subdued into compliance, which made my chest tighten. I wondered if they had been tortured to make them obedient, but there were no visible wounds and they looked clean. Their eyes were vacant, so I guess some drug had been given to them. Vampires were among the slaves. Vampires are naturally beautiful as a race. If their strong physical abilities can be controlled, they are apparently in demand by certain maniacs. Startled, I glanced at Sohn. Her red eyes were bloodshot as she glared at the stage. I quickly grabbed her clothes and forced her to crouch. Then I pulled her hood down deep. I told Sohn to hold on. She answered she understood, but did not seem calm. Sohn is a vampire, a species with high pride. For her to see demons bought and sold like objects under humans must have been infuriating beyond measure. Fine, I will go alone. Sohn, wait somewhere out of sight in the market. I'll inspect it by myself. No, I want to be by your side. Watching whether patrols arrive is an important role. Keep an eye on Luck and that night over there. Sohn agreed, twisted Luck's arm and dragged him off roughly. When they moved to the edge, I nudged Keel. Let's go, walk the way I say. Why, yes, I understand. We walked past slave cages and I narrowed my eyes. It was a familiar sight but grotesque. The slave markets of the Demon King's castle had appeared often enough, but Luakana's was different in character. At the Demon King's castle, slaves were also captives, but here they were treated purely as objects. Nobles with aristocratic manners closely examined cages and negotiated prices with buyers nearby. Disgust rose in me. I spat the words. Keel looked around with downcast eyes, as if feeling revulsion too. Do you, of all people, truly find this sight abhorrent? Do you think it's pitiable? I said without looking up at her. She flinched and then looked at me. WW, of course. Buying and selling people like objects is hateful. Do you not feel the same revulsion for things other than humans? Of course I do. Even demons should not be bought or sold. They should not be locked in cages like that. Keel trembled and displayed her outrage, as if implicitly pleading her own experience of being treated like a slave at the Demon King's castle. I was a little surprised and laughed through my nose. Ha! You used to serve the infamous slave trader Zenbiano, didn't you? Before Keel could protest, I glanced around and pulled her toward a particular cage. She shut up and followed where my hand pulled her. We arrived at a monster cage on the outskirts of the market. No one stood around it. Inside lay a gaunt, clearly unhealthy magic wolf. The cage gave off a foul smell as if it had not been cleaned. The feed bowl was overturned, and its semi-liquid food spilled across the floor. One of the magic wolf's forelegs was wounded and roughly bandaged, blood seeping through the rags. Keel, what do you think when you see this? I asked, staring at the magic wolf. The wolf lay with its head slightly raised, lapping at the scattered food on the floor. Keel looked between me and the cage several times and clenched the hem of her clothes with the hand not holding mine. It's painful to see. It was probably used as a spectacle to fight other monsters. Its cage and treatment are crude. It's pitiful, she said. A while back I was treated the same way, I said, still watching the wolf. Keel looked surprised at that. Surprised? I asked. Chained so you can barely move, no place to relieve yourself, you wear nothing like clothes. At that time I was not treated as a person. My keepers tormented me. They overturned my food, and I ate the scraps like livestock. When my stomach got sick and I soiled the cage, they beat me. They poured water on both me and the cage and washed me roughly. Even if my body broke, they gave me no medicine. That's... Keel listened to my story while looking at the cruelly treated magic wolf. Seeing a creature that seemed only to be waiting for death, she squeezed my hand harder than before as if she had pictured me in the wolf's place. Do you get it? No matter how many times you wish for death, you cannot die. You don't even know why this is happening to you. They simply decided you were a demon, and I, the daughter of Count Otana, was turned into livestock. When I finally got out, I was dumped into the slums. At the end, they almost decapitated me in a show like a public execution. My voice was not loud. Still, as I stared at the magic wolf and spoke, my words certainly reached Keel. Keel, who said she had been in the service of the Count Frictera, looked shocked when she heard of my origins as a daughter of Count Otana. She trembled with confusion as she heard what had happened to me. Do you pity me? I don't want such pity now. Think selfish for me, that's all I want. Say it's natural. Tell me that for a demon like me even that experience was too mild. Your role is to be selfish for my sake. Know that. You are the selfish human I keep close, so I don't forget that hatred. If you fail your role, I won't need you. Seen from the outside, the two of us, a girl and a younger child, might have looked like affectionate sisters holding hands. But the reason we held hands was something neither of us wanted. We avoided meeting each other's eyes and continued watching the magic wolf. After a long silence, Keel spoke. You seem to be admired by the demons. Is that because they are comrades who share your revenge? She asked. I clicked my tongue. What would she say next? I don't know if they admire me, but they are comrades who share the same goal. And they exist for my purpose, I replied. At that moment, a slave trader, curious that two females had chosen to stand by a rarely visited cage, called to us. Unusual, such pretty girls in a place like this. The hooded one is, he said. I quickly hid behind Keel and gripped her clothes, played shy and timid, hiding my hair and eyes. I nudged her back to tell her to fool the man well. Keel looked troubled but faced the traitor. Sorry, she's a shy younger sister. She's weak and often ill. She may have been reminded of this magic wolf's condition and insisted on seeing it, she lied. I clicked my tongue at Keel's unnecessary explanation, but the man, as if touched in his conscience, put his hand dramatically to his eye. Oh, I'm sorry, he doesn't have long to live. I'm sure he'll be glad that little girls like you came to see him at the end. That was nonsense. Inside this magic wolf there was only hatred. If freed, it would immediately tear your throat out. I grew furious at the man's thoughtless, hollow, pretty words. I gripped Keel's hand tighter. Seeing my reaction, Keel looked confused, so I told her quietly we would leave. Keel furrowed her brow and bowed to the man. We will be leaving now. Also, what is it, miss? The trader answered. Keel glanced at me for approval and then said, Please feed that magic wolf proper meals and treat its wounds. The man and I both widened our eyes. I ground my teeth so hard the sound seemed to ring and forced Keel away. When we returned to where Tson, who had been looking bored, sat, I could not help myself and shoved Keel toward Tson. Keel gave a short squeal and was grabbed by Tson. She looked at me, and I struggled to suppress the urge to kill her on the spot as I panted. Lady Cocotte, what's wrong? Tson asked as she held Keel and awkwardly fondled her a little. The magic swordsmen exchanged glances. The escorting knights and Luck seemed either scared of or wary of my obvious bad temper. I tried to calm my breathing, put my hand to my chest, and take a deep breath to suppress my anger. But I could not settle. The moment Keel expressed concern for the magic wolf, I was horribly shocked. And then I saw her eyes when she glanced at me. That was a pity. To be pitied by you now. At that instant, my blood rushed to my head with terrifying speed. Simultaneously, I became terribly shaken. Those eyes were the same pitying look Riame used toward me. Don't be ridiculous. Don't give me that look. That is not your role. You, after all the times you spat on me as a demon, now looking at me the same way as she did is unforgivable. She is gone. Because she is gone, I can hold on to hatred. And yet, you would deceive me with that look. Daikokot. When my name was called again, I managed to get my breathing under control. Tson looked very worried. Her hand rested near Keel's throat as if saying, "If you do something to her, I will kill you." I exhaled and restrained Tson. "It's nothing, let's go home. I've confirmed the presence of demon slaves. I got notes on the city layout, no need to linger." Tson and the others nodded, and the knight in charge signaled to Luck, and they began to walk. As we followed, I again squeezed Keel's hand and whispered under my breath, "Never look at me like that again. You are no, damn it." I swallowed the words I was about to say and turned my face away from Keel, who looked bewildered. I pulled her roughly and we left Luakana. Chapter 52, Moonlit Night. The sun had long since set, and night had completely fallen. Exactly 2 days after departing, I returned to Shin Village, only to be met by Quatre's sullen scowl. He asked if something had happened. "There's nothing, as you can see." "Ha, well then, those things you're carrying, what in the world?" Quatre tilted his head at the armful of candies and sweets I was carrying. When leaving Luakana, the merchants had pressed them on me. A small child being escorted by the decently beautiful Keel, as long as they didn't see my hair and eyes, must have looked cute to them. Despite the suspicious appearance of the hooded cloak, they must have taken it as part of some disguise, because before I knew it, they were pushing sweets on me one after another. Maybe it was the same kind of sentiment where adult women dote on children and can't help but give them things, but being surrounded by an entire city tripping out like that was unnerving. So I was grateful to Tson and the demon swordsmen who blocked the crowds like bodyguards. What a nuisance. I was on edge the whole time, worried they'd see my hair and eyes, and yet they kept shoving things at me. Those people in that city are far too careless. Even though they're at war and Frictera has already fallen, they're completely slack. But isn't that a good sign for us? Careless humans, I'll happily turn to cinders with my flames. If only it were that simple. Well, fine. I did gain some information I want to share, but I'm in a foul mood right now. I'll put it off. Yes, no doubt you're weary. Please rest. Quatre, you and Zoff rest too. You did well guarding things while I was away. Let the goblins and demon swordsmen handle the watch. With that, I shoved the sweets into Quatre's arms. He looked a little surprised. But after 2 days of the unfamiliar task of keeping the villagers alive instead of killing them without my supervision, fatigue was written all over his face. Realizing I'd seen through it, he gave a deep bow, then probably went to fetch Zoff as he left my sight. Then, parting ways with Tson, who went to return the carriage we used, I entered the village with Keel, the knight, and Luck. After seeing Quatre off, I shoved the knight and Luck into the house where the villagers were being held. From inside came voices rejoicing at Luck's return and her voice soothing the children. It only heightened my foul mood. I left without a word and with Keel headed for the longhouse where I slept. I dropped Keel outside the room and collapsed face first onto the straw bed. Quatre was right. I was exhausted, and more than that, irritated. Sleep. To plan for the fall of Luakana quickly, I must cast off this irritation. With that in mind, I closed my eyes. Maybe an hour passed. I had lightly dozed, but soon awoke feeling restless. From the square, I could still hear goblins and orcs hauling cargo. Not much time had passed. It wasn't hot. In fact, it was a little cool. I turned over, shut my eyes again, but couldn't sleep. No good. I gave up, rose, threw on my coat, and left the room. Outside the door, Keel was nodding off in a chair beside my demon swordsman guard. She blinked awake at the sound of my steps and looked hazily at me. "I'm going for some air, you sleep." I told her and left the longhouse for the square. Keel started to say something, but I shut the door without listening. Looking out across the square, more supplies must have arrived from Frictera. Orcs worked alongside goblins to carry goods. It seemed Quatre and Zoff had arranged this. So helpful. Elodie Cocotte, where you goin'? The sudden voice startled me. It was Odd, who had crossed paths with me in the square. I was about to ignore him, but he scratched his head and spoke on. Lady Cocotte, if something's botherin' ya, there's a spring behind the village. Take a bath, it'll clear your head. What? I stopped and turned to him, surprised. For Odd to say such a thing, was he concerned for me? Lord Quatra and Lord Zizoff went to bathe there, you should go too. He scratched his head and grinned stupidly. Well, The unexpected words made me stammer, but he just stood there with that same dumb look, still holding his load. My irritation suddenly felt foolish. I took a deep breath. I couldn't keep letting them see me vexed. You may be right, not a bad idea. I turned my back to Odd's tilted head inside, heading out of the village. Going without guards was careless, but demons should be patrolling outside as well. Hardly dangerous. Besides, Quatra and Zoff should be at the spring. A spring, True, I hadn't bathed since leaving Frictera. I sniffed my arms and armpits. Hard to say if I stank, but I felt a bit dusty. Bathing, The season felt like autumn, the wind a little chilly. Normally, I'd hate to, but oddly enough, I felt like rinsing myself off now. Probably just wanting to cool my head. And maybe washing would ease that restlessness too. Following Odd's directions, I soon heard splashing. Voices too. It was Quatra and Zoff. Pushing through the grass, I came to the spring. The spring was neither small nor large. Clear water with rocky hills above where water trickled down like a small waterfall, faint mist rising. A beautiful, dreamlike scene. There, Quatra and Zoff were washing, chatting. The sight made me murmur. How nostalgic. Back in my salaryman days, to heal a tired body, I sometimes went to the public bath with coworkers I wasn't even close to. The memory made me chuckle. My words and smile shocked them both. They turned with a splash, tensed, then realizing it was me, bowed. Princess, at this hour in a place like this, we thought you were resting. Don't scare me like that, young lady. I didn't know who it was. Sorry. Odd told me you two were bathing. They exchanged glances. I couldn't sleep, so I came to cool my head with a bath too. I quickly stripped at the water's edge, folding my clothes. Standing naked in the night air was chilly, but not bad. Leaves rustling, insects chirping, the night quiet calmed me. The spring gleamed under the moonlight, sparkling. I stepped in slowly. Princess. Emma. Quatra cried out. I looked at him, puzzled. He had turned away. Zoff was rubbing his forehead with a troubled look. Young lady. What is it? Well, you're a woman, ain't ya? We're men, so. It's nothing. I didn't think you'd be self-conscious. Am I wrong? No, it's not that. A woman shouldn't bathe with men so lightly. I just warned you about such things. Emma. When I wandered in my underwear half asleep, yes, they scolded me. But that was in public. Bathing was different. Like entering a tub clothed would be odd. And as for me being a woman internally, I still leaned male. In Autana, being seen naked by either sex had become normal. Seeing Quatra and Zoff naked too, as men, felt natural. Besides, I was still a child. My chest had maybe begun budding, but I was just a kid. I'd seen fathers washing their little daughters in the men's bath. Surely men like Quatra and Zoff wouldn't fluster over a child's body. Quatra even had a daughter, if I recalled. Though El Curo had told me I didn't act like a child, my manner gave me an image beyond my looks. Perhaps that was why. Well, whatever, I waded deeper. Cold, but not painfully so, step by step until water reached my waist. 2 big sighs came behind me. Gutsy or just carefree, the young lady's something else. Princess, we'll wait in the bushes. Call when you're done, we'll escort you back. You're already done. Don't worry about us. I don't really mind myself. Zoff. Splashing, the two left the spring. Over the sound of water, I faintly heard them talking. Quatra, you fool, the young lady'll be a beauty. Hey, show some restraint. No, I mean it. Her naked body's like a fairy pixie, too good to be human. She's got that sharp temper, but when she grows up men'll flock to her. I'll burn any bad insects. Overprotective bastard. Zoff laughed as Quatra snorted and dragged him off. Dressed, they disappeared into the bushes. I only caught half, but they seemed to be complimenting me. That I'd be beautiful, strange feelings, but not unpleasant. When praised for looks, I was taught to thank my parents. In that case, it was gratitude to Riame. She was beautiful. If I inherited that, then it was a bond I could feel. I glanced after Quatra and Zoff, smiling faintly in thanks. They cheered me a little. Now alone, but with them nearby, I felt safe. I scooped water, splashed it down. This is kind of fun. I slapped the surface, raising spray. Fun, deeper in until the water reached my chest near the middle of the spring. Wide enough that I wouldn't lose footing. I washed myself, rinsed my hair. Being alone in such a wide space, free like this, was joy I'd never known. Years ago, unimaginable. No one is binding me, time just for me. Playing in water, I never liked pools or the sea, but this isn't bad. The cold water was now familiar. I drifted, floating, foolish maybe, but no one minds. Not in this world. Not under a boss or subordinate's eyes. Once in a while, no harm. Hess. I swirled, sweeping water, droplets glittering in the moonlight. Ahaha, ahaha. After dancing with the water a while, I sighed and looked skyward. With enough moonlight, I felt safe and threw myself back, sinking. Splash, and I went under. From beneath, the moon shimmered, silver light beautiful. My white hair floated, and as I relaxed, buoyancy lifted me up. I bobbed up, drifting, gazing at the moonlit sky. Then, rustling, I jolted upright, turned my face. There stood Keel, staring nervously at me. Why was she here? She should have been asleep in the longhouse. Had she followed me? I hadn't ordered her. What were the demon swordsmen doing? Our eyes met. She gasped and looked away. I didn't mean to peek, I just, heard the orc say Lady Cocotte went to bathe, so. She blushed, spouting excuses without pause. I splashed toward her. She averted her gaze, backing away. Her fluster amused me, sparked mischief. My irritation had eased enough to tease her. You too want to take a bath. Eh? I told you before, I can't keep you if you stink. Startled, she sniffed at her arms and clothes. As expected of a girl, she cared, but after a doubtful look, she glanced at me then shook her head. I'll pass. Ah, so you think I'd care about a little girl's nudity? I thought she feared being seen, but she shook her head, face red. That's not it. We're both girls, you've already seen me, and stop calling me little girl. I'm older than you. That's not what I meant. HMPH, fine. If she wouldn't join, at least she could stand guard. I started sinking back in the water. But I heard rustling again. From the brush near Keel, a goblin stepped out. I glared at her. Brought a goblin too, for a guard. I've got Quatra and Zoff nearby. I rose from the spring, glaring past at the goblin. But Keel looked frightened of it. So she hadn't brought it? Suspicious, I eyed it. Short sword in hand, baring teeth at us. Something was wrong. You're one of the guards, aren't you? What are you? Before I could finish, it screeched, Human. Human. And with clear hostility and killing intent, its red eyes turned on me. Chapter 53, The Demons That Assaulted Us. What? The goblin screamed as it lunged at us. It raised a dagger and rushed forward. Surprised, I instinctively raised my hand to stop it. Stop, you fool. What do you think I? Human kill Keel. Eek. My raised hand meant nothing. The goblin sprang at us. Even as I screamed at the raw murderous intent, my eyes followed it. Hesitation. Was it me it aimed for or Keel? Why, I didn't know. What I knew was that it was coming. I should have thought to use Keel as bait, yet without thinking I stepped in front of her. I had stood there before realizing, so I became the target. The dagger swung down and slashed the arm I crossed to shield my head, cutting my skin. Ah! Pain and shock knocked me onto my backside. My hand flew to my arm. Blood seeped from the shallow cut. I stared at my palm stained red, my eyes widening in confusion and disbelief. They're really trying to kill me. Cold sweat broke out. I should have known that that killing intent was real. And then, from the thicket behind it, more goblins appeared. Not many, but enough to kill me. This is bad. I didn't know why, but they wanted us dead. There was no time to wonder why I stepped before Keel. A glance at her showed her frozen in terror, trembling, eyes glued to the goblins. Useless fool. I cursed inwardly just as another goblin charged low. Keel, get back. I shouted. Keel flinched and backed away timidly. Again, why don't I use her as a shield and run? The goblin's headbutt slammed into my side. The shock pierced through me. I was thrown back and rolled across the ground. Gah. Cocotte. Keel rushed to me as I tumbled behind her. Idiot, don't look away. I glared while coughing, but the fool tried to help me up, eyes full of worry. She was useless, completely useless. Then why did I protect such dead weight? The thought flickered and vanished. Now was not the time. One goblin's eyes rolled toward Keel's back. Drooling, it screeched and raised its dagger to rush again. If this goes on, we'll die, both of us. The fear of death, something I'd felt many times in Autana, gripped me again. But unlike my frozen-hearted past, now I truly trembled. No, I don't want to die, I can't die. A gust of wind rose. The goblins recoiled, distance opening. I shielded my eyes from the wind and glanced up. A huge shadow blocked the moonlight, landing between me and them. Quatra in Dragonute battle form roared at the goblins, then bent its neck toward me. It must have stayed back, waiting for the right moment to intervene. I hadn't thought the goblins would attack me, so the thought to call Quatra never even came. I was confused. Princess, you're safe. Keel held me as I called out. You're late, my arm's cut. I saw Quatra's pupils contract sharply at my wound. Just then, Zoff came charging in. Sorry, I didn't catch it sooner. I heard your voice, young lady, are you all right? Zoff hefted his great axe and half pulled me up with Keel. I leaned against Keel and moved behind Zoff. Princess, stand back, these things. I don't know, they just attacked. Quatra turned its head on the goblins. Its red eyes gleamed, flames flickering between its fangs. It was furious. The goblins shrieked and staggered back under the Dragonute's glare. Terror showed plainly. They're not ours. Quatra growled. Indeed, no goblin under me would dare attack. If they were my subordinates, perhaps some might try an assassination for gain, but this was senseless. Goblins lacked such cunning. They were subdued only by force. If Quatra and the other captains had done so, then treachery was possible, but these weren't mine. They must have been from another army. Yet I never imagined other demons would be in human territory, the lands of Faltmare. Dragonute. Comrades, why protect humans? This is our general. Quatra roared again, and the goblins shrieked in fright. He's completely snapped, Zoff muttered, standing before me with an axe raised. Quatra, enraged, was about to unleash flame. Lowly demons, even kin, I'll burn you for the insolence of harming the princess. Just then, a voice cried out. Wait, what's this commotion? A figure burst from the bushes. At first, it seemed like a four-legged beast, but it slid and stood upright. A humanoid body covered in thick fur, clothed like a man, with a head part human, part wolf. A werewolf, clearly a demon. Quatra eyed it once and let its flames subside. A werewolf. The werewolf stood between Quatra and the goblins, as if to stop the fight. Quatra remained cautious, staring down. We're not enemies. You fled too, didn't you? What are you talking about? Don't act dumb, we're the same. The werewolf spoke nonsense, calmed the goblins, and stepped forward. Relax, we're the same, so. It glanced around. It looked at Quatra and Zoff, then at me peeking from behind Zoff in Keel's arms. Our eyes met. The werewolf's eyes changed instantly. Pupils widened, face twisted in rage, fangs bared. We hadn't followed its words, but its behavior was clear. It crouched low, fury burning, and charged straight at me. The demon aspect, the foe of my kin. Wah! The werewolf shot under Quatra's legs, red eyes fixed on me. Fangs and claws aimed to tear me apart. Again, first goblins, now a werewolf. I thought it would stop the fight, but no, it attacked me too. Murderous intent froze me. Zoff readied his axe, but the werewolf ignored him. As it leapt, Quatra's tail swept it aside. It crashed into a thick tree trunk. Coughing, it rose, glaring with mixed shock and hate. What are you doing? Humans are demons' enemies. The goblins joined its uproar. Quatra stomped closer and roared. I'll say it once more. We are the Demon King's army, marching under Lord Elcuro, and that one is our general. The werewolf gaped, dumbfounded. Section. Late at night, Keel supported me as I bled from my arm and returned to the village. Sohn was frantic when she saw me. She railed at Quatra and Zoff, then grew so furious she tried to kill the werewolf and goblins on the spot. It took both Quatra and Zoff to disarm her, and I managed to persuade her to stop. Now, in a longhouse, we sat at a table to hear them out. Keel was excluded for safety. Quatra bandaged my arm as I eyed the werewolf and goblins. Now then, let's hear it, Zoff said, arms crossed, leaning back. He was the calmest besides me. The werewolf, uneasy under Quatra's and Sohn's murderous glares, began to speak. Why yeah, I'm Rico. Sorry about my people. None of us thought the Demon King's army would be here. Rico glanced at Zoff, Quatra, and Sohn, who tapped the table with murderous intent. So, who are you? You seem organized. Shut up, human, I won't talk to scum. This again, I asked, and Riko barked at me. Did he still not understand? Sai, let me say this, you're not an ally, you attacked me. Don't speak so carelessly. Shut it, humans don't belong in demon talk. You deaf, if you disrespect Lady Cocotte again, I'll gut you and bottle your innards. Tson snarled, slamming the table. Wood splintered and Riko flinched. Tson the general, why are you serving a human? Riko called her a general. She once was, but that was past. He knew of the army, but old news. I'm not a general now, I'm just Lady Cocotte's devoted servant. Insult her and I'll kill you right away, mutt. Zoff forced Tson back into her chair. She struggled, but when I sighed, she calmed with veins bulging. Quatra tied off the bandage and spoke. The princess is human, but recognized by the demon king and made Lord Elcuro's general. She leads us. All demons stationed here follow her. So, show respect. Impossible. She led us to conquer Atana and Frictura. Even Tson, once a general, follows her. Do you still doubt it? Riko fell silent. At last, he spoke slowly. Most of us were captured as slaves, but I fought with Lord Uragakna's army. Riko clenched his teeth in regret. Then pleaded, tell me, does Lord Uragakna still hold the front? So he was under the 4 heavenly King Uragakna. No wonder he knew Tson's past and the army's affairs. We exchanged glances. I answered softly. I've heard Lord Uragakna still fights, though pressed by the heroes. Damn. Riko bowed his head, frustrated. I left unsaid the Confederation's involvement, explaining would derail things. We were captured long ago. Sent to Luakana as slaves, in that cursed castle. Riko's fists shook, teeth clenched. Bitter, humiliated, perhaps afraid. But some time ago we escaped. We hid, gathered strength, and meant to take this village as a base. But it seems you came first. I see, a resistance. No wonder their info was old. I could understand hatred toward humans, but Riko called me demon aspect. Even with Keel present, his hatred focused only on me. Not just humans me, but that made no sense. The demon aspect was human superstition. To demons, it was meaningless, just an albino, yet Riko's hatred was real. Something was behind this. If you were enslaved in Luakana, you know it well. Tell me of its state, its forces, and... I narrowed my eyes on him. Why do you hate me? Riko ground his teeth. His reaction to me was abnormal. He clearly bore a grudge. After a pause, he said, when we escaped, many died. The Black Violet Knights. Riko shook his head. They're tough, but not them. We should have escaped unnoticed. He clenched his fist and glared at me. We were attacked by demons. Luakana's castle keeps demons. White-haired, red-eyed demons. Chapter 54, Hidden Kill Intentions. Wait. We had just finished our talk and stepped out of the row house when Riko shouted from behind. Sleep was finally catching up to me, so we rubbed our sleepy eyes and turned around. Riko stood in the doorway as if prepared for something, his gaze resolute. A group of goblins following him stood by as well, watching us. You lot are going to take Luakana, right? Let us help. That line was not entirely unexpected. In the earlier talk, the story is that most of the comrades who tried to escape from someone with the demon aspect had been killed. Quatra and the others dismissed it as nonsense. Honestly, I had a hard time believing it myself. That a child like me, a human with the demon aspect, would single-handedly devastate them. Riko said that's how it was. That was why Riko recognized me as an enemy of his comrades. When I heard that, I was incredulous. Unless you were a veteran like Keel's father Segun, could a child demon like me, even unarmed, really kill demons? I was incredulous first and foremost. Besides, they claimed it was only one person. Maybe delirium or overexcitement or a hallucination, Zoff had laughed. Yet from Riko's face, there was something urgent and fierce that did not look like a tall tale. Sensing that, I at least accepted that they had the will to fight. I had expected an offer of cooperation. Riko, who had cut my arm, had at least apologized in form. Still, I frowned and narrowed my eyes as I stared at Riko. Adding to our numbers is a welcome, but I won't use a mad dog I cannot control. Riko ground his teeth, but the fact remained. I could not tolerate a mutiny during battle, and even if not that, I would not risk pawns who would not obey. Hatred that runs ahead and fails to achieve its goal is folly. I cannot have someone run wild on emotion. Perhaps Lord Elcuro felt the same when he looked at me. That must be why he opposed me marching. He feared I would run wild in hatred. Lord Elcuro is a serious person, so he probably worried it would hamper the operation, I thought. Still, when he invited me to dine, and when I decided to march, that expression on his face remains something I don't understand. I forced a wry smile. Well, I am not Rico. We both feed on hatred and know how the other feels. But I have no sympathy for that. My revenge must not be tripped up by another person's revenge. Therefore, I want pawns, not comrades. I chose my words with that meaning, so I intended not to add Rico and his group to my force and to leave them be. I know a way into Luakana's castle. I'll trade that information for the chance to join. It shouldn't be a bad bargain. Rico's words stopped my steps. What? He claimed to know a way into that castle. During the prior infiltration of Luakana, we could not find an entrance to that castle, no matter what we tried. It was true we had been at a loss. So whether Rico's words were true or false, they were intriguing. Continue. Rico nodded. Under that town runs a network like aqueducts they use for water. It reaches under the castle too. But monsters live there, so they do periodic purges, and there is security. You can't normally use them for infiltration. But besides the normal waterways, there is an old one only used to flush away sewage. A demon comrade who spent long years as a slave told me that he and others spent a long time making a hidden passage that connects to it, and they used it to escape. I snorted, a cheap story. Prisoners making a passage themselves for escape. It must have taken an enormous amount of time. I almost laughed at the melodramatic jailbreak tale I'd half heard elsewhere, but if they actually escaped then, it could not be dismissed. If they had once used it to escape, and it was a hidden passage, it could be used to infiltrate. But if its use had been discovered, it might now be guarded or blocked. I needed to ask about those details too. Judging Rico's information as useful, I decided there was room to incorporate it into the plan and asked for details. But concerns remained, many small unsettled points. I asked Rico the simplest, clearest one. But are you sure? You would be going back to the enemy's stronghold you barely escaped from. I don't care. I owe Uragakna a gift. If I show up empty-handed after being captured like an idiot, I'd have no honor. Besides, if it's a chance to avenge my comrades, there's not a scrap of reason not to go. In the dusk, Rico looked me straight in the eye, his burning red eyes filled with emotion about to burst. Section. After Kokot returned to the village guarded by Quatra and Zoff. When I went into the row house for the meeting with that werewolf in tow, I was told to stay behind. I walked heavily to the row house where Kokot slept, feeling unsettled. When Kokot stirred at night, I woke up. She was putting on her coat as if to go out and simply told me to stay in bed. I thought it strange that Kokot, who had come back from Luakana exhausted and gone to bed early, would be walking about late at night. And that expression and anger she had shown in Luakana. Was Kokot angry because I had shown concern for that wolf? I didn't know why. My role at that time was certainly not what she expected. I had heard of Kokot's situation. The reason she hates humans, treated like livestock, nearly killed, losing the only mother who defended her. That is the root of her revenge. I too lost my father to her. Yes, I sometimes think about it. But something other than hatred stirred within me that I could not understand it and would not admit it. Because of that, I could not help worrying about where Kokot went. I asked a nearby demon swordsman whether I could follow Kokot, whether to watch over her or protect her. He refused outright, saying I was Kokot's servant and property and should always stay near her. Reluctantly, I accepted that, and the swordsman, after a moment's hesitation, turned his face away. Taking that as permission, I followed Kokot. As soon as I left the house, I figured out where she was going. A big orc talked with goblins around him. Kokot had gone to bathe. From his gestures, I guessed where the bathing spring was and headed that way. Several demons tried to stop me, but I pushed on, thinking I could explain it later. We left the village, went through a dark forest, pushed through the brush, heard water, and then I heard joyful, truly joyful laughter from Kokot. At the spring under the moonlit surface, I saw her dancing white as if a fairy. Even that white hair I had always been taught to loathe shone in the spray under the moonlight. Her thin, fragile body and a childlike smile, different from her usual face playing with pure enjoyment, it unsettled me. Beautiful, she was my enemy, a demon who had killed many people. Why could I not turn my eyes away from her dancing? Suddenly, Cocotte collapsed backward into the water. I panicked, but she bobbed up, so I relaxed. I was confused at myself for feeling relieved she was safe. Then I almost turned away to avoid looking at her naked, drifting form, but I made a clattering noise. Startled, Cocotte and I made eye contact. I fumbled an explanation like I had been peeking, and we exchanged words. Then goblins appeared. I thought they were Cocotte's followers, but they were not. They attacked. She took a wound protecting me. Why did she do such a thing? My steps while thinking that were heavy. Then suddenly someone called to me. Startled, I looked around, but no one was there. The voice called again, and finally I saw a silhouette in the shadow of a village house calling me. Lu K. Luck. It was Luck, a child of this village who worked alone hunting and foraging. When our eyes met, Luck quietly gestured for me to come. Maybe she had slipped out despite demons roaming the village. When I drew closer, she suddenly grabbed my arm and dragged me into the shadows. Luck looked at me with a serious gaze. Hey, your keel right. Yes. Hey, your keel right. Yes. Good, I was worried I'd have to apologize if I was wrong. Because you're not one of Cocotte's demon companions, right? I was surprised. Luck said I was not allied with the demons. Of course that was true. I was not their ally. Reading my expression, Luck sighed in relief. I knew it. I thought maybe you were captured like a slave. Don't take it the wrong way. No, it's fine. Honestly, I felt warmed. Someone on my side had appeared. Someone who would notice me. Villagers had given me cold looks thinking I was allied with the demons. Luck's words seeped into the days when I felt cramped and lonely as if I had no place. Then Luck put a hand on my shoulder and continued with a serious look. Please, lend me your strength. I want to save everyone. If Luakana falls, they'll kill the villagers anyway as useless. Also, the men who were taken to Luakana will be killed too. But if you act rashly, you'll be killed. Cocotte would never permit suspicious moves. If found, they would be slaughtered. You'd be killed if you did that. It was strange that there had been no victims so far. Cocotte had toppled Frictera and executed Zenbiano's family. Trying anything strange would be dangerous. She is cruel. Luck grabbed my shoulder again and pleaded with pleading eyes. Please, Cocotte trusts you, right? We need your help. Trust me, trusted. No, why did she think I was trusted? Because I am nearby? If so, that is even more wrong. She keeps me near as a mirror of her hatred, so perhaps that's it. The only reason she protected me was to keep her mirror from breaking. She protected me and was wounded only for that reason. I guess. Nothing. More importantly, what will you do? By cooperate, do you mean you plan something? I blurted out the question and tried to cover it and asked Luck. I overheard them planning to take Luakana. We'll strike right after they depart. I want you to act so we are not suspected. Wait, strike. I almost raised my voice and Luck covered my mouth. I heard the clanking of demon swordsmen walking. When their footsteps had passed a bit, Luck let go of my mouth. You wouldn't actually do that. It's not that. Demons must not be left unchecked. The teachings of the Unil faith are right. If we slay the demon, we might receive aid from Luakana. But Cocotte promised safety as long as you behaved. I knew I sounded presumptuous and defensive of Cocotte in a way, but I said it naturally. Perhaps Cocotte would not break her promise, but Luck would not listen. Trust that. There are only old and children left. Food is nearly gone. They've taken a lot. We won't last. I could see Luck's desperation. I understood her feelings. The village had been occupied by demons. Perhaps because it was a village she had worked to protect. She felt responsible. Her words carried contempt for Cocotte, discrimination against those with the demon aspect defined by the Unil faith. Those marked as not human and cursed were now threatening them, and Luck felt humiliated. Like how I felt not long ago. I thought that the villagers will be protected. It's not obvious to Cocotte, but we've arranged for Luakana's knights to come again. If Cocotte leaves and only a small number of demons remain, we can handle them. I should have hit them when I first met them. This time I zoned out as if looking in a mirror. Luck narrowed her eyes and said to me softly, and it startled me. She spoke with a very small but clear killing intent. She said it. She would kill her. She intended to kill Cocotte. Chapter 55, Dark Night. 3 days have passed since that night. Despite its outward morale, my army spent its time quietly in Shin Village. The reason was we were waiting for another shipment of supplies from Frictera, moving them into a position we'd separately built near Shin Village, and preparing there for a siege. Quatra and the others assisted me well, and the demons followed Zoph's orders. Compared to when we captured Frictera, I was anxious whether we could get 3 times the army's combat readiness in order, but the plans and preparations I taught them were relayed and completed without trouble. Also, a resistance unit of former slave demons led by the werewolf Rico, who temporarily joined us on the condition of providing useful information and being under my absolute command, was stationed at one corner of that encampment. They were watched closely by the demon swordsman unit led by Tson, who volunteered to keep guard with both hands raised, but they still worked at a brisk pace. Watching the goblins toil under Tson's murderous glare brought back unpleasant memories of harsh labor, but I felt no sympathy for them. After all, being only watched over was probably the better fate. While I observed those busy preparations from a distance, I stood before the monsters' cages with meat in hand, lost in thought. I had already told Quatra and the others what they needed to know, so I was doing my daily routine partly to unwind. From my crouched position, I tossed a piece of meat into a cage, and a snake or lizard-like monster immediately snapped it up. Feeding the monsters we'd taken from Atana's dungeon had become my daily routine. These were the same monsters that had been chained with me in the dungeon. Back then, I had no bandwidth to pay them any mind, but there had been a wide variety of monsters. That said, Lady Atana's management had been sloppy, and after Atana fell, they were probably no longer fed. So when I visited again, I only took the individuals that were still breathing. There weren't many. Still, I brought them along on the march because I thought they might be useful for something and made sure they were fed. Thanks to that care, the weakened monsters gradually began to show fierceness. Even though they had been chained for a long time, the monsters' tough bodies and spirits began to recover. They snarled and bared teeth at the cage's bars as if they might tear my throat out any moment. "You hate me, don't you? You want to kill me, don't you?" I said that as I tossed meat. The monster snapped it up instantly. I remembered the werewolf I'd seen in Liuakana. That weakened wolf had indeed shown killing intent toward those outside its cage. The beasts I fed now were likely the same. They'd been captured for entertainment and stuffed into miserable conditions. Perhaps because they'd shared that dungeon with me, some sort of kin sympathy had sprouted in me. No matter how much the monsters snarled at me, I found a kind of amusement in watching them devour the meat and regain strength day by day. I'd never owned a pet in my previous life, but I remembered how fun it was to feed the goldfish at a relative's house and watch them eagerly snap at the food. Among the cage-bound beasts sharpening claws of killing intent, one specimen puzzled me. When I looked its way, I saw a magic lion with an especially large and magnificent mane. It lay sprawled and lazily regarded me with its eyes. A magic lion is a powerful monster. Classified among demons, it would be considered a high-class beast. I didn't know how Lady Atana had captured such a thing, but it must have taken enormous money and effort. Even so, such a creature isn't one you can easily capture. Yet this individual lacked vigor, always lying down, in a bad sense slack. Its eyes weren't cloudy and it ate, so it wasn't emaciated, but it was lethargically calm. If I could speak its language, I'd have scolded the king of the wilds. I watched the magic lion with that thought, but it only stared at me as before. "Don't you have any hatred?" I muttered, but there was no answer. At that moment, Quatra, who must have come running over, called out to me. "Princess, the diversionary unit has already departed." "Understood. Deploy them in front of Liuakana as planned." I tossed the remaining meat into the cage in a scatter, and stood to face Quatra. "We're going too. Is the troop organization complete?" "Yes, I've sent several Dragonutes as scouts. Those who returned early reported no troops outside the city." "Good." I nodded and returned to the square. There I found Zoph, Tson, and the few core troops who remained in the village lined up. Night had fallen. Only the torchlight glowed red around us as I faced everyone and placed a hand on my hip. "We will now attack Liuakana. The plan is as I explained before. 90% of the army will deploy as a diversion in front of Liuakana to pin their attention. It's fine if we don't take it." Because the diversionary unit had already departed, only a handful of demons and the Dragonute unit led by Quatra remained in the village. It looked sparse, but spirits were high. When I began speaking, Zoff crossed his arms and Sohn put his hands on his hips and puffed up proudly. They were eager to go. Seeing them like that, I nodded and glanced to the side where Kiel stood looking downcast. She'd been unusually dispirited these past few days and lacked energy. Maybe we'd been too hard on her, but I had no intention of indulging her. She would probably recover her usual attitude soon enough. I continued without concern. While the diversion keeps attention, the infiltration unit will enter through the waterways Rico mentioned. After entering, they split into two. One will move through the city to free the slaves. It seems they're under some hypnotic-like effect. Fortunately, it's not drugs. A proper rousing should restore their sanity. The other will secure or kill Alejandro. If you crush the head, you win the war. That's how war tends to be. Given Lord Elcuro's instructions, I wanted to take Luacana intact as much as possible. Alejandro's garrison's strength remained unclear, but the citizens had that unnervingly complacent air, and there were hardly any patrols in the city. They probably hadn't prepared for an invasion. Even though we'd taken Frictura, they still seemed so relaxed that it rankled. And then there were Alejandro's Black Violet Knights. They would probably head toward the diversionary unit. If by chance they didn't engage the diversion and instead decided to hold the city, I instructed that we may push in depending on their defenses. With so few patrols, a fast strike might let us break in. If the fight moves outside the city, it favors us. The townspeople, who haven't evacuated, would make perfect shields. Hostages can tip the terrain disadvantage. As for the demons Alejandro keeps close, Rico's claim sounded dubious. Even if such beings existed, they shouldn't be a match for my troops. Besides, the idea of someone bearing the demon aspect siding with humans is hard to believe. They might have unavoidable reasons, but I found it incredible. If it came to it, I'd rather die than be used by them. Of course, I'd absolutely prevent that future. After finishing the briefing, the 3 captains and the demons who remained in the village took up their weapons, shouldered their loads, and departed Shin village ready for the march. The village chief, whom I had made come to see us off, watched us with a pale face. I glanced at him from Odd's shoulder. Villagers were gathered behind the chief. Each of them harbored fear and hostility toward me. Satisfied by that, I looked down at the village chief. "Well then, chief, it's been a short acquaintance. We're leaving." "Why, yes." He turned his face away with an oddly limp reply. I snorted, and we looked ahead. Footsteps sounded, and the demon army advanced into the twilight. We left Shin village, and a dozen or so demons walked through the dark forest. I rolled Riamez's holy stone around in my palm and lazily looked up at the night sky. I hadn't properly looked at the sky in a long time. The star-filled heavens were simply beautiful. Beneath this beautiful sky, I walk the path of sorcery. I must take Alejandro's head and win Lord Elcuro's trust. Revenge will bring evaluation, then promotion, and finally the peaceful life that Riame and I hope for. I was trying to raise my own morale with those thoughts when something distracted me. Kiel, walking next to me, was oddly restless and kept looking back. "What's the matter?" "Don't fidget. It's annoying to watch." Kiel flinched and looked up at me on Zoff's shoulder with a helpless expression. "And nothing." "Good, forget the village. There's nothing to worry about, and you'll never see them again." I said that lightly. That village had taken care of us. Well, made us take care of them, maybe. In any case, they'd obeyed my orders. So I would keep my promise. As long as they did as told and kept quiet, they'd be safe. After calming Kiel and confirming she nodded downward, I turned forward again. Just then, I heard a thin sound of wind cutting through the air behind us. I turned without thinking and saw a silver flash in my peripheral vision. Then, in the dusk, I heard a dull thud as an arrow sank deep into flesh. Chapter 56, Punishment. Kiel covered her mouth with her hand and stared wide-eyed. Ahead of her gaze, an arrow had been driven in deep, and red blood was dripping. Os. Kiel took a step back, looking alternately at the arrow and the direction from which the arrows must have come. Then, Taya. My loud sigh echoed. "Young lady, are you all right?" "Ah, Zoff, sorry about that." The arrow was stuck into Zoff's log-like arm, protruding in front of Kokot's face. Blood was dripping from it, but Zoff looked calm. He braced for a moment, then yanked the arrow out with force. Immediately after, the whistling of wind came again, and 2 more arrows flew in rapid succession. Zoff drew the battle axe on his back and easily blocked them. No way. You can't kill me with arrows. After the sigh, I muttered while looking into the darkness between the trees, a little off toward Shin Village. Tson. Yes. Tson answered, pulled out a thrusting spear and set her stance. Her posture resembled a javelin thrower's, left hand thrust forward, spear poised by her ear. The spear tip swayed. She held her breath, fixed her aim, and in an instant hurled the spear into the dark. The assault spear flew straight like a bullet, and after a few breaths a sound of trees being split and something being struck echoed. Tson grinned and looked at me. I broke eye contact with Tson, patted Odd's head, and changed direction. We who had just set out slowly made our way back the way we came. We walked a bit while Keel tended to Zoff's arm, and under Quatra and Tson's lead, we eventually reached a large tree. Even in the dark one could see red liquid trickling down the bark. Looking up, there was Luck impaled on the thrusting spear through her abdomen, nailed to the big tree. Goff-e. Luck moaned in pain, tears filling her eyes as she struggled to pull the spear out with all her strength. Pathetic, I muttered. Luck noticed us and, spewing bright red blood from her mouth, looked down at us with an expression full of fear and regret. She still clutched the bow that must have been aimed at me, but the quiver lay on the ground. She could no longer resist. Judging by the wound, it did not look like she had long to live. You should have been cowed and kept quiet. I am sick of fools who actually carry out such schemes. Maybe you felt responsible for the village at a young age, but recklessness without meaning is pointless. Luck ground her teeth in pain and frustration at my words. Tson immediately pulled out the spear. As it was removed, blood gushed from the wound like a spout, and Luck's face rapidly turned pale. Quatra mercilessly grabbed her by the neck. She and I exchanged a nod. Our promise was broken. If so, well, that makes for a reason to deliver punishment. I smiled and turned my steps toward Shin Village. Don't die yet. I'll give you a chance to regret your folly. I chuckled and glanced at Luck, while placing my hand on Odd's arm. Luck, carried half dead with Quatra still holding her by the neck, glared at Keel. Noticing the look, Keel averted her eyes and in a faint voice apologized. Luck, with a hazy voice, spat out words of resentment. Tra Eiter. When we returned to Shin Village, the villagers' faces turned ashen. Even the village chief screamed at the sight of me, Quatra and the others, and Luck being brought in half dead as an example. Why are you alive? Did Luck fail and the knights? The knights are probably entertaining our main force right now. I told them to leave none alive, so perhaps they're a nice appetizer before the battle. The knights the village chief mentioned. I'd heard Luck and the others had secretly requested another visit from the Luakana knights, so I was aware. I had therefore told my advance parties to split into 3 and march widely, warning those who set out earlier to be prepared. Since our presence made the shortest route from Luakana unlikely, the advance units were spread across a wide area. Judging by the fact that the knights had not arrived, one of those units must have run into them. The knights became fodder for the demons. So then, I dismounted from Odd's shoulder and said, "Village chief, I told you. If you obeyed and stayed quiet, I wouldn't have harmed you. I intended to keep my promise." Gah. With Luck pushed forward, the village chief's eyes opened wide in despair. He broke into a cold sweat and, noticing Luck still breathed, suddenly begged me for his life with startling agility. But I pretended not to hear. There was no point in the argument anymore. Truly, it was a short association. Such a pity. Despite the words, my face was all smiles as I waved and gave the order to the demons. Kill them. Compared to that hellish tableau I once saw in Autana, this was smaller in scale, but Shin Village truly became hell. From elders to small children, demon claws and fangs ripped them without discrimination. It was too late for them to cry out now. You were the ones who bared your teeth first. I watched the burning village and thought. Beside me, Quatra held Luck, who cried and shouted. Her voice was probably meant to stop them, but it no longer made coherent words. The village chief and the old man called Mun were swallowed by the demon's savagery. Because they had been withheld for quite a while, goblins and orcs rushed the villagers greedily to secure their shares. Screams and delighted laughter, roars at resisting villagers, and the sounds of demons fighting over prey. We are not barbarians, are we? The flames lit our faces in the dark night, and I murmured, smiling as I watched the gruesome scene. If it is fated to end like this sooner or later, What's the difference between annihilating them from the start and this? Isn't that right, Lord Elcuro? Even if we didn't strike first, we were attacked. If you don't act, you get acted on. If attacked, you must fight back. If it was destined to come to this anyway, it would have been more efficient to exterminate without tongue wagging from the start. I had tried reasons like information or hostages to keep them alive, but given this outcome, if I could have finished them myself after using them, it would be one thing, but letting them strike first, then killing everyone in retaliation is merely troublesome. Because there are risks. Political impressions mean nothing after seeing the villagers. Who should I hold back for? Muttering words that would never reach my superior in the distant Demon King's castle, Lord Elcuro, I concluded that leniency in a military advance was unnecessary. By the time most villagers had become corpses and screams had begun to fade, Luck, who had been making dying noises, slowly reduced to thin, whistling breaths. I flicked my hand and ordered Quattro to ease her pain. Quattro tightened her grip, and with a sound like breaking twigs, the motion ended. I snorted, looked down at Keel, who crouched beside me and had vomited, unable to bear the brutality, scattering vomit around. Noticing my gaze, Keel looked up at me with a face a mess of tears and drool. What is that face for? Keel glared with an expression full of sorrow and regret. I raised both hands in exasperation and, with a sigh, spoke to her. It's too late for regrets now. You knew this would happen. Yes, YOUKNEW, it was without doubt Keel who created this situation. You warned me of the attack, so I avoided dying. And because you leaked the attack in advance, they died. Your selfishness caused it all. You went around sprinkling half-measured kindness to anyone. It's your fault. I'll at least give you a word of thanks. Well done. I'll overlook the fact you handed the bow to that girl. It made a good flush. But in exchange for my thanks, you have earned much hatred. Congratulations. On hearing that, Keel glared at me angrily. Yes. The assassination plot by Luck and the simultaneous additional troops from Luakana, the villagers' scheme that they told me about, none of that would have been told to me if it weren't for Keel. She must have hoped no one would die. She likely tried to stop Luck and the others and told me the details, praying no attack would happen and begging me to spare them if nothing occurred. But Luck and the others carried out the attack. And this is the result. Just like the time I saw the demon wolves in Luakana, half-hearted kindness makes no one happy. Let them learn that. Let them rage at the tragedy born of selfishness and begrudge me as they please. If you wanted to stop their plot, why hand over the bow? What you did was just instigation. You half-motivated them and then broke them. Thanks to you, I had cause to kill them all, but that one bow undeniably led to their ruin. That is, or were you planning from the start to ruin them? If so, I commend you. Knowing that creature, perhaps she had a faint hope she could kill me. She had once tried. If Luck and Ko's plan had succeeded, perhaps I would have been killed and she would have gained something. I guess she half-hoped, and that gave rise to her half-measures. What? You look angry. Are you upset that I didn't die? The words were provocative, but Keel surprised me with what she said. I'm angry at myself for choosing you. I'm full of regret. What is that? You chose me, so you knew this would happen and still did it. If possible, I wanted to avoid this. I wanted Luck and the others to stop. If they had stopped, then you wouldn't have done anything to this village. Keel continued. She blamed herself for handing over the bow. She'd been pressured by the villagers, but still understood the consequences. If I had died, she assumed sacrifices, including Keel, would have been made. Even if she hadn't handed over the bow, she believed Luck and the others would still have attacked me. If I had not told you about the attack, they might have lived, but you would have died. So I don't know. I excused my action as saving myself, but really I just chose a result where you wouldn't die. In Keel's eyes, I saw hatred toward me, but also another feeling. For a moment, I faltered. That look again. It made me unbearably uncomfortable, so I clenched my teeth and slapped Keel's cheek as she crouched. Holding her cheek with a palm, I shouted at her. You just sacrificed others to get your selfish wish. Saying such nonsense, as if you did me a favor. Do you think I'm selling someone off to buy favor with me? There I stopped. Words failed me. I recalled the careless thing I had said. I remembered Riamess sobbing and killing a little bird to feed me. Keel, who saved me by abandoning Shin Village, overlapped with that memory a little. It overwhelmed me, and I couldn't string more words together. At the same time, my chest ached. Not because of longing for Riamess, I refused to admit it. For Kiel, why at the slave market in Luakana it was the same. You, someone like you, why flash Riame before me? She and you are worlds apart. The only one who treated me kindly was Riame. Kiel is a hypocrite who mindlessly reaches out to anything that looks half-broken without knowing circumstances. She is not kind to me. She acts on impulse, driven by momentary feelings and rages at the tragedies that follow, nothing more. I squeezed my chest. This one's presence might be dangerous. No, I'm just worrying too much. I'm weak seeing Riame's shadow even in someone like this to soothe my loneliness. Someone so selfish cannot overlap with Riame. Forget it. Don't care. Riame is gone. No one now shows me kindness. People use and are used. I'll only rise in that world. After taking a deep breath, I left the Bodekeel and turned my back on the burning Shin village, staring toward Luakana beyond the dark night. Chapter 57, Gathering Dark Clouds, Blind Advance. Strange, Alcuro muttered this in his mind as he pored over the documents. Why does Faltmere not move? Thanks to Kokot's recent campaign, 2 remote towns had already been captured. Autana aside, Frictera's residents were still intact and the entire town was taken prisoner. There was no way that report had not reached Faltmere, yet there was no sign they intended to divert forces from the main battlefield. On the contrary, it was said the Kingdom of Faltmere had increased its forces to match the arrival of some mysterious volunteer army, pushing forward as if determined to overwhelm the main front. Uragakna was reaching his limit. In a recent council meeting, a proposal had even been raised to stretch the battlefield as far as Mir's front to spread the enemy's forces and buy time. But even if they scattered, if the thinned-out lines were broken through, it would be meaningless. Even in terrain suited for luring and encircling, Alcuro doubted demons could carry out such maneuvers. That proposal for a delaying action had come from Alcuro at the meeting, but originally it was a casual suggestion Kokot had made to him over tea. At that time, he had dismissed it, saying the 4 heavenly kings disliked cooperation. And indeed, once at the council, his own proposal was rejected with the very same reasoning he had given Kokot. Uragakna and Mir had no intention of cooperating. The 4 heavenly kings had their pride. They could not bring themselves to ask for help on their own battlefield. The demon's warrior nature made them inflexible, and Alcuro found it tiresome. Then, remembering Kokot, he thought wryly how the words he had once given her were thrown back at him. She must have wanted to complain to him back then, he sighed. Perhaps she had still been holding back with him, or perhaps she had feared him. No, knowing her, she might have simply thought her superior was a fool and kept quiet. Alcuro smiled bitterly at the thought. He wished he could speak with her again, unhurried. Therefore, if Uragakna and Mir could not form a joint front, another plan was necessary. At this rate, Uragakna would be forced to retreat. The sheer difference in numbers was beginning to show. The front that had long held in skirmishes had been tipped once the Confederation joined. It had already been days since unfavorable reports began to come in. Before Kokot set out, a bitter report had already arrived from Uragakna. The Confederation, Alcuro growled. Their return of captured prisoners from the last border incursion had come with conditions. But when it came to the volunteer army fighting alongside Faltmere, they feigned ignorance. As long as Faltmere did not fall, they thought themselves safe. And was it because Faltmere enjoyed their aid that they ignored Kokot's campaign? No, that could not be. Autana aside, Frictera was a large town for the frontier. If that fell, the next target would obviously be the pleasure city of Luakana. There was no way Faltmere could be so complacent. Luakana housed many nobles and merchants, a key hub of Faltmere's economy. To leave such a city unguarded with enemies approaching would be sheer folly. Unless they had no need to commit forces to defend it. No need to commit forces. Alcuro's eyes widened as he hurriedly flipped through several documents. Moments later, he strode out of his chambers and sent a carrier pigeon flying. Its destination: the front lines of Uragakna's army. A bad premonition. But could such a thing be true? He had assumed Faltmere was not moving. But what if they already had? The documents left behind in his chamber summarized the recent state of the front. Reports from the battlefield, compiled by his subordinates. Yet in focusing only on unfavorable trends, something had been overlooked. there were recent combat records against the heroes. But strangely, after a certain point, only the Holy Sword and Holy Spear appeared in these records. The Holy Bow and the Saint had vanished from the battlefield, and the timing matched the appearance of the Confederation. Alcuro had released the pigeon to confirm this, but even before a reply could return, he summoned his secretary and began preparing. Perhaps she, Cocotte, was in danger. Moments ago, he had received her message by a carrier pigeon announcing the beginning of the attack on Leucana. If the missing Holy Bow and Saint, or even one of them, were there. If Faltmare had not been negligent but had already acted. If those four, who could together defeat even the four heavenly kings, had gone. Cocotte knew nothing. This is bad. Alcuro immediately gave orders to his secretary, who dashed off through the halls of the Demon King's castle. Pressing his fingers to his brow, Alcuro struggled. He still could not leave the castle. The Demon King had not granted permission. That meant only reinforcements could be sent, but almost no proper regular forces remained. Worse, ground troops could never march to far-off Leucana in time if the situation was urgent. Then, Alcuro placed his hope in her. Like him, she had once lost the one she called friend. Once a general directly under the four heavenly kings, she had withdrawn after her lord's fall. Not even Alcuro could command her to fight. Now she was the general of the border guard, directly under the Demon King himself. That unit was independent, only the Demon King's word could compel her. And since the Demon King had declared her would be respected after her grief in war, she had been left alone. If she refused Alcuro's plea, that would be the end of it. Even so, Alcuro now sent her a request for aid, so that this time nothing would be lost. Hoping the wings that once left the battlefield would return to it once more. Section, it stinks. Tson muttered in disgust. Everyone thought the same, though no one had said it aloud. With no restraint, holding her nose and whining, Tson forced a sigh out of me too. And in doing so, I had to take a deeper breath, leaving me all the more repulsed by the stench. Right now, we were advancing through a waterway under Rico's guidance. More precisely, it was a sewer. The sewage flowed through a channel, with a narrow walkway meant for maintenance alongside. We took utmost care not to fall into the foul water as we advanced. Damn, this smell could twist my nose off. I envy Quatre. Zaf grumbled. His large body struggled especially in the cramped passage. As he said, Quatre was absent. I had left him in command of the diversion outside. He could not use his full strength indoors, and besides, someone had to command the Dragonute unit that would recover us once this was over. By now, they were probably beginning to stir up Leucana directly. Our infiltration team was myself, Zaf, Tson, several demon sword fighters, and Rico with his goblin resistance. Keel was left behind in Quatre's care, likely stowed away in a cart. When I insisted on joining the infiltration team, Quatre strongly opposed it. But since I had already seen the city myself, I would make escape easier. More than that, I could never feel at ease leaving the most important tasks to others. If Rico's information proved false, the risks would be high. Still, I could not bring myself to dump such responsibility on my subordinates. That was just my nature. Frustrating. Yet with how careless the people of Leucana seemed, I almost felt safer. We had devoted most forces to the diversion. If things went well, we might take Leucana with hardly a fight. Faltmare had shown no movement so far, but if Leucana fell, surely they would be forced to rise. All the more reason this had to succeed. An infiltration mission was delicate. Leaving it to demons alone was dangerous, so a supervisor on site was essential. Here. At last, Rico stopped and looked up. A vertical shaft rose with a spiral staircase. We began to climb. There was no light, only our lanterns. One misstep meant falling into the filth below, so we climbed carefully. After climbing about 90%, we found the stairs ended at a stone wall, sealed with no visible exit. Rico slipped his hand into a gap and tore it aside. A roughly dug horizontal tunnel appeared, slanting upward. No doubt the hidden passage the demons had supposedly dug. Heh, now we're in their bosom. Lady Cocotte, please be careful not to fall. If you do fall, I'll be sure to catch you. Zoff roused his spirit. Tson chattered fussily as she steadied me with a hand at my back. Together, we followed Rico into the passage. But as we walked through the narrow, cave-like tunnel, an unease stirred in my chest. The aftertaste of my debate with Keel still lingered. The itchy, clawing feeling in my chest since that day would not leave. And now, a strange foreboding too. At the time, I swallowed it down in irritation, saying nothing and forcing myself forward. Later, I would regret it. Even if you reach out desperately to fill loneliness, what can you grasp? We'll come out into the mansion. Riko's voice. I shook my head lightly and braced myself, pretending not to notice the weight in my chest. Section. A noble's mansion in Luikana, built like a castle. One room. A terroom overlooking the garden inside the estate. There sat Alejandro, the noble who now effectively ruled Luikana, listening to a beautifully sung voice. With golden hair and dressed in white, his handsome figure was surrounded by maids bustling about his needs. Yet the scene was eerie. Though they seemed brisk, something was off. All their faces were pale, shoulders trembling as if in fear. And they tried desperately to make no sound. Dusting an ornate vase with a cloth tied to a broom, a maid wielded it with solemn care. Another carried items, walking with shuffling steps. Amid them, Alejandro drank tea with an enraptured smile. Then his cup ran dry. Immediately, a young maid with a teapot rushed to refill it, but perhaps fearing the sound of liquid, she brought the pot too close. A faint clink. The pot touched the cup. Instantly, Alejandro's dreamy smile vanished. The other maids paled, all eyes snapping to the poor maid. She drew the pot back in panic, face ashen, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Her lips moved silently. "Please forgive me." Alejandro did not move. In the next instant, a thin red line traced the maid's neck. She gave a faint gasp, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. As her body tilted, her head slipped loose and fell. The surrounding maids rushed in without a sound, straining faces set, catching the falling head, body, and pot before they struck the ground. The room remained silent. As the corpse was carried slowly out with utmost care, Alejandro paid it no mind, smiling once more as he listened to the devil's song. And beside him stood a white-haired boy with emotionless red eyes, gazing into emptiness as he calmly wiped the blood from the knife in his hand. Chapter 58, Demon Palace, Demon Prison. At the end of the cave was a cleverly hidden floorboard, and when we pushed it aside and emerged, we found ourselves unmistakably inside a prison. There were no guards, only dimness. Not even a candle burned, let alone a lantern. When we lit the lantern we had brought with us, we saw that apart from the cell we had entered, there were still other prisoners inside, faint groans occasionally echoing from within. The iron cage doors were locked, so Zoff swung his battle axe and cleaved them apart. He kicked aside the shattered bars, then signaled with a glance that the passage was now clear. I gave him a curt word of acknowledgement and stepped outside the cell. Riko and the others immediately urged us to free the imprisoned demons who were our kin. I had some misgivings, but there was no reason to refuse, so I told Zoff to go around smashing the cages one by one. As soon as the bars were broken, the demons stepped out under Riko's guidance and gathered around him. "Ooh, Riko, I knew you'd come back for us. Thank you, truly. We were doomed to either wait for death or be sold as slaves." The freed demons each voiced their gratitude to Riko. Only after Zoff snorted through his nose did they finally remember to thank the one who had actually smashed their cages. I watched this scene out of the corner of my eye while studying the structure of the prison and building. But then one of the prisoners saw me and his eyes changed. A demon. At once, the freed prisoners turned to look at me. Their eyes filled with fear and anger and braced themselves. Honestly, I was the one saving them. The moment I shrugged my shoulders, closed my eyes, and let out a sigh, Tson stepped in front of me with a spear in one hand and her claws bared on the other, threatening them. Showing her fangs, she growled and spat out words dripping with malice. "What the hell is wrong with you lot? Who gave you permission to glare at my lady Cocotte like that? You dare show killing intent toward the one who saved you. Should I just kill every last one of you right here? Huh." Tson's words cowed the prisoners, while Zoff looked on in exasperation. I never gave her permission to claim me as hers. Riko hurriedly stepped in, glancing nervously at me as he explained that I was a general of the Demon King's army and that we were in the middle of a city assault. Reluctantly, the freed demons calmed down, though clearly dissatisfied. For my part, I had already expected this kind of reaction. It seems they have strong feelings toward this white hair of mine. I suppose I should indeed be wary of this so-called devil raised by a Legandro that they speak of. After Rico mediated, the question of what to do with the freed demons arose, and Rico proposed something to me. Let them come with us. Huh? I couldn't even be bothered to hide the disgust in my weary voice. Are you stupid? Demons who have been rotting in prison will be useless no matter what, and this is an infiltration mission. Our numbers are deliberately limited. I chose this size so we could move efficiently and still ensure my safety with the strength of our force. From what I heard, unlike Rico, these captives weren't former soldiers. Compared to humans, they may be strong, but dragging around amateurs who'd only get in the way is out of the question. Don't be ridiculous. You were supposed to obey my orders. Send them back. Frankly, they're a hindrance. A hindrance? I said they're a hindrance. I cut in sharply, raising my tone. I glared with icy eyes at the demon who shouted at me, and we locked eyes for a time. The crimson glow of the demon's eyes burned hotter as he faced me, a child who refused to back down an inch. Then the others quickly began clamoring in protest. Such insolence. I waved my arm and ordered Zoff and Sohn, and when they leveled their weapons and glared, the captives once again shrank back. Rico looked troubled, yet pressed on. Please. Maybe you, a human, can't understand, but we demons never leave an insult unanswered. If we just run away after being humiliated like this by humans, our pride will be in shreds. I was stunned to see Rico, who only moments ago had shown hostility to me, now bowing his head. Zoff scratched his head and looked at me, his eyes betraying his thoughts clearly. When even Zoff, now one of my closest aides, showed signs of taking their side, I once again cursed the troublesome nature of demons. If Lord Elcuro were here, I'd definitely be complaining. Young lady, when it comes to pride, I get where they're coming from. Besides, wasn't the plan to build up forces locally to take Luacana anyway? This seems fine to me. What are you saying now? I thought, but before I could dismiss it as nonsense, the demons started crying out. Please, we beg you, let us take revenge with our own hands. They pressed toward me like beggars. Sohn blocked them, but looked at me as if to ask what to do. I scowled bitterly but had no choice but to reluctantly nod. Wasting time here was pointless. Receiving my silent nod of approval, the freed demons lit up with joy and bloodlust. They shouted their hatred of humans and spurred each other on. I felt a heavy weight press down on my shoulders. Zoff exhaled deeply and immediately began organizing Rico and the freed demons. His efficiency was helpful, but he would pay this debt back someday. Are you sure about this? These guys are half-starved, hardly useful. I don't care. I just don't want them wailing anymore during an infiltration mission. Once again, sick of demon temperament, I couldn't help but consider the word revenge. After all, half of my reason to live is revenge. Still, watching the prisoners suddenly full of zeal once permitted to fight, unease crept into me. The bad premonition I'd felt when coming here crawled up the back of my neck again, and I gripped Riamez's holy stone in my pocket. We move at once. Listen well, now that I've permitted you to accompany us, don't defy my orders or act on your own. I repeat, do not. I pressed the warning firmly onto the demons now temporarily placed under Rico, then turned toward the exit of the prison. Out of their sight, my cold eyes glared into the void, and inside I thought that if they became useless, I could always use them as decoys. Section. When we left the prison and entered the corridor, the interior of the mansion spread out before us in a bizarre fashion. The inner walls were painted an eerily immaculate white, smooth as marble, while the pillars and corridors were formed with abundant curves and rounded designs, completely different from the strict exterior. Perhaps it was made of some porcelain-like material. A carpetless hall stretched out, enclosed by arching curved walls like an art museum. Every step echoed sharply against the floor. As we cautiously scanned the hall, we found no sign of guards or servants nearby. Yet this white space felt blinding after emerging from the dark prison. Even Sohn, with her keen eyes, squinted and cursed under her breath. I question Alejandro's taste. Frankly, it's unsettling. It's the same color as the young lady's hair. Am I to take that as you calling my hair unsettling? I shot him a glare, and Zoff scratched his head and shut his mouth. He owes me already for letting him bring the captives. He shouldn't add more trouble. Idiot high ogre. Lady Cocotte's hair is dreadful yet beautiful. It is nothing like this vulgar palace. Shut up, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I cut their pointless exchange short. I already hate this white hair of mine, and this was hardly the time. As I sighed, both Zoff and Sohn bowed with exaggerated apologies. The freed demon stared wide-eyed at the sight. Still, I understood the impulse. Being in such a sterile white space makes one want to cover unease with idle talk. Perhaps they were trying to lighten my tension, but their choice of words was foolish. A woman's hair is never a safe topic. I learned that in my previous life. Regardless, being exasperated with Zoff steadied me again. Looking around carefully, I thought no proper lord's mansion would look like this. Likely Alejandro remodeled it after seizing control. I frowned at his awful taste. The aesthetic sense of these filthy nobles is nothing but twisted to me. A magic swordsman scouted ahead to the far corner of the hall and reported no signs of life. We stepped out again into the corridor. We were still near the ground level. From the outside, this so-called mansion was as tall as a castle. We'd need to climb far higher. But with only this small force, ascending such a huge castle is dangerous. We'll surely be discovered. Even with the diversion sapping their forces in the city, any competent commander would leave some troops behind to guard the castle. And yet, for now at least, it seemed strangely empty. The sounds of festivity still carried from the city outside. The diversion should be underway, but what is Quattro doing? In any case, we stuck to the plan and split into two groups. I sent the magic swordsman, disguised, out into the city to free the slaves at the right moment. Our coordination would be handled by a carrier pigeon. After confirming the swordsman left cautiously through the entrance, pigeon cages in hand, I raised my eyes to the upper levels where Alejandro should be, glaring at the white ceiling with a click of my tongue. I'll finish this quickly, an end to his arrogant life of luxury. With the demons at my back, I began ascending cautiously, step by step, higher and higher. Chapter 59, Holy Bow. The plains before Leucana. There, two armies of opposing races glared at each other. The soldiers stationed along the upper walls surrounding Leucana showed unease. They were mostly old watchmen who had once served in the city's vigilante corps, with little to no combat experience. Among them were also men conscripted from villages within the territory, such as Shin Village. Of course, they were amateurs. Even if they were given good armor and equipment, most were originally farmers. They had lived their lives ignorant of war, only fearing it. And before their eyes now stood the demon army. Goblins and orcs and demon swordsmen arrayed on the ground, and swarms of dragonutes flying in the sky. The demon army might have seemed few to attack a city, but more terrifying than their numbers was their morale. Their red eyes gleamed like dots of fire, as though they had just been feasting on humans. Their snarls and roars, sounding like war cries, stirred their own morale and struck fear into men's hearts. This was what General Cocotte had taught. Humans are cowardly creatures, and when faced with an enemy that clearly bears murderous intent toward them, any ordinary man will inevitably feel fear. And so, faced with the demon horde that sought to trample them, they trembled. Yet among them sat a man slouching lazily on a cannon, humming a tune. He wore no armor, only light clothing with a cape, a hat pulled low to cover his tousled bluish-gray hair. While the demon army glared at the city, the man hummed as he peeled an apple with his knife. The watch captain noticed the humming and turned to look, and for a moment the fear faded from his face. Once the apple was peeled, the man neatly sliced it into pieces with his knife, popped them into his mouth, and with a sly grin looked over at the others. "Don't get so tense. Don't worry, things will work out somehow." His drooping eyes and scruffy beard gave him the air of a wanderer, and his carefree manner and light tone did not fit the scene at all. Besides, look at them. They're more than eager. He gestured with his knife toward the great host assembled before the city gates. The Black Violet Knights, Leucana's private army, clad in armor painted black and purple, with designs bristling with aggression. A force assembled by Alejandro, drawing in the most skilled fighters from every corner. Their backgrounds and histories mattered not. Mercenaries, rogues, even criminals filled their ranks. They fought for one thing only: reward. The vast sums Alejandro provided dulled every emotion but greed for gold. Even fear and pain were nothing to them, for they knew that beyond those lay gold. With money, they could feast on extravagant meals, enjoy the company of the most exclusive courtesans, and claim everything for themselves. They had tasted this life already, so even when faced with the demon army's roars, they only grinned. If they killed those monsters, they'd get more money. Not long after, battle began. At the roar of an especially massive dragonoot, the demon army advanced. The Black Violet Knights and the soldiers under their lead charged to meet them. War had begun. The humans had the greater numbers, but many were mere conscripted men. The demons were fewer but more disciplined. The field quickly became evenly matched. At the front lines, the pushing contest between the advancing demons and the soldiers holding their great shields caused a deadlock. But after some time of stalemate, a stone was cast into the pond. A dragonoot swooped down from the sky. Larger than the others circling above, it dived in first. Arrows flew, but its great wings beat the air with such force and speed that none could touch it. In moments, it was above the soldiers' heads, spewing fire down upon them. The flames swallowed those behind the shield-bearers. The demons surged forward, breaking the great shields apart and flooding in. Soldiers were trampled, slaughtered. And when the flood reached the Black Violet Knights and the main human force, chaos erupted instantly. This is bad. If they press through, the demons will have the advantage. They're stronger than men. That dragonoot, the big one, is that their leader? From atop the wall, the soldiers shuddered at the chaos below and foresaw disaster. And then, a careless yawn sounded above the wall. The soldiers turned, startled, to see the scruffy man stretching after finishing his apple. His nonchalance furrowed their brows. Noticing their stares, the man blinked, glanced over each of them, then looked back at the battlefield and muttered, "Well, well." His casual tone finally broke the soldiers' patience. They stepped toward him, desperate, "Do something." The man looked back and forth between their faces and the battlefield, then let out a long sigh. "Fine, fine, I get it. If I slack off, you'll just go tattling to Fortuna or Little Coo, won't you? I'd get an earful for sure. Guess I'd better at least look like I'm working." He pulled out a white bow from his back and set a white painted arrow to the string. Both the fletching and the arrowhead had a strange design. Drawing it back, he leaned out from the wall, aiming down at the battlefield. Then, with a short breath, "Hayu," the white arrow was loosed. With a distinctive whistling sound, it cut through the air straight into the melee below. Though loosed at a diagonal from the wall, just before it would have struck the ground, the arrow wavered suddenly and shifted its path. Now flying parallel to the ground, it pierced through the belly of a goblin about to strike a knight. Still it sped on, punching through 2, 3 more goblins in succession, then hurtling toward a soldier's skull. The soldier froze at the sight of the white arrow rushing at his face, but then the arrow bent its path again, curving away from him. Instead, it struck an orc, raising its club right behind the soldier, drilling through its forehead before vanishing into the sky. A moment later, the demons struck and fell to the ground with heavy thuds. 5 in a single shot, slain amid the melee without touching a single ally. From atop the wall, the soldiers raised cheers. Incredible from this distance, striking multiple demons while avoiding our men, what skill. As expected of the hero, the holy bow, Lord Yorn, the hero stands with us. We cannot lose this battle. Their cheers rang out as the man, the hero Yorn, the holy bow, rubbed his stubbly chin with a weary air. Then, eyes flashing sharp, he set the next arrow to his bow. Chapter 60, Unexpected Welcome. "Hey, Hyogre, don't you think it's strange?" "Yeah, really, you damn vampire. This castle feels like it has no resistance at all. We only killed 3. There's not so much as a shadow of anyone else. Is this really the Lord's mansion?" As we climbed higher through Luakana's castle, Zoff and Sohn talked like that. There were far too few people. For a castle this size, it should be crawling with guards and servants, but so far we'd seen only 2 sentries walking the halls and a single maid. We had dispatched them quickly, disposed of the bodies. The maid became Sohn's supply drink and moved on, but after bracing ourselves for resistance, we were left feeling cheated. We walked white hallways, climbed spiral stairs, then walked another winding corridor. We'd repeated that enough to be fed up. The view from the windows made it obvious we were climbing floors, but every floor was the same color and oddly constructed, so it numbed the senses. That dulling of perception inside enemy territory bred impatience and irritation. "Hey, Rico, Alejandro is really here, right?" I blurted the question to Rico, who was leading. He turned back for a moment, made an awkward face, and said, He should be. The uncertainty in his voice annoyed me further, and I followed his back with a suspicious look. You're not trying to set us up, are you? My words must have ticked him off. Rico flashed his red eyes and glared at me. Stupid. We've never come this far before either. Still, Alejandro should be here. He doesn't like leaving this castle. On what grounds? It's hard to explain, you'll see. There's something he values here, and that's our biggest obstacle. His answer gave me no confidence, but I didn't press it. If he said we'd see later, I'd wait. Besides, if the obstacle was just some demon he treasured, what trouble could a mere human pose to us once they'd invited capable demons into their own keep? I was curious about the demon Rico mentioned, but if it was the obstacle he spoke of, then I needn't worry. We had Zoff, the fiercest brawler in our army, and Son, who used to be a general and was peerless in skill. We had chosen them anticipating someone as capable as Segun might appear. The demon swordsmen who accompanied us were the same ones who burned Atana with me or rampaged under Son. Their sword skills matched elite human knights. Moreover, the quiet inside suggested Alejandro didn't have much force. If we could find Alejandro, everything would be over quickly. We'd planned for Quattro and others to disperse enemy forces further, but whether this silence was the result of their work or not, it was hard to judge given the street festival outside still raged. Still, now that we were this far inside, there was only one thing to do. Break the castle from within, liberate prisoners in the town if possible to cause civil unrest, and squeeze them between us and Quattro outside. That would finish it. We'd been going up for a while, continuing down the same empty white corridor, and for the first time we heard voices. Many voices. Music too, all coming from beyond a double door set in the middle of the corridor. Perhaps a banquet was underway. Cheerful laughter echoed out into the hall. Zoff and Son immediately took positions on either side of the door, the demon swordsmen and the demon prisoners tensed. At their glance, I nodded from behind a swordsman's back. After a breath, Zoff slowly put his hand to the door, opened it with a crack, and peered inside. Then, "What the hell is this?" At Zoff's voice, I hurried up and peered through the gap. Inside was a great hall, exactly a party venue. Lavish decorations, music, a red carpet laid across white floors, chandeliers hanging from the ceiling sparkling while nobles danced, ate, and conversed in splendid attire. Ladies in long dresses leaned against rotund men fattened like pigs, laughing as hands rested on their waists. Handsome men had several women about them, chatting and drinking. They were gorging themselves on the food at the tables, and servants were pouring wine and circulating. Even though our army was attacking outside, these people acted as if it meant nothing. The party, utterly unconcerned, surprised us as much as the town had. "Young lady, shall we kill them all? These vulgar people will be torn to pieces in no time." Zoff and Son were fired up. The prisoner demons behind us looked eager too, but I couldn't give the order immediately. I peered through the crack and looked for Alejandro. I didn't know his face, but in a tasteless castle throwing a party, he'd be a flamboyant, proud type fond of dressing up. Usually the host who wanted to show off his rank and wealth would be the most conspicuous, the one fussed over by others. So I searched for someone who stood out and was being doted on. There was no one matching that description. The people in the hall simply indulged their feast without focusing on any particular person. "Like they're let loose," I muttered. Zoff snorted a laugh. "Then let's just go smash them, yeah." I thought again. The odd feeling in my chest since before coming here hadn't eased. But the demon's frustration was at a limit, and with Quattro doing their best, we couldn't hesitate. I don't want to fuss, but everything is mostly going according to plan. Maybe it's better to let them rampage thoroughly and flush Alejandro out. The demon's eyes shone. Either Zoff or Son could take the hall, so one could guard the corridor. The two glared at each other and started a rock-paper-scissors-like contest. "You gave a good opportunity, young lady. I'll settle this once and for all. Bring it on, you damn high ogre. This ain't your scene." They squared off and threw punches like men doing a show of strength. Ha ha ha. It seemed Zoff won. Victorious Zoff and groaning Son, I was exasperated they still competed at a time like this. I left Son with the demon swordsmen, and with Zoff leading the prisoners and Rico, we kicked open the hall doors. Heads turned as we entered. A moment of silence. The nobles' reaction to demons suddenly appearing in their party was strange. Everyone stared at us dumbfounded, but no one raised a voice. They simply looked at us, curious. Taken aback by the unexpected response, I strode into the hall with the others. "Good evening, everyone. Sorry to intrude on your merry party, but we'll join in." I raised my voice with heavy irony, expecting them to tremble in fear, but their eyes widened and murmurs began, and the look on their faces was sparkling. "What's this? A new entertainment. I didn't hear about it, but perhaps the demons will perform. That's nice. Alejandro-sama does whimsical things. Come, come, come here. Oh my, such strong demons. The one in front is so charming. There's also delicious sweets." Astonishingly, they welcomed us. Even Zoff and the others were dumbfounded with their mouths agape. We had assumed our assault would make them scream and flee. We planned to seize them all and tear them apart, so being welcomed was the last thing we expected. Then a portly man strode forward fearlessly to me. Zoff reached for his weapon, but before I could say anything the man spoke. Well, well, a face we haven't seen, white hair, red eyes, no doubt. Alejandro-sama's new piece of art. "What? Yes, yes, you're graceful. You look a bit too young, but perhaps you're the child assigned to slave management." The contrast between appearance and role is grotesquely beautiful. What on earth was he saying? I hadn't expected anyone to speak to me, and so cheerfully. He called the demon aspect I bear beautiful. And he spoke of Alejandro. "Young lady, these people are strange. They don't fear me. Let's kill them quickly." "Yeah. Young lady. No, right, wait a bit." I was confused. What were these people? I felt no hostility from them. On the contrary, they were flattering, fawning. They treated me in a way that felt like sycophancy. Starting with the portly man, voices around the hall began praising and welcoming me and Zoff. What was this? A trap. If it were, it revealed a wildly bad taste. Zoff, restrained by me, snorted but kept his hand on his weapon. Rico and the prisoners glared but couldn't move. The portly man clapped his hands and exclaimed in delight. "Wonderful. You train your demons well. Seeing demons obey a charming little one like you is a strangely warped beauty." They not only didn't fear us but complimented us. Impossible, I could not make sense of it. "Why don't you fear me or the demons?" I asked the man impulsively. He laughed and answered. "We have no need to fear. We've abandoned fear. Thanks to Alejandro-sama. Therefore we accept you who bear the demon aspect. Since you're Alejandro-sama's favorite, you're important to us too." My head spun. These people were insane. At least they deviated from the common sense I've learned living in this world. They didn't fear demon-marked children or demons. They didn't seem to have any means to handle them, nor did they appear arrogant. They truly felt no fear, as if the emotion itself were missing. It left a strong sense of unease. "No, don't be swallowed. Remember the mission." "Where is Alejandro now?" "Probably in the upper garden. He should be there soon." The garden, Alejandro was located a bit higher up. Unexpectedly, we gained info on his whereabouts. Knowing where he was significant, but the unease remained. Alejandro's favorite, the demon aspect. If that was the demon Rico referred to, perhaps these people mistakenly thought I was that favorite. Fine. Before I get further confused, let's finish this. They're mad. They must be tripping from too much partying. Maybe they're taking some suspicious drug collectively. Otherwise, why would humans smile at me? I shook my head to steady myself. The mad feast ends now. Whoever invited me and made a fatal mistake. Fearless? Ridiculous. I'll see if they can say the same at death. If they die smiling, I'll believe it. Zoff, that's enough. Kill everyone. Just as I was about to order the demons, a clear voice echoed. A song. What the hell is that? Where's it coming from? The singing echoed through where we stood, but I couldn't tell its source. It felt as if the entire castle sang. Maybe the strange architecture amplified the voice. Young lady, that. What is this? Zoff called, and I realized the nobles who moments ago had been reveling now stood frozen, as if someone had hit a pause button on a video. The noisy conversation stopped, the music ceased. Only the singing continued, and despite it, not a single person moved or opened their mouth. It was an eerie sight. Lady Tson, who had been guarding the corridor, returned. She said some passing patrols had engaged in combat in the hallway, only to suddenly stop and freeze. For now, I killed them all without resistance, but something felt odd, so I came here. We're the same. I pointed at the portly man, who had spoken to me earlier. He was now completely motionless. Since the song had started, all the humans in the castle had ceased acting. Strange, but if Tson said the guards had frozen, then the path should be clearer. However, when I glanced at Ricot, his face was pale. The prisoner demons were the same. Worse, they too acted like the other humans, they wouldn't move at all. Oi, what's wrong? What are you doing? Let's go. No, now we can't. Ricot answered in a tiny, feeble whisper. What did he mean by can't? He was sweating, terrified. He kept his voice low, eyes darting around as if holding his breath. Have you chickened out at the last minute? Proud demons, huh? And no, it's not that. While this song echoes, no one must make a sound. Ricot put a finger to his lips, gesturing silence. I didn't understand. Then, he's right. You mustn't disturb her song, you mustn't. A whisper came from behind. I turned and saw the portly man, who had been motionless, whisper to me in a hushed voice. His eyes were on me. After saying his piece, he fell silent again. This was too strange. The song kept ringing, a pure, beautiful timbre, but with the situation it felt terribly uncanny. Humans' abnormality aside, what was with Ricot and the others? Those demons who had been so fired up were cowering at something. It seemed only Zoff, Tson, the demon swordsman, and I did not understand the situation. Is this a joke? Move now. I shouted. Ricot and the rest widened their eyes in response. Ignoring their pleading looks for silence, I raised my hand to order Zoff, Tson, and the demon swordsman to kill everyone. At the exact moment, the demon swordsmen made metallic sounds, drawing their blades. One of the demon swordsmen's heads flew through the air. Chapter 61, White Attacker. The demon swordsman's head flew through the air with a dry sound. Its dark eye sockets looked like they held surprise. As it spun and fell to the floor it rolled, and the boned body that had lost its head crumbled apart as if dissolving. Huh. I let out a stunned sound. In that instant, a female demon gave a scream and collapsed, blood spurting from her chest. What was happening? No need to think about it. An enemy. Zoff shouted and seized his axe. The other demon swordsmen and Tson also shifted into combat stances in a flurry. But the moment the demon swordsmen drew their blades, their heads and arms were sliced off one after another, as if someone had aimed precisely for those instants. I could not see the enemy. That bastard's using us to make a good wall. Zoff barked. The demons were in a panic from the sudden assault. I was unnerved too, but Zoff's shout brought me back. While flustered, I started barking orders. Spread out, scatter. They were being used because they were packed together. We had no choice but to scatter. At that command, the demons moved apart. As a result, we were finally able to see the attacker. White hair, red eyes, translucent pale skin, wearing a plain white garment spattered with blood. A boy slightly older than me, looking down with cold eyes at the demons he had just surely cut down. He held a knife. Judging by how easily he had split the demon swordsman's skeleton, either the blade was of fine quality or the wielder's skill was exceptional. In any case, the attacker was human, a boy who bore the demon aspect. This is a demon. Zoff moved. He kicked off the floor and darted between the demon swordsmen toward the boy, then hefted his great axe high and brought it down in a single blow. The force was tremendous. The marble-like floor shattered and dust rose. Under normal circumstances, that blow would have cleaved from skull to groin. But Zoff's expression soured immediately as he felt no resistance. He's quick as hell. Zoff glanced upward. I followed his gaze and saw the boy had dodged Zoff's strike and leapt away. His jumping power was astonishing. His nimbleness was not ordinary, but fleeing into the air was a mistake. Those without wings who jump can only fall. Zoff set his axe to guard the lower stance and waited for the falling boy. However, the boy calmly threw his knife. If watched closely, a glint traced its path. It seemed a thin wire was attached. The knife snagged on the hall's chandelier, and when the boy lightly pulled his arm, it twisted his body. Zoff's axe could not catch the boy, who changed trajectory midair. Completely taken off guard, Zoff allowed the boy to land behind him in the gap left by his lowered axe. At the same time, Zoff groaned. A vertical red cut ran down his back. It appeared the boy had sliced him on landing. Zoff. It only cuts the skin. It's nothing to worry about. Thanks to thick hide and muscle, it was not fatal. Zoff shouted back at me. After slicing Zoff's back, the boy hopped 2 steps and landed in the center of where we had spread out. This boy who toyed with Zoff, was he really human? He looked us over one by one with an emotionless, detached gaze, as if watching a series of attacks and defenses, yet not intending to move. Sohn edged closer to take a position shielding me. I felt that I would be no match if he targeted me, so I hid behind Sohn. Peering from beside her, I saw the boy remained still in the now silent hall and simply watched us. What is he doing? There was no sign he planned to attack. The demons remained wary but were forced to hold position by the boy's changed demeanor. The shock of several of them being cut down at the outset had stunned them. Normally, demons don't fear a single human, but they are not fools. Zoff and the demon swordsman recognized him as a clear enemy and would not act rashly. It was thanks to my training that I even told them not to let down their guard, because I myself am human with the same demon aspect. I was shaken. Still, he was doing well, and currently the odds were surely against us. That boy's feats were extraordinary. We should not be complacent. I moved to order Zoff and the others to reposition. But then, goo ga ah. Suddenly Rico howled. The boy's eyes snapped toward him and fixed on Rico. Rico bared his claws and let out a war cry. Graya, I won't be cowed before the killers of my kin. He crouched forward ready to attack. The boy casually raised his knife. Rico's roar seemed to ignite a fighting spirit in the captured demons who had been cowering. Werewolves don't back down. This time I'll tear you limb from limb, you demon. Rico launched himself. He had rushed forward. Impulsive fool. For Rico, that boy must be the killer of his comrades. Hard to believe at first, but watching that display you could understand. Still, that didn't excuse disobeying orders. If the chain of command collapsed because someone acted on impulse, the consequences would fall on everyone. Didn't I make an agreement? He rushed ahead on his own, all ruined. The captured demons were now roused. My mind sounded alarms that fighting that boy now would be unwise. He was not just strong but cunning, not like Segun's brute force. He seemed specialized in killing, like an assassin. Inside this crowded hall with many people, and objects the advantage lay with him. But if it came down to a straight fight, the boy would lose. I was annoyed at Rico's rashness, but if it meant we could finish him, then fine. I ordered Zoff to fall back and had Sohn and the others shield me while watching the boy. Then, my eyes met his, white hair, red eyes. His attention clearly turned to me, and I swallowed. Almost at the same time, Rico howled again. With blinding speed, he closed in on the boy. He struck with clawed attacks. The boy parried with his knife and deflected. Rico attacked again. The boy flowed the strike aside. The werewolf's blows, proud of their speed, were met and thrown off by the boy who, while not always stopping them, expertly redirected them. Rico's eyes rolled white as he continued to assault the boy, but found no purchase. The captured demons surged to aid Rico, but the boy took a momentary opening, leaped as if to kick at Rico's stomach, and vanished. Where'd he go? The boy's form was gone, but I understood. Just as earlier he had used bodies as shadows while we were tightly packed, now he hid behind the people around him, using them as shields. Perhaps noticing this, Rico and the others wildly attacked the nearby motionless humans. As the song still echoed, they shredded and hurled limbs indiscriminately, staining the hall with blood. I felt nausea at the sight of so many torn apart, and yet the humans remaining unmoving. Where is he? I'll slaughter everyone here to find him. Rico and his kin raged. They had become beasts beyond reason and slaughtered the motionless humans. The flying blood and severed limbs made vision and rather consciousness itself fragment. Rico, stop. Doing that plays right into his hands. Shut up. Now that it's come to this, we have to kill him. He was found, so he can't run. We have to do it. They would not listen. Mad dogs. Where were the promises? They were supposed to obey my orders. I brought them here and even let them take prisoners, yet they forgot that favor and ran amok. Everything down the drain. I had not imagined demons, not under my command, would be so hard to handle. No use complaining. This jeopardized the plan. Better to cut them loose quickly before things became irretrievable. Zoff, Sohn, move, let's go. What about that mad dog? Leave him, I won't get bitten by a raving dog. While that assassin toys with those mutts, we'll take out Alejandro. You're going to leave them to die. That's not my problem. Those who betrayed my promise and seek death on their own can die on their own. Zoff hesitated at the thought of Rico and the captured demons, but they had broken their promise to me, so he narrowed his eyes and obeyed. He had once asked me to bring him prisoners. That debt had been repaid in the worst way, and I was in a foul mood. Zoff seemed to sense it and shifted his focus. He moved ahead to the door and began using his axe to sweep aside the humans blocking the way. If that boy attacked me, I'd be done. While Rico was occupied, we needed to get outside quickly. Zoff kicked the hall door open and stepped into the corridor to check the surroundings. Fallen patrols lay there, and I recognized the corpses as those sewn and the others had cut down. The song still played. If the humans didn't move, it should be easy to get out. Once in the corridor, with no place to hide, the boy could be handled. Thinking that, I stepped forward. The boy appeared before my eyes. I was too surprised to make a sound. The boy who had been playing with Rico had suddenly inserted himself between Sohn and me. What were Rico and the captured demons doing? I wanted to turn to check, but could not break eye contact with the boy. "You bastard! You get away from Lady Kakat!" Sohn shouted in fury and lunged to grab the boy with her free arm, but was met with a powerful kick to the stomach and was blown away. Sohn flew toward Zoff, who barely caught her. She clutched her midriff and coughed while Zoff supported her, kicking a demon and injuring them. All the more I wondered if he was human. My doubt deepened, yet the situation was dire. With no bodyguards, I stood with the boy almost within breath. The demon, stained by returned blood, looked down at me. My heart pounded. My breathing sped. Sweat ran down my brow and something cold crept along my nape. Then the boy opened his mouth. "Who are you?" "Nuh cuff." Before I could reply or even make sense of his words, a dull shock hit my stomach. What I remember is a rising discomfort in my throat, Sohn and Zoff's voices, and Rico's war cry. A voice that seemed to call to me and the still echoing song. As I listened, I lost consciousness inside enemy territory. Chapter 62, Demon Princess Prisoner. An end. A sound leaked out. Slowly I opened my eyelids. A white ceiling appeared in my blurred vision. I touched my body lying face up. No wounds, all limbs intact. I'm alive. It seemed I had lost consciousness, but fortunately I still had my life. Then a pain ran through my stomach and I twisted my face. What had happened? Yes, I had been suddenly dodged past Rico and struck in the stomach by that boy, which made me faint. What happened after that? Zoff would have Sohn. "You're awake." Just as I tried to rise to look for Zoff and the others, a sudden voice startled me and made my shoulders shudder. Fearfully, I turned my gaze to the voice. There stood a man with blonde hair and handsome features, clad in a white suit, smiling at me. "Seems I startled you." Seated in a chair, holding a teacup prepared on the table, the man smiled gently as he spoke. "What? Who?" I looked around warily. A white room, it's Liuakana's castle. Shelves lined with cups and bottles like a private chamber, and where I lay was a fluffy bed. Then I noticed. My coat was gone, my hat too. At some point I had been undressed. No changed, now I wore a white one-piece dress. Even my underwear had been replaced. The worst, on the bed I glared at the man. "You're Alejandro." "Yes, I am, little princess." I knit my brows and glared at the man, Alejandro. The real ruler of Liuakana, our target. And here he was before me, and apparently I had been captured by him. There were no shackles, but the situation was dire. Alejandro stared at me while sipping tea. Silence stretched. I glanced at the corner. There was a door. I timed it so when Alejandro sipped from his cup, I leapt from the bed and dashed for it. But, just short of the door, my shoulder was seized. I jolted and turned. The boy stood there. Where had he come from? I hadn't seen him when I looked earlier. As always, his emotionless eyes stared at me as he gripped my shoulder. I thought of shaking him off, but that could get me killed. Escape is impossible. Don't run away on your own. The boy spoke. I relaxed my shoulder. Seeing that, he released me. At least it seemed he wasn't about to kill me immediately. A situation somewhat better than the worst. The boy pulled me by the arm and shoved me roughly back on the bed. My arm hurt from his grip, so I rubbed it while glaring at him, but he looked unconcerned. "Well done, Shia." Alejandro clapped his hands as he stood. Shia, that must be the boy's name. Shia stepped aside to let Alejandro pass and fell silent again. "Now, will you tell me about yourself?" I only glared in silence. Alejandro sighed, shook his head, and laughed. A bold child, small yet courageous. As expected of someone who led demons. You're human but somehow control demons. You're the one who took Atana and Frictera, aren't you? Why do you think that? Am I wrong? The demon army outside, they're your allies, aren't they? He meant Quatra and the others, so they were fulfilling their roles. But then why no guards in this castle? If all was entrusted to Shia alone, that was reckless arrogance. Yet the fact I was captured, the careless one was me. What of the demons who came with me? Oh them, they fled. Some were cut down, but retreating at all was fortunate. When Shia brought you in I was surprised, but it seems once you were caught they all ran. You've got fine comrades. I see, of course. A human who blundered was worthless. Zoff and Sohn must have abandoned me and retreated. I had set the rule myself to withdraw when failure was clear, so I couldn't object if they were safe, fine. No, better to worry about myself. They were only my tools. If I survived this crisis, and they still listened to me, fine. If not, what would happen? They would reject me. They obeyed because of the results. If I become useless, I would be only a despised human. If killed for it, I'd have to flee no matter what. Hunted, running, so unpleasant. The more I thought, the more worst cases arose, and I trembled. This was my first major failure. I had thought I was using them, Zoff, Sohn, even Quatra. They followed because I produced results. As a failed human, they might kill me. It's terrifying. Considering life after failure made me panic. Perhaps sensing that, Alejandro smiled sweetly and stepped toward me. Stop, don't come closer. Don't be cold. You're part of the demon army. A human with the demon aspect leading demons. Were you sent as a spy? Saying so, Alejandro stroked my hair. A chill ran down me, and I reflexively slapped his hand away and retreated. Don't touch me, I am Kokot, a demon general, don't think you can do as you please. I see, but really saying that now. Alejandro rubbed his hand where I had struck him, but kept smiling. Then he shoved me back on the bed and pinned me. His strength held me fast. The strength of a grown man was this overwhelming. A terrible fear struck me. Perhaps I should have feared this from the start. But I'd never faced it before, so had not thought. Helpless on a bed. With nobles of peculiar tastes, I should have expected it. Alejandro pinned my arms skillfully and stroked my hair and cheek with his other hand. I kicked and writhed, but he straddled me and held me down. No, stop, don't touch me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Aside from bearing the demon aspect, you're just human. I reflexively closed my eyes, but he forced them open with his fingers and peered into them, drawing his face close. Being pinned by a man, robbed of freedom, was so frightening, but no matter what he did I would endure. If I lived, I'd bide my time then. I tried to distract my fear with thoughts. But Alejandro's jade eyes peering into mine unsettled me. Just as I tried to steel myself, I was suddenly released. I like you, you're very twisted. That suits my tastes. I sat up quickly and instinctively wrapped myself in the bed sheet. Seeing that, Alejandro chuckled. Tears blurred my eyes and I glared at him. It's humiliating, to be toyed with, to feel real fear, to cry at my age, to realize that if overpowered I'd resign myself to being used. So humiliating. I'll kill him, I swear. Alejandro looked me over, sighed, and clapped his hands as if recalling something. Don't glare. Let's continue the questions. Yes, then, what is this? He showed me something and blood rushed to my head. Give that back. Don't touch Riameh. I cast aside the bed sheet and lunged. He held a red-violet gem, Riameh's holy stone. I had to take it back. I should have noticed the moment I was changed. The holy stone I'd kept in my pocket had been stolen. Alejandro seemed a bit surprised at my fury, but I didn't care. I darted and grabbed at his clothes, then stopped. Shia had grabbed my arm. Suddenly my body lifted, the world turned upside down, then a sharp impact struck my back and crushed my airway. The air was squeezed from my lungs. I couldn't breathe. Thrown onto the marble floor, pain contorted my face as I gasped, wheezing like a fish on land. It hurts. Tears came again from pain and breathlessness. These tear ducts are too weak. Disgusting. Lying on my back, unable to rise, I whispered deliriously to give it back, staring up at Alejandro and Shia. Alejandro studied the stone in his hand again. Seems precious. I thought it was a magic stone, but it's not an ordinary one. Well, when you were unconscious, you clutched this in your pocket. I'll return it. Alejandro crouched and placed Riameh's stone lightly on my small chest, which still rose and fell with ragged breaths. I seized the holy stone with both hands, twisted, and curled into a ball like an armadillo. Alejandro's laughter grated on my ears. Sorry, curiosity got the better of me. Still hurt. I told Shia not to be rough. He spoke apologetically. I glanced at Shia, who looked down and said sorry. What were these people? What did they want with me? Confused by their unreadable behavior, I saw Alejandro crouch and offer me his hand. Can you stand? I still want to talk much more. Let's drink tea together. Chapter 63, The Sound That Steals Life. As Alejandro said, I took my seat at the table and was immediately bombarded with questions from him. Where did I come from? My birthplace, my age, what I liked, my purpose. From trivial things to deeply pressing matters, the questions were varied, but I ignored them all. Even so, Alejandro kept his smile fixed on me as he faced me. I quietly sipped the tea I had been served, turning my face away in silence. Compared to the tea parties with Lord Alcuro, there was no tension, but no enjoyment either. It was an empty time. As treatment of a prisoner of war in the middle of a war, it was far too careless. Perhaps this was some kind of preliminary interrogation before transferring me to the capital, but even so, there was something off about it. Either way, Alejandro's questions didn't register with me. What occupied my mind was what came next. That is, how to escape, and what to do once I did. If I could return to the demon army, that would be best, but what would the demon king say? A general who blundered and was captured by the enemy, what would be done to me? When I remembered the punishment Sohn once received, my fingertips began to tremble. I think you could at least say something, you know. Don't make me repeat myself. I have nothing to say. More importantly, what is your aim? What do you intend to do with me? Faced with Alejandro, whose purpose I could not read, I turned the tables with a question of my own. If waiting was not going to change anything, then I had to ask. Alejandro took a sip of tea, exhaled, and summed up his wish for me in a single phrase. He said, I want to know you. What nonsense. If this were interrogation, there were far more certain methods to use. And besides, I bear the demon aspect. I don't know why Alejandro keeps a boy like Shia, who also bears the demon aspect, but to be treated like this. But then I suddenly remembered the words that the fat man in the hall had spoken. Something about even someone with the demon aspect being acceptable. The reason was that they were Alejandro's artwork, he had said. I gave a bitter laugh. In the end, I was just another object. Shia, too, was probably some pet of Alejandro's grotesque tastes. And now he wanted to add me, a cursed child with the demon aspect, to his grotesque collection. Typical of a noble, I thought, and found myself strangely convinced. But if that was the case, then this was entirely uninteresting. At the same time, so long as I played along on the surface, my life would not be taken. Unless, of course, he meant to stuff me and mount me like a trophy, but for the moment I felt no such intent. I love what is ugly. Look at this city. Pleasure City, painted with human desire, the dazzling yet hideous crowds of commoners and nobles. Isn't it beautiful? Alejandro continued. Indeed, he was a man of grotesque tastes. I followed his gaze to where he stared in rapture. Judging by the sky, this room must be high above the ground, with an entire wall made of windows, beyond which stretched a garden. So this is what the fat man meant when he said he was in the garden. From this elevated garden, I could see various plants, surely part of his collection as well. It was quite expansive, with many tall plants. I couldn't see the whole of it, but with the open sky above it was like some sort of hanging garden. I snorted, thinking it an extravagant thing. So that's why you want to gather those with the demon aspect. You're more ordinary than I thought. Not surprising at all. Harsh words, do you dislike talking with me? When I snorted that it was obvious, Alejandro only shrugged. Seeing that left me even more disheartened. At the same time, I began to worry about Quattro and the others. It had been about 3 hours since the operation began, by my sense. Even accounting for the time I was unconscious, the sky suggested I was not far off. We had left Shin Village at night and arrived at Liwakana by dawn. Now the sun was fully risen. It would be no surprise if the battle had shifted, but if news of my capture had spread, they may already have withdrawn. They would not come to save me. They were ones I had thought of as mere tools. They would cast me aside easily, and that too was unavoidable. You seem worried about the demons. The sudden words, as if seeing straight into my thoughts. No, perhaps it was written on my face. I forced myself to calm down and drain my tea with a curt, not particularly. My subordinates are not weak. We took Atana and Frictera. If you sit idly by, my soldiers will tear apart that proud knight order of yours. I laughed as I said it, irritated by Alejandro's smug smile and meaning it as a jab. But Alejandro's composed expression did not waver. Strange, where did this man's confidence come from? Just as you trust in the strength of the demons, I too have someone I trust. Right now, I've asked him to handle the counterattack. Him, not the Black Violet Knights. The Knights are working with him, yes, but not like him. You know of them, don't you? The heroes. Heroes, the instant that word reached my ears, I froze like a fool. Heroes, he said. What did that mean? It made no sense. The heroes were with Lord Uragakna right now. One of the heroes, the holy bow Yorn, he is the one meeting your companions now. Looking out the window with Alejandro, I felt sweat burst out over my skin. The heroes, so it was true. This was no bluff. That explained his confidence. But even then, there was still hope. Even if he was a hero, by reports it was the holy bow alone. Quattro and the others could not possibly be defeated so easily. Or so I thought, when, from beyond the window, came many sharp cracks, like dry fireworks exploding. At first I truly thought it was fireworks from this debauched city, but it was not. This sound was not fireworks. This was, if my memory was correct, this was Section Jaya. The goblins shrieked. White arrows with unreadable paths were wreaking havoc on the ground. Even in the confusion of melee, those arrows struck only demons, piercing several with a single shot. No ordinary arrows. From what he had heard in the past, Quattro knew for cert. With the whinny of the wind, white arrows race across the battlefield, that is the holy bow. One hero, Yorn the holy bow. To think he would be in Luakana, Quattro thought. The white arrows raining down pierced his kin on the ground. When they descended in altitude to support them, the arrows flew at them too. Already 2 dragonutes had their wings pierced and fell from the sky. But they were not simply letting themselves be slaughtered. Even without Zoff or Tson, the forces they had borrowed were all elites. And even struck by white arrows, the demons on the ground showed no sign of faltering. Bit by bit, they pressed the line forward. One hero alone cannot overturn a battlefield. Quattro roared in the sky, glaring at the hero on the gate, and Yorn gazed back at him. This isn't good, huh? What Lord Yorn? The guard captain cried out in shock at Yorn's muttered complaint. The battle was going poorly, that much was clear. The lines were being steadily pushed back. No matter how many arrows Yorn loosed, the enemy showed no fear. Even when he shot at the dragonutes in the sky, they evaded deftly. He had knocked 2 down, but it was hardly a decisive blow. Man, these guys, I don't like this. Why the hell is their morale so high? Scratching at his unshaven chin, Yorn stared at the dragonutes above. The captain let out another near scream at the hero's demeanor. What do you plan to do? At this rate, they'll overwhelm us. Now, calm down. Panicking won't change a thing. But, with a weary shrug, Yorn hopped down from the crate he had been standing on and yawned. So, what should I do, huh? Wait, you're a hero, aren't you? Even so, I'm just one guy. Just an old man who's kinda good with a bow. That's not true at all. The captain screamed, begging him to do something. Yorn sighed heavily, clearly fed up, and clapped the man on the shoulder. Don't be so grim. Your boss is a scary fellow, you know. He's got plenty prepared for times like this. Why? Leaving the bewildered captain, Yorn returned to the edge of the wall and drew out a signaling arrow. When it was loosed with its whistling cry, the battlefield shifted. The knights immediately began a retreat. One after another, the lines pulled back. Quattro, watching from above, frowned. Were they abandoning the field under pressure, retreating to prepare for a siege? No, 2 groups moved to replace the withdrawing knights. One was knights with great shields, forming a defensive line around the retreating forces. The other was soldiers bearing something too short to be spears, marching out from the gates in ranks. Reinforcements? They seemed too weak. The situation should still favor them. But Quattro felt something was wrong. These human movements, if only Princess were here, she'd easily see through them. But Cocotte was not at his back. They were the decoy, buying her time to strike down Alejandro. Even so, there had been talk that if they could break Luakana's defenses themselves and seize the city, all the better. That had them riled up. And so, against Quattro's misgivings, the demons charged. Without Zoff to restrain them, this was the result, Quattro thought with exasperation. Then, the next instant, with dozens of sharp cracking bursts, the demons at the vanguard all collapsed at once. What? For a moment, he didn't understand. Those humans with the spear-like objects had done something. The sound had come from there. Smoke rose from the tips of their so-called spears. Those were no spears. The distance between the humans and the vanguard should have been at least 50 meters. They were not arrows, then what were they? Before Quattro could think further, another volley of cracks. More demons fell. The ground forces wavered. Impossible. He could not see anything. Something was happening, but nothing could be seen. No matter how fast an arrow flew, it had its limits. With draconic vision, he could easily track it. But this attack, striking their army on the ground, could not be seen at all. And it was not 1 or 2 arrows. Demons who would ignore a couple of arrows unless struck fatally were dropping dead from a single strike. Fearsome power. Even the thick skin of orcs was being pierced. This was bad. Lord Quattro. GHH. A dragonute called out, and Quattro suddenly realized. Those weapons on the ground were pointed at them now. To strike at them at this altitude, beyond the range of arrows, at first he scoffed, but at once a chill ran through him, and he gave the order. Evade. And the next moment, the dragonutes were met by the humans' new weapon. Several had their wings pierced and fell. Something grazed Quattro's tail as well. To wound Dragonhide at this distance, Quattro trembled in shock at the strange weapon. Still, the firework-like cracks rang out from the ground. And each time, more of his comrades fell. What is it? What is that thing? Section, it's called a gun. At Alejandro's voice, I turned to face him. A single tube like this is packed with gunpowder, and by igniting it, a bullet is fired. Power, ease of use, accuracy, all far superior to the bow. As he spoke, Alejandro drew out something like a musket. My worst fear was realized. So this was the true reason behind Luacana's, Alejandro's, confidence. I've already outfitted my knights with these guns in large numbers. I had prepared 692 of them. That many. By now, your companions are surely riddled with holes. How very unfortunate. Alejandro laughed as he said it, and I could say nothing at all. Chapter 64, Impossible to Understand. The difference in strength was overwhelming. What had been a battlefield of quantity versus quality had lost its balance. The sound of gunfire still continued. The demons couldn't know about that weapon. Therefore, the damage must be considerable. I felt a terrible helplessness at the thought that my subordinates were being lost where I was not. What had I been mistaken about? I had been arrogant enough to think we could fight. We had taken Autana and Frictera because there had been an opening created by the enemy's complacency. Because I knew the circumstances that allowed us to exploit them. So I assumed we could beat Luacana if we struck its complacency. But the reason for their complacency, I still didn't know. Without me there, I didn't know whether they would be able to decide to retreat. They might face an unknown weapon with the pride of their species and die fighting. If that happened, it would affect my future. Alejandro watched me bow my head and smiled wryly. He rose from his chair and walked to the window. Then he changed the subject. Have you seen the city? Sort of, they are creepy people. Nice observation. They looked like they were enjoying themselves, didn't they? People become like that when they give in to every desire. No anger, no sorrow, no fear. Taken at face value, it sounds wonderful. The fighting outside may still be going on, but that would be nothing to them. What makes them like that? Confidence. Your troops, the Black Violet Knights, was it. And guns, do you think those could drive back my men? He furrowed his brow at my question, then laughed softly and clicked his fingers in a dismissive wave. So annoying. Alejandro said the reason the townsfolk behaved so optimistically wasn't because they thought they could beat demons. I told you, it's greed, and the wealth that can satisfy that greed. With that, people can ignore almost anything as trivial. I see. I raised them this city. Alejandro began speaking in a phrase that sounded familiar, so I looked at him. He stared at the garden outside the window and continued. Most of the people in this city are commoners. I raised them. I called in people pushed out from poor nearby villages and other towns. I suddenly gave them wealth. At first they were unused to it, so they were confused and fearful. So they bought only the bare necessities and prospered. Ignoring Alejandro as he begins to speak, I add 6 blocks of sugar to the tea with trembling hands and stir. I decided that I need something sweet to calm myself down. It would be bad to show signs of agitation when I'm face to face with Alejandro. I also want to avoid conversation if possible. It would reveal that I'm not at peace inside. Of course, it's fine if he just talks on his own. I want to get the information. But what he spoke of went beyond my comprehension. Then, at some point, they realized that they can have something better. All around them are people who are already drowning in wealth and living in greed, devouring it. Seeing that, the consciousness of those who had been poor gradually changed. Alejandro turned to me and smiled, arms spread, the window behind him as he looked down at me. Wealth that once seemed out of reach, luxury they only watched from afar. But when they look at their own hands, they see they have enough money to take those things. And once they take them, they roll down into the swamp of luxury and grow fat on desire. I like watching that corruption. Is that why you were keeping people from the surrounding villages? I now understand why he took people from villages like Shin. He invited poor villagers just to watch them fall into corruption, to show off the technology and wealth that could make guns and to humiliate others to feel superior. No, that was not it. The true meaning in his words were different. He truly loved those corrupted people. I like ugly things. I like human ugliness. It's very beautiful. Pervert. I spat the word. Alejandro smiled without shame and came to stand next to me. I braced myself on instinct. You killed a fair number of them, didn't you? Still, while the song rang, no one moved or tried to flee. Why do you think that was? How would I know? I had no idea what made them so fearless of death. I kept silent. Alejandro laughed loudly and waved his hand as he spoke. When someone around them dies, they think, "Ah, that fellow was unlucky. How lucky I am." Even if they are in dire straits, they can revel in their luck once they get through it. They even enjoy the crisis. They're mad. Right. That's the beautiful part. But you're the one who made it that way, right? They said something about the song. Ah, in this castle, we raise them by letting them have every luxury. I set only one rule. Don't disturb her song. Her, the one who sings. I didn't know where she was, but perhaps she was one of his artworks. If you interrupted the song, perhaps Shia would come and finish you off. He was very taken with it. I couldn't understand a noble's hobby. Alejandro put his hand on my shoulder. I jumped back and fell loudly from the chair. I groaned from the blow to my hip, and Shia was immediately in front of me offering a hand. Are you okay? Don't touch me. I brushed away the offered hand and stood unsteadily. I wouldn't accept help from the enemy who had cut down my men. Shia didn't seem particularly bothered when I pushed his hand away, but tilted his head in puzzlement, as if he couldn't understand why I had done that. Did that person cut down my subordinates? The thought made me feel a strange heat of humiliation. I glared at Alejandro with the same measure of irritation as I felt over my own carelessness and arrogance. You too, Alejandro. Don't touch me, I haven't become yours. If anything, treat me as a prisoner if you must, okay. While glaring at him, I noticed something behind Alejandro as he shook his head. Something was pressed against the window. It leaned out from among the garden grass, put its hands to the window pane, and stared at me. I'm a little surprised. There's another person here. There was a girl glued to the window, staring at me. Wrapped in bandages from head to toe, she looked strange, with long white hair and red eyes, giving her the features of the demon aspect. Alejandro turned to face my reaction and began to fumble as if he had forgotten. Oh, sorry. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll prepare the food right away. He smiled and pressed his hand to the girl's through the window pane. The girl seemed to have reacted to the word food, looked at me for a moment, then pushed her way through the grass again and disappeared. Oh, she's gone, she's whimsical. Oops, I forgot to introduce you. She is Mio, my lovely songstress. So she was the one who sang. As expected, she bore the demon aspect. Like Shia, she looked a little older than me, but her behavior was odd. She looked at me, but her eyes were somehow empty. I stared blankly at the grass patch where she had vanished when something was offered in front of me. It looked like a meal. Perfect timing, would you take it to her? Chapter 65, From Hardship. Why do I have to be doing something like this? Thinking that, I carried the meal Alejandro had all but forced on me and walked through the garden. After shoving me into the garden, Alejandro said he had business to attend to and left with Shia. His parting words clung unpleasantly in my ears. For now, I'll leave Mio in your care, Cocotte. Of course, escaping until I return is impossible. This place is quite high above the ground. You're not the sort to throw yourself off, and if you like, you can consider it a prisoner's holding cell in words that suit you better." Saying that, Alejandro locked the door leading into the garden, which meant I was now completely trapped with no way out. Escape was impossible. Compared with my memory of the castle's exterior, it was obvious from the structure. As much as it galled me, there was nothing to do but obey Alejandro for now. And yet, to leave me in charge of his pet while he was gone showed a complete lack of caution. Does he see me as a harmless little animal? The tray had even come with utensils. Careless in the extreme. Even a spoon or fork could serve as a weapon. If I were to take that girl Mio, the one with the demon aspect, hostage, no, I doubted Alejandro would trade for her. If she was just part of his collection, she might hold no value as a hostage. More than that, if Mio possessed combat ability like Shia, I'd be the one beaten down instead. Yes, that must be it. He's only making it look like I'm the one taking care of Mio, when really Mio is here to keep watch on me. Damn Alejandro. That only means I have no choice but to play along, doesn't it? What's happening on the battlefield? The sounds from where Quattro and the others should have been had gone silent. The battle must be over. As I walked among the plants, thoughts of Quattro's and Zoph's safety mixed with regret at my own carelessness. I thought I'd been careful enough not to regret anything, but I was naive. No, I was the one who had truly grown complacent. Because things had been going well for me by chance, I let myself get carried away and miss the pitfall. To be captured by Alejandro now was a fitting punishment. I'll use this lesson. Liwakana, I must know that's wrong. What am I misunderstanding? My ultimate goal is to live in happiness. And my happiness is to trample the humans who stole everything from me. Liwakana is only one checkpoint on the way. Let the hatred blaze again. Forgetting is impossible. I grew soft and let my guard down. I must not make that mistake again, which is why I cannot remain here long. I must rejoin Quattro and the others, use them again, and fulfill my true purpose. Until then, I must not relax. As I trudged through the garden, I saw a flower field spread out ahead, and in the center sat Mio. She was sitting among the flowers, staring off somewhere. Since I'd found her, best to get this over with quickly, I thought and approached. She wouldn't attack me out of nowhere, probably. Mio turned toward me at the sound of my steps. As I'd thought when I first saw her, the white bandages wrapped around her body stood out. Her hair, unkempt and flowing nearly to her ankles, fanned out like rays across the flowers. Paired with her white dress, she was clad all in white. And from between that whiteness shone those red eyes, unmistakably unnatural. Truly, from the outside, the demon aspect looked abnormal. Another thing that caught my eye was the metal collar around her neck, though her hair mostly hid it. I walked closer, and Mia tilted her head, staring at me with the same gaze as when she had been pressed to the window pane earlier. But I had no intention of making friends. Even if she had the same demon aspect, I wanted no connection with someone kept like livestock by him. It looks like a meal. Alejandro asked me to bring it. Not my will, you're called Mio, right? I'll leave it here, do as you want. I warily set the tray down among the flowers. Mia tilted her head, gave a small ah groan. Drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. Surely not. When she grabbed a dish and began stuffing the fine vegetables and soup into her mouth with her bare hands, without utensils, I let out a breath. So much for my caution. I turned my back on her and looked around for somewhere I might sit or anything useful. A tree branch, a stone, anything could be a weapon. I needed to prepare for escape quickly, to reunite with Quattro. Just as I thought that and tried to walk on, my vision spun 90 degrees. Vertical. Flowers rushed up to my eyes. Reflexively, I put my hands out to shield my face, but it was useless, and I crashed face first into the flower bed. Thanks to the flowers cushioning me and my light weight, I wasn't badly hurt, but pain shot through my nose. Ow, damn it, what the hell? I pushed myself halfway up and saw Mio on the ground, clutching my leg. So she tripped me. Mio tilted her head, looking at me with those red eyes, like she had a question mark over her head. I shook her hand off my clothes and scooted backward, but as I moved back, she crept forward on all fours, closing the distance. A shiver ran down my spine. What? Don't come closer. I waved my arm to push her back, but she kept crawling toward me. She wasn't normal. If I was right, there was no telling what she'd do. Her body was older than mine and stronger. Even woman against woman, I might not win. I reached for the fork I'd stolen, ready to strike first, when Mio suddenly grabbed her own hair and held it up to me. Hey, hey, white hair, same. Hey, ah. Matching, hey, hey. Mio pointed from her hair to mine, grinning dopily. I couldn't help but lose my venom. Mio name Mio's. Then, to my shock, Mio took my hand and began to introduce herself. Staring at those innocent eyes, I found myself blurting out my own name in reply. Kokot. Section, meanwhile, in the forest far from Luakana, where Shin Village had once stood. It had become a demon army base. Inside one of its houses, we took a heavy beating. Sitting on a chair, Quattro muttered that. After hearing the detached unit's report, he pressed his hand to his brow in disbelief and asked again. Is it true the princess was captured? It's true, she got snatched away. Zoff answered as he stroked his great axe, its blade caked with blood. His upper body was bare, wrapped in bandages from the wounds on his back. The moment the song ended, the guards swarmed in. We had no choice but to retreat. To flee, leaving Lady Kokot behind, it's humiliating. Shouldn't we have forced our way to take her back? Sohn grumbled, jiggling her leg impatiently beside him, and Zoff let out a big sigh. Look at yourself, you tried that and see how you ended up. Zoff spat. Sohn's body was covered in wounds, and demon swordsmen were bandaging her now. She had charged recklessly after the white-haired boy carrying Kokot and was swarmed by guards for it. Their skill was high, and no matter how many were cut down, more kept coming. Deciding it was hopeless, Zoff had dragged her out by the scruff of her neck. Sohn still ground her teeth in frustration. He caught the young lady. If he'd wanted her dead, he could have killed her. Since he didn't, she's probably alive. That brat had the same hair and eyes as the young lady. Maybe there's something there. So optimistic. If they captured a general of the Demon King's army, we can guess her fate. She's human, that might give her some time. At those words, Sohn slammed her hand on the nearby table. You're being too damn complacent. Why do you keep making excuses for retreat? Shouldn't we be talking about saving her? Or is it that you don't intend to save her at all? Her outburst silenced the room. The meaning was clear. They were wavering. Seeing that only stoked Sohn's fury. Silent, huh? You really are thinking of abandoning her, aren't you? Call it selection, dumb vampire. Zoff sighed again. Our unit is half destroyed. Quattro's men lost 30% too. Even taking your reckless charge into account, this disaster is the young lady's mistake. She shouldn't have gone. He jerked his chin toward Rico, groaning in pain with the worst injuries. Sohn tried to argue, but Zoff cut her off. I know, she's way better than some officer who watches from safety. She stood with us, but she's captured now. Rescue would be harder than assassinating the Lord, and without her command, this is where the discussion goes. And you can still say that. What about your demon pride? It's because I'm a demon. Quattro, who had been silent with his eyes closed, spoke at last. Sohn clenched her teeth and glared at him, but Quattro opened his eyes calmly and looked at Zoff. That's what you meant, isn't it, Zoff? Pretty much. Zoff crossed his arms and nodded slowly. We have to decide how far demons should risk themselves for a human. You said it yourself. Quattro's men were cut down by that new weapon of theirs. Against that, how the hell do we save her? Without the young lady. DHH. Without Kokot, breaking through the human's new weapon would be near impossible. Quattro knew that. Invisible attacks, striking down even the sturdiest demon bodies. Even with Kokot, maybe. And you'd go throw your life away to save a human. Madness. Wasn't it your fault in the first place, you dumb mutt? Rico, already demoralized, snapped carelessly and got a kick from Sohn that put him down again. Quattro tried to calm things, but Sohn only grew angrier. The demon swordsman restrained her. As she struggled, Zoff raised his hand in exasperation. Held down, Sohn bared her fangs at him. You bastard, I swear I'll. Oh, what's all this? Just as Sohn tore free and lunged at Zoff, a feathered hand waved lazily, and a harpy girl with a dreamy expression walked into the tent. It was Chickbull, commander of the border guard. So Kakachan's been captured. I'm late then. Elkuro-kun will be disappointed. Ah, don't tell anyone I called him Elkuro-kun, okay? Hee hee. Sitting with them, Chickbull grinned at each face in turn, then quickly sobered. You're exhausted. Looks like things were rough. It must have been hard. They'd already explained the situation to her. Seeing their battered state, Chickbull dropped her usual airy demeanor and sat straight. So, what now? 2 options. If you want to keep marching, you'll need to get Kaka-chan back. Or, abandon her and retreat back to Frictera. At that, Son lashed out. Retreating that far would doom Kokot. Exactly, retreat is unthinkable. Bird, I don't know why you came here, but at least I will save Lady Kokot. Yes, Son-kun never changes, but tell me. Chickbull leaned forward, looking Son in the eye. Why do you want so badly to save Kaka-chan? That's obvious, because I love her. Surprising, I thought you'd be colder than that. Son snorted at her words. Son had never been one to love others. She'd admitted as much to Kokot herself. Her attraction to human girls was as playthings. Kokot had been no exception. Yet what she admired in Kokot was how Kokot used her like an object, how she pushed forward, how she commanded. That stirred Son's devotion. And now, Kokot had failed and been captured. By the ideals Son once admired, that would mean spitting her out as weak. But she couldn't. Over time, that respect had shifted. It wasn't for Kokot's results or her way of being. It was for Kokot herself, more than anything. If the path she walked seemed twisted, yet beautiful, then helping her walk it was the role of one who had chosen to follow. That was her pride as a demon. So if Kokot's plight was called weakness, then blaming her was only an excuse to cover Son's own failure to save her. That's why I can't forgive them. These cowards who think only of running away. She turned and jabbed her finger at Quatra and Zoff. Chickbull chuckled at her. What's funny? Son glared, but Chickbull just said sorry, still smiling. Heh, I get it now, Son-kun. Good, that's a relief. What is? Just that you all feel the same. Son narrowed her eyes, confused. Chickbull stood and spread her feathered arms. Quatra, Zoff, none of you actually plan to retreat. Huh. Seeing Chickbull grin, Son stared blankly at the others. Just as Chickbull says, none of us said we'd abandon her. We were only discussing what to do. You just got so hot-headed the talk went downhill, vampire. Wah, but you were just. Situation, choices, reality. We're thinking through them. That's what the princess taught us. Even without her, we must act as her subordinates. Damn right, and I'm not about to abandon my commander twice. I was useless too, vampire, but she's the young lady. She won't die so easily. Hell, she might break out on her own. Quatra and Zoff laughed, arms folded. Son flushed red, realizing she'd been flailing alone. You bastards, don't toy with me. If you meant to save her, say so from the start, idiots. Fine, let's have a strategy meeting right now, strategy meeting. Hey, stop thrashing, you'll break the hut. Gahaha, you'll tear your wounds open, dumb vampire. Shut up. Ow, damn it. The 3 captains under Kokot, their resolve was set. Chickbull, seeing that, thought it best to hold a proper council once the shouting cooled. She stepped outside. Someone had been eavesdropping anyway. Opening the door, she found a human girl stepping back in surprise. Her hair was tousled from pressing her ear to the wall. It was Keel, wearing a maid's outfit. Alcuro had told her that Kokot had brought a slave girl along. This must be her. Keel looked at Chickbull with fearful eyes, but Chickbull smiled. Worried. And you are? I'm Chickbull the Harpy, former general. You're Keel, right, Kokot's maid? She introduced herself and peered into Keel's face. You're worried about Kaka-chan, aren't you? You had that look. At that, Keel cast her eyes down. She tried to deny it, but her clenched skirt and conflicted eyes told the truth. From Alcuro, she'd heard that Keel's father was killed by Kokot in Frictera, and that she had even attacked Kokot once for revenge. But looking at her now, Chickbull thought her feelings were complicated. Complicated in a way that reminded her of herself, when the late Polinia had said maybe she could get along with humans, so her words were simple. Don't worry. Hi. Kaka-chan will be saved. Everyone here intends to. And Alcuro-kun asked me to as well. Oops, I said kun again. Waving her feathered arms, Chickbull strolled off to give the hut time to cool down. Left behind, Keel pressed a hand to her chest, muttering softly. Me worrying about her. Her chest ached sharply. Was it because a demon had seen through her true feelings, or was it? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 66, Cage of Demons. Today again, I sat in the garden of Luakana's castle, staring only at the sky. No, that's not quite true. I watch the sky, while at times I humor my companion. Even as I think that, something is placed on my head as I sit among the flowers. Startled, I turn to see Mio's smiling face. When I touch my head, I find a crown of grass resting there. I let out a soft sigh and stroked Mio's head, who looked so proud of herself. Like a cat, Mio closed her eyes and leaned into the feeling of her hair being ruffled. Later, when it was time to eat, I struggled to teach Mio how to use utensils so she wouldn't eat with her hands. In the process, half of the meal ended up scattered across the flower bed. Now, after eating, I lay back in the flowers and gaze up at the sky again. What am I even doing? Every day passes like this, playing the role of Mio's caretaker, her playmate, with nothing else happening. Since that day, Alejandro hardly ever approaches me. I don't know what he's scheming. He brings only food for me and Mio, then vanishes, saying he has business. It's nothing but eerie. What is his aim in treating me like this? If his intent is to keep me like he keeps Mio, then I want to spit in his face and tell him it's pointless. But since there's nothing I can do for now, I can only swallow that anger. And so the days pass. How many days has it been since I was captured? Today again, I was looking after Mio, but today felt different. I glared bitterly at my watcher. Behind me, as I sat some distance away watching Mio play in the flower field, stood Shia, right at my back. He didn't move, just stood there watching Mio and me. For days now he had shown no suspicious actions, but what was he thinking? By midday, there was still no movement from the demon's side. I had half hoped for rescue, and the lack of it only made the loneliness grow. Liuikana was in constant festival uproar, the sounds of cheering and fireworks reaching even into the garden. I was sick of it. How long will this go on? Perhaps out of sheer frustration, I spoke to Shia. Your name is Shia, right? At my voice, Shia looked me in the eyes and nodded. Are you here to watch me, or to tend to Mio? At my question, Shia glanced at Mio briefly, then answered. Mio doesn't talk with me. Why not? She hates the smell of blood, that's why she hates me. He looked a little lonely as he said it. When I asked if he and Mio weren't friends, he gave a small no. The smell of blood was it. I didn't understand, but given his work as a killer, Shia must truly reek of blood. But then, so did I the people of Atana. Frictera's, Keel's father Segun, and the villagers of Shin like Luck. All had died because of me. What difference was there? Saying my hands weren't dirty because I hadn't killed them personally, only given the orders, was that optimism? Wasn't that just as filthy? In that back and forth with Shia, I was forced to reflect on my own deeds. I had no regrets. Regret was pointless. And yet, just then, Shia suddenly moved, coming before me, sitting down so our eyes met. He didn't seem to mean harm, so I stayed calm, careful not to provoke him. Then he spoke. You don't fear me, you don't hate me. Emma. I was caught off guard by the question. If I answered honestly, I wanted to say I despised him. But I bit my tongue. He stared at me with eyes that seemed to expect something. I turned my face away, looking aside. And still, he waited. Before I liked or disliked, I didn't know you. I can't hate or like someone I don't know. I thought those words were vague enough to deflect him, but Shia's eyes lit up. Smiling brightly, he grabbed my hand. Then he yanked me up and shook my hand wildly. What are you doing? Then I'll tell you. If you know me, you'll like me. What should I start with my job? Or maybe. Calm down, hey, calm down, whoa. Still holding my hand, he spoke in a rush, then began spinning. I was dragged around with him, spinning like a carousel, stumbling, almost falling. Out of the corner of my whirling vision, I glimpsed Mio tilting her head curiously, watching us. And then a song rose. Mio had begun to sing. At the same time, Shia froze. The momentum almost sent me flying, but he caught my hand, pulling me into his arms to steady me. Pressed against his chest, I looked up to protest, only to have my mouth covered. SHH. Without looking at me, still watching Mio, he pressed his knife to his lips as a gesture for silence. Don't interrupt the song. If you do, I'll have to kill you too. Only saying that, Shia released me, and without a sound, knife in hand, slipped away. During Mio's song, I kept staring toward the direction Shia had gone. And then, more days passed. That day, Mio grew curious about Riame's holy stone, which I happened to be holding in my palm. I noticed Mio looming over me as I sat. What is it? It's pretty and warm. She grinned, showing her teeth, staring at the stone. Reflexively, I tried to pocket it, backing away. But when she looked like she might cry, I reluctantly held it out in my palm a little longer. Ah. For a while, we both just stared at the stone. I thought of something good. Suddenly, she began plucking flowers and vines. Puzzled, I watched until she thrust out her hand. Lend it for a bit. What I thought, then realized she meant the holy stone. Impossible. I only ever meant to show it, never give it. As I thought to hide it behind me, Mio grew impatient and lunged on me. What are you? Hey, stop. Got it. She pried the stone from my hand. Blood rushed to my head in rage. You. Give it back. Turning her back to me, she fiddled with something. I jumped up, ready to attack her. But just before I could, she turned and held something out. It was the holy stone bound in a basket of vines, like a necklace. Ahem. I froze, bewildered. If you drop it, you'd be sad since it's precious. She had worried that the bare stone might be lost, so she made it into a necklace. I looked from the necklace to her and back, stunned. She grinned. Her expression all but pressed me to put it on. Somewhere inside, I admitted it made sense. Reluctantly, I slipped the vine necklace over my head. The red-violet stone gleamed at my chest. Despite the vine's thinness, the craft was sturdy, strong. Better than hiding it in my pocket. I'd never thought of turning Riame's holy stone into a necklace. Ah, thank you. As my thanks slipped out, Mio beamed and ran laughing through the flowers. I couldn't make sense of her, but perhaps that was why I began to feel pity. Beneath the bandages, when they slipped aside, I'd glimpsed. Hee, such a gentle child, irresistibly adorable. A sudden voice behind me. I turned sharply, scowling. And so you chain her here. Alejandro stood, golden hair swaying in the garden breeze, fingers thoughtfully at his chin. Without regard for my glare, he walked up beside me, smiling as he watched Mio skip about, tossing flowers into the air, laughing in a shower of petals. My eyes followed her too. Around her neck was a collar, the chain fixed to a stake in the center of the flower bed, like livestock, and wrapped in bandages besides. Seeing her smile so innocently, I felt a bitter pang. Her bandages bother you. Nisha. At his words, I snapped my gaze to him. Amidst the drifting petals, Alejandro said. She was difficult to tame. I tried breaking her mind and retraining her, but it left scars, ugly ones. So I hid them under bandages. You. If I'd raised her from infancy, like Shia, it would have been easier. But the result was worth the trouble. You've heard, haven't you? That voice. From a grotesque, wretched body, she has a heavenly song. I scowled at his dreamy expression. From his words, he had kidnapped Mio and tortured her until her mind broke. The wounds under the bandages were from that. He was insane. He wanted her only for her voice. He killed her mother who had taught her the songs, then stole her. He desired not a pure voice, but the song of one broken and ruined. I turned from him, back to Mio. She still smiled happily. From what he said, her mother had loved her, even though she bore the demon aspect. Despite that, she'd had a rare mother who believed in her, only to be stolen by Alejandro. Just like me. You've lived a brutal life, haven't you? I can see it in your eyes, those red eyes. Suddenly, Alejandro spoke to me. Eyes that trust no one, only seek to use. Not a child's eyes, but the same as filthy adults. A human child who became a general of the demons could hardly have a normal heart. What are you? The darkness in those red eyes, I can cleanse it. He smiled. At some point he had come before me, lowered himself, touched my chin, and tilted it up. I couldn't resist. I couldn't look away from his jade eyes. What was in them? I'll give you wealth. I'll give you comfort. Safety, security. No need to lower yourself to demons anymore. What lay in his eyes was filth, seething filth. In return, you'll be mine. KH. I flinched. Shia's hand gripped my shoulder, hard enough to hurt. Alejandro let go of my chin. I looked fearfully at Shia. His eyes looked sad. The preparations are ready, unless, of course, you agree right now. Shia, you're hurting me. Preparations for what? A room for you. A room for your rebirth. You're too twisted as you are. I like that, but you won't yield to me like this. Showing your true colors, you pervert, I'll never be yours. I grimaced at the pain in my shoulder, shouting at Alejandro. He drew closer, delighted. I tried to recoil, but Shia held me fast. Alejandro's face loomed near. No longer handsome, but distorted, brimming with madness. It wouldn't mean anything otherwise. You really are the finest material. I want you, I must have you. Fufufu hada. Damn you, let go Shia, damn it. Shia, take her to the room. We'll begin at once. Yes. This was bad. Something terrible would happen if I was taken there. I had to resist, but Shia's terrifying strength made it impossible. He dragged me no matter how I struggled. Alejandro watched, amused. Let me go. I screamed as they took me away. And Mio only tilted her head, watching my cries. Chapter 67, Torture. Gyuga aragajaiha. My throat is burning. Everything in my lungs is being squeezed out. My insides are turning inside out. The screams tearing from me now are none other than my own. Fluids are spurting from every hole in my body. Tears, sweat, drool, snot. My mangled face, eyes bulging as if the eyeballs will flip, pupils rolling wildly, yet despite that exposed appearance I see nothing. All I can hear is my own shriek and someone laughing. What a voice! A voice that doesn't pretend at anything, so raw and convincing. A frog's death throes, a cow's wanton cry. It's hard to describe. Alejandro laughs like it amuses him and waves the metal rod in his hand like a conductor's baton. The drug I gave you this time, it's a specially made torture reagent that was difficult to produce. Once it takes effect, the whole body's sense of pain expands by tens, hundreds of times. The wind that touches the skin, the rubbing of clothes, it's not just that. Even the contact of organs with each other, the tears flowing over the skin, all of that will bring on exquisite pain. Agaga. Every time Alejandro speaks, his voice echoes in the cramped dark room and rends my skin. If I grit my teeth, the pain is like my teeth shattering to powder. If I move, the illusion arises that my organs are being mashed into a pulp, and if I scream, that only returns as more pain. No sooner had I been brought into this room than something was injected into the back of my neck. Then this hell began. There is no escape from the pain, this torturous hell. How long must you endure before you go pure white, I wonder? Like this hair of yours. Ha ha hew. Oh, don't worry, this drug will not kill you. Unless, of course, you cannot stand the pain and bite off your own tongue. Alejandro laughs as if enjoying himself and strokes my hair. Even that sends a nerve-shredding pain coursing through me. Reflexively, I arch like a shrimp, then flop and writhe on the floor again. I am not bound. I am only rolling around. My vision skews and spins dizzyingly, like I'm riding a roller coaster. Through unimaginable pain, I manage to focus my eyes on Alejandro. A child, this is abuse. Ha ha ha, you insist you're a child. No, you are a demon. Alejandro hooks the metal rod under my chin and lifts. Tears spill from my eyes and the pain balloons again. Yes, a demon. It must have taken tremendous hardship and despair for you to become so. Before I let you taste any more despair, I'll rescue you. You idiot, what are you doing? It's not so bad, the demon race is finished. Whatever you do won't change that. I will change the war. With that gun. Alejandro laughs and pulls his hand back. Without the rod supporting my jaw, my face slaps the floor with a wet thud. There is a dull sound, but I barely feel the blow to my head. Other pains overwhelm it. That gun can be mass-produced soon. There are blueprints. I'll sell it to the country. To Faltmare. I'll gain wealth and with it peace. And once the gun penetrates the Faltmare army, the demon armies facing them will be utterly routed. Like your subordinates were. What is he saying? This isn't some tall tale. If guns spread through the entire Faltmare military, the balance of the main battlefield would change. Alejandro would rise to a higher position for producing the gun. But how did they manage to mass-produce guns like that here of all places? The people of this city are just depraved. Curious, aren't you? I didn't gather people in this city merely for entertainment, you know. You used people gathered from outside, didn't you? Also, the drug I injected into you works on demons too. Everyone becomes obedient quickly. They work quite well. No, of course, it clicks. The last time I infiltrated Luacana and peeked at the slave market, I wondered why proud demons there acted so heartlessly docile. They had been subjected to this chemical torture. So their spirits were broken and they were made into hands and feet, working like tools. But still, I thought demons wouldn't be broken by pain so easily. I know what you're wondering. Why would hardy demons yield to a drug like this? You misunderstand. You can still converse with me because you're unusually pain-tolerant. And among demons, some are tolerant and some are not. For example, soldiers and those who aren't. You injected it into non-combatants. It has a good reputation. If the demons we capture don't become obedient, I take pains to fix that for the buyers. It's quite profitable. Monster agua. Alejandro stomps his foot on my groaning head and laughs horribly. Monster? Ha, what a word. You are the same, aren't you? How many humans did you kill to survive as a demon? The people of Atana and Fritura in their multitudes, aren't those the people you slaughtered? Agaji. My consciousness is blurring from pain. Alejandro's words seem to echo on and on. You must be in agony, I'll save you. You only need to stop being you. Wouldn't you like to forget everything and be happy? Like Mio. To forget. Yes, if you abandon being yourself, it's fine. It will hurt, it will be agonizing, but there is an escape. Forget, he says. The pain and humiliation I received in Atana, the memory of burning them, and the warm meals and soft beds I obtained. Quatra Zoft Zone. Kiel Lord El Curo Riame. No, these memories are mine. If I lose them, I won't be me. Let me make you stop being you. It'll be easier. Guyua. Alejandro grabs my hair, and with his other hand digs fingers into my abdomen. Unimaginable pain hits again, and for a moment I actually think I want to escape, to flee from this pain. At that moment a song rings out. It is Mio's song. The instant I hear it, Alejandro clicks his tongue lightly. He slowly lets me drop to the floor and pulls something from his pocket. Sigh, that fickle songstress. It pains me to stain her song with screams and wanton cries. That'll be enough for today. I'll send Shia to fetch her later. Until then, stay here. Saying that, Alejandro injects something into me with a syringe. Immediately, I feel the pain receding. An antidote, perhaps. Gasping, my face streaked with drool and tears, I glare up at Alejandro's back as he leaves and spit curses. The door closes. It wasn't locked, but I lay on the ground for a while, unable to move. The marble floor is cold. Thank goodness. I close my eyelids with relief and lose consciousness. Some time passes, and I awaken to the sound of the door opening. I expect Alejandro, but standing before me is Shia. Shia stands tentatively in front of me. Right, Alejandro said he'd send someone to pick me up, so Shia must carry me back to Mio. I let out a relieved breath as I collapsed on the floor. I feel foolish for having braced myself for more of Alejandro's torture. But that pain was truly fearsome as torture. It makes one want to relinquish everything to escape. It was dangerous. Please, just carry me or do whatever. I have no strength to move. I try to plead that with my eyes, and Shia answers with an embarrassed face. Did you come to hate me? Hi. With the fearful look of a child afraid of being scolded, Shia asks that. That assassin, the one who toyed with Zoff and slit his back, saying such a thing. At that moment, I want to say I hate him with the same hatred as before. But a different thought crosses my mind. Shia might be useful if handled correctly. He seems obedient to Alejandro's orders, but strangely, he bears me no hostility. He even says he wants me to like him. Despite his combat ability, he seems inwardly like a boy his age. I had imagined child assassins raised for that role would have left their hearts somewhere, but Alejandro apparently provided proper emotional education. So admirable. Collection, indeed. If that can work to my advantage, I will use it. In other words, I will steal Shia's heart. You're not at fault, Shia. I don't hate you. I say that, Shia's face brightens instantly. He's just a boy. Really? You don't hate me? No. But I'm very tired right now and can't stand up. Could you carry me slowly? It's cold here. I got it, Cocotte. Such a presumptuous kid. Still, supported by his hands, I expect an over-the-shoulder carry, but Shia lifts me up in one motion. A princess carry, oi. It's embarrassing. I even feel ashamed being princess carried by a boy, and I protest in a thin voice. Shia smiles and carries me out of the room. I figure he won't put me down, so I close my eyes quietly. Inside, with a faint blush, I solidify a dark resolve. Don't rely on demons for help. What on earth was I thinking? Until now, I thought I had done things by my own power and kept waiting for someone to help. I have only been helped. Now the situation has shown me how powerless that was. It's nothing to laugh at. What's always necessary to live is one's own strength. By any means, I must escape from here on my own. But I am weak, so I will use what is in this place and escape. Shia, you will be the first. Chapter 68, Maze of the Heart. That day, I was once again subjected to that torture. While I writhed in pain, Alejandro smiled and splashed cold water over me. Even though it was cold water, the shock traveled through my whole body as if someone had thrown boiling water at me, and I screamed. No tears came, but Alejandro's jade eyes shone as he peered into my anguished eyes. You still won't give up, huh? I'm really surprised. Are you really a child? Alejandro shook his head in a tusk and grabbed the scruff of my neck. Then he forced my face close to his. Alejandro's face came near my ear. I've been looking into how you got into this castle. I never expected there'd be a hole inside the cell. Coming through the waterways, I was surprised. I sealed it up neatly, so you can't use it anymore. Gus damn. You finally showed frustration. You were expecting help from the demons, weren't you? No, but somewhere in my heart I might still have been hoping, so maybe that is why his words stung. Still, I had not given up. Alejandro's cheerfully pleased smile fanned my anger, and I bore the pain. Anyway, all I needed was to get out of this place. I wasn't expecting Quattro and the others to come here on their own. I would move until I could get out and make it possible for them to reach me. I was secretly making those preparations, hidden from Alejandro's eyes. And once again, Mio's singing reached my ears. Every time. Mio always sang during the torture. Because of that, Alejandro, who is oddly dutiful, would pause the torture. Alejandro slumped his shoulders, looking regretful that he couldn't play more, then let go of me and injected an antidote. When Alejandro left the room, Shia came to fetch me and carry me back to the garden in a princess carry. That was becoming the routine. Shia smelled of blood today, too. Every time Mio's song rang out, someone was being dealt with by Shia. The sleeve of Shia's arm that supported my body was stained with red blood. While Shia held me like that, he fussed over me. Is any part hurting? I'm sorry, and the like. If he truly worried that much, he should let me escape, but he would not disobey Alejandro's orders. He was difficult to handle. Still, I learned how to use him. He would never overturn an order from Alejandro, but apart from that, he was just a child. Alejandro's orders were absolute. Don't let me escape. Kill anyone who interrupts Mio's singing, and kill anyone who tries to harm Alejandro. In other words, aside from those orders, he had a certain freedom. I persuaded myself that Alejandro had not ordered him to refuse all my requests, and over the past few days, I had quietly asked small favors. I had to be careful not to arouse Alejandro's suspicion. One of those favors was information under the guise of conversation. Shia, who apparently rarely left the castle, knew the castle's layout well. He didn't know about that hole leading to the waterways, but he spoke to me often about the structure of the castle and about the town's features. All of it was for me, his first friend it seemed. I used his innocent heart. When we reached the garden, Mio ran up and began patting my body as I was set down into the flower bed. Then she bared her teeth and growled at Shia like a dog. Shia's expression went blank and he left. After a while, Shia returned with something in his hands. It was something I had asked him to bring. While Mio intimidated him, I accepted it and opened it at once. It was a map of the city's waterways. Leucana is a city built with a network of waterways beyond the old waterway we used to infiltrate. Rico had said that guards were posted to prevent monsters from living in the waterways. Those passages couldn't be used, but they probably wouldn't pay attention to what floated in the water. I had been thinking for days about how to let Quattro and the others know where I was, and I decided to use these waterways. From the garden view, I knew the direction of the forest where our camp was. That forest had many water sources. As luck would have it, a river flowed into the town from a small hill on the opposite side of the forest, and that river continued to the forest. I thought I was lucky. The remaining question was which waterway to use, and thanks to the map Shia brought today, I could narrow it down. Once I knew which waterway to use then. Shia. What cocotte? Thank you. You're a good friend. I told him with a full, fake smile. Shia's face immediately lit up. He must have had no one to speak to properly in his life. He truly didn't know how to doubt. He really believed I was his friend. Maybe because of how things were with Mio, even more so. Feared and shunned as an assassin within the castle, taught to kill, he still felt loneliness. Alejandro was cruel. Maybe he and I were similar somewhere. But Shia's loyalty to Alejandro had become brainwashing. He stubbornly refused to betray Alejandro even when I tried. Once, when I pressed too far, I was warned that if I crossed the line any further he would have no choice but to kill me. I thought I might be able to win him over, but that line was completely gone. Well, Zoff and Sohn wouldn't forgive him anyway. In other words, after using him, he would become an obstacle in taking Leucana. So this would probably be my last request. Shia, I have a favor. What is it, cocotte? Please drop this into that waterway. This. It's a little charm. I'll tell you what it means later. Shia smiled as if it were a new game. He stared at the thing I handed him. He really thought it was a new toy. Such a child. Shia, who knew the castle well, quickly found the spot that connected to the waterway I specified and agreed readily. All right, I'll drop it. I'll bring you food later, and you'll tell me okay. He said cheerfully and ran off with it. I waved and then flopped onto my back in the flower bed. The torture had worn me down a lot. Mia peered at my face with concern. I patted the bandaged cheek and smiled to reassure her. Mio, tilting her head, patted my face and then lifted my head and placed it on her lap. Ah, a lap pillow. Almost as embarrassing as a princess carry, but strangely comfortable. For some reason, I felt warm and calm. Maybe because I was exhausted from the torture, but Mio's presence was a blessing for me now. No hostility. No attempts to trap me. No need to be on guard or to waste thought. Her intentionally broken innocence was my relief. The last time I had such physical contact was with Riame. I clutched the holy stone necklace that shone at my chest and breathed out. This was not a situation for relief. Still, Mio was different. Playing with Mio eventually brought me ease, but until I broke this situation, that peace was temporary. My wish was the destruction of Faltmare. I wanted to make them taste the pain they'd inflicted on me multiplied many times. I could not afford to go soft. Acknowledging a clear hatred within that peace, I grew too tired, and with Mia giving me a lap pillow, I slowly closed my eyes. I prayed Quatra and the others were alive, and that maybe what I'd send would reach them. Section. When night fell, I went to bathe. At the village, the demons were busy with strategy meetings. Planning the rescue of Cocotte had taken days, and they still hadn't come up with an effective plan. I went to the lake near where Cocotte had been attacked near Shin's village. There were practically no guards. I realized they were dismissing my presence. They didn't seem to care. Knowing that goblins had looked through the window of the room I had been shoved into made me uneasy about being there. Also, I felt a bit dusty, so I asked the demons, and they let me come clean up, though they showed bitter faces. I stripped on the shore, folded my clothes, and waded into the pond to wash myself. A pond with a small waterfall. The spray formed a thin mist that glittered in the moonlight. The place where Cocotte had been attacked. Maybe it was careless to be so unwary, but nothing protected me here anyway. I was a little unsettled. As I washed my body, I brooded over Cocotte. The demons believed she was alive, but in the Unil religion taught by Faltmare, children who bore a demonic aspect were treated harshly. If she had tried to assassinate Luicana's lord, that would be even worse. Undoubtedly, a death penalty. At that thought, my chest tightened a little. I must be honest with myself. I feel unsettled without Cocotte. She was someone I hated so much. Even now, I hate her. I should hate her. Yet this feeling of worrying about her wasn't a lie. Harpy Chickbell's words made me realize that. Worried, huh? But why? I didn't understand. Cocotte was certainly my father's enemy and Faltmare's enemy. She stole my life. She bore the mark of a demon, and her mother was killed by Faltmare. That made her the same as me. Still, losing something doesn't justify stealing it back. That can't be forgiven. But behind that ruthless expression, she carried sorrow appropriate to her age in that small hand and in her chest. An enemy I shouldn't forgive, yet I worry about her. I thought it was strange myself. Sympathy. She wouldn't want that. Something else was different. I held my head and suffered alone by the night lake. Footsteps came. When I looked, Quatra stood there. He glared at me and stood at the water's edge. I heard from the demon swordsman on watch that you were going to bathe. I didn't expect you'd actually come. His words sounded somewhat surprising. I instinctively crossed my arms over my chest and tilted my head in confusion. Quatra sighed and said, "We're busy with meetings now and don't have time to fuss over you. You could have run. There were no guards and we wouldn't go through the trouble to find you. Even if you belong to the princess herself is our top priority. For you it was a perfect opportunity. Why didn't you run?" Hearing Quatra, I was stunned for a moment, but then realized. Oh, I could have run. I had never considered running until that moment, and that confusion deepened. If I had tried, I could have run. Faced with such an opportunity, I had only worried about Cocotte. I looked up at Quatra. I panicked, thinking I'd made him aware of an escape. But the princess is alive. She is not dead. Therefore her orders remain alive. No one will hurt you. Why can you, a demon, believe in her so? Believe in her, a human? Quattro muttered as if surprised I'd ask such a thing. He looked like he smiled wryly. I want to believe in that girl. In Princess, you must know of that hatred. But hatred alone doesn't give a child like her such breadth. It's not possible that a human who pleases even the Demon King's eye and leads demons could exist. That's impossible. That is, the princess is warped. Because she and I both know what it's like to hate humans, I can't bear to let her carry any more of that burden. Revenge must be carried out. And this situation is our fault. We couldn't stop her recklessness. If she returns alive, we can at least make amends. He looked sorrowful and truly remorseful as he spoke. I unintentionally said a possibly irresponsible thing. Cocotte probably values your existence. That part of me was probably unforgivable to Cocotte. That day she was angered by my careless, self-righteous sympathy in the face of a tragedy. I knew that. I should have known. And now that one comment would anger Cocotte again. Maybe worse than before because the other party is demons. Quattro was silent for a while, looked at me, then closed his eyes quietly. Complimenting demons. That surprised me. I had expected him to be angry. He glanced at my astonished face and snorted. Strange human. But the princess might need you. What do you mean by that? You are a mirror of the princess's hatred, but I feel she sees something else in you recently. I never thought you'd say such a thing. Hearing him, I felt as if someone other than Quattro was reflected in his gaze. He once mentioned he had a daughter. Maybe he sees something of his daughter in Cocotte. Yes, he must. He said he could not afford to lose her anymore. That must be because he is comparing his daughter and Cocotte. And Cocotte's suffering must have been deep enough to make demons act that way. What kind of life did she lead? Her mother was taken, treated like a slave, no, like livestock. Words can't let me understand. Probably Quattro can't either. But hearing that Cocotte might reflect something in me as well was the biggest surprise. Besides being a mirror of hatred, what else could she want from me? Sensing my stunned face, Quattro scratched his head and turned his back. Useless. To say such things to a human. The rescue plan is struggling. The princess's current location and condition are unknown. There's a plan to infiltrate the castle again, but the guard network should be tighter. If we knew the location. He trailed off and began to walk. Hearing Quattro, I lowered my head. I scooped up water and splashed my face. The cold water stung and refreshed me, but the fog in my chest remained. So I needed to meet her again. I had to, even if it would seem like helping the enemy. Is this hypocrisy? It's too convenient now. Cocotte would get angry. She'd call it cheap kindness. She would say I'm flattering her to save my own skin. Yet I had already chosen her once. Though I regretted it, here I was choosing her again. That maddened me and I kept thinking of her. Maybe it began when I saw her tears that day, but for a moment I heard Luck's words ring in my head. Traitor. I turned my back to Quattro and waited until the water reached my shoulders. Then I noticed something shining silver in the waterfall. Something glinted and fell into the lake. Swept by the waterfall's rush, it sank for a moment, then bobbed up and rode the ripples slowly toward me. I picked it up and stared with wide eyes. Then I leapt up and, turning, shouted toward Quattro's back that was fading into the forest. I forgot the fog, I forgot Luck's voice, everything selfishly. Quattro, she's alive. I might know where she is. I might know where Cocotte, Lady Cocotte, is. Quattro turned and ran toward me with a surprised face. I kept staring at what I held in my hand. A deep blue flower, and tied to its stem, a familiar white hair. Chapter 69, Dance Beneath the Moonlight. I was staring blankly up at the sky. Moonlight spilled over the garden. Above, the full moon shone through scattered clouds. When I looked down, Mio was sleeping peacefully. She had begged me and forced me into a formal sitting position. Then, as if it were only natural, laid her head across both my thighs. While giving Mio a lap pillow, I endured the numbness in my legs and absent-mindedly stroked her head as I gazed up at the sky. So it's already been 10 days. To be honest, I was exhausted. I probably had dark circles under my eyes. It wasn't like I hadn't been sleeping. But just earlier, I had once again been subjected to that torture by drug. From the first session to today, I had been tortured by Alejandro every single day. It was a miracle I'd lasted this long. Of course, I hadn't answered a single one of his questions, but Alejandro's true goal wasn't information. He wanted to break my mind. He said that drugs wouldn't kill me, but after so many days in a row, my young body might start to break down. No, even an adult couldn't withstand that. It was a potent poison. And I had even begun to worry that I might end up like Mio, broken in mind. I could feel it. My already thin body had grown even more emaciated. All in just 10 days. Compared to what I went through in Autana, this pain and suffering seemed like nothing. But the way it heightened my senses to the point that I felt like all my nerves were exposed was terrifying. Eventually, I'd become just what Alejandro wanted. It was frustrating, but I had to acknowledge it as a possibility. But I had no intention of breaking, no intention of dying. I just endured, praying that the flower would reach my subordinates, and that they would decipher the message hidden within. Still, would the demons even understand that message? Would they even find it in the first place? Until someone noticed it, this torture would continue. Thinking that made my fingertips tremble. Was I starting to break? My body feared the torture. How pathetic for a demon general. How disgraceful. As I watched my trembling fingers, my gaze shifted to Mio's sleeping face. I gently touched her cheek. Mio, you couldn't endure this kind of suffering, could you? Her mind was broken. She was always cheerful and innocent now. But when I sat down, she would come sit beside me and rest her head on my shoulder. She would cling to me and rub her face against mine. She constantly sought affection. That neediness was clearly her way of filling a deep loneliness. Being chained up alone in a place like this, of course she'd feel lonely. Alejandro might have shown her some warped form of affection, but it surely wasn't what she wanted. Maybe that's why I allowed her to cling to me. Was it sympathy? No, I was lonely too. That indescribable loneliness I felt that day in my room at the Demon King's castle. Shunned by humans, surrounded by demons who devoured people. I rose through the ranks by being useful and praised. I had a clear goal, but still felt that loneliness, that unease. Because there was no one I could lean on. Yes, that had to be it. The reason I let Mio cling to me was because her affection soothed the roughness in my own heart. Even if it was just a reaction to the suffering of the torture, even if it was just a fleeting illusion. Looking down at Mio's sleeping face, I gently combed her white hair with my fingers, just like mine. Scars peeked through the gaps in her bandages, yet she slept peacefully. I found myself smiling faintly. If I had a daughter, would it be like this? I murmured softly, then chuckled dryly at how soft I'd become. Bittersweet, like a mix of candy and whips. If this was part of Alejandro's plan, then I'd been thoroughly played. No one had ever treated me like this before, not even Riame. Of course, there had been people who seemed kind. But Quattro and the others only followed me because the Demon King had made me a general. Even Lord Alcuro, who saved my life, seemed disapproving of my military campaigns. He probably didn't trust me at all. Was it selfish to seek salvation from someone I didn't even trust? No, it was natural. They were my tools, just things to be used. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to accomplish my goal. Only through revenge would I find true peace. So this calmness I felt now must be a lie. Still, if it's Mio, if I could take her with me out of here. That was when I looked up at the sky and saw green feathers fluttering down. With a single rustle of wings, it descended from the twilight sky lit by the moon. It landed in the flower garden and gave me that same inscrutable, grinning smile I'd seen once before. Hey there, Kaka-chan. Chickbull, why are you here? I was truly shocked by the unexpected encounter. Something was wrong. Chickbull was the head of the border guard. She had no business coming to the Faltmere Heartlands. And more than that, how did she appear before me, imprisoned in Luakana Castle? Well, let's save the details. You told us where you were, remember? So my message got through. Nah, it didn't reach us directly. Everyone was confused, like, why is her hair tied to a flower? But that girl, Keel, she figured it out. Keel did. Yep, she said she'd been to Luakana with you once, right? She said she never saw that kind of flower in the city. So we Harpies scouted around just in case and found this garden. It clicked immediately. So it was Keel who noticed. Is Keel safe? That was what I asked. She might have been killed by demons while I was away. But it wasn't a logical fear, it was a vague impulse that made me ask Chickbull about her safety. To that, Chickbull answered with a lazy smile. Everyone's doing what you said. No one believed you were dead, I see. I felt relieved. Relieved? Why? Why was I relieved? Well, it didn't matter. Now wasn't the time to think about that. Chickbull being here meant. I gently moved Mio's head, laid her down on the flower bed, and stood up. Chickbull nodded and turned at the edge of the garden. After confirming that she'd taken flight, I also walked to the edge, climbed up the low, railing-less wall, and looked out. The city stretched out, bathed in moonlight. It must be around 7 p.m. The city buzzed with life. Music, voices, even fireworks-like sounds filled the air. No wonder Chickbull could sneak in alone. As the wind brushed through my white hair, I took a deep breath and prepared to step forward. Cocotte! A sudden voice called my name. I turned to see Mio rubbing her eyes groggily and lifting her upper body. She looked at me with drowsy, dazed eyes. Mio, a poor little bird trapped by Alejandro. A broken-hearted girl who clung to me with innocent affection. Mio, I'm leaving. The moment I spoke my parting words, her expression changed. I was standing on a precarious ledge. She must have sensed something was off. Mio stared at me as she crawled closer. Her anxious expression made my chest ache. Yes, I didn't want to leave her either, but I had to go now. Still, I will be back soon, to bring down this city. And when that day comes, at the very least, you. See you soon, Mio. With those words, I jumped backward from the edge of the garden. I thought I heard Mio scream from the shrinking garden above. My body plummeted freely under the pull of gravity, only to be caught midair. Chickbull held me, grinning. Sorry to trouble you. Lord Alcuro asked me to, you know. Lord Alcuro did. He was worried. He's always been against you fighting. So, that concern I took to mean I was unworthy. Was it actually because he cared for me? I might have misunderstood Lord Alcuro. He's a kind man. Yeah, he is. Ever since he saved me, he'd been worrying about me. I only heard about him secondhand, but Chickbull's words made me believe. She must have known him for a long time. Then, maybe my attitude had been disrespectful. You're so skinny now, Cocotte-chan, you went through hell, huh? So, did you gain anything from it? I guess, the tea here is cold. I want to drink Lord Alcuro's tea again. That's good to hear. Quattro and the others, are they safe? All of them, they're ready to move the army at any time. I got dragged into it too, even though I'm retired. As Chickbull joked, flying with me in her arms, my expression darkened. I wonder if they'll welcome me. That quiet doubt slipped out. Chickbull chuckled softly. Told you. Everyone was worried. The whole army was all fired up like, we're gonna save Cocotte-chan. I see. That made me happy. I must have misunderstood them too. I thought we were just using each other, bound by mutual benefit. I believed that was the best arrangement for my revenge. But this was the result. I even joined the infiltration unit because I couldn't fully trust them. A complete failure. And yet, they didn't abandon me, they came to rescue me. Maybe it was time to rethink everything. As I pondered, Chickbull glanced up at the sky and sniffed. I looked too and saw thick black clouds creeping across the night sky. The sky. Yeah, looks like it's gonna pour soon. Rain, rain, huh? Rain. As we passed over Luikana's outer walls, I placed a finger to my chin and thought. That's right. Rain, the biggest obstacle in conquering Luikana, Alejandro's source of confidence. Cocotte-chan, what's up? This might work. Section, Mio Mio, why won't you sing? Despite Alejandro's desperate plea, Mio sat hugging her knees, silently gazing beyond the garden. When he rushed to the garden after being called by a servant who heard her scream, it was already too late. The cocotte he thought was trapped in a cage had vanished without a trace. At first he thought she might be hiding somewhere in the garden, but Mio's demeanor made it clear that wasn't the case. He hadn't imagined she would jump. There were no exits. Maybe she couldn't bear the torture and killed herself. If so, what a waste. But there was no corpse below the garden. Then it must have been an escape. What was Shia doing? No, he had assigned Shia elsewhere. In any case, Cocotte should have had no way to escape. He regretted not chaining her up. He didn't want to scar her body since he had plans for it once she was his. But never mind Cocotte. The real problem was Mio shutting down. Her singing was divine, heavenly. He was addicted to it. Why wouldn't she sing? Cocotte was just gone, that's all. Alejandro ruffled his golden hair in frustration. He never expected Mio to become so attached to Cocotte. Jealousy, regret, fury. Alejandro's mind was in turmoil. So then. That's right, her. Cocotte, yes, my dear Mio, don't worry. I'll bring her back right away. It's okay, she'll be back. This time she won't escape. And then you'll sing again, right? He whispered in a gentle voice as he stroked Mio's hair, then turned on his heel and addressed the servant behind him. The demons will likely attack soon. Have the patrols maintain defensive formation. Don't just drive them off like last time. Wipe them out. Bring the demon general to me alive. Why, yes, sir. The servant shrank from Alejandro's furious tone and ran off. Cocotte wanted Luicana to fall, wanted Alejandro dead, so she would come on her own. As long as Cocotte returned, Mio would sing again. Alejandro's plans for her could proceed, and Cocotte would come. That demonic little girl was that kind of being. That was why he was drawn to her, why he wanted to subjugate her. A filthy angel. He would make her his. Alejandro felt his arousal swell. And then, even if their army is exhausted from the last battle, they can't win. Not against my army. Not in my city, Cocotte. With only the corners of his lips lifted in a smile, Alejandro's bloodshot eyes glared up at the night sky, clouds swirling above. Chapter 70, at the end of the maze, the eve of rematch. Everyone, I'm sorry. Those were the first words out of my mouth when I was welcomed back by my comrades stationed in Shin Village. The demons lined up before me. And the 3 captains, all safe, not unscathed but alive, thank goodness. I bowed my head lightly to them in apology. They urged me to raise it quickly, but I continued speaking. It was my arrogance that led to this outcome. I've caused you trouble. Even though Chickbull had said otherwise, I gathered everyone here prepared to accept whatever they might say to me. But it wasn't long before sighs of relief and even laughter echoed in response to my stiff words. We're glad to have you back, Princess. All of us were waiting for your return. Quatre stepped forward and said that. His expression was as gruff as ever, but it somehow seemed softer with relief. I was taken aback. Zoft, Zone, and the other demons all bowed to me at once. Was this really okay for them? I was a human, and they suffered losses because of me. People died. And yet, there was so much I wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. Don't you have anything to say to me? Let's see. Quatre paused at my strained question, then walked over to a cart loaded with supplies in the village. After rummaging through it, he returned carrying something. A change of clothes, Princess. Ah, yes. That outfit is too much. It suits you well, but you've come back here as the demon general, haven't you? With a slightly mischievous expression, he handed me a spare general's uniform. Right now, I was still wearing the thin white dress Alejandro had forced on me. It was far from fitting. I took the uniform in both hands and looked over everyone again. Almost at the same time, Zone and Zoff approached me. Ah, Lady Cocotte, I'm so glad you're safe. But you look so worn down, you must have suffered terribly. If only we could have rescued you sooner. If not for your message, young lady, we'd have charged Luicana in a suicidal attack. I told them, our young lady ain't gonna die like that. Maybe she'll even escape on her own. Zoff's words drew laughter from his ground forces, made up of orcs and goblins. Even Odd stared at me with his usual ugly face. But this time, I didn't find his gaze unpleasant, and I couldn't help but smile. Seeing Zone, tears welling in her bandaged eyes as she looked at my gaunt frame, I realized just how much she had pushed herself. Normally, I'd dismiss her as annoying, but now, seeing her so worried about me despite her injuries, I felt a strange fondness. I took a step toward her and gently rested my head against her chest. I could feel her body jolt through my forehead. Zone, I'm sorry. You were hurt because of me. If only I had been stronger. Lady Cocotte, the Lady Cocotte herself, is leaning on me. I'll give you blood later. A few days' worth, more than usual. Why-ish? I stepped away from the trembling Zone and turned to Zoff, who stood there dumbfounded. The stiff young lady is being nice to that vampire. Don't tell me she lost her mind in Luicana or something. Don't be stupid, I just realized it, how much I've relied on you all. When I said that and smiled, Zoff visibly turned pale. She smiled, the young lady smiled. You're so rude. I pouted slightly, and finally Zoff scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. I reached out and slowly ran my hand over his bandaged, steel-like abs. Like iron. You really are dependable. Don't say that, I couldn't protect you back at that castle. That won't happen this time, right? Of course not, you give us the power to fight. Our job is to protect you. As he scratched his head bashfully and pounded his chest with one hand, I nodded. Zoff glanced at Quatre, and Quatre looked at me and closed his eyes slowly. I felt ashamed for not trusting them. I was selfish, just like those humans. They believed in me so much. Even if Rico and the others had disobeyed orders, I lumped Zoff and the rest in with them, not trusting anyone. And I got captured. Then it's my turn to return their trust. Swallowing the emotions rising in my chest, I had everyone line up again, quickly stripped off the dress Alejandro made me wear, and put on my true outfit, the uniform of a demon general. I held my cap to my chest and said quietly to them, "Thank you." The demons returned my smile, and I smiled too. When I glanced at Chickbull, she waved her hand lazily. I pulled my cap low over my eyes, took a deep breath, and let my red eyes gleam sharply. With the synchronized stomp of boots hitting the dirt, the demons lined up in perfect salute, forming a display of my triumphant return. What they sought was conquest, devastation, and victory. Then I must give it to them. Listen up, all of you. I put my hands on my hips and shouted. We will launch a second assault on Luacana. No more tricks like last time. We're smashing them head-on. My high-pitched voice echoed through the torchlit clearing of the twilight forest. The demons stirred all at once in contrast to earlier, but I kept going. Quatra, where are the soldiers not present here? Most are at the camp we built in this forest. Recall them. I heard from Chickbull that preparations for battle are already underway. But Princess, attacking head-on now, after the last battle, we suffered heavy losses. With your return, launching a new offensive so soon would be reckless. Quatra objected. It wasn't cowardice. It was realism. He was probably worried about my condition too. I could finally understand that he had always been looking out for me. Also, Princess, I should have reported sooner. The Luacana soldiers are using strange weapons. Because of them, I know about their weapons. What? Quatra and the rest of the demons were shocked. Many demons must have died from those guns. But we can't move forward if we're afraid. We're a forced march to begin with. Standing still only leads to ruin. And now I can show them a path forward. Those weapons are called guns. They're superior to bows, but there's a countermeasure, a weakness. What? How do you know that? Where did you learn? That's not important right now. What matters is that guns aren't invincible magic. They're just tools, and every tool has a flaw. Quatra grunted in thought. The weather shift is real, isn't it, Chickbull? Memo. At this rate, we'll get some real rain in 2 or 3 hours. Exchanging glances with Chickbull, I grinned while the others tilted their heads. I'll say it again, we're taking Luacana, and Alejandro's head. Does anyone have a problem with that? I wasn't exactly seeking approval, but I asked anyway. The demons were briefly shaken, but it didn't take long for their resolve to solidify. I'm in. Orders are orders, but it ain't in my nature to take a beating lying down. I'll make 'em bleed for what they did. I feel the same, High Ogre. Those fiends tormented my Lady Cocotte. One city isn't enough to repay that. When Zoff and Sohn spoke with pride, the demons roared in agreement. Blood for blood, death to humans. Their morale hadn't dropped at all. Seeing that, Quatra muttered. You fools, but there's still one issue. The hero of the Holy Bow, Yorn, he's a serious threat. Quatra. Yes. You're smiling, like you're saying, a hero's nothing to fear, right? When I pointed that out with a huff, Quatra blinked, then sighed and smiled bitterly. Seriously, why is he so stubborn? He didn't seem any less eager than Zoff. When I said I'd leave Yorn to him, Quatra proudly pounded his chest and bowed. I will bring you victory, Princess. That's reassuring. What about Rico? Is he dead? That coward is locked in a cage for beasts. I see. So he survived too, then I might have a use for him. Led by Quatra, I went to the cages for monsters. Sure enough, in one of the empty pens, Rico was huddled. When he noticed me, his ears twitched and he looked up. You're alive. Yeah, went through hell though. When I said that with a wry smile, Rico trembled. Like a pup fearing punishment, it made me feel something complicated. He probably endured the same torture as me in that castle. The drug-induced torment. What he did back then was unforgivable, but if after that he still chose to march on that castle, perhaps he had pride. But now he didn't have the will to fight. I understood what Quatra meant by coward. Facing him through the bars, I met his trembling red eyes. At first he wouldn't look at me. But then, slowly, he did, and suddenly his eyes widened. You were tortured by Alejandro. Yeah, you can tell. I've gotten worn down. That stuff really hit hard. I can't believe it. A little kid like you survived that drug. I've built up a tolerance to pain, but it still nearly broke me. I came here thinking I'd praise you if you had resisted that and still wanted to fight, but I guess I was wrong. Rico looked away as I sighed. A broken fang is useless. I was going to drag him into the next operation under the mixed reasoning of both punishment and giving him a chance for redemption, but like this. This magic lion told me about your life. What humans did to you. What? Rico's sudden words made me ask again. Magic lion, he said. I turned to the adjacent cage where the languid magic lion lay. He was staring at me with gentle eyes. He saw you back in Autana. Saw your suffering, saw the human who stayed by your side. He watched it all and felt sorry for you. That's when he started watching over you. Back when I was caged like livestock, during that year, the memories with Riame. He saw that. And pitied me. I thought what filled his heart was hatred toward me, toward humans. To think the one who witnessed my pain would appear before me again. I beg you, despite my shame. Rico suddenly bowed on one knee, fist to the ground. Let me fight again. I know you suffered because I disobeyed you. I didn't fully trust you. I thought, she's human, she'd never kill her own kind. But. That's enough. I cut him off. Startled, Rico looked up, then lowered his gaze again, ashamed. I sighed deeply at how mistaken he was. I came here to get you to join the operation. That city still holds many slaves. This time, it's total war. We need all the strength we can get. Yes, I'll be your strength. Rico's eyes lit up with joy for a moment, then he took on the sharp gaze of a werewolf and bowed deeply. I unlocked the cage and let him out. I told him to gather for the next strategy meeting, but he stopped me. Turns out he wanted me to unlock the magic lion's cage too. He's a proud beast. King of the plains, the calm Togva. He'll fight for you. Togva, so that's his name. The magic lion called Togva brightened when I said his name. He rose, approached the bars, and stared at me with red eyes. Magic lions were highly intelligent monsters, even called kings among beasts. Fighting alongside such a creature was promising, but also unnerving. It was much bigger and more dangerous than any lion. But if what Rico said was true, then we shared pain like siblings. He knew my past. I braced myself and opened Togva's cage. I instinctively stepped back, but at Rico's calming words, I watched him. Togva slowly stepped out and stood before me. After lowering his head solemnly, his demeanor changed. His majestic mane swayed grandly in the dark as he stood proudly on all fours. I felt an indescribable nobility from him and a strange sense of nostalgia. Leaving Togva and the other beasts to Rico, I headed to meet with Quatra and the others. Chickbull also joined the operation, and the meeting went smoothly. Then I went to take care of something I absolutely had to do. To the small hut I had used while staying in this village. When I slowly opened the door, I met eyes with Keel, seated inside with some demon swordsmen. She looked surprised. Lady Cocotte. Keel. I called her name once and walked up to her. She stood quickly, flustered. In her hand was the flower I'd used to send my message, tied with my hair. I told the demon swordsmen to join the final meeting and dismiss them. Now it was just me and Keel in the room. I heard it was you who received my message. Why, yes. A clumsy exchange, cold and awkward. Keel faced me nervously, and an uncomfortable silence fell over the hut. I couldn't even find the right words with her. But when I stepped in and saw her, I felt that same relief I did when Chickbull told me she was safe. Suppressing that ticklish feeling, I turned my face away. Thank you. I said it quietly. I could tell she was staring at me blankly, so I glared at her. It's just like when I thanked you for killing Luck. Don't take it seriously. Servants acting for their masters is normal. And now that I'm back, humans will die again. Come on, say something bitter like you always do. I shouted rapidly, but Keel just stood there stunned. I turned on my heel and rushed out of the hut. What the hell am I doing? That was so unlike me. I must really be losing it. I can't believe how hard it was to just thank Keel. I cursed myself. What was I thinking? Thanking demons is one thing, but Keel? Still, if the credit for my rescue was hers, not thanking her would hurt my pride. That was the only reason I came. Why am I so hung up on someone like Keel? Screaming in my head, I ran off, hand pressed to my flushed, overheated face. So I didn't hear the small whisper Keel let slip as she watched me go. I'm glad you're alive. Chapter 71, Alejandro's Miscalculation. Then everyone commenced the advance. My quiet command immediately spread among the surrounding demons, and our army stationed on the plains before Luakana charged forward with a roar of battle cries. The demon army I led moved as a single body, no longer in a horizontal line as before, but in a wedge formation resembling fish scales, storming across the battlefield. This time, unlike before, I was not on Quatra's back, but riding the soft mane of Togva on the ground. With the holy bow among the enemy, Quatra couldn't exert his full strength while carrying me. The Dragonoot unit under Quatra had taken to the skies, alongside the Harpy unit led by Chickbull. Thus, for the first time, I charged into battle together with the ground forces. The surrounding demon army advanced with heavy steps, a black tide pressing forward with courage. Seen up close, it was an overwhelming sight. At the vanguard, Zoff and Sohn's squads pushed forward with ferocity. I had given Sohn plenty of blood before the sortie, so I could see she was more eager than usual. Zoff, not to be outdone by her demon swordsmen, ran wild with the full might of the ground troops. From the rear main force, I quietly observed. Within the main force protecting me marched the resistance demons led by Rico, those I had brought with me from Atana. Around me, riding the majestic magic lion Togva, pressed lizards, serpents, and all kinds of monsters among the demon ranks. The weather was a torrential downpour. True to Chickbull's premonition, the heavens wept with heavy tears. Though the sight was obscured, the lights of Luakana glowed in the distance, dazzling. One could tell the revelry still had not ceased. This rain would cloak our movements and sap their strength. Before long, torches flickered on the outer wall extending from Luakana's great gate. They had noticed our attack, faster than I expected. The gate opened, and soldiers poured out alongside the Black-Violet Knights. Alejandro. So you foresaw my return, but their movements looked clumsy. They formed a defensive line, but their motions were awkward. No wonder. We had advanced in the rain and darkness without lighting a single torch. Human eyes couldn't discern the exact form of our army from afar. Their guns and bows alike would aim poorly. Above all, this waterfall of rain and suffocating damp must feel like an icy hell to them. Watching Zoff and Sohn surge ahead, I glared at the white castle of Luakana looming in the distance, and I laughed. I'm coming soon. Wait for me, Alejandro. For the cruelty you inflicted on me, you will pay dearly. Don't think you can stop us with antique guns like those relics from memory. The terror of those guns lies in their power, their range, and their sound. What unsettles is not knowing what struck you. But against one who knows, the psychological impact vanishes. I had already explained firearms to the demons. Though at first they had shown anxious faces at the thought of such a mysterious weapon, once I told them what I knew of its nature, performance, and weaknesses, their fighting spirit surged. They said so long as we strike its flaws, it is nothing to fear. I was glad to have the memories of my past life. They allowed me to pull the rug from under Alejandro. Outdated toys will never work on me, Alejandro. Section. The demon army is approaching. Damn it, the rain makes it impossible to see. What is the gun squad doing? Fire at them already. The commander of the Black-Violet Knights shrieked, but Alejandro's proud gun squad answered his yelling with panicked cries. No good, the match pans are wet, the fire won't catch. Cover the rain, don't let the guns get wet. The powder's damp, and in this downpour we can't even aim, damn it. Why did the demons have to attack now of all times? Didn't they learn their lesson from their last defeat? Confusion spread instantly, dropping the Luakana garrison's morale. The fact that Alejandro had ordered advance warning was in itself an advantage, but the downpour, the night's darkness, the plains' mud dragging down heavily armored knights, and poor visibility had nullified that precaution and made the disadvantage clear. Above all, their faith in their new weapon, the gun, collapsed. In this rain, only about 20% of them could fire at all. With guns incapable of volley fire, the rotation system, like that once devised by Oda Nobunaga in Kokot's past life, collapsed. The front line fired, then fell back to reload while the second line shot, then the third, cycling endlessly to compensate for the lack of rapid fire. But with too few operable guns, the cycle broke down. Dividing shooters into 3 lines reduced the attack strength of each volley. With fewer shots, they had no chance of stopping the demons. Even General Kokot had not expected all guns to fail in the rain, but destroying the cycle alone exposed the weapon's weakness. They won't stop. Arrows won't stop them either. Shut up. Fill the gaps between gunfire with arrows. Push heavy infantry to the front. Don't rely on guns. The soldiers tried to adjust formations amid panic, realizing they couldn't fight with guns alone. But the battle was already underway. It's too late. Tremble, humans, the vanguard is me. The eyes of the heavy infantry turned toward the roar. A high ogre carrying a great axe, eyes glowing red in the rain, came charging. The vanguard of the demon army, the cutting edge, a veteran ground warrior, Zoph. His horned, grimacing face was the visage of a demon god. He wore no metal armor, only the loosened military garb of the demon army, charging heedless of the mud. Even the black violet knights recognized his might. Of course. In the last battle, apart from Quattro patrolling the skies, Kokot's main force had all been away on infiltration missions. The pressure of Zoph and the goblin and orc units rushing behind him filled the soldiers with dread. Even so, the heavy knights raised shields, while spearmen thrust long spears through the gaps like needles. But Zoph and his forces still charged, licking their lips. When they were but a breath away, something tore through the rain-dark air. It pierced 3 heavy infantrymen in a line, blasting them aside. Soldiers gasped at the hole punched in their defenses. Zoph frowned when something dashed past him. Gripping the lance that had skewered those men, she appeared. Her features were beautiful. Her long black hair, drenched and glistening, tied into twin tails. Black clothing contrasting with pale skin. From beneath her eye patch, her red eye glared while her jagged-toothed mouth grinned. Former General Tsone. A powerhouse who called herself Kokot's beloved slave. She crushed a heavy knight's corpse beneath her foot, ripped the embedded lance free, and with a second lance in her other hand, took a stance. How rude. The first spear must of course be taken by a spear maiden, or it has no meaning. You damn vampire. Zoph shouted angrily at being preempted. Tsone, face composed, spun her 2 lances with a smile, casting him a sidelong sneer. The soldiers, seeing the girl's fair features, realized the truth. Her demeanor was mocking, but this woman was dangerous. Those who knew her remembered, her strength as a former demon general was real. Tsone had once crossed blades with Segun, commander of Faltmare's strongest holy armor knights, the Blue Wing Knight Order. And as a high-ranked vampire, she belonged to the realm of eternal night. The odds were dire. Perhaps sensing their fear, Tsone bared her jagged teeth in a wide grin. Even so, lured by Alejandro's riches, the Black Violet Knights forced courage upon themselves. Tsone left the breach to her followers and rushed ahead, while heavy knights, shields raised, charged toward the oncoming Zoph. But, Zoof! The line of heavy infantry burst apart. Zoph's muscles swelled in an instant, his great axe cleaving through armor in a single swing. 5 men were ripped apart and thrown into the air. Blood spattered him, quickly washed away by rain. At that strike, soldiers screamed. You're lightweights. I would have liked to taste this gun, but for the young lady, I'll crush you instead. He planted the axe handle in the ground and bellowed. Tremble, humans. We are the warriors of General Kokot. I'll teach you exactly what kind of enemy you've taken on. The air itself trembled at his voice. Barely seconds since the battle began. Already, the humans felt a numbness in their fingers. That was fear. But with no time to flee, the demons surged in after Zoph and Tsone. Section. Why? Alejandro slammed the table in his chambers, shouting. His face twisted in anger and confusion. The reason was her return was far too soon. He, like his soldiers, had never thought the demons would launch another invasion so quickly. He had dealt them a heavy blow in the last battle. Their general was gone. Surely they could not reorganize in such a short time. Because he looked down on demons. With goblins, orcs, and other low-class demons making up most of their ranks, he thought them lesser beings, destined to be culled by the tools of civilization. But reality was different. Not even a day after Kokot fled, they attacked again. He had predicted Kokot might return to assault the city, so he had warned the patrols. But the speed of this renewed invasion caught him unprepared. The defenses were not fully in place. Even if Kokot herself returned to rally them, this speed was abnormal. Unless they had already prepared for the invasion, even Kokot, child though she was, with that twisted bearing of one aged beyond her years, could not have managed it. Or perhaps they had anticipated her return, or maybe there was another commander and Kokot was a decoy. No, impossible. She wore the general's uniform and truly commanded demons. No doubt she was a general. Did she merge with a follow-up army? No, Alejandro's information network was accurate. With the main front so occupied, neither side had spare forces to send to the backlands. Besides, even if they had reformed, to launch this precise rainy night invasion. If Cocotte had indeed planned to march in such foul weather. Cocotte, was it by chance? Or did you deliberately strike in the rain? The plains of Luacana, when soaked, turned to mire that trapped horses and armored men. Attacking in rain was considered folly. But that only applied to humans. Demons might press through the mire. The real issue was different. Alejandro feared she had seen the weakness in his own creation, guns, gunpowder's flaws, dampness, and rain. But, even if guns were hampered, Alejandro's forces were strong. The Black-Violet Knights, mercenaries lured by gold, emboldened by greed. They had ample arms, and greed made them fearless. They would compete to claim enemy heads for reward. There was no way the demons could break through so easily. You've surprised me, Cocotte, but can you win my city with just that? Lord Alejandro. As he laughed, a voice came from behind. He turned with an irritated grunt. A servant stood pale-faced. A report from the guard unit. The great gate has been breached. What? Alejandro's face turned pale, veins bulging at his forehead. He rushed to the garden, heedless of rain, and leaned over the edge to look toward the gate. Indeed, the gate stood wide open. The city guard fought desperately to hold, but demons poured into the city. Even amid Luacana's festival uproar, red demon eyes glittered everywhere. It's horrifying. Impossible, this can't be, not so fast, they were a broken army before. He smashed his fist against the marble rail. Why? Why was their morale so high? This demon army was different from before. A servant ran up behind him, trembling at the sight. What is Yorn doing? I paid him. That is. What? The servant faltered, then, terrified of both Alejandro's fury and the truth, nearly weeping as he reported. Lord Yorn, since earlier, he has not appeared on the battlefield. What? And as Alejandro raged, drenched in rain and fury, in a corner of the garden's flower bed, Mio sat hugging her knees, clutching herself, shivering, and staring blankly at him. Chapter 72, The Path of Revenge. Advance, advance. My voice rang out from atop the magic lion's back, carrying through the chaos of the battlefield. I waved my baton, shaping the flood of demons into a single flow. I had not expected the defenses to be breached so easily. Even drenched by the rain, the demons' bodies did not falter in the mud of the plains. Their physical prowess was astounding. Make them pay in blood for their corruption. The people of this city of indulgence have feasted long enough. It's time they made amends. You bastards, our general desires blood. Leave no one alive. At Zoph's roar, the demons all together raised cries of mad delight. No restraint at all, a repeat of Atana. Kukuku, good, send the monsters ahead, set fire to the houses. The lavishly built homes caught fire one after another. Those who crawled out like insects from the burning houses fell prey to the waiting demons. To be honest, I was enjoying it. My voice was lively. My heart raced. Soldiers swallowed up and crushed as they tried to resist our assault. The townsfolk, fleeing in terror, were seized from behind by orcs and goblins. Cries of shock, then screams. I even heard pleas for mercy. The faces of indulgence and joy I had once seen in this city of corruption and desire came back to me. The merchants who had pushed sweets and drinks into my hands, the people who had feasted, drunk, and danced in crowded merriment, now their faces twisted in terror of death. Yes, this feels good. It feels so good. You look like you're having fun, Kaka-chan. Chickbull, what is it? As I bathed in delight, Chickbull flew before me. She had taken it upon herself to act as a liaison with Quatra and the others in the skies, so something must have happened. I was up there with Quatracun and the rest, but it looks like the hero isn't around. What? The hero, Yorn of the Holy Bow. I had heard of him as a formidable enemy, loosing white arrows with shifting trajectories. I had expected the breakthrough of Luacana's defenses to be more difficult, precisely because of his presence. But in fact, the breach had been made shockingly easily, which had already struck me as strange. Yorn of the Holy Bow. Could he be guarding Alejandro? Once the city fell, the castle would be encircled. That would be Alejandro's end. Why would Yorn stand guard here then? What is going on? So, what should we do? Nothing changes, we burn the city first. Chickbull, keep watching from the skies for any suspicious movements. Aye. With a careless voice ill-suited for battle, Chickbull flapped her winged arms and rose again into the sky. Yes, nothing changes. Burn the city, cut off all escape. We start with the outer moat. Alejandro will never escape. Once the city is a sea of fire, I'll savor him slowly, with my own hands. Still, this was Luacana, a noble city. The forces in the streets were formidable, and the private guard forces of the nobles themselves could not be underestimated. The advance slowed to a grind. I had known from the start we were outnumbered. I had thought entry into the city would be troublesome. But when Alejandro had boasted to me in captivity of the reality of this city, he revealed they cared nothing for anyone but themselves. Their revelry had undone them. Unlike us, who could kill anyone, the vigilantes had to protect the townsfolk, and the nobles split their soldiers to guard themselves as they tried to flee. They had numbers, but no unity. With such disarray, how could they stop us now? Use the townsfolk as shields as we advance. We are fewer in number. Don't become isolated. As one calamity, swallow them whole. Street fighting. Outnumbered, the risk of encirclement or isolation was high. That must be avoided. I urged the army to move together, pressing forward with all our might. But flaws were inevitable in an army with so many low-level demons. Their momentum was terrifying, but they lacked flexibility. This was a race against time. Then a splintered group of enemy soldiers ambushed us from an alley. They must have guessed I was the leader. But Togva roared. His bellow shook the air, his rain-soaked mane still commanding awe. The soldiers gasped at the sight. A magic lion. Togva reared, raising his massive body. Clinging to his fur, I swung my baton down. In unison, Togva lunged at the terrified knights and swung his claws. The massive claws of the magic lion crushed a soldier's head through his helmet. With a sideways sweep with his jaws, he turned them into meat in an instant. So this was the power of a magic lion. I trembled. How sweet to have him as an ally. And he, too, had lived the same fate as me. To see him rip apart humans felt no different than tearing them apart with my own hands. I shivered with delight, grinned wide, and urged further advance. The army had already pushed deep into the city, but the castle was still far. Enemy numbers did not dwindle. It was time to move to the next step. Rico, go free the slaves, arm those who can fight. Let them take their revenge with their own hands. Got it, and what about the human slaves? At Rico's question, I pressed a finger to my lips and thought. Human slaves could be useful for a time, but they would not submit to our army. They were only tools for taking Luacana. If they cowered and resisted demons, they were enemies. If they embraced their hatred regardless of demon or human, then we could at least set the stage for them. If they died, it would be no loss to us. Yes, that would do. I won't carry them with us. Let them choose for themselves. If they cooperate, fine. If they cower, leave them. If they resist, kill them. Understood. Wait. I'll take care of the human slaves. Suddenly, Keel stepped between me and Rico. This time, we had no base to leave her at, so I had brought her with me, keeping her close. Riding a beast like a horse, she had covered her eyes against the pressure of the battlefield and the carnage in the city. And now she wanted to handle the slaves. I'll go with Rico-san. I'll get the humans out of the city. Slaves aren't meant to be the target of your revenge, Kakat-sama, at least let me do this. And no. But, I said it's dangerous, didn't you learn in Shin Village? Even slaves, if you show them mercy, they'll bite back. Stay near me. I ended up yelling, and then I realized. Didn't that sound like I was worried about her? Keel looked up at me in surprise. Don't look at me like that. This was her first time on the battlefield. From her role, her death here would mean nothing. But unwilling as I was, I had just been forced to owe her. If she died right away, it would sit poorly with me. So I started to refuse her demand again, but faltered. Keel was staring up at me with strong resolve. Her face said she would go no matter what. I had never seen such determination from her, and for a moment, it overwhelmed me. Please, I won't be a burden. At least let me make sure the slaves don't become your enemies. But I can't leave here, and you're not planning to interfere, are you? You won't lead the slaves in revolt. I'd never do that. So please let me, I won't get in your way. Her insistence, her eyes pressing me, before I knew it, I had nodded after a moment of silence. Keel, taking that as permission, spurred her beast into a run. Realizing what I'd done, I scratched my head through my hat. Damn it, have I really gone soft? Rico. What now? Follow her, help her free the slaves. Then rejoin us immediately. Don't be late for the castle assault. Rico nodded, gathering demons and monsters. Just as he was about to run, I shouted again. Don't let her die, she's mine. Rico nodded once more, and charged after Keel toward the slave market. Watching the detachment follow, I clicked my tongue and glared at the castle. Section, I never thought Cocotte would let me, and even worry about me. No, I must be imagining it. She still hates me. But for a moment, I felt as though she had become human again. It was reassuring. Even so, she still kills. Before I get dragged too deep into her battle, I have to free the slaves. Spurring my beast, I raced through the burning streets toward the market. The once lively city of Luacana was now a ruin, houses blazing in the rainy dusk, townsfolk fleeing everywhere. Soldiers clashed with demon swordsmen, goblins pounced on townsfolk in alleys. It was horrific. I wish the townsfolk could escape. Lux villagers might be among them. I couldn't bear Cocotte continuing to kill. But there was nothing I could do about that now. If I went beyond the miracle of Cocotte's permission, she would kill me too, so I would save at least those I could. As I ran, Rico caught up beside me. You handle your beast well. I struggled to catch up. My father Segun had once taught me how to handle horses and even a little of swordsmanship. I hadn't pursued the sword, focusing instead on studies, but that ended quickly with his fall. Those old memories flickered for a moment before I returned to the present. Looking back, I saw demons mounted on beasts following us. Rico's slave liberation unit. Listen, we'll protect you, but don't get in the way. We'll free the demon slaves and rejoin General Cocotte. We'll tolerate your actions only in the meantime. Be quick. Thank you. Didn't think I'd hear thanks from a human, but General Cocotte's the same. And I can't dismiss your wish to save your own. I won't interfere, but I'll at least ignore non-combatants fleeing. I bowed slightly to Rico, and we rode on together. Soon we reached the market. It too was aflame, a terrible sight. The fighting hadn't reached here yet, but screams rose from cages. Humans and demons alike, help us. Let us out. We're all burned. Rico and the demons set out to break locks. I rushed to a cage of humans. They stared at me in fear, me, arriving with demons. I noticed a goblin beside me and flinched, but he carried tools to break locks. I glanced at Rico. He looked at me for an instant, then returned to his work. I understood. He had sent help. I watched the goblin break the lock. The people inside hesitated, then stepped out slowly. I quickly spoke. Please, the demons won't harm you. Flee the city quickly. But, even as I said it, I knew aimless flight would mean death at Cocotte's hands. They needed wagons. This was the slave market. There should be wagons here. And indeed, I spotted one. But people were already boarding, a noble with his knights. Hurry, get me out of here. I'm not someone who can die in a place like this. Could it be? I frowned and hurried toward the wagon. The noble barked orders to his knights, loading baggage. I confronted him directly. You. Why a human? He screamed, but seeing I was human, he sighed in relief. Anger welled up inside me and I shouted. Are you planning to flee alone? Take these people with you. A human. He followed my finger, seeing the trembling slaves gathered nearby, and recoiled. Don't be absurd. My life is not equal to a slave's. They're the people you gathered. To abandon them so easily, their lives are worth the same as yours. So, doing cruel things, there is no excuse for taking lives so easily. Not even Cocotte. But the noble ignored me, still ordering the knights to load baggage. His selfishness reminded me of Lord Zenbiano. That must be why I shouted. My father didn't die for people like you. The noble froze in surprise. Rico arrived with demons at that moment. Hey, that's a noble. He's the enemy. Eek demons. Rico-san, wait. I spread my arms to shield the cowering noble from the growling demons. Hurry, the demons won't touch you. You acting on your own. We need the wagon. If the slaves run on foot, they'll die. Rico growled but paused. I turned and shouted at the noble. Open the wagon. Don't be ridiculous. I won't ride with slaves without shackles. That's your responsibility. If you refuse, I'll have no reason to protect you. He glanced between me and the demons, paling. Pressed by my fury, he reluctantly opened the wagon. Slaves climbed aboard one after another. Ricot glared at me but then withdrew. I ignored him and looked around again. Any left behind? Ricot and his men were gathering demon slaves, arming those who could fight, preparing to withdraw. I had to hurry, then I saw another cage. The same one from that day with Cocotte, the cage of the magic wolf. He was still there, curled up. This one. Nearby, a slave merchant cowered beneath a burning tent. You. You're the young lady from that time. He remembered me, the same man as before. He trembled then, seeing slaves boarding the wagon, his face lit up. We can escape? You came to save. Yes, but... Thank you. I'm saved. He rushed out and shouted to the noble. Hey, load my goods too, at least the valuable monsters. I was shocked, him too. Wait, if you're taking monsters, then take this one too. You cared about that one before too, but that thing's going to die. It won't fetch any money. Even at a time like this, it's still about money. Of course, monsters, demons, they're the same, worthless unless they bring money. At least they're useful if they fetch a price. He spat and tried to hurry, but he snagged on the burning tent and the weakened poles collapsed. The central pillar fell toward us. I screamed and dove back. Fire and smoke billowed. The man too crouched and survived, but there was no time. Cocotte would burn the city. Cough anyway, quickly. I stood, then froze. The cage had broken. The magic wolf rose, staggering out. His wounds were shabbily bandaged, his breath ragged. Yet, he turned, bared his teeth, and with glowing red eyes lunged. He leapt over me, charging at the slave merchant and clamped down on his throat. Why jaya? The wolf tore out his throat. The merchant convulsed, then died. It was horrifying. I trembled. The wolf turned his head toward me, our eyes met, and his red eyes were calm, clear. Then the knights stabbed him with their swords. Stop. It's too late. Pierced by many blades, the wolf fell limp atop the merchant. The knights, panting, boarded the wagon and drove it away. Even after it disappeared down the alley, I sat on the ground staring at the wolf's corpse. Hey, Keels, you there? The slaves are freed. You've done enough. Back to General Cocotte. Why, yes. Ricot gripped my shoulder and pulled me up. I mounted my beast and followed him out of the square. What's wrong? You look pale. No. I could only look down, because. That wolf, torn and battered, still took his revenge. And his eyes at the end, so calm, and then he was killed. His end overlapped with hers, with Cocotte's. If Cocotte kept walking the path of revenge, that was how it would end. That was revenge. The path she abandoned. A life lived only by hatred. When her revenge is done, can she live on? Cocotte. Chapter 73, Chaotic Luakana. This is what I wanted to see. A burning city, people fleeing in terror. The wholesale slaughter by my army. Whether Luakana had directly done anything against the demon aspect or not didn't matter. It was Alejandro's fault. It was the kingdom's fault. It was their fault for living in luxury while I suffered. We had already broken through the city's center. In the square before the castle, I turned to look back at the city wrapped in hellfire. This was the path I had walked. Nothing would remain where I passed. I swung my baton with delight, humming like a conductor drowning in joy. Revenge was what fulfilled me after all. After drinking Lady Cocotte's blood, this just doesn't compare. 2. Zone tossed aside the pretty-faced girl she had apparently captured as prey, wiping her mouth. The girl was dead, her face frozen in terror. Immediately, goblins and orcs swarmed the corpse. All right, keep watch properly. Send out scouts too. If we get surrounded, it'll be a pain. At Zoph's order, the goblins shrieked and scattered through the city. Watching this, I sighed. Up until now, everything was going smoothly. All that was left was to take the castle. There were still many enemy soldiers in the city, and wiping them all out wasn't realistic. I wanted to kill every last one if I could, but calmly judging by the difference in numbers, it was best to seize the castle quickly and disperse them. Our army had already taken significant losses from my earlier failure, and further attrition would hinder our next campaign. So we had to attack the castle before the scattered enemy soldiers regrouped. But what was Kiel doing? Ricot should be doing fine, but what if he had run into soldiers and been killed? The thought made me feel a faint, shameful flicker of anxiety. Just then, at the end of the street, Kiel on her beast and Ricot's unit charged into the square. Seeing Kiel safe gave me another moment of relief. Riko immediately came before me and apologized for being late. Since he was safe, that was enough. I had him explain briefly what happened, then ordered preparations for the castle assault. With so many enemy forces still in the city, we could not all storm the castle. We needed troops to cut off reinforcements. So I chose Zoff, Riko, and a company of demon swordsmen for the assault force. It was more than enough for the strength inside the castle. I had considered the case that the Holy Bow might be guarding Alejandro, but if I split more troops off, there would be no one left to command. For the defensive line cutting off reinforcements, I left Zone in charge. For Kiel, I ordered her to stay on the first floor of the castle. With the unpredictable assassin Shia present, I could not bring Kiel further. Yes, in the end the problems were the hero and Shia. In close quarters, the bowman's power would be halved. But if I had to face Shia at the same time, who knew what would happen? With Togver as well, so long as we were not careless, there was no way two mere humans could stop us. Don't flinch, Cocotte. I won't stumble on the same stone twice. From here we assault the castle. Our target is Alejandro's head. Kill him quickly. We stepped once more into that white castle. Unlike that day, boldly from the front. Along the way we encountered guards. Each time, Zoff, Riko, and Togva scattered them. There was no sign the castle had reinforced its security against our advance, and we moved steadily forward. Sometimes I listened, but I did not hear Mio's song. Alejandro could not have fled with Mio, not with our attack coming so fast. She must be hidden somewhere in the castle, or perhaps fled through the same kind of hidden passage we used to enter. But no, that was unlikely. Alejandro was too arrogant. He could not have imagined tonight's outcome. I hoped he was trembling in that gaudy private chamber of his. And Mio, I would take you away from here. This place is far too lonely for you. It had not even been a day since we parted. But I could not forget the sad voice I heard when I leapt from the garden. I wanted to see you soon, to stroke your head. I have grown to love you too. Just as Lord Elcuro had saved me from the darkness, so would I save you. I will absolutely save you. As I hardened this small resolve on Togva's back, Riko suddenly spoke beside me. General Cocotte. What is it? Sorry, this isn't the time, but I need to say it properly. Riko looked up at me with a solemn air, then closed his eyes. We misjudged you. You're not some filthy human. You're a fine demon. That was what Riko told me. To be called a demon, those words were such praise to me now. Maybe Riko didn't understand what they meant to me, but to be recognized and accepted even by Riko, the demon who had first attacked me, it filled my chest with warmth. A comrade, he accepted me as one of his own. I, hated even by humans, was proof that I truly existed here. I wished Lord Elcuro would say the same. Those are kind words. Yeah, we may be Lord Uragakna's soldiers, not yours, but we won't forget this debt. One day, I'd like to fight by your side again. I gave a short laugh at Riko's words, then warned caution. Carelessness would play right into Shia's hands. He moved silently unseen. Even now he could be watching. As we advanced cautiously, suddenly the door ahead opened, and someone appeared. We immediately readied ourselves. But, help. Dragging her blood-soaked body, a woman stumbled out and collapsed to the ground. A servant. A pool of blood spread beneath her as she fell silent. Dead? What was this? She had received a fatal wound before we arrived. I glared at the door she had come from. If I recall correctly, that was the hall where the nobles had held that party. I ordered caution and led us carefully forward. When we reached the door, we burst in all at once, and were stunned. What the hell is this, some kind of joke? The hall was a sea of blood. The nobles who had caroused so wildly that night were all slain, lying in their own blood. The flow of red still trickled on. Stay alert. What is going on here? We waded through the blood, examining bodies. Every one bore wounds to the throat or heart, cut with sharp blades. The culprit was obvious. Was this Shia's doing? Did Alejandro order it? Why this slaughter? Riko and Zoff searched cautiously. I stayed with Togva, knowing Shia would not strike me while he was near. Even Shia wouldn't underestimate a magic beast's senses. Togva kept sniffing, grimacing. Something about this felt familiar. Something nagged at me. My intuition whispered that we shouldn't be here. Riko kicked aside corpses as he searched. Then his wolf ears caught a faint voice. He looked. Among a pile of fat nobles' bodies. Help me. Alive. He spotted a trembling, overweight noble, lips quivering as he clung to life. Ricot, almost without thinking, approached. He grabbed the man by the collar. Then suddenly the man's eyes shot open, clutching Ricot desperately, staring at him like a savior. Ah, a saving hand? I have not been forsaken yet. Ugh, damn you, get off. Ricot reacted in shock, trying to shake him off. But then, from the man's back came a buzzing sound. Ricot's eyes widened. An explosion. The noble clinging to Ricot suddenly detonated. All of us looked at where Ricot had been. The spot was engulfed in white flames. Ricot was blown back, landing on his rear. He stared blankly at the bloodied remains before him, then realized he was shrouded in white smoke and cried out, "General Cocotte, it's a trap! Get out of the room." Ricot stopped. What he saw last was a pair of red eyes tearing through the white smoke toward him. What was happening? Through the blast smoke, I couldn't see Ricot, nor the situation. We called his name, tightly grouped, wary. No answer. The smoke slowly cleared. We peered into it. A black shadow emerged, stumbling forward, and fell. Ricot collapsed face down into the blood. A knife was buried deep in his back, blood gushing out. Ricot. Pierced through the heart, the werewolf lay still, and behind his fallen body appeared a figure, clad in white, a knife dripping red in his hand. Shia. Alejandro's loyal assassin, bearing the demon aspect. Shia smiled at me. Welcome back, Cocotte. Section, Yo. A man appeared atop the city wall, silhouetted against the burning city, now deserted. He turned to look at the flames, framing the sight with his fingers like a lens. Sure it's burning bright. A fitting end for a city of corruption, I'd say. Chuckling, he adjusted his pack and turned his back on the city. Sorry, Alejandro, job's done here, time for me to skip out. But then a voice called out, Lord Yorn. Where have you been? It was guards, ragged and hiding among the supplies on the wall. The man, Yorn, stuck out his tongue, was caught. The guard captain couldn't hide his unease. While you were gone, the defenses were broken. The demons have already entered the city. Oh, is that so? What bad luck. You say that like it's someone else's problem. The captain pleaded with him to help even now, but Yorn just wandered over, patted his shoulder. Sorry, old man. I'm leaving, you'd better run too. Luakana's finished. No. The guards wavered, the captain dropped to his knees. Yorn glanced at him, shook his head, and started down the wall. Then, a great shadow loomed above. With a thunderous wing beat, a dragonoot hovered, flame flickering in his throat. Found you, holy bow. Quatra, commander of Cocotte's aerial forces, landed on the wall with a roar. Other dragonoots circled overhead. The guards screamed. Yorn scratched his chin, quite the send-off. Unruffled, Yorn faced Quatra. The dragonoot glared. Abandoning the city to escape, that is far too base for one called a hero. I've said before, I don't call myself that. Others do. Snorting, Quatra glared. Yorn reluctantly tucked away his documents and reached for his bow. But before drawing it, he spoke. Hey, how about we don't fight? I was just leaving. I won't get in your way. He smirked but didn't smile. HMPH, the hero who slew Polinia, you've grown pathetic. From behind Yorn, a voice. Chickbull, the harpy girl, landed on the wall, joining Quatra in boxing him in. Once a general, now commander of the Demon King's border guard. She wore her usual easy air, but her smile was gone as she glared. Yorn sighed. Ah, so no running away. Polinia, yeah, she was one of the 4 heavenly kings we killed. I knew it'd be held against me. What a pain. He slowly drew his bow, lazy in appearance but flawless in motion. Quatra and Chickbull held their stances, glaring. We, the so-called heroes, were given some kind of gift by the goddess. The guards trembled. The rain poured. Yorn, looking up, spoke. I got one too. Folks think my power is to control these white arrows, but that's wrong. He twirled one white arrow. My power is wind reading. These arrows are special, lightweight, shaped to ride the air. Even a breeze shifts their path, and when they shift, they accelerate. That's my trick. And what's your point? Chickbull asked. Just hear me out. In a melee, my wind reading works fine. But in this downpour, the arrows wobble just from hitting raindrops. It's worthless. And Alejandro's men, all reliant on guns, lack training. That's why they lost. That's why you hid from battle. Of course. Yorn grinned again. The captain looked aghast. So I thought I'd just take my pay and run, but with demons eager to fight, I have no chance. Of course, you won't escape, Quattro growled. Haha, come on, it's better for both sides. My bow's weak in this rain. Compared to Fortuna, I'm just a sideshow. Yorn spread his stance, nocked an arrow. In that moment, he was a hero, his presence radiating force. Quatra and Chickbull stiffened. And Yorn spoke quietly, eyes sharp. But at this range, those weaknesses don't matter, demons. Pressure filled the air, Quatra roared, do it if you can, hero. Chickbull raised her talons, claws gleaming. I'm not the type for revenge, but killing my girl made me mad. If I can, I'll kill you. Yorn leapt to the edge of the wall, facing them both. He exhaled and muttered, guess it's time, demons. Chapter 74, Confrontation. Rico has been killed. It happened in an instant. We should have been on guard. We had been wary of Shia's presence. Even so, he still attacked. We were still complacent. A sudden explosion. Had something been planted on the noble Rico was carrying? No way, such a trap. And this saturated smell of blood, the noses of demons, far keener than humans, were obliterated. Rico's nose, even Togva's. We were outwitted. We had unwittingly stepped into a room rigged with such a trap. I used similar tactics myself back in Frictera. Why did we walk in? No, it's the reverse. Because we were cautious, we couldn't help but investigate the traces of that atrocity. Were we turned against by our own caution? Or was this a method designed to exploit my vigilance? I couldn't read it. For a noble to stake his possessions and pleasures to set a trap like that, damn it. Zoff glared at Rico's corpse, then shoved himself in front of me, gripping his weapon and grinding his teeth. Shia stood there like a pale ghost, ungraspable, slowly surveying us as he had that day. Mio's song was not audible. If Mio's not singing then, Shia was almost certainly sent by Alejandro to eliminate intruders. No, he was unmistakably sent to target me. The obsessive mindset a pervert would come up with. So disgusting. We meet again, Kokot. Shia turned his blood-splattered face to me and abruptly smiled. A cold sensation ran down my spine. I would have preferred not to meet him at all. Shia walked slowly forward, pulled the knife out from Rico's back, and took a loose stance. Seeing that, Zoff stepped forward to shield me. Leave this one to me, young lady. Zoff, don't worry, I won't repeat the same mistake. And young lady, do you remember why you were caught off guard last time? At that time, I had been there. Other demons had been there. The nobles had been there too. Shia's specialty was surprise attacks from stealth and then using his agility and obstacles to fight many opponents. But in a one-on-one, now there are no nobles for his to hide among. In short, Zoff was telling me, don't worry, as long as there is no dead weight, we won't lose. I understood the message, looked at Zoff and nodded. Understood, kill him. In this operation, he is our final obstacle. As you command. Wait, Kokot, I with Kokot again. Shia tried to say something with eyes and voice, slightly filled with painful intent at my words, but I turned my back without listening. Farewell, Shia, you helped sometimes, but things would have gone more smoothly without you. Above all, you are too dyed by Alejandro. You're not like Mio. For my peace, you were unnecessary. I gave Rico a single glance, mounted Togva's back, and left the room. Without looking aside, I ran toward the upper floors where the demon swordsmen and Alejandro were. Seeing that, Shia frowned, ignored Zoff, and moved to follow. He stepped forward, then stopped, then leapt backward. In an instant, Zoff's great axe sliced through the air right in front of Shia. Shia reflexively jumped back and found Zoff grinning and standing before him. When I was fully out of the room and no longer visible, Shia moved again, but Zoff planted the haft of his axe into the floor and blocked him. Hold on, brat. I'm not letting you ignore me. Don't get in the way. Shia gave Zoff a puzzled look then, with eyes devoid of feeling directed not at Zoff but at Kokot. He mechanically assumed a knife stance. He seemed to realize he couldn't proceed unless Zoff was defeated. Zoff let out a small grunt and likewise set his great axe. They told me to kill demons. Kokot will be caught. Shut your mouth, you brat. Young lady is far too good for a brat like you. Zoff's laugh provoked real irritation in Shia, a barrier blocking the relationship with Kokot, who had become his friend. Shia recognized Zoff as that obstacle. I'll kill you soon and talk to Kokot. You human scum, you've killed many of our kin. You want to talk to young lady through torture. Ha, you may look like a young lady, but I won't show mercy. I'll kill you here. Their breathing stilled for a moment. Both raised their weapons and collided. Section, I ran down the corridor, with the demon swordsman and Togva's swift legs, toward the room where Alejandro should be. We had to hurry. We needed to finish this before reinforcements clashed with Zone and the others. While they held the enemy back, we had to cut down the ringleader. We were outnumbered. Now that we'd infiltrated the city and reached the enemy's core, we had to win. Losing meant death. I would not accept that. Death is the thing I dread most. But now it's not only that. For those who believed in me, I had to win to make things balance. I'm sorry, Rico, we had watched for traps. But I never thought humans would stoop to such despicable measures. Perhaps I still had the ordinary, peaceful sense of Japan in my head. I had thought I understood how bloody this world is, but apparently not. I thought of Zoff, who I had left in charge of Shia, then shook the thought away. Zoff would be fine. Worrying would soil my trust. Zoff would, without fail, defeat Shia. He would avenge Rico. Before coming here, I had stopped by a room in the castle and pocketed something I now clenched while grinding my teeth. Come to think of it, this was the first time a higher demon under my supervision had become a casualty. Even if not from my army, the feeling of my own inadequacy was maddening. All the more reason to not waste it, even if a hero guarded him. I will kill Alejandro. I will give him suffering and kill him. And then, Alejandro. The demon swordsman kicked down the door to Alejandro's private room and surged in. I growled his name. He was there, wearing the same white clothes as before. So you came, Cocotte. Alejandro sat with his elbow on the table, hands in his hair, head bowed as if raking his bangs. He slowly shifted his eyes and looked at me standing with the demon swordsman at the doorway, then let out a grand sigh. If you've come looking like that, I suppose Shia failed. Sigh, all of them. His languid attitude and hollow eyes, he looked exhausted. Foolish choice, Alejandro, to slaughter humans yourself. It only helps us. Although I said the words, I was clenching my teeth. Alejandro's atrocities and his desperate trap had wounded us. Rico was a sacrifice, Zoff being held back. Still I came here, I stood before you. That trap was Alejandro's desperate gambit. No matter what he thinks, the result favors me. A glance around the room showed only Alejandro present. The holy bow was absent, unexpected but convenient. Did Shia die? I left him to my subordinates. You should worry about yourself before worrying about others. I never intended to think of anyone but myself. Alejandro exhaled and stood up. Still, there was one thing. One single thing that I cared about beyond myself. It was Mio's song. Compared to that, this town and watching humans rot by desire are just hobbies. But he turned his eyes to me and distorted his handsome face into a demonic glare. My songstress has stopped singing for me. Cocotte, it's your fault. Mine, what are you talking about? No, it's your fault. You stole Mio's heart. What is he saying, Mio's heart? Didn't you notice? When I was torturing you, Mio would always sing. Probably to protect you. Good grief, that fickle songstress was troublesome. My plan to win her over and make her sing by taming her succeeded, and yet now it's a problem that she's gotten so attached to you. Mio tried to protect me. That fluffy, broken, innocent girl tried to protect me. I tore my gaze from Alejandro and looked at the glass wall facing the garden. I couldn't see the flower field where Mio and I spent time among the plants, but Mio must still be there. Alone in this rain? You escaping was my mistake. Mio has been depressed ever since you disappeared. It seems you were more special to her than I thought. So I tried to seize you even if I had to sacrifice everything I had. Shia and Yorn are such fools. He gestured angrily. Mio's situation worried me, but Alejandro's abnormal state drew my attention. Things were not going well and he was angry. Yorn must refer to the holy bow. I had not seen him in the town. He was not here. That meant he might be nowhere to be found. Same as Chickbull's report. Maybe he's hiding. But Chickbull's regular reports had stopped since then. He could still be somewhere in the city, possibly engaged in battle. If so, assuming that, we must finish Alejandro quickly. You seem in a foul mood, but realize you have no luxury to be thinking such things. Alejandro, I will kill you. Kill me, huh? Do you think you can? I've always been victorious, and that hasn't changed. What stubbornness, kill him. 2 demon swordsmen. They nodded at my order, raised their blades, and attacked Alejandro. Checkmate. However, with a dry sound, the demon swordsmen dropped to their knees. Alejandro smiled. I glared at him, surprised. From his pocket, Alejandro took out something like a gun, a small firearm with twin barrels. If I had to describe it with poor knowledge, it was like a vertically double-barreled, sawed-off shotgun. The demon swordsmen each received a shot to the torso, ground their teeth as if in agony, and froze. I told you, I can't be killed so easily. Alejandro looked at me with sharp eyes, bared his teeth in a grin, folded open the gun, and loaded something like cartridges into the barrels. A hidden ace. Compared to matchlock firearms, the reload time is drastically shortened. I hadn't expected him to have miniaturized firearms to such an extent. This must be his true trump card. But it's too soon to think that, Alejandro, I told you, I will kill you. And then my purpose and Mio. Chapter 75, Shia. Zoph's great axe smashed the floor and shattered pillars. Fragments burst and rained down into the hall that had become a sea of blood. Since the battle began, Shia had been slipping past and enduring Zoph's fierce onslaught. From the moment Cocotte had been sent away until now, Zoph's attacks had failed to land on Shia. But Shia, too, had been unable to strike Zoph. His knives were sharp, but their blades were short. On top of that, Zoph's body was so strong that the parts where a fatal wound could be inflicted were limited. His robust limbs themselves were weapons. If he ever caught him, Shia's thin body would stand no chance, and so the fight had devolved into a petty exchange of feints. In such a case, the one who grows impatient first shoulders the disadvantage. That is a law of the battlefield. And the first to lose patience was Shia. Annoying, I need to talk with Cocotte. Huh. Talking, and what the hell do you think you'll talk about? Of course, talking with a friend is fun. That's why I'll make up with her. Bullshit. Again Zoph roared and swung his axe down. Shia dodged once more, and the great axe split in two the corpse of a noble lying on the floor and shattered it. The young lady won't talk to the likes of you. She said you're an obstacle. If I kill you, she won't even flinch. Not true. Cocotte is my friend. I'll talk with her again about all kinds of things. Mio always gets everything, it's not fair. I don't know what the hell you're rambling about, but the young lady sure handled you well. Dumbasses like you must have been easy as hell to use. Zoph laughed. Shia leapt back, glared at him, and furrowed his brow. What do you mean by that? Don't get it. She played at being friends and used you. From the start, the young lady only saw you as a tool. Shut up, demon. For the first time, the expressionless Shia revealed anger. He dashed straight at Zoph. Splashing through the pool of blood, Shia ran as Zoph laughed and met him head-on. Shia flicked his arm, throwing a wire at Zoph. At its tip something gleamed, rushing at terrifying speed, but Zoph twisted and dodged with ease. The wire shot past, embedding itself in the mountain of corpses behind him, stretching taut beneath his arm. Your aim, sloppy brat. Maybe. Then Shia yanked the wire back with force. At that instant, with a screeching sound, the corpse behind Zoph exploded. Wah! Even Zoph staggered forward under the blast's shock. Shia quickly reeled in the wire, raised his knife, and rushed. Zoph stomped hard enough to crack the ground, forcing his body to twist back into stance. With the same momentum, he swept the great axe sideways at Shia. He jumped at the last second, avoiding the slash, and again drove his wire into a noble corpse nearby before yanking it out. That screeching sound. Another explosion. Damn it. This time Zoph was thrown off balance and rolled through the sea of blood. He quickly planted his axe to stand, meeting Shia's laughing gaze. Same as before. You're weak, demon. Damn trickery. Without looking away from him, Zoph let his awareness spread. What Shia had done was stab the corpses with his wire and yank. That made them explode. Along with that sound, the gunpowder smoke. I see, he thought. Heh, you humans sure do nasty things. Vile as hell. He spat, blood dribbling from his mouth as he had bitten himself rolling. Then he split open several noble corpses with his axe. From one spilled not entrails but something else. A bag filled with black powder mixed with metal grains. Gunpowder. Stuffing corpses with powder bags, huh? Human bombs, is it? You set 'em off with that tool at the end of your wire. At the tip of Shia's knife's wire was a slender rod, sharp like a needle. Its rough surface, scraping the powder's metal grains, created sparks to ignite the charge. Zoph understood. That meant every corpse here was a bomb. He admired the elaborate trap. Sending Cocotte ahead had been the right call. But Zoph didn't waver. Instead, his lips curled in a grin. Shia frowned, wondering why he acted so composed. This was his battlefield, full of advantages. If he wished, he could skip even the pullback and trigger bombs just by throwing custom, rougher-tip spikes. And yet, Zoff laughed. He had seen through the weakness in his opponent's thinking. No, not weakness, more like ignorance. Shia was strong, no doubt. His axe couldn't touch him, his speed was terrifying, but Zoff hadn't panicked. In the course of exchanges, he had spotted a habit Shia himself didn't even know he had. Then it was his job to teach him, through death. "I'll teach you how demons fight, brat." Zoff planted his axe in the bloody ground and stood like a giant statue. Shia ground his teeth at his words. He knew fighting. From birth he had been taught nothing but killing and lived doing only that. For him to say he'd teach him fighting, this demon was intolerable. He wanted to kill him, then hurry back to talk with Kokot, his first friend. Shia thought so, reversed his knife grip, and pulled several spikes from his arm. He hurled them into the surrounding corpses and at the same time charged. The spikes pierced the swollen bellies of the nobles' corpses. With that screeching sound, they exploded. Multiple blasts chained together, engulfing Zoff. Through the smoke and fire, the white demon cut through the Red Sea. Shia did not miss Zoff staggering in the flames. "I can kill him." He leapt, eyes wide, knife ready to drive into his unguarded neck. "You really don't get what fighting demons is." Zoff laughed. Shia's knife shot for his neck. Perfect timing, impossible to evade. He hadn't moved. He had accepted the strike. Yes, right for his throat. But the knife never reached. His bulging shoulder muscle and jaw had caught it between them. That vice-like strength stopped the blade cold. For the first time, a chill ran down Shia's spine in battle. "You're good at killing, but you're shit at fighting, always going for vital spots. Show a little opening, and you jumped right in, dumbass." "What?" Crack. His high ogre strength snapped the knife clamped between shoulder and jaw. To dive straight into the arms of a brute like Zoff was foolish. Before Shia could leap back, his tree trunk arm shot out. His hand went for his throat, he twisted away, but Zoff caught his thin arm. "Got you, brat." Zoff's grip made Shia cry out. His strength crushed the bones in an instant. "Ugh." He whimpered, face contorting, as Zoff grinned and squeezed harder. Then he yanked him up, flailed his limp arm, and hurled him. He smashed through the hall wall and tumbled into the corridor. He coughed blood. The impact shattered ribs along with the arm. Gah. Bleeding, gritting his teeth, he dragged himself up from the rubble. His crushed arm dangled uselessly. From the hole in the wall, Zoff lumbered out. Axe in hand, cracking his neck, his calm was obvious. Shia clenched his teeth. Why couldn't he kill him? He had been weaker before. He couldn't understand. All he knew was killing. Not how to fight, and certainly not why. But, cough, I've got my reason to win too. He staggered up, gasping. Blood from a cut on his head blinded one eye. Alejandro's orders are to kill demons and capture Kokot. That was why he fought. But really, he wanted to capture Kokot so they could talk again, be together. That was why he wanted to win. He had always been alone. He killed others on Alejandro's orders, but he was never praised. Humans shunned him. White hair, red eyes. A killer with the demon aspect was only ever treated like a real demon, so he was always alone. When Mio, who shared that demon aspect, was brought by Alejandro, it only worsened. Alejandro adored Mio. Shia was just a tool. When he disrupted Mio's singing, he was forced to kill more. He began to believe he was only a tool. Nobody needed him. Nobody praised him. Nobody talked to him. Nobody was kind. Only obeying Alejandro's orders let him feel like he existed. But Kokot was different. A girl smaller than him, also with the demon aspect. At first, he thought Kokot was just like Mio, someone to take Alejandro away. But she wasn't. Kokot saw him, she talked to him, she thanked him, she called him a good friend. That was why he couldn't let go of the girl who had become his first friend. He wouldn't give her to Mio, not to Alejandro. This feeling, he had read about it in books. This must be love. So, Kokot is. Oh. Zoff scratched his chin, watching Shia rise battered. I love Kokot. Shia screamed, coughing blood. Zoff raised his brow, then snorted. Ha. That's one selfish brat's reason. Shut up. Shia screamed and charged. Knife in hand, to kill the demon before him, fulfill Alejandro's order, and see Kokot. Zoff lowered his axe into stance. His posture, blade hidden behind, was clearly for a full-powered swing. Shia didn't care. He would dodge the axe and strike fatally. After his swing, he'd be wide open. Even hurt all over, he trusted he could evade. Ah! Shia sprinted low. Zoff tightened his grip and swung. Here it came. He read the shaft's movement, trying to slip past the slash. Idiot, I told you, the young lady's too good for you. From his back, the axe blade appeared. But what he saw was its flat. Shia's eyes widened in shock just as the impact hit harder than when he crashed through the wall. He couldn't dodge. He had expected a line's edge, but what struck was the weapon's surface. The great axe's iron plate crushed and broke his thin body. With a roar, Zoff swung through. Bones, organs, his whole body was smashed and hurled. He heard windows shatter. Weightless. His red eyes saw the cloudy night sky. Rain was cold on his face. Wind rushing past. Screams, roars, and clashing steel from below. Thrown 50 meters up, Shia thought in flashes, his life was only killing. That's why. I just wanted to be loved, Kokot. A faint voice. Then he blacked out, plummeting to the ground. I avenged you, Riko. Watching him fall through the broken window, Zoff cracked his shoulder and scowled. The human bombs had worn him down. Even so, he hefted his axe, took a breath, and steeled his gaze again. Damn, ouch, the young lady always attracts the weirdest ones. Took too long with a brat. Gotta hurry to her. Glancing once outside, Zoff ran upstairs. Chapter 76, Checkmate. Lady Tson, the enemy's momentum is increasing. A demon swordsman, astride a monster, shouted while swinging his sword. Tson skillfully wielded 2 lances, fighting like a lion and defending the White Castle's entrance to the death. Yet her face was twisted with bitterness. They're starting to coordinate, still sloppy, but improving. After skewering several charging knights, Tson glanced around. Humans finally realized that if the castle falls, it's over for them. The noble guards are one thing, but that black-violet knight's force must be their main strength? How utterly obnoxious. Reform the defensive line. After repelling a wave of assaults, at Tson's command the goblins and orcs quickly regrouped. But demon casualties kept piling up. In a prolonged fight, with fewer numbers, it was hard to deny the disadvantage. Even if demons were sturdier and the humans poorly coordinated, sheer numbers alone were a threat. Then, an arrow came flying from somewhere and lodged in Tson's shoulder. She winced for a moment, then with a bored look yanked the arrow free all at once. Still wearing that thoroughly annoyed expression, she hurled the arrow back at the archer perched on a rooftop. It struck him right between the eyes and he tumbled down from the roof. Snorting at the sight, Tson's shoulder bled, staining her black outfit. At that moment, Kiel came rushing out of the castle gate, crying out, Miss Tson, what is it? I have no time for this. Stay quiet and keep yourself hidden. Kiel faltered and stopped, seeing how little Tson seemed to care about her wound. But, at this rate, shut up. I told you, just stay protected and keep your mouth shut. With irritation, she skewered a knight with 1 lance and flung him far away with a swing. Blood gushed from the hole in his chest, and Kiel covered her mouth in shock. Seeing Kiel's reaction, Tson snorted. HMPH, if you're scared of fighting, then stay scared quietly. Besides, you're Lady Kokot's favorite, aren't you? If you get scarred, I'll be the one scolded. She thrust both lances into the ground, rallying the demons around her to form ranks at the castle gate. Seeing Kiel's anxious face, she was filled with renewed spirit. The enemy's numbers were visibly increasing. Their glaring eyes swarmed toward the demons like flies on rotting fruit, desperate to seize this damnable paradise of a city. Degenerate humans, ugly to the core. Truly nothing but flies swarming filth, Tson chuckled inwardly. She urged Kiel back once again and stepped in front of her. Most of all, Lady Kokot herself ordered me to defend this place. Then, as a former general, I'll display my full power. Alejandro's head is hers for certain. This is a battle we will win. So before it ends, I'll rampage to my heart's content. That's how it is. Grinning sharply, Tson led the demons to meet the human assault. Her strength was terrifying, cutting down men into corpses the moment they reached her. Even so, as the humans flooded in, Kiel thought, they truly have nowhere else to go. Alejandro gave them wealth and desire, and now they couldn't live without it. That's why they looked so desperate, trampling even the bodies of their fellow humans, chasing the eerie White Castle. All that was in their eyes was their own desire. Such a terrifying, sorrowful thing, Kokot, please end this soon. Section. Alejandro, damn you, so stubborn. Even surrounded by many demon swordsmen, he still fought them evenly. As they struck together, he slipped through their blades with dance-like movements, countering with kicks or gunfire. Demon swordsmen were no weak demons, yet none could catch him. That gun was troublesome too. It pierced armor, though its power wasn't much. Those hit in the torso still rose again unless it struck a vital spot. Still, no matter how long he held out, he was finished. The swordsmen fell one by one, but Alejandro's breathing was also heavy now. I could feel his resentful glare even as I watched from behind the cover of a great shield. His bullets weren't endless. I admired how he reloaded while dodging blades, but time would finish him. Yet I wasn't eager to see more swordsmen injured. I had thought it enough to let them wear him down, to savor his fear and frustration. Cocotte, enough of this. You can't kill me with these foot soldiers. Alejandro shouted. Indeed, the demon swordsman couldn't catch him. He fought with some martial art, mixing it with gunfire. Not at Segun's level, but impressive for a human. By appearances, I should be at a disadvantage. Demon swordsmen are tiring, likely to be defeated. Alejandro's ability to fight 10 at once was beyond expectation. But that was why. His gun, his skill, both unexpected, but expected. I had always accounted for him having some hidden card, so I only watched coldly as Alejandro flailed. I glanced around, but as silent and empty as the day I was brought here. Truly alone, he hadn't even trusted Shia. Poor Shia, I was sure Zoff would kill him, that much was certain. I felt little, only that it was a waste. Cocotte. For you to come here yourself, you must hate me that much. I'm glad. It makes breaking you worthwhile. You're still saying such things. I'll kill you, but I care nothing for you. HMPH, I see I get it now. Mio, isn't it? You came to steal Mio from me. You're obsessed with her too. I clicked my tongue. What an irritating man. Not to steal Mio, to save her from the likes of you. At least that is my intent now. I'll never give up on Mio. I've always survived crises and taken what I wanted. This is nothing new, and when I overcome this, you too will be mine. That was enough. Words were useless. Alejandro, say what nonsense you like, but my victory is certain. Don't bluff. Your demon swordsman can't kill me. No, I accounted for your hidden card. I've confirmed it's no true obstacle. That's enough. Tell me, do you know rock, paper, scissors? His brow twitched. Of course not. This world didn't have it. Maybe some similar game existed, but I didn't care. It's a simple game. You don't know your opponent's moves, so you might win or lose. But there is a way to always win. What are you talking about? Playing after the other shows their hand. I smiled and whistled. At that moment, the wall of Alejandro's chamber burst open and Togva charged inside. After the fact, rock, paper, scissors. See the hand, then play the winning move. That's all. Showering rubble, Togva planted himself before us, growling. The demon swordsmen immediately regrouped before me as arranged. A magic lion. Alejandro's eyes went wide. His face at last twisted with fear and regret. Yes, that's the face I wanted to see. Finally, you've shown it, Alejandro. Cocotte, even a magic lion obeys you. Surely Togva had caused havoc in the streets by now, yet no word had reached him. Well, what word could be sent to one who butchered all in his castle? I hadn't brought Togva earlier as insurance, if the holy bow was here or Alejandro had some escape trick. But mostly to surprise him. Raise him up, then break him. It damages the spirit most. Truly, Alejandro went pale at the sight of Togva. That little gun couldn't touch a magic lion. A small caliber, only 2 bullets. Advanced for this era, but unless both struck true on vital spots and he could reload while escaping Togva, it's impossible. Even hunters hesitated to face bears with guns. Against a monster bigger than a lion twice over, Alejandro, realizing he could not win, smiled weakly at me. A strained smile, unable to hide his fear. See, Cocotte, Togva, do it. Ignoring him, I ordered Togva. With a roar, he lunged. Eek! Alejandro fired, but Togva dodged, a massive body with deadly agility. Or rather, Alejandro's trembling arms sent the bullets astray. Still, Togva twisted aside the instant the gun pointed at him, having understood my explanation of firearms beforehand. How reliable he was. Togva's great claw swept toward Alejandro, a sure kill if it struck. Alejandro twisted away, but Togva swung his head and smashed him with a headbutt. He screamed not at all, just flew through the air, crashing through the great glass wall into the garden. Togva immediately smashed through after him. The entire window wall shattered, and Togva bounded out among the glass shards, standing before Alejandro as he tried to rise. Alejandro shielded himself with his arms, but Togva's glare sent him fleeing like a rabbit. He ran fast. The garden's entrance was filled with plants and trees. He ducked among them, using them as shields, quickly vanishing from sight. But the garden was a dead end. There is no escape, you are already checkmated. To call you a king without pieces is too generous. You are only a wounded fox, and I am the hunter. Chapter 77, A Fleeting End, Alejandro ran. How he loved useless things. If he just gave up and offered his neck, he would not waste his strength. But that's what humans are. The desire he loved included the desire to live. I thought to myself that perhaps it was only natural, as I pressed a finger to my chin and gazed in the direction Alejandro had fled. Exhaling once, I stood beside Togva, who looked at me as if to ask, should I chase him? And I tangled my fingers in his mane to hold on. Then I gave the order to follow slowly and search for Alejandro. If I killed him, the townsfolk and soldiers who depended on him would scatter. I didn't know how long Sohn and the others could last, but my victory was certain. I would erase this city entirely. Rain struck my cheeks. Outdoors, I could hear the chaos of the city more clearly. Not the annoying festival noise and fireworks I once heard in this garden, but now screams, roars, and the clashing of steel. Despite the downpour, the flames consuming the city reflected on the black clouds, glowing red. Ah, it reminded me of Atana. Breaking through the grove, I entered a flower field. The fragrance of flowers rose even through the rain. I breathed it in. In the center of the field, Alejandro clutched one arm and glared at me. Beside him stood Mio, blank-faced, looking lost and dazed. Seeing her, I felt a sudden relief in my chest. When Mio noticed me, her eyes opened slightly wider. Cocotte. It's me, Mio. I've come for you. Sorry for vanishing so suddenly that time. Dismounting from Togva, I faced Mio head-on. Alejandro had said she had withdrawn into herself. Her soaked body shivered in the cold rain, arms hugging herself, and my chest ached. That bastard Alejandro left her out in the rain. A chain extended from her collar. That bound her here. I would free her no matter what. As I exchanged gazes with Mio, Alejandro, ignored until now, shrieked. No, no, I'm not someone who should die here. I won't be stolen from. I won't. He ruined our reunion with such worthless words. My gentle look for Mio turned sour, my brows furrowed as I faced Alejandro. You humans are always like that. You take what you want and think nothing will be taken from you. You scream not to be robbed. That's why things like me are born. You're human too. What good is it, staining those little hands with blood? Change your mind, be mine. Stop siding with demons. You're a murderer. You would make an enemy of all mankind. So glib with your fine words. Humans all react the same. Why? Why a human? Why a little girl? Why? So my answer was always the same. It always would be, because I am a demon. I laughed at him, stretching my mouth wide, glaring with red eyes. Make an enemy of mankind? Don't make me laugh, Alejandro. Humanity is already my enemy. Alejandro's body stiffened at the sight of me. His eyes widened, he tried to say something, then turned his back. He ran straight toward Mio, who stood with mouth agape. Damn. Alejandro seized her shoulder roughly, twisting her arm, dragging her close like a hostage. So he had lost his mind. I thought he wouldn't harm Mio, but in the end, human nature shows. His own life mattered most. Mio is mine. Mio alone will always be mine. Breathing ragged, eyes bloodshot, he glared at me. He thought Mio a hostage. She was, in a way, but could he truly use his treasure against me? What fool takes hostage the one thing he most wanted to protect? He could never let go of the one he loved, desired so much. If he lost Mio, he lost his last shield. He couldn't cast aside desire, even at the moment of death. So I stepped forward through the flowers toward him. Stop, don't come closer. Didn't you want me as yours? Here I am coming closer, yet you reject me. What kind of fool does that? With demon swordsmen by my side, I approached. Shields raised before me, wary of bullets. I couldn't sick Togvar on him, but I had the advantage. His gun arm trembled, aim wavering. Step by step, I advanced. I said, don't come closer, you cursed brat. Ah, no. Then it happened. At Alejandro's furious shout, Mio screamed and shoved his face away. It was an unmistakable rejection. Alejandro, stunned, wore despair on his face. Watching Mio struggle in his arms, his eyes turned cold. I see, you two won't do as I want, then I'll just retrain you. It was trouble before, but I'll do it again. Ah, such trouble. The trouble is you. Struggling so pathetically, why won't you admit it's over? I'll never admit it, it's all your fault. If only you hadn't stolen Mio from me. So he shifted the blame, always self-centered. How utterly uninteresting. How disgustingly human, the thing I hated most. There's a proverb, chase two rabbits, catch none. You don't know it, never mind. The point is you were greedy. Mio or me, if you had chosen one, maybe it wouldn't end like this. But you tried for both, and this is the result. If your beautiful desire leads only to ruin, then die beautifully. Cockatee. Alejandro shoved Mio aside and raised his gun at me. But the demon swordsman would not let it pass. In an instant, one closed the distance and sliced clean through his outstretched arm holding the gun. Blood sprayed. Alejandro screamed, writhing. The severed arm, still gripping the gun, fell before me. I crushed it underfoot and walked toward him, cowering on the ground. Mio had fallen on her backside in the flowers, but unhurt. I glanced once at her, then loomed over Alejandro. He glared up at me with eyes full of hate. I relished it. Now then, demon swordsmen surrounded him completely. There was no path left for survival. Cover the girl's eyes, don't let her see. After giving that order, I pulled something from my pocket and stabbed it quickly into Alejandro's neck. Gah, what is this? Ha, it's your own medicine. Payment for all the doses you forced on me, taste it yourself. His pupils dilated, he understood what was coming. Guara. Ewa. His body convulsed like a shrimp, his screams like a beast's roar. I knew this drug's effect too well. His handsome face twisted hideously. How ugly. To think I looked like that once chills me, not something I'd show anyone. Alejandro writhed in agony. With his arm cut off, the pain only magnified. The torment he felt was beyond imagining. Serves him right. I had stolen this drug, thinking of using it one day. When I finally faced him, I had thought I'd kill him quickly instead. But once he laid hands on Mio, I changed my mind. And when the chance came, of course I gave him the dose. Puh, cuh, what a sight, writhing so pathetically. What do they call it, the death cries of a frog? The bellow of a cow? Truly beyond description. Not that I find it beautiful. His writhing was too ridiculous. Chuckling, I watched. His bloodshot eyes darted wildly, seeking escape from the pain. Out here in the storm, his arm in agony and every raindrop pounding his skin like bullets. Alejandro muttered something. I strained to hear. Ah, Unil. PFF, ha, what did you say? Unil? Don't make me laugh. You, who tried to defile a child with the demon aspect, clinging to a goddess now. How utterly pathetic, the hated Unil religion. The state faith that cursed those with the demon aspect. He begged that goddess for salvation, a heretic like him praying to a goddess. How convenient, how human, it made me sick. In the end, you were just another human. Rest easy. Everything you had, wealth people, I'll take it all. I grabbed his hair, raised his head, and whispered in his ear. If he prayed to the goddess, then surely death by a demon was his fate. Not that Unil would accept him anyway. Ah, this felt good. Revenge was sweet. No response. I looked at his face. He had bitten his tongue and died. His face contorted in fear, foam at his lips. He must have clenched his teeth against the pain and severed it. This drug wasn't supposed to kill. Pathetic. I dropped his hair. His end was far too anticlimactic. But dead was dead. Luakana's true ruler was gone. The official lord no longer mattered. To die in his garden of flowers, his pride, was luxury enough. His garden would be his tomb. I left the corpse and walked to Mio, hidden behind demon swordsmen's shields. They parted to reveal her, sitting with hands over her ears, face blank. No injuries, just as before. Mio. Kokot. Mio's face lit up. She leapt at me. The force knocked me onto my back in the flowers. The demon swordsmen raised their blades at her, but I stopped them with a gesture. I wrapped my arms around her thin, trembling, cold body. Ah, Mio, forgive me for leaving you behind. She rubbed her face into my chest. We held each other. The swordsmen looked on, exchanging glances. Then running footsteps approached. What the hell, all done already? As expected of you, young lady, wait, what are you doing? Zaf. Zoff appeared, scratching his head. I gently pushed Mio back and stood. Good, he was safe. As expected, I had trusted him. Of course he would arrive. What about Shia? Dead, Rico will rest easier. I see. So he was dead. I had expected it and felt nothing. The boy who mistook me for a friend, no, I made him believe that. All I felt was relief that a nuisance was gone. Rico's death for Shia's life, hardly balanced, but so it was. I took Rico's death, who had called me kin, to heart. After a moment's silence for him, I smiled again. No more obstacles. Shia was dead. Alejandro was dead. I had one. As I grinned, I noticed Zoff glaring suspiciously at Mio. Young lady, what's with this kid? If she's the same as that brat. Enough, she's different, she's someone I need. I explained, reminding him she was the one I wanted to save. He relented. Mio, meanwhile, gushed at Tagva, calling him a big cat. At last, she was with me. Zoff cut her chain and Mio looked curiously at it in her hands. I had saved her. I could take her away. Zoff. Yeah. The final touch, best not keep Sohn waiting. Let's make this battle ours quickly. I gave him orders, then walked to Alejandro's severed arm and picked up the gun still gripped in it. A little heavy, but I could use it. I'll take this too, Alejandro. I probably wouldn't use it. I wasn't sure I could, but as self-defense, it might be worth carrying. Better than a knife, at least. I had my spoils. Now I had to let everyone below know Alejandro was dead. They awaited this news eagerly, and the rain was unpleasant. Mio's soaked body worried me. I wanted to wrap her in blankets and warm her quickly. As I gave orders for the demon swordsmen to sweep the castle remnants. General Cocotte. A voice from above. Looking up, I saw a harpy descending. Not Chickbull, likely her subordinate, a messenger. Where was she? What is it? Alejandro is dead. The plan succeeded. That is joyous news, but there's a problem. What problem? And Chickbull, Lady Chickbull and Lord Quatra, are engaged with the hero of the Holy Bow. What? At her words, I rushed to the edge of the garden and glared in the direction she pointed, Luakana's main gate. And there, even through the downpour, flames blazed. Chapter 78, The Fall of the Holy Bow. Like hell, if the boss is dead, who's gonna pay us? Screw this, damn it, we're out. This fight ain't worth a coin. The Black Violet Knights who had flooded into the castle entrance, one after another lost their will to fight and plotted retreat. Of course they did. While clashing with demons, suddenly their employer, Alejandro, came crashing down from the sky. Falling in the middle of the plaza before the gate, his body crushed beyond recognition, their lord's fate made it clear that even victory would profit them nothing. They were mercenaries to begin with, bound to Alejandro only by coin. With the client dead, they had no reason to fight. Better to flee and find the next one. But the demons weren't about to let them. Regaining momentum, they tore through the fleeing humans one after another. No demon would ever spare enemies who exposed their backs after pressing this far. At the vanguard was Sohn. Gleefully twirling her spears, she celebrated Cocotte's victory as her own, skewering the backs of fleeing knights one after another. The battlefield, once a defensive line for demons, had turned into a rout, a cleanup of scattered humans. Section, meanwhile. Above Luakana's main gate, the battle still raged. Quatra's flames swept across the wall, a sweeping barrage into confined space. No escape possible. The guards who hid behind crates and cannons all screamed as they burned. But, you dodged, Holy Bow. Yorn twisted and leapt from the wall, firing 3 arrows midair. Quatra spun in the air, dodging. With visibility so poor, the arrows were hard to see, but a dragonoot who had evaded hundreds before could not afford to be struck. Still, they were not arrows of some common archer. They were Yorn's. Quatra had no choice but to focus on evasion. But Yorn fell in a trajectory that should crush a mere human to death from such height. Yet, he was Holy Bow indeed. Drawing an arrow tied with wire, Yorn shot it into the gate wall, swung on the taut wire, and soared back to the wall's top. He landed with a calm face, even rubbing his nose with a smirk. Immediately, a shadow struck at him. You're pretty slick, but do you really think one archer can beat the likes of us? Yorn grinned back. Well, you never know till you try. Chickbull closed in. She slashed with winged talons and clawed kicks. Yorn drew a short knife from his belt, parrying the blinding strikes. Her whirlwind of claw and kick danced around him, but each one he deflected by a hair. Even while fending off Chickbull, Yorn's eyes darted, catching sight of Quatra diving behind her. A troublesome team. These two demons fought with general-class skill. Chickbull was a former general, but Quatra too could not be underestimated. Narrowing his eyes, Yorn lashed out a kick to Chickbull's gut and leapt back. As Chickbull gasped, clutching her belly, Quatra loomed over her from above. Yorn backflipped away, arrows loose to keep Quatra at bay. Clicking his tongue, Quatra climbed again, leaving Chickbull to press forward, but every step she tried was cut short by arrows flying straight into her path, as if her movements were being read. I'm a hunter by trade. Shooting down birds is my specialty. Don't get cocky, human. Chickbull blew a piercing whistle. Her harpy troops, circling above in the storm, dove in zigzags through the air. Even the finest archer would find them near impossible to hit. Yet, Yorn's arrows pierced 3 harpies through the chest in quick succession. They fell, heart skewered. Chickbull gnashed her teeth. Birds ride the wind to fly. So if you shoot where the wind carries, they'll fly right into it. Harpies or birds are no different. I told you, I read the wind. Holy bow. The fight went back and forth, but something changed. Yorn sensed the battle in front of White Castle had shifted. His brows furrowed. The outcome was decided. He should have slipped away earlier. He sighed with disgust. At that moment, Quatra unleashed a torrent of flame. Yorn barely evaded. But the fire formed a cage around him, blazing walls. Cutting off my retreat? Amateur, no, wait. Quatra tore through the flames, jaws gaping. Yorn dodged, counterfiring an arrow. It pierced Quatra's wing, but the dragonute ignored it and shot upward. And then, murderous intent pierced Yorn's body. Gooseflesh. Danger. Chickbull burst low through the flames, flying barely above the ground straight for him. He had expected an attack, but not its angle. Now he understood, this flame wall, too reliant on wind reading, holy bow. With heated, shifting air, your wind reading's useless. Achee. A 2-layered feint. Quatra's blind spot above and the wall of flames. Completely caught off guard, Yorn tried to evade, but the flame wall blocked him. The searing winds ruined his wind reading. He had no time to draw his knife, and with no other choice, he raised his white bow to block Chickbull's attack. Too slow. Chickbull spun, driving a full-weight kick. The desperate bow shattered. Her talons dug deep into Yorn's belly, ripping into his organs. He spat blood as her strike flung him through the fire wall and slammed him against the rampart's edge. Chickbull landed with a heavy breath, glaring warily at him. Quatra dropped beside her, growling, tearing the arrow from his wing with his jaws. Ah damn, straight to the guts. It's over, holy bow. Looks that way, think you'll take my surrender. Yorn slumped, grinning faintly. His bow was broken. He had no strength left. The fight was decided. No surrender. I don't know about military law, but I'm killing you for personal reasons. Give it up. Chickbull stretched her talons and walked toward him. Sweat beaded on Yorn's forehead, though he still wore a crooked grin. At that instant, a great black shadow scaled the wall. Quatra and Chickbull turned in shock. A massive beast landed between them and Yorn. Section. So the fight was already decided. The man was holy bow, surely. He sat clutching his belly, the white bow broken. He couldn't fight anymore. I dismounted Togva and surveyed the scene. Princess. Quatra's eyes widened. I had ordered Zoff to cast Alejandro's corpse into the plaza, then rushed here guided by the harpy messenger. I told them briefly that Alejandro was dead, and the fighting in the city was already reduced to mop-up. Quatra bowed. I toyed with my bangs, then stepped forward toward the holy bow. So you are the hero, Yorn. My childish voice so out of place, Yorn gaped at me. Well damn. I'd heard Alejandro caught himself a demon general, but didn't think it'd be a little girl. And one with the demon aspect, a human too, huh? Clutching his belly, Yorn shook his head with a wry laugh. Another shock piled onto the man. It was my first time face-to-face with a hero. That he was felled by Quatra and Chickbull, so heroes were only this much? No, that wasn't right. They were strong, and a lone archer could hardly win at close quarters. But looking around, the corpses of harpies pierced through the heart, the wounds left on Quatra and Chickbull. It was clear he had been terrifying when fighting on his ground. Now the threat in Luacana has ended. I owed much to them, especially Chickbull. She had been a general before, but I hadn't realized her true power. Appearances deceive. Snorting, I pressed closer to Yorn, who stared blankly at me. So the great hero is full of patriotism, huh? I mocked him, hands on my hips, face close. Yorn looked up, smirking faintly, waving a hand. That's me, no more profit in Faltmere. The boss, he's dead, right? He is. Knew it. Hell of a mess. So casual, as if he had known. He had abandoned Alejandro, done nothing in battle, like he expected this outcome. I grabbed his collar, yanking. My little arms only tugged, but I meant it. I was boiling with contempt. Thanks to you, hero, my plan went far smoother. But don't expect gratitude. What were you doing just standing there? You disgraced the name of hero. Heroes were Faltmere's champions, thus my greatest enemy. And yet a tiny part of me, from the man I once was, held a grudging respect for them, symbols who bore the cheers of people. That made this infuriating. That this coward was a hero. That Faltmere's hero was such a disappointment. I seethed with frustration. Still gripping his collar, I trembled with anger. Yorn just gestured like he's soothing a child. Because I looked like one? Gritting my teeth, I watched as he sighed. Guess I let folks expect too much. I ain't cut for hero. Everyone just decided. Ah, hell, how many times have I said this? Alejandro relied on you. Too much faith. I feel bad for him, but the truth is he was dangerous. Dying here's better. Really? His words were so plain, I let go of his collar, speechless. Princess, right. Kokot, I wouldn't give my name to a coward trying to run. Thanks, Kaka-chan. Unlike the boss, I don't care about this kill-and-die war. No matter the pay. I'd rather live easy, quietly. I'm old, looking for retirement. Retirement, you mean defection. At his words, I pressed my finger to my lip. Where could he defect? The Confederation. Smart kid. Scary smart. He grinned. I put aside my disgust. A hero defecting to the Confederation because he hated war. You abandoned Faltmere too, like Alejandro. You tell me, all these fights with demons, what's it brought? Corpses, grudges, and sorrow, nothing else. Faltmere is a lousy country. War brought nothing. My hatred, too, came from war. But war was also my stage, my chance to rise, so I half agreed, half rejected. Then he shocked me further. Hey, will you let me defect? What, let you go? Let a hero escape? It benefits you, too. My contacts in the Confederation are moderates, opposed to the war faction. Moderates and warhawks. That matched what I'd tortured out of a Confederation officer before. As I'd reported to Lord Elcuro, the troops sent to aid Faltmere were hawks. The moderates opposed them, and Yorn would join them. No, he would be their prize. I see. A hero among moderates strengthens them, weakens hawks. It deters aid to Faltmere. That's what you mean. Indeed, it was politics. Hawks sought profit by aiding Faltmere. Moderates wanted to block them. A hero defecting would prove the risk, tip the scales, stall aid. That was his play. Exactly, you're quick, Kakot-chan. Don't call me that, still it's useful. Quatra and Chickbull finally spoke. Princess, you'll let him go. Kokot, this is one of the heroes who killed Lady Polinia. I can't. I glared back. Silence. Quatra held his tongue. Chickbull frowned, but after meeting my eyes, she quieted too. I turned again to Yorn. He stroked his beard, looking at me. First, your baggage. What? I held out my little palm. Yorn blinked in shock, staring at my hand. You weren't going to defect empty-handed. Your presence alone won't sway the balance. You must have something else. Sharp kid, are you really a child? Believe what you see, now hand it over. Sweat on his brow, he hesitated. Something important, a gift worth defection. If it reached the Confederation, even moderates could become hawks. I had to seize it. Smoother this way. I can't trade my life for it. It was only a backup anyway. Fine, take it. With a sigh, he pulled a document from his cloak, placing it in my hand. I unfolded it, frowning. A gun designed clever. While skipping Alejandro's side, you stole this. Alejandro had spoken of gun designs to sell to Faltmere. Indeed, such a thing could change war. In moderate hands, it could pressure hawks, but it was also a risk. Better that I had it now. I helped him as my last job, that's all. This way it's clean, and if I'm said to have died here, it's still cleaner. So he truly meant betrayal. He even wanted his own death faked. He wanted retirement, free of stain. I see, but with that wound. He clutched his belly, smiling faintly as he rose. My ride's coming. I'll last till then. Farewell, let's forget each other, little demon general. Indeed. I turned as he did, murmuring, Goodbye. Goo. Suddenly, Yorn's chest burst with Chickbull's talons from behind. Her arm drove through his back. He turned his head, eyes burning with rage at me. You bitch. I met his look with cold indifference. I never promised to let you defect. You are too hasty, hero. As if I'd let a hero live. Striking Faltmare meant killing heroes first. He had been careless, weary of war, and an easy prey. Chickbull withdrew her arm. Blood gushed from the gaping wounds. Yorn dropped to his knees. You said it yourself. Better dead than defected. The Confederation hawks won't sit quiet. With these designs, we'll still profit. And the death of a hero weighs far more. Demon morale rises, Faltmare's falls. Even the Confederation may back down. You put too much faith in escape. Heh damn Kakachan, what a demon you are. He collapsed, eyes dimming under the black sky's rain. His last thought was of his friend, fellow hero, Fortuna. Was this the price for betraying him? If so, then so be it. And so Yorn, hero of the Holy Bow, was slain. Soon after, Tson's report arrived via Harpy messenger. Luakana was fully subdued. Chapter 79, Epilogue, Shaking Eyes. I rode Togva back to the plaza before the White Castle. Quatra, with his wings injured in battle, rode in human form on Togva's back. At first he refused out of deference, but in truth it was clear he wasn't used to riding anything, so I forced him by making it an order. I couldn't push a comrade who had done so much any further. Since he ended up seated right behind me, he looked restless, even embarrassed at times, which I found amusing. Out of mischief, I told him to hold on to me so he wouldn't fall. For once, I saw him flustered. We reached the edge of the plaza. I dismounted Togva and ordered Quatra to seek treatment for his wounds before sending him away. As I walked toward the castle, Tson greeted me with a broad smile. Lady Cocotte, welcome back. She bowed gracefully. I gave her a short word of praise, and she blushed, bowing even deeper. She had done well guarding this place until I brought down the castle. It was always blood and more blood, but perhaps for once I should think of some other kind of reward. The plaza was still chaotic. Wounded demons were receiving first aid, while parties hunted stragglers. Zoff was among the wounded being treated. I hadn't ordered everything, yet he and the others had learned to move on their own. They had grown. As I reflected with some admiration, Tson gave me a report. After you left, Lady Cocotte, some knights surrendered. We have them lined up there. What shall we do? I looked. In the plaza, captured knights were kneeling, hands clasped behind their heads. Most wore the black-violet armor of the Black-Violet Knights. Quick to change sides. The moment they saw no escape, they surrendered, mercenary instincts. The mercenaries aside, the noble prisoners, upon seeing the corpse of Yorn that Chickbull had brought, went wide-eyed in despair. The fate of the hero who never even showed himself on the field was proof enough of their own. I looked over their faces of despair, touched my chin, and thought briefly. Well then, we don't need prisoners. A short order. Tson nodded and signaled the demon swordsmen guarding them. The swordsmen drew blades and executed the captured nobles and knights one after another. Begging and curses from the Black-Violet Knights reached my ears, but I paid them no mind. They must have thought surrendering to me meant they would live. Such insolence I would not forgive. Mercenaries were of no use even as captives. Better they die. As their screams echoed, I lost interest and walked on. Chickbull, having boxed up Yorn's corpse, flew to my side with the beat of wings, leaning down to peer into my face as we walked. Cocotte-chan, thank you. It's only one enemy, but I avenged Lady Polinia. It will be an offering to her. I never intended to let a hero escape. Rather, I should thank you for trusting me. Hatred can overwhelm reason. I had braced myself that you might tear me apart. Well, seeing your eyes, I could tell your hatred was no less than ours. You've got a scarier face than I heard. I thought she mocked me, but I smiled. I never cared about my face. If it could scare humans, I would wear any face. Chickbull smiled mischievously, but I thanked her again. When she faced the hero, she had shown deep hatred. I never met Lady Polinia, but Chickbull must have had great feelings for her. It meant something that I could honor. Now she was back to her usual air, smiling as she stopped. I too stopped and turned to see her harpy troops in quick formation, bowing to me. I removed my hat, pressed it to my chest, and returned the bow. Captain Chickbull of the Demon King's border guard, she was reliable. With the bow exchanged, she smiled again. Well, we'll head back to the Demon King's castle first. We'll report to Elkuro-kun before you. Elkuro-kun. Whoops, I said it again. Keep it secret. He gets mad if treated like a child. Oh, what? Her words troubled me, but before I could puzzle them out, she flashed a devilish grin and flew off with her harpies. Best not to touch that. I'll forget it. Either way, I was in their debt. They suffered losses but still came. I deeply thanked them as I watched them leave, and Lord Elcuro as well for sending them. Though why, I hadn't heard of reinforcements. He sent them exactly when needed. Did he not trust me? No, I mustn't think that. I had betrayed trust already. I should take this as my mistake and simply give thanks. When I meet him, I must thank him properly. I hope I didn't trouble him too much. Though, will I be all right? I conquered Luakana, so the Demon King should not punish me. But if it comes out I was captured by humans, even for a few days, what then? The thought made me pale and shiver. Enough. For now I won't think of it. I had achievements. Chickbull would report well. I prayed so. If not, I would beg Lord Elcuro again. Tears might work. My eyes spun with anxious thoughts, but I resolved to focus on the immediate aftermath. I must go to Mio soon. I had expected more opposition to me bringing Mio in, but Quatra and the others accepted it easily. Strange. Bringing in a girl with the demon aspect from Alejandro, like Shia, could have caused trouble. Of course I was glad. But no, I must not always think the worst. I had vowed never to trust again, but now I want to trust them. They have become precious. Yes, precious. They help me in my revenge. For them, I must kill more, burn more. I had chosen this path. Once I called them tools, yet they acted for me, perhaps for their own gain since they needed me. Still, I find myself wanting to trust them. Perhaps they will not only aid my revenge, but my happiness. That was why I was ready in case they rejected Mio. In that room of the Demon King's castle, I felt lonely. Mio filled it. Maybe just the bond of suffering, but like me, broken by fate. She had the right to happiness. I will make her happy. No, we will be happy together. That was why I would have taken her even against rejection. And because they accepted so easily, I felt something was changing. A good change. I was indeed moving step by step toward the future I desired. 3 cities have fallen. 1 hero was slain. The road ahead was hard. The Confederation loomed. But still, we could move forward. I wanted to believe that. Ha ha, help me. I don't want to die. Shut up and walk. Through the gate, in the entrance hall, I saw nobles dragged out. The same nobles who once reveled in pleasure now wept, their fine trousers stained. The demon swordsmen and orcs pulled them along. They would be executed and eaten in the plaza. Their fattened flesh would please the troops. Payment for Frictera. The demons longed for human meat again. A fine reward for Zoff, yes. I thought such things as I walked the hall. Miss Mio, please don't wander, stay still. Emma. I heard voices. Keel was calming Mio, who tried to totter about. My footsteps echoed as I approached. Mio saw me and her face lit up. Seeing her face, I smiled too. Mio. Section, this girl named Mio, how curious she is. Her eyes shone at everything. One could not look away for a moment. Cocotte had asked me to watch her, to guard her. If anything happened to her, it would be my fault. Please, Mio, stay still. That was my duty. Cocotte had left her with me and gone off riding the magic lion. Afterward, Mio had bombarded me with questions, where Cocotte went, what she was doing. I couldn't answer. She wore a collar. She had been a slave here. A girl with the demon aspect like Cocotte, yet so innocent, so childlike. I couldn't tell her Cocotte had gone to kill. People would die where Cocotte went. I couldn't tell this pure child that. It was cruel, a cruel role I was given. I myself was anxious and sorrowful, but I couldn't show it. I had to be strong so she could feel safe. And then, Mia. Cocotte returned. Mio beamed and ran to her. Cocotte went to her at once and they spoke. I stood back, watching. Mio laughed, chattering to Cocotte, and Cocotte smiled, listening. Watching them, my chest ached. I no longer hated the demon aspect. The Unil faith taught me as a child, but looking at them, I could not see demons. Cocotte, the demon general, was born because we drove her to the demons. My father died at her hand, after my mother was gone. Once she said that knights dying in war was natural. True, my father fought. He could have died any day. That's why I prayed for him every day. But he died, in battle with her army, and now I serve her. Twisted fate. I should hate her. Yet I feel more than hate. She is more twisted than me. I feel something else. Watching her talk with Mio, I thought the two are not alike. They both bear the demon aspect, but their natures differ. Yet together, they seemed like sisters. Cocotte is smaller, but perhaps more mature. Such a sight was almost heartwarming. Who would believe she had just bathed her hands in blood? She looked just like an ordinary child. And so I thought, maybe Mio could make Cocotte human again. From deep inside the castle, the screams of nobles reached us. Executions, surely by Cocotte's order. And yet she smiled here, chatting with Mio. She was twisted. And maybe I was too, for hoping. But if Cocotte could cast away hatred, if Mio could change her, that would be good. That would be wonderful. Then no more would die. Cocotte could be happy. And then there would be no more like my father. Or like me. A life of hate was too heavy for me. Surely she too would meet a grim end. In the wolf's last breath in the plaza, I glimpsed her fate. But if she could give up hate, if Mio could change her. Then I, looking at Cocotte and Mio, too with the demon aspect, I narrowed my shaking eyes. Section, a few days later, the round table chamber of Ifarl, capital of Faltmare, the heavy-faced ministers sat at the table. The double doors opened, a knight entered, knelt, and spoke with a voice as heavy as theirs. We report, the pleasure city, Leucana, has fallen. The ministers furrowed their brows, bit their lips. Silence, then one spoke. Wasn't Holy Bo Yorn sent to Leucana? Lord Yorn is missing. It's unthinkable, but... The reply made one minister strike the table. Chided for his rudeness before the king, he still spat in anger. Alejandro was difficult, but his wealth was sure. With Leucana lost, the blow to our nation is undeniable. Others groaned. The pleasure city was a vast trade hub. Alejandro's tyranny was troublesome, but Leucana was vital. They had recalled Yorn from the front and sent him as precaution, and yet he was defeated. Was it the same army that took Autana and Frictera? We still don't know their general. Alcuro, it must be Alcuro. His army moved. Don't rush, the front is still ours. Crush Uragakna and... That neglect of the enemy's flank is why we are here. We can't ignore them now. Their next target is Balta. Balta must not fall. If Balta fell, the capital would be exposed. Worse, Balta was the holy seat of the Unel faith, home of the Pope. If it fell, political ruin. The Confederation might withdraw support. That was defeat. The ministers cried to send troops to Balta, to destroy the enemy and fortify. But Faltmare and the demons were exhausted. Moving troops was no simple matter. Still, they knew, they must strip the front for Balta's defense. O king. O king, they clamored, pressing for a decision. The king spoke quietly. Send word to Alueddin, inform the heroes. Balta must not fall. Send the saint to Balta. The saint, will she be of use? On the battlefield, perhaps only a symbol. But in Balta, she is the most fitting. She is said to be Unel incarnate. At this, the ministers held their tongues. Indeed, in Balta's defense, none was more suited. The fall of Leucana had shocked them, yet the council pressed on. Redistribution of forces, even redeployments. Appeals to the Confederation, resecuring supply lines, searching for Yorn. They assumed only Obsidian Alcuro could command the army that struck them. But the general entrusted with that army remained unknown. They hastened inquiries. Still, they did not know that the one striking fear into them was a little human girl. The meeting ran late into the night. Couriers galloped to the hero's camp. Send the saint to Balta. Thus one hero was pulled from the front, the war shifted. In the changing tide, Cocotte's diversionary campaign bore fruit. End of Volume 2.